Once a mere underdog, Shen Lang suddenly discovers the existence of a mysterious and powerful father. Do not speak to me of wealth, it is but a mere digit. As Shen Lang walked the path home, he lamented the unfairness of the world, tears streaming down his face, his nose twitching in distress. His girlfriend, whom he had pursued for so long and had yet to hold hands with, had run off with a wealthy heir, flaunting their relationship before him, deriding him as nothing more than a pathetic loser. The memory of the rich heir's smug expression and the disdainful gaze of his girlfriend, who had once cherished him, filled him with a desire to lash out. The humiliation felt unbearable, suffocating. "I hate this," he roared to the heavens as he entered a narrow alley. He cursed his fate for not having remarkable parents, or even parents at all. Growing up in an orphanage, he balanced work and study, managing to enroll in a prestigious school where he excelled academically, consistently ranking first. He had hoped to rise above his humble beginnings and blend in with his peers. Yet, despite his outstanding achievements and humble demeanor, he remained a mere loser in their eyes. The root of it all was his poverty. He lacked money. "Young master." At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit, clutching a briefcase, rushed toward him, exclaiming, "Young master, I have finally found you." You're looking for me?" Shen Lang stared at the man in confusion. When had he become a young master? "You are Shen Lang, and today marks your 18th birthday, correct?" The man adjusted his slipping gold-rimmed glasses and produced a finely crafted jade pendant, smiling as he said, "I have here a piece of jade with just a drop of your blood. We can confirm your identity. I am Shen Lang, and indeed it is my birthday, but I am no young master. You must have the wrong person." Shen Lang shook off the man's hand, feeling despondent. "I am merely a pathetic loser, someone anyone can bully. Actually, I have already investigated, it cannot be mistaken. I have been following you for many years." The man chuckled. "I am Zhang Hao, and from this day forth, I shall be your personal assistant. To proceed with the formalities, I kindly request that you provide a drop of blood on this jade pendant. Once your identity is confirmed, I will transfer the resources your father left for you." "What? My father?" Shen Lang's eyes widened. "When did I ever have a father?" "Ahem, you have always had a father." Zhang Hao cleared his throat and continued. "However, your father's identity is rather unique, and so is yours, which is why many matters." "Damn." Shen Lang paused, then took a knife and pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to flow. When it came to his father, he needed answers. "Excellent. Your identity is confirmed." Zhang Hao looked down as the blood touched the jade, which absorbed it, indicating Shen Lang's identity was indeed valid. "This jade absorbs blood?" Shen Lang was astonished, then quickly inquired, "What did you mean when you said my father has resources? Where is he now? Is it an inheritance? We have yet to meet, and he has already passed? Rest assured, your father is well and cannot be harmed." Zhang Hao adjusted his glasses habitually, smiling as he asked, "Shall we return home and then discuss your father's matters?" "Sure." Determined to uncover the truth, Shen Lang set off. Zhang Hao remarked, "Young master, you're going the wrong way. The car is parked outside." "A car? There's a car?" Shen Lang's eyes sparkled with intrigue at the thought of a vehicle, any vehicle. Just moments ago, his ex-girlfriend had bragged about her wealthy boyfriend's BMW, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. "Young master, you are completely unaware of your identity." Zhang Hao chuckled, leading the way. "Let me give you a little warning. Your identity exceeds your imagination." "Are you trying to fool me?" Shen Lang was skeptical, having endured hardships for 18 years without respite. However, as he followed Zhang Hao out of the alley and approached a Mercedes-Benz S-Class, he was left dumbfounded. He touched the car several times before turning to ask, "Wow, brother, is this your car? It seems quite impressive." "Young master, this car is yours." Zhang Hao opened the door with a smile, explaining, "I mentioned your identity is unique. Do not concern yourself with such trivial matters." Gulp. Shen Lang hesitantly asked, "You just said this car is mine? A vehicle worth millions, and you actually say it belongs to me." "Young master, hold steady, this is just the beginning." Zhang Hao continued, "I mentioned your identity is extraordinary. If you are this excited over a mere Mercedes, I wonder if I should take you home now. I fear your heart might struggle to handle the truth when you step across the threshold." "Not a problem." Shen Lang took a deep breath and climbed into the back seat of the Mercedes. "I must clarify this matter. Take me home." "Understood." Zhang Hao entered the front passenger seat and instructed the driver, "Drive home." "Good day, young master." The driver, a middle-aged man in a tailored suit, turned to greet Shen Lang before smoothly starting the Mercedes, displaying the finesse of a seasoned driver. "Hello," Shen Lang responded, then turned to Zhang Hao, asking, "Brother, tell me about my father. Who is he, and why is he only appearing now? These past years have been a struggle. I cannot disclose that now the timing is not right. Zhang Hao smiled. Just know that your father is extraordinary, capable of anything. As for meeting him, once you complete a few tasks he has set for you, he will naturally come to see you. Tasks? Shen Lang's lips twitched as he queried. In this day and age, a son must complete tasks to meet his father? What kind of nonsense is this? Ahem. Zhang Hao adjusted his glasses again, smiling. As I mentioned, your identity is exceptional. It cannot be measured by ordinary standards. Rest assured, your father loves you, but due to certain circumstances, he has not met you until you turned 18. Very well. Shen Lang knew Zhang Hao would not divulge more and refrained from further inquiries. Before long, the Mercedes navigated a winding mountain road, stopping in front of an enormous European-style mansion after approximately 10 minutes. Oh my God! As Shen Lang exited the vehicle, his legs felt weak. Even before entering the four-story villa, which sprawled over several thousand square meters, he was nearly blinded by the sight of the dozens of luxury cars parked on the expansive grounds. Rolls-Royce, Lamborghini, Ferrari, Bugatti, Koenigsegg, and more. It resembled a grand car exhibition. The Mercedes-Benz S-Class could only be considered a minor player among them. Bugatti, over 30 million. Koenigsegg, over 20 million. Ferrari, over 20 million. Shen Lang gazed at the collection of top-tier luxury cars, then turned to Zhang Hao, swallowing hard as he asked, "Brother, don't tell me all these cars are mine, and that grand villa is also mine? This is too much to comprehend." "Of course, they are all yours." Zhang Hao adjusted his glasses and smiled. "Young master, please remain composed. These matters are trivial. If you cannot withstand even this, I believe it is necessary to reconsider our plans. Your psychological resilience appears to fall short of my expectations. So, are you seriously telling me that all these luxury cars parked here are trivial?" Shen Lang leaned against a Mercedes, clutching his chest, and exclaimed, "My friend, let me take a moment. My father seems to be quite impressive. This is just unbelievable. Do you wish to continue?" Zhang Hao responded, "If you find it overwhelming, we can take a break, no problem. According to your father's wishes, once you turn 18, all the assets you manage will be entirely at your discretion, and you may handle them as you desire. Today, I must clarify everything." After resting for a moment and feeling his legs regain some strength, Zhang Hao stood up and said, "Let us proceed inside." "All right, please lead the way." Zhang Hao nodded, supporting Shen Lang as they approached the villa. After ascending a flight of roughly 10 steps, they arrived at the entrance, where he pushed open a magnificent door crafted from Namma wood, adorned with exquisite carvings. "Welcome home, young master." In an instant, a harmonious and melodious chorus resonated from within the villa. Simultaneously, a gentle light emanated from inside, enveloping them in a warm embrace reminiscent of a spring breeze. My goodness! As Shen Lang gazed inside, he nearly collapsed. Setting aside the villa's opulent decor, the sight of 12 beautiful young ladies clad in red kipeos standing in a row at the entrance left him utterly speechless. He was genuinely at a loss for words. Their exquisite faces and graceful figures rendered his ex-girlfriend, who was quite attractive, utterly incomparable, simply a different echelon altogether. "Quickly, come assist the young master." Zhang Hao stood nearby, his lips twitching. The young master's psychological fortitude was indeed rather weak. Yet, he could understand, after being impoverished for over a decade, the sudden revelation of being a top-tier wealthy individual would be hard for anyone to accept. Grief can turn hair white overnight, while excessive excitement can lead one to faint outright. "Young master." At that moment, two young ladies swiftly approached, one on either side, offering their support to Shen Lang. "Whoa, I'm about to faint, truly." Shen Lang felt the soft touch of two warm bodies and the intoxicating fragrance enveloping him, rendering his legs even weaker and unsteady. This was like a dream. Had he not pinched his thigh repeatedly during the journey, he would hardly have believed it. His long-lost father was truly remarkable. The villa's decor could only be described as extravagantly luxurious golden hues, plush carpets, exquisite crystal chandeliers, and uniquely beautiful oil paintings that appeared more like priceless antiques. The young ladies at either side of the entrance were alluring and enchanting, their stunning faces adorned with gentle smiles capable of melting the eternal frost atop the highest peaks. As Shen Lang entered, they all bowed in unison, offering him their utmost respect. "Hold steady." Shen Lang was practically hanging off the two kippa-clad ladies, his legs completely giving way. Struggling to reach the sofa on his right, he inadvertently brushed against an object, leading to a resounding crash. He had knocked over a vase that was positioned nearby. Alarmed by the incident, Shen Lang quickly turned to Zhang Hao and asked, "My friend, that vase. It wouldn't be exceedingly expensive, would it? I cannot afford to compensate for it. I'm just a complete loser. That's a Qinghua Liuli vase from the Kangxi era, valued at around 12 million. Zhang Hao adjusted his glasses and smiled. "But do not worry, young master, everything here belongs to you, and breaking it is of no consequence." 12 million. Shen Lang stared at the shattered vase, feeling as though his heart was bleeding. He had casually knocked over something worth over 10 million? This was unbearable. "Clean it up and bring a replacement vase." Zhang Hao signaled to a sophisticated young lady in her 30s, exuding charm, and then turned to Shen Lang with a smile. "Young master, has your emotional state calmed a bit now?" Not quite. I need a moment." Shen Lang was still grieving over the shattered vase, far too costly, over 10 million. He simply could not help it despite now possessing immense wealth. 10 million still felt like an astronomical sum to him. At heart, he remained the same loser he had always been, unable to transition from his former identity. Taking several deep breaths to steady himself, Shen Lang finally asked, "My friend, what exactly are these ladies for?" "They are your servants," Zhang Hao replied with a smile. "They will manage all domestic affairs within this villa and will also attend to your daily needs. Naturally, if you have any other requests, you may instruct them to fulfill them. Theoretically, there are no limits. Anything at all." Shen Lang's gaze lingered on the young ladies in kipeos as he swallowed hard. "Indeed, any request." Zhang Hao understood Shen Lang's implication, although it was somewhat awkward. He nodded affirmatively. "Very well." Shen Lang suppressed his racing heart and stated with utmost seriousness, "Now, we can commence our discussions." "All right, I shall begin." Zhang Hao smiled as he retrieved a document from his briefcase and said, "Young master, I have a contract here, which also serves as your first task. Allow me to outline the situation. Your father's capabilities far exceed your imagination. The wealth you currently possess is merely the tip of the iceberg. He has many other domains awaiting your exploration. Your first task is for you to spend $1 billion within a year to develop your understanding of money." "What? Are you joking with me?" Shen Lang leaped from his chair and exclaimed, "Spending $1 billion in a year? Isn't that just wasteful? Who plays like that?" "It is not wasteful. It is to cultivate your perspective on wealth. As your father's son, you cannot tarnish his reputation." Zhang Hao adjusted his glasses and smiled. "For instance, if you were to break a vase worth 10 million, you would feel pain for quite some time, but if it were your father who broke it, do you think he would even furrow his brow? 10 million is merely a trifle." This. Shen Lang considered Zhang Hao's words and realized there was some truth in them. His understanding of money was far too limited. However, he quickly shook his head and replied, "My friend, spending $1 billion a year is still quite extreme, isn't it? That is a substantial amount of money. You need not worry about that. Your father would not permit you to spend in such a manner if you were afraid of it. What do you think? To him, money is merely a number." Zhang Hao smiled. "However, I must remind you that this 1 billion must come from your personal spending. Charity, gambling, or frivolous expenditures do not count. Every dollar you spend must hold significance for you. Are there restrictions?" Shen Lang frowned and asked, "What if I cannot spend it all?" "It does not matter if you cannot spend it all." Zhang Hao smiled. "However, failing your first task means you lose the opportunity to undertake subsequent tasks. In other words, due to failure, you may never see your father again. Of course, the first portion of wealth your father left for you still belongs to you." "Wow, this feels a bit unfair. First, you arouse my curiosity, and then if I fail the task, I may never meet him." Shen Lang sprang to his feet, glaring at Zhang Hao with indignation. "Do you have any idea how much $100 billion amounts to? That's nearly 700 billion Chinese yuan. To spend 700 billion within a year, with so many restrictions, how am I supposed to manage that?" "Sir, it's futile to vent your frustration on me," Zhang Hao replied with a wry smile. "I am merely your assistant, bound to execute your father's directives, which he entrusted to me with utmost seriousness." "Fine, I shall accept this task," Shen Lang replied after a moment of contemplation. "I am curious to discover the true nature of my father." "I have faith in you, sir," Zhang Hao said with a grin. "Here is the contract. Please affix your signature." "Done." Shen Lang seized the pen and swiftly inscribed his name on the document. He then turned to Zhang Hao and inquired, "Where is my money?" "In this card." Zhang Hao produced a sleek black bank card and smiled. "It contains a total of 690 billion Chinese yuan." "Good heavens! This card feels rather substantial," Shen Lang exclaimed as he accepted it, his hands trembling with excitement. For him, even 10,000 yuan had once seemed like a fortune. Yet now he possessed an astonishing sum of 690 billion yuan. By the way, sir, on the second floor in your bedroom, there is a safe, Zhang Hao remarked. Inside, you will find various items and documents left for you by your father. If you have any queries, feel free to ask me. Additionally, your father has arranged for another assistant. Would you like to meet her? Aren't you my assistant? Shen Lang asked. I am indeed your assistant, but I cannot be at your side at all times. Therefore, you will require another assistant to oversee your daily affairs when you are out. Let her come. I shall head upstairs to take a look, Shen Lang decided, rising without further thought and rushing upstairs. Upon entering his room, he approached the safe and, after verification, opened it. Rather than a mere safe, it resembled a spacious chamber, with small doors lining the front and sides-likely storage cabinets for various items. Goodness, Shen Lang stepped forward and opened the first cabinet, only to be dumbfounded by its contents. The cabinet was filled with an array of diamonds red, blue, purple glistening brilliantly. What on earth? He opened the second cabinet, and once again he was astonished. This one contained exquisite jade, including Hutian jade and mutton fat jade, each piece more beautiful than the last. Are these documents? Shen Lang opened a third cabinet, this time less overwhelmed. After a cursory glance, he noted that some were certificates of appraisal for the diamonds and jades. The rest were beyond his comprehension, but bore the names of various companies, likely pertaining to shares. As he rummaged through the contents, he unearthed a particularly noteworthy document that left him bewildered. Although he lacked expertise in business, it was clear that this was a share agreement, bearing his name and stating he held 98% of Tianyan Group's shares. When had he become the chairman of Tianyan Group? And where exactly was this company? He could not recall ever hearing of it. My father is quite remarkable, Shen Lang mused, placing the document aside and opening other cabinets, discovering an array of invaluable treasures that made his heart race. To avoid further shock, he decided against searching any longer. The items within were of no immediate use to him, with over 600 billion still unspent on his card. He could simply purchase anything he desired without concern for extravagance. Only the challenge of finding ways to spend such a fortune. Sigh. What a predicament. Exiting the safe and securing the door, Shen Lang let out a long sigh. Just hours earlier, he had been consumed with resentment over his lack of wealth and the indignities he had suffered. Now, he found himself lamenting the burden of excessive wealth. 690 billion was an enormous sum, and to spend it reasonably within a year seemed an insurmountable task. Sir, a melodious voice suddenly broke his reverie. Who are you? Shen Lang looked up to see a stunning woman clad in professional attire standing before him. Her figure, with its perfect proportions, was utterly captivating. I am Lin Yutong, your personal assistant, she introduced herself, bowing slightly, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her figure. Goodness, Shen Lang averted his gaze after swallowing hard. Although he had dated before, he was still inexperienced, and such alluring beauty was nearly overwhelming. After all, he was now a young master. He couldn't afford to embarrass himself. Sir, are you finished? Zhang Hao approached with a smile. If you require anything, please feel free to instruct us. Well, Shen Lang pondered briefly before retrieving his bank card and handing it to Zhang Hao. Brother Hao, please withdraw 300,000 yuan in cash from the bank and return within half an hour. I have to go back to school for class this afternoon. Chapter 3. A shift in mindset. Ingda No. 1 Middle School is a prestigious private institution encompassing elementary, middle, and high school divisions. With investments amounting to several hundred million and a strong faculty coupled with advanced teaching facilities. In the past, discussions surrounding Ingda No. 1 Middle School were met with admiration and approval. However, in recent years, the influx of many second-generation students has tarnished its reputation. Currently, the school exhibits a stark polarization. While it is not lacking in top scholars, there are also numerous second-generation students who disrupt the school's atmosphere. During the lunch break, the campus buzzed with activity. Shen Lang chose not to have Lin Yutong accompany him, but instead ambled towards the classroom alone, his bulging backpack slung over his shoulder. Look, that bookworm is heading to the classroom to read again, someone remarked. I really don't understand the purpose of his existence. He spends every day lost in books, devoid of any enjoyment in life. Does he really believe that drowning himself in studies will lead to a promising future? Frankly, no matter how well he performs academically, he will merely remain a bookworm. I heard he got dumped by Wan. I thought he wouldn't show up at school today. Yet here he is, trudging back to the classroom with that backpack. Truly a bookworm, Another chimed in. As Shen Lang entered, many classmates cast disdainful glances his way. His outstanding academic performance, consistently ranking first in the school, had granted him considerable notoriety. He was certainly a name known to all. However, the sentiment towards him was far from friendly. On one hand, many could not tolerate his studious demeanor, and on the other, some second-generation students took pleasure in bullying him, leading to a bandwagon effect among their peers. Wan, your ex-boyfriend is here. A beautiful girl under the shade of a nearby tree nudged her companion. I thought you had dumped Shen Lang. I figured it would take him a while to recover, but he seems unfazed now. That guy's just a bookworm. Why discuss him? When Juan be blave. Puzzled by Shen Lang's nonchalant demeanor at noon, having been so distraught in the morning. Yet, having already broken up, she felt no inclination to dwell on it. She had never truly liked Shen Lang. He was merely a pastime. With her looks, why would she ever be interested in someone who only knew how to study? I'm just curious, the girl smiled. Wan, it seems you don't hold much significance in Shen Lang's heart. He has already forgotten you by midday. Impossible. Wan scoffed. When we broke up this morning, he was practically begging me. How could he possibly forget me so quickly? I think just pretending. How about a bet then? The girl proposed. What do you want to bet on? I'm a bit thirsty. If you can get Shen Lang to bring me 2 bottles of water, I'll believe you still hold a place in his heart. That's easy. Just wait and see. Once I ask, that fool will come running, Wan said confidently. She took out her phone and dialed Shen Lang's number. Hello, Shen Lang. I'm thirsty. Could you bring me 2 bottles of water? I'm under the tree next to the basketball court. I'll be right there. After hanging up, Wan looked smugly at her friend. See? I told you he would come. All right, the girl shrugged, but that guy is something else. Why not? I don't look down on Shen Lang, but in my life, I've never seen someone as pathetic as him. He should really assess his own worth before trying to pursue me. It's just embarrassing. Before long, Shen Lang arrived with the water. Here you go, he said. Wow, the girl exclaimed, eyeing Shen Lang. Bookworm, can you be any more foolish? You actually brought her water? Bringing a couple of bottles of water, isn't a big deal. Shen Lang smiled, as if the earlier breakup had never happened. It wasn't foolishness. Rather, his mindset had shifted. Earlier that morning, as he grappled with the breakup, he had felt somewhat crushed and disillusioned by the materialistic society. Now, having acquired immense wealth, he had transformed from a figure easily bullied into a formidable presence. Yet, he found no desire to flaunt it. With 12 stunning women of diverse styles at home and boundless riches, he now perceived Wan as no more than an ordinary woman, previously elevated in his eyes like a princess. In a good mood today, he saw no need to dwell on grievances. As Wan had said earlier, they were from entirely different worlds and would have no further interactions after graduation. You can leave now, he said, unaware of the thoughts swirling in his mind. Wan, opening a bottle of water, took a sip and waved him off dismissively. All right, I'll head back to class. Shen Lang chuckled and strolled leisurely towards the teaching building. Having once harbored feelings for her, he regarded the bottle of water as a final farewell, acknowledging that they would no longer cross paths. Hey, the bookworm is back. In the classroom, the class bully, Sun Chong, glanced at Shen Lang, feigning ignorance. Shouldn't you be home crying after Wan dumped you? What brings you to school today? This guy's acting strangely today, a classmate interjected. With his usual demeanor, he wouldn't bounce back so quickly. Has he been stimulated somehow? Shen Lang, are you all right? The class monitor, Xiao Qing, approached him. Ignore them. Focus on your studies. There's bound to be a future for you. Me fine. Shen Lang replied with a calm smile, taking his seat peacefully. Among all the students at Ingda No. 1 Middle School, only Xiao Qing treated him as a true classmate. The rest merely saw him as someone to bully when they had nothing better to do. Today is my birthday. Let us go out and have some fun tonight. Xiao Qing suggested cheerfully. Forget about the breakup. We should prioritize our studies for now and set everything else aside. Yeah, I understand. Shen Lang nodded, brushing off the surrounding mockery. In the past, such taunts would have unsettled him, and they were indeed warranted. But now, with a changed identity, he viewed those self-important classmates as nothing more than mere clowns. Ding, ding, ding. The class bell rang shortly thereafter, and the teacher hurriedly entered the classroom carrying a stack of exam papers. As the high school entrance examination approached, They were now in the review phase, filled with tests and paper explanations. Not another exam. Seriously, every day it's testing. I'm nearly burnt out. Ugh, today is going to be rough, the students groaned, realizing that another round of harsh critiques awaited them post-exam, a routine they had grown all too familiar with. Shen Lang felt indifferent. He swiftly completed the exam without checking his answers and rested his head on the desk, contemplating how to spend $1 billion in a year to finally meet his enigmatic father. $1 billion equated to over 600 billion Chinese yuan, a daunting prospect. All done. Just before class ended, the teacher spoke up. Some time ago, students suggested a trip for relaxation. After discussing with teachers from other classes, we think it's a great idea and have already arranged it. Interested students should report to class tomorrow at 8 o'clock sharp. And remember to bring 300 yuan each. The destination is the Jinxiuan Resort, where there will be plenty of activities. I hope everyone will actively participate. Wow, we can go out and have fun? Sun Chang exclaimed. Teacher, are you sure you're not joking with us? Huh, Old Ban is formidable, and the boss is exceptional. The classmates were initially taken aback, but soon erupted into excited cheers, turning the classroom into a chaotic scene. For some time, they had been eagerly anticipating an outing, as going out alone held little allure. However, venturing out together, especially with several beautiful classmates present, created a completely different atmosphere. Shen Lang, you will join us, right? Xiao Qing suddenly approached with a smile, saying, We're about to graduate. This might be our last grand gathering as classmates, so you mustn't miss it. Allicht. Shen Lang had initially not intended to attend, finding little interest in it. However, upon Xiao Qing's urging, he felt it would be impolite to refuse, especially given her charm. Let us agree on it then. Xiao Qing's beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons. And tonight, at the Royal Club, you must be there. All right, I promise to attend. Shen Lang understood that Xiao Qing wished to help him unwind, so he gladly acquiesced, although he was aware that attending her birthday party might not be entirely harmonious. He had transformed from a mere nobody into a contemporary magnate. What could he possibly fear from a few petty clowns? I'll see you at 8, he said. Xiao Qing sensed that something was amiss with Shen Lang today, but did not press further and returned to her seat with a smile. Xiao Qing, why do you keep seeking that guy? Wu Yu, her rather attractive deskmate, scoffed. Are you planning to invite him tonight? What's wrong with inviting him? We're all classmates. Xiao Qing retorted, rolling her eyes. He hasn't wronged you, so why the hostility? Shen Lang is actually quite a decent person. Forget it, Wu Yu said disdainfully. That loser is hardly decent. In every aspect, he is commendable, Xiao Qing insisted. Shen Lang is humble, excels academically, and is always willing to help. What more could you want from him? Really, Xiao Qing, are you out of your mind? Wu Yu said with a bitter smile. Today's society isn't what it used to be. In this day and age, wealth dictates respect. No matter how nice Shen Lang is, he is still just a loser. Being friends with such a person means you'll always be the one giving without any hope of receiving anything in return. Chapter 0004. Scaring away the goddess as the school bell rang. Students from various classrooms streamed out, especially those from the third year, bursting with excitement for their impending outing. Clearly, the plans for a fun day tomorrow had been solidified. Shen Lang remained unfazed, his demeanor unchanged. During a previous conversation with Zhang Hao, he had inquired about his mysterious father, who had abandoned him for 18 years. The answer he received was that it was to temper his character, given the uniqueness of his identity. Initially, he found it hard to comprehend why he would be left behind for such a purpose. Now observing the elated students, he began to grasp his father's rationale. Having endured ridicule and humiliation for over a decade, his composure had indeed strengthened, even after acquiring immense wealth. He quickly returned to a state of calm after a fleeting thrill. At least, he had no intention of revealing his identity or flaunting his newfound status at school. Such behavior struck him as somewhat childish. If possible, he wished to keep his identity concealed to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. Wow, that woman is stunning. Damn, she's breathtaking. Our school's beauty's pale in comparison. Can such beauty truly exist? At the school gate, a woman beside Mercedes' S-Class caused quite a stir. On any ordinary day, a luxury car parked at the school entrance would undoubtedly draw attention. But today, The presence of the woman overshadowed the vehicle entirely. She stood there, seemingly untouched by the mundane world, exuding an ethereal beauty that captivated all who laid eyes on her. Lin Yutong? Shen Lang had been curious about what had incited such a commotion. Upon seeing Lin Yutong leaning against the luxury car, fixated on the school entrance, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Xiaoqing, look, that woman is gorgeous. Wu Yu exclaimed as she stepped out of the school and immediately fell under Lin Yutong's spell. Indeed, Lin Yutong's beauty wielded immense power not only over men, but also left women in awe, compelling them to steal glances. How can there be such a beautiful woman? When Xiaoqing beheld Lin Yutong, she too was struck with amazement, unable to tear her gaze away. Lin Yutong's beauty was not the kind that struck one immediately. Rather, it grew more enchanting the longer one looked, leading Xiaoqing to question her own attractiveness and confidence. Today, seeing Lin Yutong made her feel entirely defeated, prompting her to doubt the very existence of such a perfect woman. Hey loser, what are you staring at? Wu Yu, feeling a twinge of jealousy towards Lin Yutong's beauty, glared at Shen Lang as he walked by, his gaze fixed on the enchanting woman. A beauty like that is beyond your reach. You don't even deserve to look. How do you know? Shen Lang replied calmly, a smile playing on his lips. TCH. Wu Yu dismissed him, dragging Xiaoqing away. Let us head to the royal club. Forget about this loser. Wait. Xiaoqing sighed, turning to Shen Lang with a hint of helplessness. You must come at 8. Sure. You go ahead. Shen Lang nodded, striding toward the Mercedes S-Class. Damn, what is that loser doing? Is he really trying to approach that goddess? Seriously, a bookworm like him lives in his own little world, unaware that someone like her, a top-tier goddess, is simply out of reach for us ordinary mortals. Numerous classmates watched Shen Lang approach the luxury car, their expressions filled with disdain. They secretly envied him, wishing they had the courage to even speak to such a divine beauty. However, in the face of Lin Yutong's extraordinary allure, they found themselves lacking the bravery to approach. Is that loser really trying to flirt with her? How beautiful! Chao Da, who had previously taken something from Shen Lang, was equally entranced by Lin Yutong's beauty. Upon noticing Shen Lang heading toward her, he was momentarily stunned before exclaiming, "What is that fool doing? Does he think he has a chance with that goddess?" When Wan, standing nearby, widened her eyes. What is that loser thinking? Does he really believe he is someone important? Hey, your ex-boyfriend sure has guts. Gaoza Juka. Darling, let us just watch and see how he embarrasses himself. Bookworms are simply clueless about their place. That beauty's identity is far more complex than it appears. Can you stop calling Shen Lang my ex-boyfriend? When Juan Po did, somewhat displeased. I was just playing around with him. I never intended to be serious. Now, whenever I think of having dated him, I feel a bit nauseous. All right, I won't mention it again. Gaoza Lauget, pulling Wan closer and teasingly pinching her waist. Presently, he was eager to witness Shen Lang's humiliation, speculating on how Lin Yutong would react to being approached by such a lowly individual. In this day and age, lacking wealth meant one had to tread carefully. Reckless behavior would only lead to disdain. Unbeknownst to Shen Lang, his classmates were eagerly anticipating his misstep. As he approached Lin Yutong, he did not falter but continued forward, signaling with his eyes as he advanced. Lin Yutong understood the situation, refraining from greeting Shen Lang as she slipped into the luxury car and departed. What? The goddess has left? Damn it! That scoundrel Shen Lang is nothing but a disaster. Even a mere passing encounter was unbearable for her, prompting her to leave immediately. Damn! A wretch is a wretch. To catch a glimpse of the goddess up close, that fellow deliberately took a detour, truly the epitome of a loser. When the goddess noticed Shen Lang approaching, she swiftly made her exit, leaving their classmates in a state of disdain. Meanwhile, their anger was directed squarely at Shen Lang, as they hurled insults at him, barely restraining themselves from rushing over to give him a beating. Such a goddess, a rare sight for them. And just when they had the chance to behold her beauty, she was frightened away by Shen Lang. That accursed wretch truly deserves a beating. Shen Lang, does the goddess smell good? Chao Da approached Shen Lang, a look of contempt on his face. Just now, You deliberately walked over to catch a close look at the goddess's stunning beauty and to inhale her delightful fragrance, didn't you? I must say, you bookworm are the epitome of a loser. Shen Lang, you're truly pathetic. When Wan added, her expression equally scornful. Just look at yourself. Do you think you stand a chance with someone like her? The moment she saw you coming, she left without hesitation. Even if she didn't know you, she could sense that unmistakable loser aura emanating from you. Shen Lang merely smiled, uninterested in engaging with Chowda and Wenwan, and quickened his pace to walk away. Just a clown, he couldn't be bothered to respond. Damn! Chowda felt an overwhelming sense of frustration as Shen Lang simply walked away, as if he were being ignored. After regaining his composure, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "That guy is just a useless waste. How dare he act superior? When the opportunity arises, I will make that filthy loser cry in rhythm." Darling, why get worked up over a filthy loser? Let us go. Wenwan sensed that Shen Lang seemed somewhat different today, though she couldn't pinpoint exactly how. Having already broken up, she didn't dwell on Shen Lang and pulled Chowda forward. Young master. At the entrance of an alley, the luxury car came to a halt. Lin Yutong stood beside the vehicle, and once Shen Lang approached, she opened the door with a smile. Your father's subordinates have been waiting at home for quite some time. I came specifically to pick you up so you can meet them. My father's subordinates? Shen Lang climbed into the car, curiosity piqued. Does my father have influence here in Hangzhou? Of course. Lin Yutong replied as she settled into the passenger seat with a smile. Your father's capabilities far exceed your imagination. In time, you'll come to understand. All right, let us go. Shen Lang nodded, saying, remember, don't make such a grand show of picking me up in the future. My identity is somewhat sensitive now, and I prefer to avoid unnecessary trouble. For instance, if my classmates were to learn about my relationship with you, how could I maintain a low profile at school? Young master, that was my oversight, Lin Yutong apologized. If I come to pick you up at school again, I will make sure to apply some makeup and take a taxi. By the way, do you have any decent clothes at home? Shen Lang inquired. A classmate invited me to her birthday party tonight, and if I dress too shabbily, it might not be appropriate. You lack for nothing at home, Lin Yutong smiled. Although your father hasn't seen you in 18 years and has kept his identity hidden, there have always been people he arranged to be by your side since the day you were born. Therefore, everything you need has been prepared by your father. Shen Lang frowned and asked, the clothes at home aren't from any big brands, are they? I'd rather not draw too much attention. Your clothes are unbranded. Lin Yutong smiled. With your status, how could you wear those branded clothes? The garments at home were custom-made for you by your father. Unless one is an expert, they wouldn't recognize them. That's good. Shen Lang replied, please speed up. I need to return to my rented place to grab some things. Understood, young master. The driver respectfully acknowledged and accelerated. It must be said that despite the speed, the luxury car remained remarkably steady, almost imperceptible to motion and bumps. This is the enjoyment reserved for the wealthy. Chapter 5. The enjoyment of the affluent on the outskirts of Hangzhou, within a grand villa. The atmosphere in the living room was somewhat oppressive, for elderly gentlemen in suits sat upright, their hands resting on their knees, their gazes fixed intently on the entrance, their expressions grave, not daring to utter a sound. Anyone of stature present would undoubtedly be struck with fear. This was due to the extraordinary identities of these four individuals. The elder at the forefront appeared unremarkable, plump, yet he was a formidable figure in Hangzhou, known as Dragon Master, a tycoon who navigated both the legal and illegal realms. If the local power players were the kings of the streets, then Dragon Master, seated on the sofa, was the underground emperor of all Hangzhou. The second elder was more refined, his hair slicked back, somewhat frail-looking, as if a gust of wind could blow him away. However, appearances could be deceiving. He was the patriarch of the Bai family, Bai Zhantong, the most powerful family in Hangzhou. The third elder gave off an amusing, almost eccentric vibe, often lost in thought despite sitting straight. However, one should not be misled by his demeanor. He possessed extraordinary medical skills and currently served as a professor at a university and the head of a hospital, a true master of traditional medicine. The final elder appeared quite ordinary, yet his identity was shrouded in mystery and seemed incredibly powerful, as evidenced by the deliberate distance the other three maintained, wary of getting too close. Suddenly, the grand door swung open. The young women at the entrance stood straight and, in unison, exclaimed, "Welcome home, young master." "He's here?" The four elders' eyes lit up, immediately rising to their feet. When they saw a youth of about 17 or 18, dressed in plain attire, briskly enter, they momentarily paused before bowing deeply and loudly proclaiming, "Greetings, young master." You all." Shen Lang looked at the four elders, preparing to greet them, when he recognized one of them, seemingly from television. He uncertainly asked, "Are you the elder of the Bai family by Zhantong?" "Young master, you recognize me?" Bai Zhantong's face brightened with a smile. "I saw you on television," Shen Lang replied, feeling somewhat anxious, realizing that among his father's subordinates was the elder of the Bai family. It was known that the Bai family was one of the most powerful in Hangzhou, and few dared to provoke them. Yet now, the elder of the Bai family was addressing him respectfully as young master. This was a bit overwhelming. Bai Zhantong cast a proud glance at the other three elders, quickly stepping forward to Shen Lang. "Young master, the accomplishments of our Bai family today are largely thanks to your father's assistance. In the future, if you require anything, do not hesitate to command us. We would brave the most perilous of tasks for you. Anyone who dares to cross you will have to contend with us. Young master and I go winching." Another elder chimed in. "If you ever need anything, you can also speak to me, Long Si. In this territory of Hangzhou, whoever dares to act up, I will deal with them personally. Young master, I am willing to follow you in a cold war, ready to obey your every command." The other three elders also stepped forward without hesitation, expressing their intentions with utmost sincerity. "Please, take a seat," Shen Lang said, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth as he hastily gestured for the four to sit down. Upon learning their identities, one being a master of traditional Chinese medicine, another a leader of a prominent family, a third a notorious figure in the underworld, and the last a martial arts expert, he found himself somewhat bewildered. Just how formidable was his father to have garnered the allegiance of these four top figures in Hangzhou? Young master, Lin Yutong, standing to the side, suddenly spoke up. "You need to return to your rented apartment. There's a gathering at 8 o'clock, and it's time to prepare." "Oh, I had forgotten," Shen Lang exclaimed, rising to his feet. "Gentlemen, I must decline your invitation for dinner tonight. We shall have the pleasure of drinking together another time. In Hangzhou, I will be relying on your esteemed guidance." "Young master, how could you say that?" "It is our honor to be at your service," the four elders replied, not daring to act presumptuously. Aware that Shen Lang had other obligations, they graciously took their leave after exchanging contact information. "Young master." At that moment, 12 young ladies approached briskly, speaking in unison. "You are to bathe and change. May we ask which of us you would like to serve you?" Shen Lang was taken aback, glancing at the 12 stunning women, each a goddess in her own right, rivaling Lin Yutong in beauty. They stood together, each exuding different charms. Some were serene, others alluring, fiery, or demure, seemingly embodying an array of feminine grace. To avoid offending anyone, he refrained from making a direct choice. Instead, he had them line up and walked around them a few times before finally stopping in front of a seemingly gentle young lady of around 20. With a smile, he declared, "You shall do. Very well. Young master, please follow me upstairs." The young lady smiled and gestured for him to proceed, following closely behind. Upon entering the room, she opened the wardrobe and cheerfully asked, "Young master, which outfit would you like to wear?" "Wow, so many clothes?" Shen Lang exclaimed, momentarily dazzled by the variety before him. After contemplating for a while, unsure of what to choose, he decided to pass the decision to the young lady, saying, "Could you help me select an outfit?" "Of course." The young lady swiftly picked out a formal dress, smiling as she said, "Young master, since you have a gathering tonight, I recommend this one." "All right, let's go with that." Shen Lang agreed, inspecting the fabric and feeling its luxurious texture, far superior to the merchandise he had previously encountered. Remembering he did not yet know her name, he asked, "By the way, what is your name?" "My name is Yuju," she replied with a smile, stepping forward. "Young master, please stand still while I assist you in undressing." I can manage that myself," Shen Lang said, feeling a bit uncomfortable with the idea. Young master, I can handle it, Yuju assured him with a smile. Our purpose is to serve you, allowing you to enjoy a life of luxury. If you must do these trivial tasks yourself, our existence would lack meaning. Well, Shen Lang chuckled nervously, ultimately not refusing her assistance. However, when Yuju attempted to remove his underwear, he quickly grabbed the waistband and said, Yuju, I could take care of my underwear. Please step outside. Young master, is Yuju not doing well enough? Are you displeased? Yuju suddenly sounded anxious. I came to assist you with your bath. How could you send me away? No, it's not that you aren't doing well. Shen Lang explained it. It's just that, in a room with only one man and one woman, especially while bathing, I fear I might lose control. That's all right. Yuju laughed. If you have needs, Yuju will certainly accommodate. That's not what I meant. Shen Lang swallowed hard, feeling the tension rise. Not yet prepared to shed his virginity, he insisted, Yuju, I can manage on my own. Young master, I could do it myself. Shen Lang closed the door, cutting off Yuju's attempts to persuade him. Leaning against the door, he took several deep breaths before picking up the clothes and stepping into the bathroom, sinking into the bathtub. Knock, knock, knock. Moments latte. A gentle voice called from outside. Young master, it's Sujin. Are you dissatisfied with Yuju? Shen Lang paused, then replied, No, I have no complaints about Yuju. It's just that I'm not ready for that aspect yet, so it has nothing to do with her. May I come in? Sujin inquired, showing no intention of leaving. All right, Shen Lang hesitated before granting permission. With a soft click, the bathroom door swung open, and Sujin, clad in a qipao that accentuated her alluring figure, entered gracefully. Shen Lang instinctively swallowed hard the sight of her mature allure, undeniably more enticing than Yuju. The mature elegance she exuded held an irresistible charm for men. After a moment, he managed to ask, Sister, do you need something? Young master, allow me to introduce myself. I am Sujin, the eldest among them. Should you have any grievances, you may address them directly to me. Sujin approached the edge of the bathtub, inquiring, Earlier, you mentioned being unprepared and that it had nothing to do with Yuju, correct? Indeed, Shen Lang nodded in affirmation. Yuju is quite a good person. Young master, I must speak on your behalf, Sujin stated. The master has tasked you with spending $1 billion within a year to cultivate your understanding of wealth. Our presence here is to help you develop an appreciation for women. You should not refuse. As our young master, you must rise above both money and women. Your previous actions do not align with your status. Yuju is here to serve you, and if you desire her presence, you should accept it without hesitation. Why reject her? Chapter 0006. I shall repay her upon hearing Sujin's words. Shen Lang grasped the true intent of his mysterious father and silently marveled at the grand gesture. Providing him with $1 billion to spend was meant to instill in him the understanding that money is merely a sequence of numbers, unworthy of attachment. The introduction of 12 beautiful women was to ensure he experienced the pleasures of life, so he would not be easily swayed by female allure in the future. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he asked, Sister Su, doesn't this seem unfair to you? Young master, why do you think that? Sujin replied, We were all raised by the master and willingly chose to stay here. You need not feel burdened. Really? Shen Lang questioned, feeling skeptical. I can't help but feel there is something more to it. You all aren't hiding any secrets, are you? Young master, you are overthinking it, Sujin chuckled. When we turned 18, the master offered us a choice to leave with a promise of 10 million each. Over the years, he has treated us like his own daughters. We 12 sisters have made a unanimous decision to remain here to accompany you. Shen Lang rubbed his forehead, looking at Sujin as he asked, Well, Sister Su, would it be all right if I asked you to help me wash? However, it is acceptable, but Sujin smiled and said, Young master, you have already chosen Yuju previously. Let her come today. If you're interested in me, you may wait until next time. Remember, you are our young master. You must always carry yourself with the dignity befitting your status. I understand. Shen Lang took a deep breath and said, Call Yuju in. All right. Sujin nodded and exited the bathroom. Shortly after, Yuju entered, her cheeks flushed, and she said, Young master, I'm sorry. Yuju has troubled you. What are you saying? Upon seeing Yuju, Shen Lang's heart raced. Recalling Sujin's previous words, he made a concerted effort to suppress his inner restlessness. striving to appear calm, and smiled. Sister Yuzhu, please come in. Yes, young master. Yuzhu nodded, shedding her clothes before stepping into the bathtub. Noticing that Shen Lang seemed inexperienced in such matters, she chuckled and said, Young master, just lie back and relax. Shen Lang forced a smile and remained still. Under Yuzhu's gentle ministrations, he completely shed the title of virgin. However, strictly adhering to Su Jin's earlier advice, he did not indulge his emotions excessively, but rather suppress them, ensuring he lived up to his current identity. As a young master, how could he let trivial matters disturb his composure? Young master, you may step out for a moment. Yuzhu helped Shen Lang dress and smiled. I'll tidy up the bathroom. Should I call in another lady to assist? Shen Lang knew Yuzhu was still inexperienced and felt a bit uncomfortable after her first encounter. I'm fine. Yuzhu laughed. Young master, please go out for now. All right. Shen Lang did not say more and turned to leave the bathroom. Upon reaching the first floor, he discovered the other ladies seated on the sofa, watching television, all elegantly clad in kipayos. Realizing something, he suggested, Ladies, I propose that in the future, you refrain from wearing identical outfits at home. It diminishes the charm. We will listen to the young master. A few of the ladies giggled, not intending to wait, and immediately sprang up to change their clothes. Can we leave? Lin Yutong stood and looked at Shen Lang with a somewhat peculiar gaze. However, she also understood that Shen Lang's status was extraordinary, destined for a life unlike any other. As such, she did not dwell on it too much. It was entirely normal. Let us go. Shen Lang nodded and exited the villa. Outside, he noticed 3 middle-aged men in suits standing at the entrance. Curiously, he inquired, Who are you? Greetings, young master. The 3 men stood straight and bowed. They're your bodyguards, Lin Yutong explained. The driver is called a Long, and these 3 are a Hu, a Bao, and a Lang. Bodyguards? Shen Lang forced a smile and said, Come along with me. Yes, young master. The 3 nodded in unison and followed behind him. Which car should we take? Standing on the steps, Shen Lang gazed at the array of luxury vehicles, feeling somewhat bewildered. He had always dreamed of owning a BMW 3 Series one day. Yet here were only top-tier luxury cars, and he was uncertain which to choose. Young master, do not ponder too much. Lin Yutong approached a Mercedes-Benz, opened the door, and smiled. Time is a bit tight. If you keep deliberating, we will be late. All right. Shen Lang forced a smile and climbed into the back seat of the Mercedes. As the car started, he felt a bit bored and took out his phone to open a social app called Tycoon. This recently popular social media platform featured live streaming, group chats, videos, and more, offering a rich variety. In his daily life, he faced bullying at school, but online, he felt liberated, which led him to frequently browse the app during his leisure time. Ding! Suddenly, a message arrived. An avatar flickered, and a user named Sada Bu Xing sent a message. Bro, we've known each other for a while. How about we meet up? I'm not a girl. Why are you so eager to meet me? Shen Lang replied helplessly. This guy, whose real name was Li Cheng, was a friend he had met on Tycoon. True to his name, he was quite flirtatious and often insisted on meeting up to take Shen Lang out to meet girls. Come on, I haven't had time these past few days. We can talk later, Li Cheng replied, sending a smirking emoji. Previously, Shen Lang had hesitated to meet Li Cheng, knowing he was likely a wealthy second-generation heir who occasionally gifted money to female streamers on Tycoon. However, with his changed status, he now found the prospect of meeting Li Cheng intriguing. He felt the guy was decent and had hinted at his own financial struggles without any signs of distancing himself from Shen Lang. Squeak. Soon, 3 Mercedes vehicles drove into a rundown neighborhood. Wow, which big shot has arrived? Could it be that a wealthy boss is interested in our neighborhood and plans to buy it? Check out that first Mercedes. Its license plate is all 8s. Impressive. Having just finished their meal, some tenants strolling through the neighborhood were astonished to see 3 Mercedes pull up, especially with the first one striking license plate. They approached as Lin Yutong stepped out, marveling, gorgeous. That woman is stunning. She looks like a fairy. Ignoring the astonished onlookers, Shen Lang did not engage with the residents of the neighborhood, as he was not particularly familiar with them. After all, he could not afford to rent a proper apartment there, but instead resided in a corner warehouse of the community. This space had been purchased by a property owner for storage and was now rented to him at a low price of 300 yuan a month, with utilities totaling less than 400. Young master, your place is quite unique, Lin Yutong remarked, glancing around, somewhat taken aback, realizing that her esteemed young master had previously lived in such hardship. Indeed, it is quite unique. Shen Lang wandered around the room and suddenly noticed there was little to collect. Sighing, he took out his phone and informed the warehouse owner that he would no longer rent it. He instructed the bodyguards to remove everything inside and dispose of it in the trash. These items were of no use to him anymore. What are you doing? Suddenly, an angry voice came from a nearby ground-floor apartment. Renya. Shen Lang furrowed his brow and quickly walked over. Pushing open the door, he saw 3 middle-aged men surrounding a beautiful woman, cursing at her. His expression turned cold as he asked, "Who are you? And who are you?" The leading middle-aged man turned, his face cold as he replied, "We're here to collect a debt. You have nothing to do with this, so get lost." Collect a debt? Shen Lang was quite familiar with Ren Jia, often visiting her home for meals. He knew she had a husband who was addicted to gambling and owed a considerable sum to loan sharks. However, Ren Jia had since divorced him. So why were these men here to collect debts? Shen Lang, this is none of your business. Just leave. Ren Jia signaled him with her eyes, indicating he should not interfere. In these times, those who came to collect debts were rarely harmless. While they typically operated in the gray areas of the law and would not do anything extreme, a corner dog would leap over the wall, let alone a person. If they could not collect their debt, these thugs might resort to anything. Ren Jia, let me handle this. Shen Lang gave her a reassuring look, then sat down on the sofa, crossing his legs and asked, "So, how much does Ren Jia owe you?" The middle-aged man, poised to unleash a torrent of harsh words, abruptly swallowed his retort as 4 impeccably suited giants strode through the door. He shifted his tone, addressing the young man, "Brother, are you here to assist Ren Wan in repaying her debts? It's not an exorbitant sum, merely 600,000. 600,000, Shen Lang chuckled, turning to Lin Yutong with a query. How much cash do we have on hand? 1,100,000, Lin Yutong replied. Previously, Zhang Hao withdrew 100,000 in cash from the bank for you, and there's another million in the car for emergencies. Very well, Shen Lang declared. Please retrieve 60,000 in cash to settle Sister Ren's account. Understood. Lin Yutong signaled to a wolf, who comprehended instantly and went to fetch a black bag from the trunk of a Mercedes, placing it on the ground. Upon opening it, a stack of red banknotes was revealed. Shen Lang Yu. Ren Wan turned to him, astonished. She was well aware that Shen Lang was an orphan, barely scraping by with his meager wages from part-time jobs to continue his studies. Now, he was nonchalantly producing $1 million without a flicker of anxiety. Chapter 0007. Attending the banquet, Shen Lang cast Ren Wan a reassuring glance, indicating that he would handle the situation. Given his current standing, who in Hangzhou would dare challenge him? Who would confront the 4 titans by Zhan Tong, Long Si, Go Wenqing, and Leng Zhan? Brother, are you certain you want to repay Ren Wan's debts? The leading middle-aged man eyed the pile of cash on the floor, visibly startled. This young fellow seemed far from ordinary, flanked by an extraordinarily beautiful woman and 4 bodyguards. His calm demeanor while producing 60,000 to repay someone was not typical of an average rich kid. Indeed, Shen Lang replied with a smile. However, the 60,000 displayed here does not guarantee your ability to take it. What do you mean? The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. Are you toying with me? You lack the qualification for such games, Shen Lang replied, reclining with an air of tranquility. The 60,000 on the ground is indeed your owed amount. However, you trespassed into Sister Ren's home, damaged her property, and caused her emotional distress. Shouldn't you offer some form of compensation? Given my status, you should be able to surmise a hint of it. Sister Ren is my sister, and you've upset her. This 60,000 may not even suffice for damages. FCK. For such trivial matters, are you demanding $1 million from us? The middle-aged man was amused by Shen Lang's audacity. Had he not been uncertain about Shen Lang's background, he might have already signaled for his men to act. The young man was clearly attempting to play him. Not compensating? Shen Lang, uninterested in further discussion, dialed Long Si's number. Long Yi, I've encountered some trouble here in the old city. If you have a time, please come by. Understood, young master. I'll be there in half an hour. Long Si, upon receiving Shen Lang's call, was elated, as if honored to assist him. Long Yi? The leading middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. You just referred to our underground emperor of Hangzhou, Long Si, didn't you? You guessed correctly. Shen Lang nodded. Unfortunately for you, there is no turning back now. Your group is finished. This money was never borrowed from Sister Run, and since she is divorced, you should never have approached her for funds, especially after damaging her belongings. Ha! This is hilarious. The middle-aged man showed no hint of alarm, grinning broadly. There was no denying that the young man appeared to have some connections, but if he were to summon someone like Long Yi, it would not impress him in the least. He reached for the bag of money, chuckling, Brother, I won't waste any more time here. If you truly have ties to Long Yi, let him come find us. The other men shared his disdain, their expressions dripping with skepticism. However, their amusement was short-lived as they were suddenly blocked by 4 imposing figures at the door. The 4 men stood expressionless, emanating a formidable aura. Their cold gazes were akin to sharp daggers, compelling the intruders to hesitate. Brother, what do you mean? The leading middle-aged man turned to Shen Lang, his expression hardening. Are you intending to escalate this situation? Don't mistake my kindness. We wouldn't have come this far without the means to handle ourselves. Escalating matters will benefit no one. We can discuss this when Long Yi arrives, Shen Lang replied, unfazed, reclining comfortably. I won't nod, and you won't leave this door today. My 4 formidable bodyguards are not to be trifled with. You, the middle-aged man seethed, fury bubbling within him, yet he dared not act against the 4 bodyguards. His lips twitched in frustration as he pulled out his phone, realizing he had no choice but to call for backup. After relaying the situation, he hung up, fixing a cold stare on Shen Lang. Kid, since you've chosen to play, I shall accompany you in your game today. Just don't cry later. Shen Lang, you. Ren Wan was visibly anxious, signaling Shen Lang to de-escalate the situation. Those who engaged in loan sharking were seasoned in their dealings. How could they possibly contend with such individuals? Sister Run, you need not worry, Shen Lang reassured, leaning back on the sofa. I owe my perseverance to your past kindness. From this day forth, I shall be the one to protect you. But Ren Wan was still apprehensive, but seeing Shen Lang's resolute demeanor, she held her tongue. She sensed a shift in Shen Lang today. The stunning woman and the 4 formidable bodyguards indicated that he had undergone a transformation. No longer the timid underdog he once was. Who dares to act recklessly? In less than 10 minutes, a loud voice erupted from outside. Moments later, a middle-aged man led a dozen henchmen, radiating menace as they stormed in, blocking the exit. Kid, you're in for it. The leading middle-aged man smirked coldly, approaching the door. Chang'e, you've arrived? This kid, emboldened by his 4 bodyguards, refuses to let us leave, claiming some connection to Long Yi. It nearly had me in stitches. A connection to Long Yi? Chang'e pushed aside the bodyguards at the door, entering the room with a grin. Kid, you've got some nerve. You dare joke about Long Yi? Have you grown weary of life? Only about 10 minutes remain, Shen Lang replied, glancing at his phone. Long Si wouldn't dare deceive me. If he said he'd arrive within half an hour, he won't exceed that. Ha! Chang'e burst into laughter, unabashed. He was well aware of Long Ye's stature in their world. Even the currently dominant by family had to treat Long Yi with utmost respect. For this young man to assert that Long Yi would personally come was utterly absurd. Suddenly, a screeching sound of tires echoed from outside. As the door swung open, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, indicating a considerable number of people had arrived. What was going on? Brother Chong furrowed his brow and approached the entrance, nearly collapsing in astonishment. Stepping out of Rolls-Royce was none other than the underground emperor of Hangzhou, Lord Long, a portly gentleman clad in a suit. Young master. Lord Long disregarded the astonished onlookers and entered the room, bowing respectfully to Shen Lang. Young Master Lang. The underlings also bowed in unison. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room became palpably tense. Chong and the others turned pale, their expressions akin to those who had seen a ghost, filled with dread. Lord Long, you are quite prompt. Shen Lang chuckled. These men have been bullying my sister in. Please, assess the situation. They believe that their slight power grants them the liberty to act with impunity, as if no one could rein them in. And no, Lord Long, We were wrong, Brother Chong stammered, his face ashen as he turned to Lord Long, pleading, if I had known this young brother was connected to you, I wouldn't have dared approach him, even with 10 lives. Take them out, Lord Long commanded, ignoring Brother Chang's pleas and addressing his subordinates. He turned to Shen Lang and inquired, Young master, how do you wish to handle these ruffians? With a mere word from you, I can make them vanish from this world entirely. Vanishing them is unnecessary. Let us teach them a lesson instead, Shen Lang replied. Weren't they quite arrogant before? Let them experience the taste of being bullied for the rest of their lives. I understand. Lord Long nodded, not lingering further, and exited the room. Shen Lang, how could you? Rinwan finally regained her composure after Lord Long and the others left and asked, Don't tell me you're actually a young master from a wealthy family? Close enough. Shen Lang smiled, rising to his feet. Sister Run, keep this 600,000 to spend. Shen Long, Rinwan shook her head. You should take this money back. I cannot accept it from you. Sister Rin, why the formalities between us? Shen Lang chuckled. Money is merely a number to me now. You may have it. If it weren't for your constant care in the past, I wouldn't be who I am today. But Rinwan felt somewhat embarrassed. 600,000 was quite a sum. I have things to attend to. I'll take my leave. Shen Lang needed to attend Xiao Qing's birthday banquet and did not wish to delay further. He left the money and exited the room. After slipping into the back seat of a Mercedes, he alighted not far from the Royal Club and instructed Sister Yutong, You all head back first. Do not come to fetch me. Young master, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Lin Yutong expressed her concern, aware of Shen Lang's unusual status. There's no problem. I used to navigate alone. Shen Lang replied with a smile. Besides, in my current guise, who would harbor ill intentions toward me? All right then, Lin Yutong nodded, refraining from further discussion, and climbed into the Mercedes, departing. The night promised to be lively, indeed. After watching the car drive away, Shen Lang smiled and strolled leisurely towards the Royal Club. At the entrance, Xiao Qing awaited him. Upon seeing Shen Lang approach, she waved cheerfully, exclaiming, We're over here. However, a few classmates accompanying Xiao Qing frowned upon Shen Lang's arrival and questioned, Xiao Qing, why did you invite that loser? Aren't you embarrassed? Chapter 0008. Is the club my family's? The Royal Club stands at the pinnacle in Hangzhou, its interior lavishly decorated akin to a royal palace, inaccessible to the average person. Frequent patrons are typically either affluent or of noble birth. Xiao Qing's family, while respectable, with her father managing a small company and her mother being a homemaker, earns several million annually, living comfortably yet modestly. Today marks Xiao Qing's 18th birthday, for which her father reserved a grand private room at the Royal Club, allowing her to celebrate with friends. Clad in a dapper black suit, Shen Lang appeared quite handsome, yet upon arrival, he was met with disdain from his peers, as his image as a loser was firmly entrenched. This guy is hilarious. He actually showed up in a suit, one scoffed. Shen Lang, that suit must be borrowed, right? But how can it lack even a tag? Did some tailor from shop whip it up for you? Ha! This guy is too funny. He thinks donning a suit makes him a big shot? Even if he wore a dragon robe, he'd still be a nobody, perpetually a stinky loser. The classmates laughed heartlessly at Shen Lang's expense. They were merely high school students and could not recognize that his suit was from a renowned designer, entirely unavailable on the market. Shen Lang's attire could not even be quantified with money, without the necessary connections. Even the most prestigious designers might not have the time to assist. Guys! Xiao Qing, observing her classmates' ridicule, felt a twinge of displeasure but hesitated to voice it. Her intention was to help Shen Lang unwind, yet seeing her classmates' mockery made her question her decision. Xiao Qing, I'm not late, am I? It's exactly 8 o'clock, Shen Lang said, disregarding the jeers as he approached her with a smile, exuding calmness. No, not at all. Some are still missing. Xiao Qing replied with a smile, thinking Shen Lang looked exceptionally handsome today. Simultaneously, she noted that he seemed somewhat different from his usual self. How describe it? Standing there, Shen Lang emanated an air of formidable confidence, a trait never before seen in him. Suddenly, a BMW pulled up, and as it came to a stop, Chowda was the first to exit, followed closely by Wenwan and her close friend Wu Yu. The Xiao is here. The classmates at the entrance rushed to greet him, and in an instant, the focus seemed to shift from Xiao Qing to Chowda. It was inevitable. After all, he was wealthy. Xiaoqing, happy birthday. This is a gift from Chowda and me. Wenwan, adorned with heavy makeup and dressed in a form-fitting black dress, approached Xiaoqing, tilting her head to say, "We picked this bracelet after much deliberation. It costs several thousand. I hope you like it." Several thousand? Wow. The Xiao is truly impressive. Even a casual gift costs thousands. The Xiao is mighty. The Xiao is formidable. The classmates chimed in with flattery. For high school students, it was rare to encounter someone who could casually give away gifts worth several thousand. Only Chowda possessed such audacity. This is too extravagant. I can't accept it. Xiaoqing, not one to be materialistic, felt somewhat embarrassed to receive a gift of that value. Xiaoqing, just take it. It's only a few thousand. Not a big deal for me. Chowda waved dismissively, smiling. I've never given a gift for less than 1,000. If you refuse, it will be a slap in my face. Well, all right, thank you for the gift. Xiaoqing, feeling compelled, accepted it but made no move to open it, placing it directly into her bag. What is this? Suddenly, Chowda spotted Shen Lang and asked, puzzled, why is he here today? And where did he get that suit? Is he here to entertain us? This loser, Wenwan, upon seeing Shen Lang, regarded him with disdain. Did he not understand his own standing? What did wearing a suit signify? Did he genuinely believe himself to be a wealthy heir? The Xiao, you must not underestimate Shen Lang. The sycophant Guo Xiaolong interjected, saying, I have a friend whose family runs a tailoring business. This outfit on Shen Lang would hardly cost more than 200 yuan. Just look at him. Wearing it instantly elevates Shen Lang's status. So that's it. Chowda laughed heartily. Indeed, a 200 yuan suit does enhance our young Master Lang's identity. This fellow is truly a fool. The other classmates cast disdainful glances at Shen Lang. After all, it was merely a gathering among classmates to celebrate Xiaoqing's birthday. And Shen Lang showing up in a formal suit seemed somewhat excessive. Did he truly believe himself to be of high standing? Gaoza, Voset scrutinized Shen Lang and asked, since you've come to celebrate Xiaoqing's birthday, I presume you brought a gift? Why not let everyone see what you've prepared for her? Oh, no need, Xiaoqing interjected, aware that Shen Lang was short on funds and had no intention of accepting his gift. Absolutely not, Gaoza Seat. Today is your 18th birthday. How can you come to a birthday banquet without bringing a gift? Exactly, Guo Xiaolong chimed in. Young Master Lang, where's your gift? Happy birthday, Xiaoqing. Shen Lang produced a small gift box from his pocket and handed it to Xiaoqing. It was a finely crafted jade pendant he had retrieved from the safe after taking a shower, wrapped up nicely by Su Jin. No need, Xiaoqing declined, not wishing for Shen Lang to spend unnecessarily. How can that be? Guo Xiaolong snatched the gift box, swiftly unwrapping it. Classmates, let's see what kind of birthday gift Shen Lang has for Xiaoqing. Surely, it isn't just a few yuan hairpin, right? The classmates erupted in laughter. Some could only afford a hairpin, which could easily be bought for just a few yuan. Wait, is that actually a jade pendant? Guo Xiaolong exclaimed, surprised to find something other than a hairpin inside the box. Shen Lang, where did you get this? With your status, shouldn't you be giving something like a hairpin? Why a jade pendant? Seems our young Master Lang has made quite a bit of money lately. Wu Yu cast a disdainful glance at the jade pendant, scoffing. Ajat Bondon? It can't be worth more than 30 yuan. Surely not. A classmate chimed in. I reckon it's about 20 yuan at most. Laughter erupted among the classmates once more. Shen Lang stood quietly aside, observing the self-important classmates with an inner sense of excitement rather than annoyance. Watching them play the fool, as he remained a mere observer, felt rather delightful. The jade pendant, worth perhaps 20 or 30 yuan, was nothing but a trinket to them. Yet, with his mysterious father's temperament, anything valued under 10 million yuan wouldn't even qualify to enter the safe at home. Thus, even though he had casually picked it out, its worth was undoubtedly substantial. Guo Xiaolong, clutching millions, remained blissfully unaware. What a pity. Suddenly, the roar of an engine interrupted the moment. The classmates turned to see a Bugatti gracefully arriving in the parking lot of the Royal Club, their eyes widening in disbelief. The Bugatti Chiron. Chowda turned to gaze as well, astonished. Among the classmates, he was considered affluent, yet he paled in comparison to true magnates. Even at YD High School, he was merely average, not yet part of the upper echelon. The sudden appearance of a Bugatti Chiron nearly blinded him with its opulence. His prized BMW 3 Series was worth less than a single wheel of that magnificent vehicle. With a click, the Bugatti's door swung open, and a woman in a red dress and sunglasses gracefully emerged, overshadowing the car's brilliance. Her celestial beauty sparkled like the brightest star in the heavens, instantly captivating the attention of everyone present. She is stunning. Another celestial beauty. When did Hangzhou become home to so many exquisite goddesses? The classmates, transfixed by the woman's beauty, swallowed hard, their reactions unmistakable. The beauty stepping out of the Bugatti was indeed breathtaking, rivaling the ethereal figure they had seen at the school gate, albeit different in type. Isn't that car mine? And that woman? Shen Lang stood among the crowd, realizing that the Bugatti was indeed his family's vehicle. Initially, he had thought it was worth over 30 million, only to discover it was a Chiron, valued at over 40 million, thus leaving a lasting impression. Upon closer inspection, the woman appeared somewhat familiar. She seemed to be one of his 12 sisters. Boss. The security guard at the entrance respectfully saluted the beautiful woman. She responded nonchalantly, wafting in a fragrant breeze as she entered the royal club under the amazed gazes of the crowd. Gulp. It took the classmates a while to regain their composure after she entered. They were overwhelmed with excitement. Even the mere passage of the beauty left their hearts racing. If only they could have some encounter with her, they would willingly trade years off their lives for it. Ugh! Wenwan clenched her teeth, feeling quite displeased. She had thought that by dressing provocatively and applying heavy makeup, she would undoubtedly capture her classmates' attention and overshadow Xiaoqing. Yet, just as she was competing with Xiaoqing, an unapproachable goddess emerged. Let us go in first. Xiaoqing was taken aback, but didn't dwell on it. Turning around, she quickly led her classmates into the royal club. This club is mine? Shen Lang followed at the rear, still pondering the scene where the security guards had referred to that young lady as boss. According to Zhang Hao, the 12 sisters at home were merely her servants, responsible for the villa's affairs. Why had she suddenly appeared at the royal club, taking on the role of its owner? If it were merely a look-alike, he could understand, but that Bugatti was undeniably his car. He had nearly driven it out himself. Chapter 0009. Quietly watching you pretend Xiaoqing's father did not reserve an extravagant VIP room. There was no need for such ostentation. Instead, they occupied a very ordinary medium-sized room. At the royal club, the minimum expenditure for the most luxurious room was 18,000 yuan, a true mark of opulence. Unless one was a true tycoon, it was hard to justify such expenditure for a birthday banquet. Kulme, let us drink. Upon entering the room, the atmosphere among the classmates brightened. After opening a few bottles of beer, they drank heartily, each one seemingly fueled by enthusiasm. For the wealthy, this ordinary medium room was insignificant, regarded as the bare minimum. However, for those hailing from average families and still in high school, merely stepping into the royal club was exhilarating. Xiaoqing, this is an ordinary room. Chowed down a bottle of beer and began to show off. I frequently come to the royal club, and I always go to the premium rooms. If you had told me we were coming here, I would have taken you to a top-notch room. That's where the real enjoyment is. This ordinary room lacks a certain flair. I didn't know. Xiaoqing replied. This room was booked by my father. He just told me the room number. As long as we're together, having fun is what matters. The room itself doesn't matter. That's not the same. The premium rooms provide a much better experience. Chowder responded with a laugh. The minimum expenditure for this ordinary room is over 3,000, right? In reality, the premium rooms are not much more expensive, just a bit over 30,000 for the night. It's not a big deal. Good grief. Singing for just a few hours. Yet the minimum expenditure for a single evening exceeds 30,000? Poverty indeed constrains my imagination. Oh dear, only you, Deshao, could afford such a lavish sum for a single night. 30,000 for one evening, and we can only observe in awe. All the classmates were taken aback by Chao Da's extravagant spending habits. They could scarcely fathom such an expense. Meanwhile, they offered him a resounding compliment, though it felt somewhat insincere. You all are quite outdated. Wenwan laughed as she embraced Chao Da, saying, Deshao mentioned that for my birthday. He would take you all to a luxurious private room, where the minimum expenditure is a staggering 60,000. Now that is truly high-end. Oh my, a luxurious private room? 60,000 minimum? How outrageous. The classmates glanced at Chow Da in astonishment. A luxurious room is nothing to scoff at. The Imperial Club is undoubtedly one of the most upscale venues in Hangzhou. It simply cannot lack in prestige. The private rooms are categorized into 4 tiers: standard, boutique, luxury, and imperial. The standard room starts at 3,000 per night, the boutique at 31,000, while the luxury room begins at 61,000. As for the imperial room, it starts at a staggering 180,000, which I have only visited once. Now that was a true indulgence. 180,000 minimum. A collective gasp echoed in the room. Upon hearing that Chow Da had been to the imperial room, the classmates cast envious glances his way. The wealthy truly live in a different realm. While they might spend a few hundred at KTV, the Shao's extravagance begins at 180,000. Thus Shao, will you take us to see the imperial room someday? Wu Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, fixated on Chow Da. She was quite attractive, her figure even more enviable than Wenwan's. At that moment, she yearned to frequent upscale venues, hoping to attract a wealthy suitor like Wenwan had. I might take you someday, Chow Da replied, feigning interest while secretly dismissing the idea. He had no intention of bringing Wu Yu along for such an expensive outing. The last time he visited the imperial room, it was to entertain a significant client. Or Wenwan and Wu Yu to him. Were they worthy of such an extravagant treat? The Shao, you better keep your word. I'm going to sing a song now. Wu Yu, brimming with excitement, rushed to the karaoke machine and began to sing, her voice quite pleasing. Wow, Wu Yu sings really well. The classmates applauded her sweet voice. But only Shen Lang remained in the corner, seemingly forgotten, not engaging with anyone. He relished the solitude, uninterested in joining the fray. Shen Lang, why not sing a song too? In no time, Xiao Qing approached with several bottles of beer, apologizing. I'm sorry, I had no idea it would be like this. Had I known, I wouldn't have brought you here to suffer. Tomorrow, I'll treat you to a little outing. Xiao Qing, I'm perfectly fine. You need not worry about me. Shen Lang replied with a smile, dismissively waving his hand, seemingly unbothered by the earlier events. Truth be told, he had grown fond of this newfound perspective. Observing his self-important classmates flaunting their wealth was amusing to him. Chow Da's tales of luxurious and imperial rooms were meaningless to Shen Lang, who knew that this imperial club belonged to him, a place where his classmates looked down upon him while pretending to be affluent. Sigh. Xiao Qing had no intention of hosting a gathering for her birthday. However, with Chow Da and Wenwan persistently talking, she felt compelled to invite her classmates. In truth, she found no common ground with them and preferred discussing academic matters with Shen Lang. This was why she often walked closely with him, avoiding the company of Chow Da and his entourage. I'll step outside for some fresh air. You enjoy yourself? Shen Lang had no desire to hinder Xiao Qing's relationships with her classmates and simply departed the private room. Scanning the area, he noticed a vendor selling cigarettes and, after a moment's hesitation, approached. Excuse me, could I have a pack of Furong? The one that costs 25 yuan, please. Certainly. The beautiful waitress smiled and handed him a pack of Furong, taking the cigarettes. He also purchased a lighter and lit one up. Although he could afford more expensive cigarettes, he saw no reason to flaunt wealth unnecessarily. His mindset had shifted significantly. The unexpected arrival of his mysterious father had indeed been beneficial. True heirs of wealth rarely felt the need to ostentatiously display it. Suddenly, a graceful figure wafted in, accompanied by a fragrant breeze, and approached him with delight. What are you doing here? Ah, young master? The cigarette vendor stood in shock, as if witnessing a ghost. It was well known that their boss had a discerning eye. Many prestigious guests frequented the Imperial Club, yet she had never seen him personally attend to anyone, even the underground emperor of Hangzhou. Today, however, he had rushed over to greet that young man with utmost reverence. Who on earth is he? What's your name? Shen Lang recognized that the lovely lady was one of the 12 sisters from his household, but couldn't recall her name. He only knew the eldest, Su Jin, and the other sister, Yu Zhu. My name is Mei Gue, she smiled. Young master, are you here to have fun? Would you like me to arrange an imperial room for you? No, Thank you. I prefer to keep a low profile. Shen Lang waved his hand dismissively and turned to the cigarette vendor. Miss, please don't speak of what you just witnessed. Revealing my identity could lead to trouble for you. I won't say a word, the young woman replied, visibly frightened, nodding vigorously. Young master, I understand. Meguei smiled slightly and asked, shall we go to the office? Sure. Shen Lang nodded, following her. Upon arriving at the office, he sat beside the sofa and inquired, Meguei, can you explain how this came to be? I thought you were at home. Why did you become the owner of the Imperial Club? Young master, if we stayed at home all the time, we'd surely be bored. We must have work. Meguei explained. Not just me. Everyone except the eldest sister has a job. As long as there are at least 6 people at home, it's fine. Is that so? Shen Lang began to understand. It seemed that all these sisters had their own occupations. To put it bluntly, among the 12 sisters, only Su Jin remained at home, while the other 11 had jobs, occasionally swapping responsibilities as long as household duties were attended to. Young master, would you like some tea? Meguei prepared a cup of fine Longjing tea and respectfully placed it in front of Shen Lang. He looked up and felt a bit awkward. Meguei was wearing a V-neck dress, and as she bent down, a glimpse of her fair skin nearly blinded him. Young master, would you like to see? Meguei noticed his astonished expression and, with a charming smile, added, if you wish, I can take off my dress. Ahem. Shen Lang cleared his throat awkwardly and said, Sister Rose, I. Young master, there's no need to feel embarrassed. Rose smiled. As our esteemed young master, you are free to command us to do anything you desire. For instance, if you wanted to see more clearly just now, I could have removed my clothing for you. If you wish for something even bolder, that would be permissible as well. Sister Rose, Shen Lang was tempted to look, but he lacked the courage. We are in the office. Please, do not tempt me too much. It could lead to trouble. My young master, you have yet to adjust your mindset, Rose replied. This establishment is yours, as is this office. No one dares to step foot here without your permission. Remember, the only consideration you need to make is whether you wish to act, not whether you can. Chapter 0010. The impact of a text message. Shen Lang looked at Rose, who was serious yet alluring with a bitter smile. Previously, Su Jin had conveyed similar sentiments, seemingly intent on molding him into a domineering figure. Now, with Rose echoing those sentiments, he was certain that his mysterious and formidable father had briefed the 12 young ladies on his behalf. Young master, do you understand what I mean? Rose leaned against the desk, arms crossed, her beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings enticingly crossed, exuding an irresistible allure. I understand. Shen Lang nodded and chuckled. It's simply about following one's desires. Exactly, Rose responded with a smile. As the son of the master, having too many reservations would be unbecoming. Feel free to pursue what you wish, as long as it is within reason. Your father will always be your strongest support. I understand. Shen Lang stood up, requested her phone number, and, feeling no inclination to linger, turned and exited the office. With a leisurely stride, he returned to the private room, only to find Wu Yu standing beside a middle-aged man dressed in a floral shirt and slick-back hair, engaged in conversation. The man appeared affluent, adorned with a thick gold chain around his neck and a gold watch on his wrist. Leaning against the wall, he looked down at Wu Yu's beautiful face and leered, Little beauty, how about you spend the night with me? I'll give you 10,000. Get lost. Wu Yu glared at the middle-aged man with disdain. Though she dreamt of snagging a wealthy partner, this man clearly did not meet her standards. She was seeking a golden opportunity, not merely to sell herself. Even 10,000 was insufficient. How dare you? The man, annoyed, slapped a thick stack of cash against Wu Yu's cheek and sneered, dressed so provocatively. Aren't you just here to sell? As long as you satisfy me. Money is no object. Slap. Wu Yu suddenly struck the middle-aged man across the face, furious. How dare you? Do you think you can bully me? If you provoke me, you'll regret it. Get out of here. How dare you hit me? The man's rage ignited. He left with a furious threat, heading towards a private room. What are you looking at? You're all worthless. Wu Yu approached the door of the private room, casting a contemptuous glance at Shen Lang before stepping inside. As a man, he had stood by while she was bullied. It might have been acceptable if he were merely a loser, but in a crisis, his cowardice was utterly disgraceful. Why does this concern me? Shen Lang thought, bemused as Wu Yu vented her anger on him. Had she truly been in danger, he would have intervened, given their camaraderie as classmates. However, nothing significant had transpired. The man was the one who had suffered, and Wu Yu's disdain towards him felt excessive. Yet, with his current mindset, he couldn't be bothered by such trivial matters. Wu Yu, what's wrong? Inside the room, Wenwan noticed Wu Yu's sour expression and furrowed her brow. Did someone bully you while you were on the phone? Indeed, some man appeared out of nowhere, asking me to sleep with him. He really needs to be taught a lesson, Wu Yu fumed. What angers me more is that Shen Lang, that useless coward, just stood there and watched. A man that weak is truly beyond me. A loser is a loser. He will never amount to anything. Shen Lang, you are truly pathetic. Damn it, how did I end up as classmates with such a loser? This is utterly humiliating. Fortunately, today's events were known only to their small group. If word spread, Shen Lang's incompetence would tarnish their class's reputation. Hearing Wu Yu's words, the classmates cast disdainful glances at Shen Lang. A man who was that feeble had essentially rendered himself useless. Shen Lang, how could you? Xiao Qing, too, was taken aback that Shen Lang as a man. Hadn't he stepped in to assist Wu Yu during her moment of need? It was undeniable that Wu Yu often mistreated Shen Lang, bullying him regularly. In fairness, helping her was a matter of courtesy, while not helping was the norm. Yet, they were classmates. One couldn't simply stand idly by in the face of danger, especially since Wu Yu was a woman. Ha! Shen Lang chuckled coldly, disinterested in offering an explanation. In that situation, how could he have intervened? In mere moments, Wu Yu had slapped the man, who then left. Even if he wanted to assist, he hadn't had the opportunity. Frankly, Wu Yu was merely in a foul mood and sought to vent her frustrations on him. Chao shot Shen Lang a cold glance before turning to Xiao Qing. You really shouldn't have brought this loser here today. It's embarrassing for us. Xiao Qing bit her lip, remaining silent as she glanced at Shen Lang, who appeared unfazed. She sighed inwardly, feeling that Shen Lang's behavior had been excessive. Suddenly, the door to the private room was flung open, and the same middle-aged man stormed in with several companions. Scanning the room, he spotted Wu Yu and shouted, "Brothers, that foul bitch is the one. How dare she hit me? She's asking for it. What do you want?" Where Xiao Long stood up angrily. "With the Xiao here, how dare you intrude into our private room?" Slap. The middle-aged man struck Gua Xiaolong across the face, seething. "This is none of your business. Get out of my way, or I'll deal with you too." The Xiao, he hit me. Gua Xiaolong looked at Chowda, seeking support. He had been bold, thinking that Chowda would manage the situation, but he hadn't expected the man to be so aggressive. "Brother, that's too much. Cao Zazeng, say that thing. You bullied my friend earlier, and I didn't seek retribution. Now you dare to storm into our private room? Do you think we're easy targets? Don't say I didn't warn you. My father is Chao Yongjun." "Damn, I don't know who Chao Yongjun is." The middle-aged man kicked Chowda aside, growling, "If you dare act tough, I'll ruin you. Do you dare hit me?" Chowda, unable to maintain his composure, felt humiliated. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his abdomen, he quickly dialed his father's number, urging him to hurry and bring reinforcements. He couldn't swallow this humiliation. He had barely begun to show off when it all fell apart. This was the consequence of trying to show off without the means to back it up. Shen Lang sighed in the corner, helplessly taking out his phone to send a text message to Rose. In merely a few minutes, a middle-aged man entered the private room with his associates, wearing a cold expression as he inquired, "What is going on? Who instigated this quarrel?" "Brother Gang, we are just handling a matter." The leader of the group quickly softened his tone upon realizing that the security captain, Lu Gang, of the Royal Club was present. "Get lost." Lu Gang shot a frosty glance at the middle-aged man and issued his command. Indeed, the security at the Royal Club was formidable. Despite the middle-aged man being a patron, Lu Gang showed him no leniency. "But, Brother Gang, these are just a few kids. I'm just having some fun." The middle-aged man looked at Lu Gang in confusion, as he was a regular at the Royal Club and typically enjoyed a good rapport with him. If not for their connection, he would not dare to cause a ruckus here. Yet now, Lu Gang ordered him to leave without hesitation. "Get out now." Lu Gang glared at the middle-aged man and kicked at him fiercely, shouting, "Don't go looking for trouble. If our boss gets upset, you know the consequences." Rose's sister. The middle-aged man shivered, daring not to linger any longer, and hastily fled the private room. "It's all good. Continue your fun," Liu Gang remarked as he departed with his men. "Wow, the Xiao, you are impressive. With just a phone call, that guy ran away in disgrace. It couldn't be more satisfying. The Xiao is magnificent. The Xiao is powerful." Some individuals compared themselves to the Xiao, feeling utterly inferior. The atmosphere in the room instantly warmed up as the classmates began to toast to Chowda, showering him with praise. At this moment, Chowda had become the center of attention, while the birthday girl, Xiao Qing, was somewhat overlooked. Xiao Qing initially contemplated offering some comfort to Shen Lang, but reconsidered and refrained. It was evident that Shen Lang had disregarded Wu Yu's safety earlier, which left her feeling quite unsettled. Perhaps Shen Lang was not as admirable as she had previously thought. Perhaps she had merely failed to recognize his true nature. A fool remains a fool. Shen Lang sat in a corner, observing the ostentatious Chao Da with disdain. However, he had no intention of exposing Chao Da's pretentiousness, for he deemed such behavior beneath him. The gathering continued until 10 o'clock in the evening, with the classmates thoroughly enjoying themselves, especially Chao Da, who appeared to be floating with delight. In contrast, Xiao Qing remained sullen, preoccupied with Shen Lang's earlier inaction regarding Wu Yu's predicament. She, being kind-hearted, struggled to comprehend Shen Lang's behavior. "Xiao Qing, let me escort you home." Shen Lang approached Xiao Qing with a smile. "It's late. It's unsafe for you to be alone." "Oh, just got dumped by Wan, and now trying to hit on Xiao Qing?" Wu Yu sneered. "You should consider your own worth. Xiao Qing is far beyond the reach of someone like you. Previously, when Wan was merely toying with you, did you truly believe you were charming enough? This fellow truly lacks shame. Shen Lang, just stick to being a loser. Women are not for the likes of you." Your shamelessness rivals that of a city wall. We can only look on in awe." The classmates couldn't help but ridicule Shen Lang. With so many of them present, how could it be his place to offer Xiao Qing a ride? Yet, Shen Lang seemed oblivious to his lowly status, brazenly attempting to insert himself into the situation. "That's enough." Xiao Qing shot Shen Lang a cold glance, refusing his offer. The classmates erupted in exaggerated laughter. "Shen Lang, are you joking?" Chowda stepped in front of Shen Lang, flaunting his car keys. "I have a car. I'll take Xiao Qing home." "What do you think you're doing?" He arrogantly continued. "May I ask how you plan to offer her a ride? Are you suggesting she should walk home with you? Just call a cab." Shen Lang frowned, sensing Xiao Qing's disapproval. Are you kidding me?" Chowda laughed heartily. "Are you expecting Xiao Qing to pay for her cab? As a man, have you no shame? This fellow truly has no sense of decorum." The other students regarded Shen Lang with disdain, their expressions akin to those directed at refuse. "Xiao Qing, let us go. Don't pay any mind to that loser." Wan scornfully glanced at Shen Lang, pulling Xiao Qing into the BMW. "Thank goodness I broke up with that guy. Otherwise, I would have been humiliated." "Loser, take your time walking home. We're leaving." Wu Yu disdainfully regarded Shen Lang before joining another female classmate in the back seat of the BMW. The others hailed a taxi, finding the entire situation amusing. Shen Lang watched the BMW drive away, then took out his phone to message Lin Yutong. Subsequently, he settled down at a nearby bus stop. "Hey, you there?" Suddenly, a woman adorned in heavy makeup and fashionable attire approached, thrusting a 100 yuan bill in front of Shen Lang. "I'll give you 100 yuan to vacate this seat." "Excuse me? What do you mean?" Shen Lang stared at the woman, perplexed. "What? Are you deaf?" The woman looked at him disdainfully. "I said, I'm paying for this spot. Get up." "Not selling." Shen Lang cast her a sidelong glance, uninterested in engaging. If the woman had approached him politely, he would have gladly yielded the seat, but her arrogant demeanor and insulting offer were over the line. Did he lack money? He still had over 6,000 in his account, unsure how to spend it. "You." She sneered at him before producing another 100 yuan, 200. "Now, get up." "Not selling." 300. "Not selling." "You." The woman grew furious, her voice icy. "You shameless fool. Who do you think you are? Offering you 300 is already generous. Don't think you're so impressive. You're just a pathetic loser." Shen Lang chuckled coldly, lighting a cigarette and exhaling the smoke. At that moment, a Mustang rolled up. As the vehicle came to a stop, a young man emerged, smiling. "Honey, I'm sorry for being late. Something came up." Darling, if you hadn't come soon, I would have been bullied. The woman leaped into the young man's embrace. Pouting, that jerk over there wouldn't even yield a seat, despite my offering him 100 yuan. Is that just a loser? The young man cast a disdainful glance at Shen Lang and remarked, Wife, let us not stoop to his level. He is merely a poor wretch, not worth our ire. But it does irk me, the woman pouted. What does he think of himself? It drives me insane. Don't be upset. The young man chuckled. Haven't you been wanting to change your phone? Let us visit the store tomorrow, and I'll get you an XS. Really? The woman leaped up in delight, planting a kiss on the young man's cheek. Husband, I adore you. Hey, it's no big deal. The young man pinched her cheek and shot another glance at Shen Lang, laughing. Unlike some losers, I'm not waiting here for a bus at this hour. Who knows if any are even coming? At that moment, Shen Lang scanned the vicinity and noticed 4 luxurious Mercedes approaching from a distance. Rising, he strolled to the roadside and, upon casually glancing at the emblem of a Mustang, said with a smile, Brother, I've heard that only the 5.0 Mustang is a true Mustang. Yours the 2.3. Might as well be a wild donkey. What the hell do you mean? The young man's expression darkened, hinting at a brewing storm. He purchased this car purely to impress, deceiving some less knowledgeable girls. He couldn't afford a 5.0. To think he was being looked down upon by a loser today? Glaring at Shen Lang, he cursed, Damn it, you don't even own a car. What do you know? What right do you have to talk like that? Shen Lang merely smiled, not retorting. Just then, the 4 Mercedes came to a halt beside the bus stop. As the doors swung open, Lin Yutong emerged, respectfully holding the door for Shen Lang. Young master, please get in. Brother, I must take my leave. Shen Lang waved his hand and climbed into the back seat of the Mercedes. The young man stood there, dumbfounded beside his Mustang, unable to process what had just occurred. How could this be? The woman beside him gaped at the departing luxurious cars, her mouth agape enough to hold an egg. The man they had been waiting for, whom they had so derisively looked down upon, was actually a super-rich heir, leaving in 4 Mercedes S-classes. At this moment, their faces burned with embarrassment. The Mercedes cruised smoothly and soon stopped in front of an opulent villa. Shen Lang exited and swiftly entered. Welcome, young master. At the entrance, 2 rows of young women stood straight, bowing in unison as Shen Lang stepped through the door. Shen Lang surveyed the scene, pleased to see the young women were not in uniform but dressed in their everyday styles, a delightful array of fashions. Uniform attire lacks the charm of diverse styles, he thought. Taking a seat on the sofa, he sipped some water and added, from now on, when I return, you need not greet me at the door. Feel free to be more relaxed at home. Being too tense and formal diminishes my enjoyment of life. Yes, young master. The 12 young women nodded in agreement without any dissent. I'm going to take a shower now. After a brief rest, Shen Lang stood up and said, Sister Sue, please fetch my clothes. Young master, you haven't had your cake yet. Su Jin smiled, reminding him, have you forgotten? Today is your birthday. We've all been waiting for you to celebrate. Oh. Shen Lang slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten. It was only at this moment that he discovered he shared the same birthday as Xiao Qing. I'll go get the cake. Rose smiled and dashed to the kitchen, returning with a towering cake that stood nearly 2 meters high, resembling a pagoda. So big, Shen Lang's mouth twitched as he asked, Ladies, can we finish such a colossal cake? Who said we have to finish it? Rose said, suddenly smearing a handful of cream on Shen Lang's face. I'll join in. Yuju soon followed suit, grabbing a generous handful. What the? Shen Lang's temper flared, and he retaliated by scooping up a large portion of cream and charging towards the young women. You dare smear cream on this young master's face? Let us see if I cover you all in it. The young women shrieked, fleeing in all directions. This guy. Lin Yutong observed the scene with a rhythmic twitch at the corner of her mouth. Shen Lang was not merely playing with cream. He was clearly taking liberties. While one typically smears cream on the face, he had audaciously smeared it on their chests. Ha! Shen Lang laughed heartily, seizing another handful of cream and approaching Lin Yutong, smearing it directly onto her chest. TSK. I must say, Miss Yutong's figure is quite impressive. Young master you. Lin Yutong was momentarily taken aback, her expression turning furious. Today was Shen Lang's birthday. A playful cream fight was acceptable. but touching her chest crossed the line. Come join the fun, Shen Lang urged. The more, the merrier. I refuse. Lin Yutong glared at him and turned to huff off towards the bathroom. The other young women were all Shen Lang's partners, so they could play as they wished. She, however, was not one of them and wouldn't fall for his tricks. That rogue was merely using the guise of a cream fight to be lewd. It was utterly despicable. Why are you leaving? Shen Lang felt a tinge of disappointment, but didn't dwell on it. He grabbed another handful of cream and charged at the other young women. Young master, you're too naughty. Suddenly, one young woman jumped high, exclaiming, How could you smear cream inside my skirt? That is not fair. Chapter 0012. A long night. Restless sleep. The battle raged on until 11:30. Leaving the once pristine living room in utter disarray, cream scattered everywhere. After a prolonged bout of fun, the young women were exhausted, collapsing onto the sofas, unwilling to move. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and shower and sleep. Sister Sue, always elegant and composed, despite being smeared with cream, was not as raucous as the others. She simply urged everyone and began tidying up with a cloth. Sister, let me help you. Sister Qingya, with her aloof demeanor, had not engaged much in the chaos and still had energy to spare. Sister, you two handle the cleaning. The other young women giggled and quickly dashed upstairs. These little girls. Su Jin sighed, though she felt no discomfort. In truth, she and Qingya often took on most of the work at home. The other young women usually helped only occasionally. Having grown up together, she and Qingya regarded the others as younger sisters. They would never make their sisters do chores if they could manage themselves. I'll help you all. After resting a moment, Shen Lang suddenly sprang up, grabbing a cloth and joining in. Young master, you shouldn't tea. Su Jin hurriedly approached, saying, You are the young master. How can you do the household chores? I'm a young master. I just want to move around a bit. Is that not allowed? Shen Lang chuckled. Sister Sue, with outsiders present, it is understandable for you to treat me as the young master. But when it's just us, it's unnecessary. But, no buts, get to work. Shen Lang did not allow Su Jin a chance to argue. Armed with a cloth, he cleaned with vigor. They had played wildly during the cream fight, but cleaning up afterward was a monumental task. The floor, sofas, and coffee table were all covered in cream. It would take at least 2 hours to clean up properly. With him helping, perhaps it would be quicker. Otherwise, it would be anyone's guess how long it would take Su Jin and Qingya alone. Sister, please attend to the young master's bath first. After a while, Qingya said, Leave the rest to me. All right. Su Jin hesitated for a moment and smiled. Young master, it's already 1 o'clock. Shall we go take a bath? No. Shen Lang continued his work, cleaning even more swiftly. After another hour of labor, around 2 in the morning, the cream in the living room was finally cleaned, restoring it to its immaculate state. Tossing aside the cloth, he stretched lazily and said, Sister Sue, Sister Ya, you are all tired. Don't worry about me tonight. Get some rest. Iem mifine. Su Jin chuckled and replied, Young master, I'll go fetch your clothes. Are you disobedient? Shen Lang's expression suddenly turned cold. You previously mentioned that as the young master, I should maintain the demeanor of one. Now, I command you, in my capacity as the young master, to rest early, yet you disregard my words? Young master, I'm sorry. I'll go take a bath right away. Su Jin's lips moved, but she dared not say more and hurried upstairs. Indeed, principles often possess duality. Sometimes they are straightforward, while at other times they embody contradictions. You go up as well. Shen Lang then turned to Qingya. If you dare to disobey, I shall spank you. Young master, I'm going upstairs now. Qingya's cheeks flushed as she dashed up the stairs, seemingly fearing that Shen Lang might truly spank her. Shen Lang did not head upstairs immediately. Instead, he sat on the sofa, reminiscing about the day's experiences, feeling as though he were in a dream. Just yesterday, he was a person easily bullied, with barely 100 yuan in his pocket. Yet today, he had transformed into a super-rich heir, so powerful that even he found it hard to fathom. Sitting on the sofa, after smoking a couple of cigarettes, he glanced at his phone and realized it was nearly 3 in the morning. This prompted him to spring up and hasten upstairs. After a refreshing shower, he lay on the soft bed but found it impossible to sleep. Perhaps it was due to excitement or the beautiful anticipation of the future. He tossed and turned for a while, unable to calm his mind enough to rendezvous with Morpheus. Is it almost dawn? After an indeterminate amount of time, Shen Lang checked his phone again and found it was 5 o'clock. He abruptly sat up, no longer inclined to sleep. His eyes darted around after getting out of bed. He donned a pair of floral shorts and wandered the hallway, contemplating which room to slip into to chat with one of the young ladies. He knew the young ladies resided on the second floor, but was unaware of their specific rooms. Approaching one door, he hesitated briefly, but decided against searching for anyone specific, pushing the door open and stepping inside, thinking it would be fine regardless. Young master? An inquiring voice emerged from within the room. Ah, Shen Lang pauset, asking, did I wake you up with my light footsteps? Young master, I have a shallow sleep. The young lady turned on the light and curiously asked, it's so late. Why aren't you sleeping? Why did you come to my room? I can't sleep. Shen Lang found himself a loss for words, feeling somewhat awkward. Although both Sujin and Rose had expressed their thoughts to him, he had not yet adapted, and the situation felt a bit unnatural. Do you have something on your mind? The young lady sat up, pulled back the covers, and smiled. I can keep you company for a while. Let us chat. Shen Lang crawled into the bed, pulling the young lady close, and asked, by the way, I still don't know your name. My name is Huey. The young lady felt Shen Lang's hands wandering and playfully asked, young master, are you thinking about that? Shen Lang found it disingenuous to say he wasn't interested, but he felt a bit shy about admitting it. If you wish, then come. Huey smiled and said, it is my honor to serve the young master. I am quite pleased. Then, you shall call me. Shen Lang hesitated for a moment before rolling over and pressing down on her. This escapade continued until dawn broke, sunlight streaming through the window, heralding a new day. Morning has arrived. Huey poked her head out to gauge the daylight, suddenly sitting up and, suppressing her discomfort, began to dress. Where are you going? Shen Lang glanced at the little red flower on the bed and chuckled. If you feel uncomfortable, rest a bit longer. It's not a big deal. I'm fine. Huey smiled and replied, I have some matters to attend to at the resort today. I can't be late. The resort? Shen Lang pauset, asking, do you work at the resort? Yes. Huey looked at Shen Lang with curiosity and asked, young master, didn't you closely examine the documents in your safe? The Jinsei Resort is your property, and I manage the business there. Jinsei Resort. If Shen Lang recalled correctly, the gathering his school was hosting today was at the Jinsei Resort. Yesterday, he attended a birthday banquet at the Royal Club, entering his own establishment, and today he would visit the Jinsei Resort, yet another of his enterprises. He was becoming somewhat bewildered. How many properties did he possess in Hangzhou? He truly needed to review those documents when he had the time. Young master, you should rest a little longer. After Huey changed into her professional attire, she leaned down and kissed Shen Lang on the lips before exiting the room. I should get up too. Although Shen Lang had not slept a wink all night, he felt remarkably refreshed. Returning to his room, he opened the wardrobe and began to ponder what to wear, unsure of his choice. Sometimes, having too many clothes could be a hassle. Although they appeared understated, they were not the kind of pieces that would stand out unless one was a top-tier figure. Yet, with a full wardrobe, it was genuinely difficult to choose at first glance. Young master, you're up already? Sujin entered with a smile, saying, I'm here to assist you in dressing. Shen Lang replied, Sister Su, please help me choose an outfit. Anything will do. Sujin surveyed the wardrobe and selected a black casual outfit, smiling as she asked, young master, would you like to take a shower first? No need. Shen Lang had already bathed in Huey's room, so he grabbed the clothes and began to dress. Young master, let me help you. Sujin quickly stepped forward to help Shen Lang button his shirt. Sister. Shen Lang gazed closely at Sujin's exquisite features, inhaling her captivating fragrance, and his heart fluttered slightly. Had it not been for his earlier encounter with Huey, he might have been tempted to act upon his feelings. Thank you for the compliment, young master. Sujin smiled gently, picking up the black casual pants and squatting down, saying, young master, please lift your foot. Shen Lang still felt somewhat uncomfortable with someone assisting him in dressing. However, now that he had become a super rich heir, he realized he must adapt. For continually refusing the service of 12 young ladies would inevitably lead them to harbor thoughts. Young master, it's done. After Sujin fastened his belt, she said with a smile. You can freshen up now. I will prepare breakfast for you. Off you go. Shen Lang nodded and followed her out of the room. After freshening up and having breakfast, he had Lin Yutong and Along drop him off at the alley beside the school before walking into the campus. Perhaps due to the upcoming event, the school was particularly lively that day. Inside the classroom, it felt as chaotic as a marketplace, with everyone buzzing about as if they had been injected with enthusiasm. Wow, why is young Master Lang here? Wait, young Master Lang, you can afford to attend the gathering? The students, while expressing disdain, were also somewhat astonished. They knew that Shen Lang usually refrained from participating in activities and was reluctant to spend money. This time, it seemed to be the most expensive event held by their school. Yet Shen Lang, known for his frugality, showed up. Teacher, I would like to sign up, he declared, disregarding the jeers of his classmates as he approached the podium and promptly produced 300 yuan. Have you not already registered? The teacher glanced at the list and stated, your payment has already been made. Chapter 0013. Conflicts among classes. Shen Lang craned his neck to look at the list and indeed saw his name written there. Furrowing his brow in confusion. How could he have registered when he had just arrived? Moreover, the money had already been paid. Pondering this strange occurrence, he returned to his seat. This situation warranted further investigation. He had no friends at this school, save for Xiao Qing, who occasionally engaged him in discussions about academic matters. Could it be Xiao Qing? After a moment of contemplation, a figure suddenly emerged in his mind. If anyone had facilitated his payment, it had to be Xiao Qing. She had mentioned yesterday that he should join the class activity. Indeed, no classmates were absent this time. Before long, all the students arrived, and after the homeroom teacher confirmed the list, he instructed, let's go. Gather at the school gate. We should be ready to depart in about 10 minutes. Let us go. Cheers erupted in excitement. Hey, wait for me. Why are you all rushing? The classmates leapt up, dashing out with great haste. Two hefty boys even colliding and blocking the door. Xiao Qing. Shen Lang approached her calmly, asking, did you pay my fee? Yes, I did. Xiao Qing replied expressionlessly. No need to thank me. I simply didn't want you to miss out. I wasn't planning to thank you. I just want to return your money. Shen Lang, perplexed by Xiao Qing's sudden discontent, chose not to explain himself, thrusting 300 yuan into her hands before hastily moving onward. Hey, Xiao Qing intended to call out to him, but her lips moved without a sound. What are you doing? Wu Yu approached, perplexed. Why did you help that guy pay? He asked, disgusting to look at. Let's not talk about him. Xiao Qing stowed the money in her wallet. Come on. I want to find a good spot. Xiao Qing, wait for us. Chowdo approached with a smile. The homeroom teacher said we need to form our own groups for food. We have just enough people here to form a team. All right. Xiao Qing hesitated briefly before consenting. Let us go. Ko de beamed at his acceptance. Deep down, he favored Xiao Qing, but he had been left with no choice but to settle for Wenwan. While less appealing, was all he could muster. The students lined up and boarded the bus. The homeroom teacher stood at the entrance, maintaining order. What is the rush? Stand back. As Shen Lang prepared to board, he was shoved to the back by Guo Xiaolong. As a result, he found himself at the back of the line. By the time he boarded, all the seats were taken, and the other buses were full as well. Reluctantly, he had to stand. Hey, Shen Lang, could you move back a bit? Wenwan shot him a disdainful glance. Having you next to me makes me feel nauseous. Can't you be considerate of others? Yeah. Hurry up and move to the back. Guo Xiaolong glared at him. If you don't behave, watch out for me. Fine, I'll go to the back. Shen Lang, disinterested in arguing with Wenwan and Guo Xiaolong, walked to the end of the bus. A girl with a ponytail, sitting in the last row, shifted over to the window. Shen Lang, you can sit here. No thanks. Shen Lang turned, surprised that someone would offer him a seat. Come on, it's fine. The girl smiled. The last row can fit 5 people. It's a long way to Jinxiu Resort, and you can't just stand the whole time, can you? All right then. Shen Lang, out of options, sat beside her. He was particularly familiar with this girl. Only knowing her name was Zhang Qi. He had never expected her to offer him her seat, even if it was just a slight shift. The other classmates largely ignored him, treating him as if he were a jinx. Soon, everyone boarded, and the bus slowly set off towards Jinxiu Resort. Along the way, laughter and chatter filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. Approximately half an hour later, The bus pulled up in the parking lot in front of Jinshu Resort. Wow, look at all those luxury cars. Hey, there's a Porsche 918. It's incredibly stunning. Wow, doesn't the Porsche 918 cost over 10 million? The wealthy truly are different. They drive cars that we could never afford, even after a lifetime of hard work. As the students disembarked, they were quickly captivated by the array of luxury vehicles in the parking lot. Among them, the most eye-catching was the cement gray Porsche 918, standing proudly like an aloof princess, particularly with its striking rims that drew everyone's gaze. This car indeed costs over 10 million. In the crowd, a young man in a white shirt approached the 918, admiring it. This model is considered the pinnacle of Porsche. It accelerates from 0 to 100 in under 3 seconds. I had the fortune of riding in one at the racetrack with a friend. Its acceleration is astonishing. Wow, Li Shangfen. Damn, a rich second generation. He has actually been in a Porsche 918. This is the first time I've seen one. Seriously, it's infuriating to see how some people are born into wealth. Many classmates looked at Li Changfeng with envy, lamenting how fortunate it was to have a wealthy father. They were all born from the same parents, yet many of them had never even sat in a Mercedes-Benz, while Li Changfeng had been in a Porsche 918. A true king among sports cars, with only a few supercars able to rival it. Li Changfeng, your GTR is impressive too. It accelerates like a rocket. Wu Yu suddenly chimed in, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the dapper Li Changfeng in his white suit. During a recent gathering, she had shared a brief encounter with him and even ridden in his GTR. It was during that moment that she developed a crush on him. Unfortunately, despite her multiple hints, he had not responded, leaving her anxious. With graduation approaching, if she didn't secure a wealthy partner soon, she would have to wait until college. Well, the competition would be far greater. Don't flatter yourself. A woman in a white dress, with a voluptuous figure and alluring looks, shot a disdainful glance at Wu Yu. You should know your place. Someone like Feng Xiao is beyond your reach. Excuse me, Wu Yu was taken aback by the unexpected interruption, especially from the insufferable Xie Qiong. In their school, there were a few notable figures, and Chowder from their class was one. His family was quite wealthy. Li Changfeng, of course, needed no introduction, as his family background surpassed even Chowder's. Xie Qiong, who had suddenly spoken up, also held a prominent position, despite her average family circumstances. She was close to Li Changfeng and had gained popularity on a streaming platform, leading to a higher self-regard. What is it to you? Xie Qiong glanced at Wu Yu disdainfully. You and your kind belong with the likes of that useless Shen Lang. Feng Xiao is not someone you can hope for. As Shen Lang observed the Porsche license plate, an involuntary twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. Could this be considered collateral damage? Realizing that the car belonged to him, which must have been driven over by Hui Ying that morning, he contemplated taking it out for a joyride, only to be interrupted by a sharp remark from Xie Qiong. However, this was not the first time such an incident had occurred, and he was neither surprised nor concerned. In their senior class, known for its academic excellence, only a few students struggled to keep pace, while their academic achievements surpassed those of other classes. When it came to leisure and socializing, they fell woefully short. Notably, among the wealthy second-generation students, Chowder from their class was regarded as the least prominent. Consequently, despite their commendable grades, in a society where academic performance was deemed insignificant, the students of Class 1 were regarded as the least impressive. They consistently suffered humiliating defeats in any class competition. Changfeng, let us go. Xie Qiong chuckled as she headed towards the Jinshu Resort, dismissing the so-called garbage of their class as a waste of precious time. Damn, Xie Qiong is truly insufferable, Shen Lang thought. Back when she first started streaming, she would frequently come to our class to boost her popularity, sweetly calling us brother and sister. Now that she has gained a following, she derides us as trash. How can I possibly swallow that? The students of Class 1 were clearly agitated, their eyes narrowed in anger, as if they longed to rush forward and confront Xie Qiong. The contrast between the former Xie Qiong and the present was stark. Had they not collectively supported her in building her popularity, would she have achieved such prominence? I'll stream later too, Wu Yu declared, clenching her teeth. Classmates, make sure to help me boost my popularity. Absolutely, let's take her down. The others chimed in. Wu Yu, go ahead. We will support you and utilize every resource to help you gain popularity. Damn it, we must take that woman down today. The students of Class 1, incensed by Xiaoqiang's remarks, insisted that we use start her stream, even calling for Xiaoqing and would want to join in. Convinced that the three beauties together could outshine Xiaoqiang. How detestable! Zheng Qi, standing beside Shen Lang, fixed her gaze on Xiaoqiang's retreating figure, anger flickering in her large eyes. Do you have a grudge against Xiaoqiang? Shen Lang inquired, glancing at Zheng Qi. By the way, aren't you also streaming on Yuyuan? I think I've seen you before. You seemed quite familiar, and if I recall correctly, your singing was delightful. Have you seen my stream? Zheng Qi smiled. I'm different from Xiaoqiang. I genuinely enjoy singing, which is why I started streaming. Last time, Xiaoqiang barged into my stream with her fans and berated me, which infuriated me. Chapter 0014. Are the Class 1 students trash? Seeing Zheng Qi's admission, Shen Lang was almost certain he had not mistaken her identity. He remembered spending some time in her stream, captivated by her sweet voice. While Zheng Qi's appearance was not striking, resembling a neighborly girl, her vocal talent was genuinely impressive. Curiously, he asked Zheng Qi, there should be any conflict between you and Xiaoqiang, right? Why did she cause a scene in your stream? Alas, it was all because of a few of my fans who stirred up trouble in Xiaoqiang's stream. Zheng Qi sighed, her expression bittersweet. I don't stream for money and never demand gifts. I simply enjoy singing. Whenever someone enjoys my singing, I feel content. Xiaoqiang, on the other hand, streams solely for profit, lacking any real talent, merely flaunting herself and soliciting gifts. My fans were dissatisfied while watching her stream and inadvertently exposed me, leading to Xiaoqiang's intrusion. Is it really like that? Shen Lang now understood the situation, unable to suppress a wry smile. In simpler terms, Zheng Qi did not seek gifts, but her singing was genuinely commendable. Meanwhile, Xiaoqiang, who lacked any real skill, demanded gifts, drawing the ire of Zheng Qi's fans who made a comparison. Naturally, Xiaoqiang was furious and brought her fans to disrupt Zheng Qi's stream. In this day and age, the power of fans was formidable. Zheng Qi had only recently started streaming, accumulating just a few hundred followers, while Xiaoqiang had already garnered some fame, maintaining over 20,000 viewers daily. In such a scenario, Zheng Qi was no match for Xiaoqiang. With a playful glint in his eye, Shen Lang asked, will you be streaming today? We could try to make it an event while we're out here. I stream just to sing. Zheng Qi shook her head. They're essing newcomer competition today, and most of the fans will be supporting their favorite streamers. Given my popularity, I want to even make it into the top 50, let alone the top 10. We'll see. Streaming is just a way to chat with fans and create a lively atmosphere. Upon learning about the newcomer competition, Shen Lang's eyes sparkled with an idea to support Zheng Qi, not for any other reason, but because she had given up her seat for him on the bus. In this world, money spoke volumes. Wasn't he streaming all about investing? If he poured money into it, popularity would surely follow. With sufficient investment, they could maintain a prominent position on the homepage, serving as the best advertisement. In time, Zheng Qi's stream would see a surge in popularity, and with her beautiful voice, retaining a loyal fan base would be effortless. Everyone gather around. The class teacher suddenly called out upon reaching the bamboo grove of the Jinxiu resort. The large gathering was not held within the resort, but rather in the backyard bamboo grove, equipped with several small grills and stoves for guests to cook their own meals. The internal costs were exorbitant, and with their limited budget, they couldn't afford it. Once all the students had assembled, the teacher continued, form groups of 10, and head over there to collect your ingredients. Remember, the ingredients are allocated by the number of people, so don't take too much. Come on, everyone, form your teams. Who wants to team up with me? I'm an excellent cook. My dad is a chef. Teaming up with me guarantees a delightful meal. The students began to chatter excitedly, forming teams. Of course, many were merely joking, as the team formations had already been informally decided among those who were close. Feeling a bit awkward, Shen Lang stood aside, unnoticed, and couldn't help but smile wryly. However, he had no intention of seeking out a team, fully aware that no one would pay him any mind, so he simply went alone to collect a share of ingredients. Shen Lang, you're alone? Zheng Qi approached with her ingredients, smiling as she asked, Shall we team up? Sure. Shen Lang smiled, accepting her offer. However, the few students who followed Zheng Qi were displeased, with one classmate even scoffing, Zheng Qi, why team up with a useless person like Shen Lang? P.S. just here to tag along. No one wants to deal with him. Oh, come on. We're all classmates. Don't be like that. Zheng Qi chuckled. They've already started working, so let us hurry and wash the vegetables and chop the wood. We can't fall behind the others, right? We're all classmates. Su Wei, standing with his arms crossed, grinned mischievously and said, Shen Lang, why don't you wash the vegetables first and chop some wood? We'll play some games afterward. All right then, said nothing as he picked up the vegetables and walked away. He was no fool. He understood that the sudden change in that fellow's attitude was merely a ploy to get him to do some work. Such trivial matters were hardly worth his time and effort. Sighing, Zheng Qi followed him to the well, cheerfully offering, Let me help you, Shen Lang. Ignore those people. It's fine. Shen Lang smiled, brushing it off. After washing the vegetables, he resumed chopping firewood, threading the meat onto bamboo skewers in preparation for a barbecue. Suddenly, a voice filled with excitement echoed from a distance. It was Xie Qiong, who had already begun her live stream, posing flirtatiously for her phone's camera. Today, I want to climb the newcomer leaderboard. So all you handsome guys, please lend me your support. Damn, that woman is streaming live. Xiaoqing, Wu Yu, and Wenwan exchanged glances. Come on, Xiaoqing, let us all join in. We'll help you boost your popularity and take down that shameless woman. Their classmates glanced at the ostentatious Xie Qiong, a look of disdain flashing across their faces as they urged the three girls to start their own live streams. All right, I'll start now. I did it for a while before, but didn't gain much traction, so I stopped. Wu Yu quickly took out her phone, logged into the app, and began her stream. Let us go. Hurry up. Damn it. I'll call my friends. Everyone rushed into Wu Yu's live stream, calling over anyone they could. Although their classmates were supportive, the turnout was lackluster, with only a handful of viewers, all acquaintances. This won't do, Xiaoqing said with a wry smile. Live streaming requires promotion. Without exposure, who will join us? Plus, streaming needs some talent. I can't do what Xie Qiong does. Go, why not send some gifts to create some buzz? Wenwan said, cuddling up to Chowda. You saw how that Xie Qiong flaunted herself and called us trash. It infuriates me. Chowda sighed. First, Xie Qiong has gained popularity and has plenty of wealthy supporters. Second, Li Changfeng is sitting right next to her. If I send gifts to help Wu Yu, Li Changfeng will definitely support Xie Qiong. And no matter how we approach it, we cannot compete with them. You don't know the full story. Xie Qiong and Li Changfeng are actually in cahoots. He is deliberately sending money to her to provoke other clueless wealthy supporters, and then they split the earnings. How can we compete? Are we just going to concede? The classmates looked at Chowda, unable to swallow their frustration. What else can we do? Gao Stu. If you had some popularity, I could help. But if it's just me against so many for Xie Qiong, I certainly can't keep up. Damn, I refuse to accept this. The classmates gritted their teeth, feeling helpless. They could join in the fun, but had neither the means nor the funds to send gifts. Huh, you guys think you can stream? Suddenly, a student from class 2 approached, sneering, with your pathetic skills, how can you compare to Xie Qiong? Seriously, it's laughable. You're just a bunch of losers. You're better off studying than trying to play around with this. Come on, who wanted to stream? Call me bro, and I'll send you $10 in gifts. Just make sure to call nicely, and I might go as high as 100. Other students from class 2 joined in, ready to mock. The students from class 1 turned red with anger, but were powerless to retort, knowing they could not compete with class 2. Seeing their smug expressions was infuriating. They truly were a bunch of fools. Xie Qiong approached, smirking. You think you can match my streaming popularity? Let me be honest. Several handsome guys have already promised to help me claim the top spot on the newcomer leaderboard, and with Changfeng as support, I'm practically guaranteed to win. Ah, you're just a bunch of clueless fools. Leaning against a nearby tree, Li Changfeng scoffed. Live streaming requires money. You poor folks can only watch from the sidelines. And Chowda, without the strength to compete, it's best you don't get too cocky. You Chowda, called out by Li Changfeng, turned an angry shade of green. Yet, no matter how displeased he felt, he dared not confront Li Changfeng, knowing he lacked the ability to do so. In class 1, he was considered a rich second generation, but he was far from Li Changfeng's level. Why don't you sing a song for us? Ignoring the heated exchanges from the crowd, Shen Lang focused on the fire, turning to Zheng Qi with a smile. I think your singing is quite lovely. I'll handle the barbecue. You just sing nearby. All right, Zheng Qi hesitated for a moment, then sat beside him and began to sing, her voice as melodious as a lark, truly delightful. Chapter 0015. The arrival of the big spender, Xie, leading the students of Class 2, had thoroughly trounced those from Class 1, reveling in their defeat. Just as she basked in her triumph, a sweet melody wafted over from the other side. It was Zheng Qi. Turning her head, she frowned and approached, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh, Zheng Qi, while Wan and those other girls lacked the courage to confront me, you suddenly show up? Are you interested in today's newcomer competition? I'm just singing for fun. Zheng Qi replied coolly, casting a glance at Xie, though they had never interacted. She was well aware of Xie character and wished to avoid any association with her. Hey, another live streamer? It seems Class 1 is indeed full of talent. But no matter how much you try, you'll never match our Class S Xie. Save your breath. Damn, Class 1 really is a bunch of hopeless fools. Class 2's students resumed their mockery as they noticed another contender from Class 1. No matter how many people joined, they could never compete with Xie, who already had thousands of fans. Building an audience takes time, and to think they could surpass someone with such a following was sheer folly. Moreover, when it came to finances, Class 1 simply couldn't compare. Without their support, Xie would never have risen so easily. Many underlying factors required careful maneuvering. Success was far from straightforward. Hey, Zheng Qi, what is your point? Wu Yu interjected, displeased. Do you think you're better than us? What are you trying to prove? Exactly when Wan echoed, equally irked. You think just because you can sing a little, you're something special? Where was this confidence before? Zheng Qi bit her lip, unable to continue singing. She had no interest in the newcomer competition and was aware of her limitations, singing only because Shen Lang wanted to hear her. Now, facing disdain from Class 2 and even discontent from her own classmates, she lost her motivation. Why did you stop? Shen Lang, undeterred by the taunts, encouraged her. Sing purely for your enjoyment. Why worry about what others think? If you want to sing, just go ahead. I think you have a lovely voice. And your fans believe the same. Chi-Chi, why did you stop? We haven't heard enough. Chi-Chi's singing is incredibly melodious. If you disagree, feel free to contest it. My spirits were soaring while listening, only to be abruptly interrupted. Can you imagine the frustration brewing within me? Who are those fools chattering away nearby? If they have the capability, let them sing. After all, I finally discovered a host who resonates with my tastes. Yet those idiots shower scorn upon her. How envious and resentful they must be. In a live stream, numerous fans overheard the mockery from outside and became irate, unleashing a flurry of curses. While Zheng Qi may not possess a vast following, her fans are undeniably loyal. In this day and age, hosts like Zheng Qi are a rarity. I will sing, Zheng Qi declared with a nod, continuing her performance. As Shen Lang aptly stated, let others speak. Their words do not diminish her worth. Still not giving up? Xie shot Zheng Qi a disdainful glance and remarked, Today, I shall demonstrate the disparity between us. Do you truly believe anyone can just become a host? Have some self-awareness. Let us not waste time with this trash. We should prepare for the culinary competition and wholeheartedly support Xie in her quest for the championship. They believed that securing the top spot was within reach, especially since Xie promised a celebratory meal for them and a few other favorite hosts. The thought of spending time with her was thrilling. The second-class students, having derided the first class, returned to their own territory, feeling victorious with no chance of defeat. This infuriates me. Wu Yu fumed, glaring at the posturing Xie, her face flushed with anger. She believed she was just as capable as Xie, yet lacked the financial backing to elevate her status. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been trampled upon today. Shall we continue live streaming? When Wan felt uneasy about conceding defeat. What's the point? Wu Yu shook her head. As the Xiao said, we stand no chance against Xie. Let us just focus on barbecuing. Observing the smug expressions of the second-class students, the first-class students yearned for a confrontation but recognized their lack of strength and refrained. For now, they opted to remain low-key. Any further provocations would only lead to their own misfortune. As the aromas of various meats wafted through the bamboo grove, the tranquility was short-lived. Around 11 o'clock, the second class erupted into chaos once more, especially Xie Qiong, who fervently urged her fans to shower her with gifts. The so-called new talent leaderboard, while claiming to reflect popularity, was fundamentally based on the monetary contributions of fans. The more one received, the higher their popularity soared. Brothers, it's time to show your support. Sister Qiong, no words needed. I'll start with a plain as a gesture. Count me in, my finances are looking good. The final cutoff for the new talent competition was noon, while the afternoon to evening would be reserved for the half-year popular host competition. With the clock nearing 11, the second class rallied together, and several affluent fans began sending gifts. The gift system was straightforward, ranging from a bicycle for $1 to a rocket for 10,000, and even a spaceship for 100,000. Sending a plane equated to $1,000. Thank you for the planes, my dear classmates. I adore you all. Xie Qiong's popularity skyrocketed, placing her firmly in the top 10, her smile radiant. Come on, my dear friends, you must support me. I want to be able to sleep tonight. Xie Qiong, I'll send you a rocket for some exposure. Li Chongfeng chuckled, generously gifting her a grand rocket. Instantly, the app displayed a notification. The dashing Feng Xiao has generously sent a rocket in Qiong's livestream. The rich have arrived. What are you waiting for? At that moment, Xie Qiong's popularity surged, bolstered by the $1,000 donation and the homepage advertisement, attracting many curious onlookers eager to witness the extravagant livestream that had captivated the wealthy. Wow, thank you, Feng Xiao. Love you to bits. Xie Qiong's eyes gleamed with delight as she ascended 2 ranks, now sitting at 8th place. However, this was merely the beginning. Following Li Chongfeng's generous act, other affluent fans were compelled to respond, unwilling to be outdone. Soon, more rockets flew into the stream, and the notifications multiplied. The live stream's popularity skyrocketed, and her rank surged to 1st place. Wow, you guys are incredible. I'll treat you to dinner. Xie Qiong's eyes sparkled with excitement, inadvertently revealing her black shoulder strap as she flirtatiously adjusted her attire. As a host who relied on allure to garner followers, she understood how to captivate her audience, leveraging subtle displays of sensuality to great effect. We're the first-class students. Damn, the new talent competition is nearing its end, and they're nowhere to be seen. How dull. In truth, they longed for a showdown with the first class, yet they lacked the strength to do so, marking a significant disappointment in their lives. Observing Xie Qiong's commanding lead, surpassing the 2nd place by nearly 30,000 fan points, the second-class students gleefully taunted their rivals. A few even ventured into the first-class territory, provoking them. Damn it! Faced with the second class's arrogance, the first class felt their spirits deflate. Helpless in the face of Xie Qiong's prowess, many were glued to their phones, witnessing the rapid ascent of Xie Qiong's popularity, which was nothing short of astonishing. In less than half an hour, she had claimed the top spot. This is infuriating. Wu Yu sat beside the barbecue grill, clutching a chicken leg but lacking the appetite to eat. This is outrageous. Wen Wan and Xiao Qing shared her displeasure. Even Xiao De's expression darkened, feeling utterly humiliated after being called out by name earlier. With only 20 minutes remaining, there's still time. Shen Lang, ignoring the taunts from the second class, stepped aside with his phone. Previously, he had often indulged on the app, but had never spent any money due to financial constraints. Today, he resolved to assist Zhang Qi, binding his bank card and transferring a staggering 10 million. Yes, not 100, nor 1,000, but 10 million. Such is the freedom of wealth. Once the funds were confirmed, Shen Lang wasted no time and entered Chi-Chi's livestream. Zhang Qi's popularity was dismal, hovering at merely a few hundred. However, with sufficient investment, her numbers would undoubtedly soar. To him, any issue solvable by money was no issue at all. 10 million for a new talent competition was more than sufficient. Let the ascent begin. He opened the gift-giving interface, bypassing the minor offerings and zeroing in on the spaceship. His hand trembled with excitement. Instantly, the app's homepage displayed a banner. A benevolent person have generously gifted a spaceship in Chi-Chi's livestream. A true tycoon has arrived. Viewers, hurry and witness this extraordinary display of wealth. Chapter 0016. The benevolent person, the students from Class 2, were reveling in their excitement, confident that the championship of this new talent competition would undoubtedly belong to Tycoon. In a live streaming room, the wealthy patrons were fully engaged, while the second and third rank popularity figures were experiencing a sluggish rise, with the gap between them widening significantly. It could be said that a new star was rising in the realm of live broadcasting. "I am a good man," announced a user in Chi-Chi's livestream, generously gifting a spaceship, proclaiming the arrival of a wealthy patron, urging everyone to come witness this extraordinary display of opulence. Suddenly, a banner appeared on the homepage, announcing that a wealthy patron had made a single donation of 100,000. The vivid crimson hue was strikingly eye-catching. What was happening? Who was this affluent benefactor that could afford such a lavish gift? Goodness! The arrival of a wealthy patron who casually donated 100,000 was a bold move indeed. Could it be that Chi-Chi was a newcomer participating in this talent competition? Was someone trying to take away their opportunities? Upon seeing the banner, the students in Class 2 were left dumbstruck. They had assumed that Tycoon would effortlessly clinch the championship in the talent contest, only to be confronted with this unexpected twist. A donation of 100,000 was not something an average person could manage. Even their Class S big spender, Li Changfeng, could perhaps afford a few donations of 20 or 30,000, but anything beyond that was pushing the limits. Who was this "I'm a good man" that could just drop 100,000? When Tycoon noticed the banner, she too furrowed her brows. However, she was currently ranked first on the newcomer leaderboard, having just garnered over 2 million in donations. Thus, a mere 100,000 would not surpass her. What intrigued her was the identity of this wealthy patron. If she could establish a connection, it could lead to significant fortune. Li Changfeng felt a twinge of discomfort upon seeing the banner float by. Just moments ago, he had sent a large rocket, and his classmates had looked at him with admiration, which he relished immensely. Now, however, the sudden emergence of a patron who could easily part with 100,000 put him in a comparative light, making his own 1,000 seem insignificant. What was going on? Zheng Qi's singing abruptly halted as she stared at the screen in shock, unable to regain her composure for quite some time. Initially, she had thought little of the banner, but upon witnessing her popularity surge from a mere few hundred to over 1,000 in mere breaths, she realized that the wealthy patron's donation was actually directed at her. My goodness, a one-time donation of 100,000. When did I acquire such a formidable fan? Swallowing hard, she hesitantly asked, "Good man, did you perhaps enter the wrong live stream?" Goodness, who is this good man? My heavens, a one-time donation of 100,000. Truly a wealthy patron. Huh, Chi-Chi, I told you that gold will always shine. Does it seem that a wealthy patron has taken a liking to you? The live streaming room erupted in excitement, and the name "I am a good man" began to gleam on the popularity leaderboard. This was a special emblem of the patron who had donated a spaceship. Any one-time donation exceeding 100,000 would ensure that, within 24 hours, regardless of the live stream they entered, their name would be displayed at the top, shining brightly, even if they had not donated a single penny in that room. The rankings were determined by the donation amounts. "I enjoy listening to you sing. Please sing well." "I am a good man," commented, his tone seemingly indifferent, as if he was sparing words. Then, the banner reappeared. "I am a good man" generously gifted a spaceship in Chi-Chi's live stream. The wealthy patron has arrived. Everyone come witness this extraordinary display of opulence. The banner repeated itself 30 times without interruption. In a matter of minutes, "I am a good man" had donated a total of 3 million in Chi-Chi's live stream. In an instant, Zheng Qi's live stream saw an explosive increase in popularity, starting from 1,000 and skyrocketing, surpassing 10,000 in just 5 minutes. Indeed, within a mere 5 minutes, the popularity soared past 10,000, akin to boarding a spaceship, crushing the competition on the newcomer leaderboard and establishing a lead of nearly half over Tycoon. This was all due to the extravagance of "I am a good man." While a casual donation might have been manageable, a continuous barrage of 30 donations was overwhelming. Users from the app flocked to Zheng Qi's live stream, eager to discover the identity of this affluent individual who had so generously bestowed 3 million huaxia coins. Excuse me, what is this live stream about? Wow, this host seems fine, but what makes her worthy of such an extravagant patron? Frantically, the comments section exploded as newcomers dove in to share their thoughts. Over 90% of them expressed confusion regarding the donations from I Am a Good Man. Zhengqi had not applied any filters, nor had she brightened her appearance. She appeared just like the girl next door. While she had garnered a fair amount of goodwill from the viewers, many were left perplexed. Why would such an ordinary girl warrant 3 million in donations? Xiaqiong watched as her hard-fought position at the top, achieved after half an hour of effort, was obliterated in mere minutes, and the gap in popularity was rapidly widening, plunging her into despair. When she discovered that the new leader was Zheng Qi from Class 3, she found it even harder to accept. Just moments ago, she had mocked Zheng Qi, deriding the students from Class 3 as worthless, and now, in less than a few minutes, her first place had been snatched away. Who on earth was this I Am a Good Man? Li Chongfeng's face turned a shade of green, and he too began to feel a sense of unease. His spending had seemed like a display of wealth, but in reality, it was an investment. If Xiaqiong were to win the talent contest, it would mean substantial backing from a platform, potentially paving her way to become a top-tier internet celebrity. Just as success seemed within reach. Surpassing the second place by several thousands in popularity, a formidable competitor emerged out of nowhere. What now, Chongfeng? Xiaqiong gritted her teeth. I don't know what kind of luck that brazen girl Zhengqi has stumbled upon to attract such a wealthy patron. 3 million. Can we even compete? Don't worry. Go speak with those other wealthy patrons and see if they can lend us a hand. We'll pay them back later. Li Chongfeng pondered for a moment and replied, that so-called I Am a Good Man may be wealthy, but he is just one person. We have a dozen patrons on our side. Even if each contributes a modest amount, it would add up to a considerable sum. Raising another 2 million should be entirely feasible. Remember, the champion of the talent contest receives a 1 million prize, along with numerous resources. Even if we incur a loss now, we will undoubtedly recoup our investment later. All right, I'll go talk to them now. Xiaqiong gritted her teeth and began to seek out those wealthy patrons. Perhaps the recent surge from I Am a Good Man had left the others feeling disgruntled, as they readily agreed to help without much discussion. After all, they wouldn't be spending their own money and would still gain some visibility. Let me start with a spaceship. Li Chongfeng hesitated for a moment before opening the gift-giving page, painfully donating the most extravagant gift to Xiaqiong. He had previously invested a significant amount in her, aiming to elevate her status in this talent contest and make her a lucrative asset. It was imperative that he did not lose this contest, even if it meant wagering his entire year's allowance. Brothers, let us rally together. As soon as Li Chongfeng made his donation, the other affluent patrons followed suit, showering the live stream with gifts. In an instant, the room erupted into chaos, the comments section flooded, and the popularity surged towards the top, rapidly closing in on the first place. Wow, are these two hosts going head-to-head? I must say, this rookie competition is exhilarating. It appears that an astonishing number of affluent individuals have come to vie for victory. It seems that the frontrunner, Chi-Chi, is in jeopardy, although she has a wealthy supporter. He is but one, while Qiang boasts several affluent backers and is undeniably more beautiful, her popularity rising rapidly. The viewers from both live streams have begun to speculate on the outcome. With only about 10 minutes remaining until midnight, the results are imminent. Could it be that Zheng Qi is in the lead? How is that possible? When did Zheng Qi ever attract such a super-rich patron? The students from Class 2 seem a bit anxious. The students from Class 1 were entirely unaware that their Zheng Qi was the one ranking first, nor did they believe she possessed such capability. Upon entering the live stream, they were utterly taken aback to see Zheng Qi in person. They had previously conceded to Xiaqiong in the competition, feeling they could not compare. Yet at this critical juncture, Zheng Qi surged ahead. How could that be? Wu Yu and Wenwan were somewhat bewildered, struggling to accept this reality. In terms of appearance, they were a few degrees more attractive than Zheng Qi, albeit lacking in vocal talent. However, in this era, a social media influencer must possess looks, Those who rely solely on talent without novelty quickly fade into obscurity. Only those with beauty can maintain their status. For a beauty, appearance, and figure are the trademarks. Brothers, let us rally. Suddenly, a student from Class 1 declared, "This concerns our class's honor. Even if our financial resources are limited, every single contribution counts. I'll start with 100. Damn, I'll join in too. Brothers, let us crush those Class 2 trash. This deserves our unwavering support." The student from Class 1 gradually regained their composure and began to recharge, showering gifts upon Zhengqi. Though their contributions were modest, every bit helped. It could make a difference, right? Even Xiao Qing contributed 1,000, not hesitating to invest her allowance. For the sake of class honor. Chapter 0017. You are free to choose the competition for the Rookie Contest Championship had reached a fever pitch, with Zhengqi's popularity showing signs of plateauing, while Xie Qiong's was skyrocketing, poised to surpass her. With less than 10 minutes until midnight, the outcome of the competition would soon be revealed. Darn, the second place is gaining traction. Where is the wealthy supporter? Why has he vanished? Could it be that he is intimidated? At this rate, second place will soon overtake first. The time until midnight dwindled to 10 minutes. Oh, the wealthy supporter has exhausted his funds. That last wave has depleted his resources. Observers noted that the popularity in Chi-Chi's livestream had halted, prompting them to stir the pot, hoping to provoke the wealthy supporter into another generous act. This competition thrives on excitement. It's a matter of who can outspend whom. It's not much to boast about, Li Chongfeng mused, observing the absence of the wealthy benefactor. Initially, he believed the benefactor was formidable, only to realize he could merely contribute 3 million. Now, with some remaining funds, securing first place should be effortless. Phew, that was close. Xie Qiong also exhaled in relief, saying, "If I lose to that ostentatious girl from Class 1, how will I ever face the world at Ingda number 1 high school again?" Class 1 has crumbled. Haven T, they? Keep dancing. Do you really think that having one wealthy supporter allows your class to thrive? No matter how wealthy, PISNT from your class, you're still a bunch of nobodies. Damn, trash is just trash. They have no self-awareness. A little sweetness, and they think they can show off? The students from Class 2, seeing the situation stabilize, began to mount a counterattack. Just moments ago, when Zhengqi from Class 1 claimed first place, that group was shouting loudly, reveling in their moment. Yet, Class 2 remained the true champions, unmatched by the trash from Class 1. What happened to that so-called benefactor? Why has he vanished? Wealthy supporter, don't leave. Chi-Chi needs you. Please show yourself. Damn, why did the wealthy supporter leave without a word? Relying on us mere mortals, we cannot compete with the affluent. The students from Class 1 noticed Xie Qiong's popularity was nearly surpassing Zhengqi's, yet the benefactor had mysteriously disappeared, ceasing all contributions and communication, leaving everyone anxious. Second place, you wish to contend for first? It seems there are about 10 individuals aiding your cause, right? Suddenly, a message from the benefactor appeared in the public chat, stating, "Apologies, it is rare to find a streamer who catches my eye. I truly adore Chi-Chi's singing. I will secure the championship for this rookie competition and also the afternoon's semi-annual popularity title. Feel free to contribute as you wish, 10 million, 1 billion, or 10 billion. I will accompany you to the end. Without further ado, I shall start by contributing 5 million to warm up. You're free to choose." What the hell? The wealthy supporter has returned, and he is incredibly generous. 5 million as a warm-up? Is this how the wealthy live? Damn, brother, can we focus on the main point? This benefactor S 500,000 is merely a warm-up. When he really starts, it will be in the millions, perhaps even billions. The moment the public chat was activated, onlookers went wild. The tone of the benefactor was not just arrogant. It was downright audacious. The benefactor has generously gifted a spaceship in Chi-Chi's livestream. The wealthy supporter has arrived. Everyone, gather round to witness the grandeur. The benefactor has generously gifted a spaceship in Chi-Chi's livestream. The wealthy supporter has arrived. Everyone, gather round to witness the grandeur. The benefactor has generously gifted a spaceship in Chi-Chi's livestream. The wealthy supporter has arrived. Everyone, gather round to witness the grandeur. As soon as the public chat concluded, banners began to flood in. 5 million was stated, and it appeared 50 times, not a single one missing, dazzling everyone's titanium alloy eyes. The benefactor has arrived. Damn, 5 million. This time it's secured. Damn, the benefactor is too formidable. Chi-Chi is on the path to riches. The students from Class 1 were ecstatic to see the benefactor re-emerge and directly contribute 5 million, solidifying Zheng Qi's position at the top. It was a moment of sheer excitement. It cannot be denied that the benefactor was not from their class. Yet, Zheng Qi from Class 1 had indeed claimed the championship of the rookie competition. With 5 million contributed, Zheng Qi's position was assured. This, Xiet Xiong was utterly bewildered. First place was so inexplicably relinquished. With Zheng Qi's current growth and popularity, she had no hope of contending for the championship. And those wealthy patrons would not support her. In fact, when the benefactor made his appearance in the public chat, several affluent supporters logged off immediately. Clearly, those individuals lacked the courage to compete with the benefactor, as they were not on the same level. Damn it! Li Changfeng stared at the incessantly emerging banners. Equally dumbfounded, he had thought the benefactor had vanished for good, too intimidated to reappear, yet that individual resurfaced, boldly declaring in the public chat that he would assist Zheng Qi in securing first place in the rookie competition, not to mention the semi-annual popularity championship. When did such a lavish individual emerge in the matchmaking realm? It was as if money meant nothing to him. Damn, the benefactor is astonishingly generous. If he asks around, Class 2 has no chance of competing. It was nerve-wracking to think they might lose to Class 1's trash. Undoubtedly, for the next half-month, they would be the laughingstock. The atmosphere in Class 2 plummeted, not expecting that as graduation approached, Class 1 would gain the upper hand. Brother Benefactor, are you still there? Zheng Qi anxiously inquired, staring at her phone screen. She never anticipated that a wealthy patron would suddenly appear during her live stream today. Following the platform's revenue-sharing rules, she earned an astounding 4 million within just half an hour. This was merely the beginning. Her benefactor, known as my good man, had publicly declared his intention to assist her in the upcoming half-year popularity rankings. After a staggering 8 million in the rookie competition, the total popularity rankings would be even more ruthless, potentially requiring tens of millions in contributions. I am here. Just focus on your singing, my good man assured her. Leave everything else to me. As long as you perform well, being an internet celebrity is just the starting point. I can elevate you to the status of a dazzling star. Don't question my motives. I have wealth, audacity, and a penchant for amusement. Wow, this person is truly impressive, exclaimed one viewer. I have never seen such confidence. The chat exploded with excitement, all taken aback by my good man's bold declarations. Thank you, my good man. I will sing my heart out and not disappoint you. Although Zheng Qi did not initially aim for financial gain from her live stream, the overwhelming influx of over 4 million in earnings within half an hour left her exhilarated and anxious. Fortunately, she managed to compose herself, taking several deep breaths to regain her focus before beginning to sing. Soon, her melodious voice filled the stream. I had always wondered why my good man would spend so extravagantly, and now I understood. This young lady's voice was enchanting. Without hesitation, I decided to show my support by gifting her a luxury car. I thought she was just an average performer, but she is a true talent. I'm following you now. Keep up the great work. The audience's reaction was immediate. Many who had previously overlooked Zheng Qi were now captivated by her sweet and clear melodies. In a matter of minutes, her follower count skyrocketed from a few hundred to over 10,000. And the surge continued, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, constantly breaking new records. Incredible. She is approaching 100,000 followers. As her classmates in Class 1 observed the rapid increase in her followers, they couldn't help but feel a mixture of awe and envy. With my good man's support, Zheng Qi's live stream was now boasting over 600,000 viewers, and her follower count had soared past 100,000 in a remarkably short time. This was still midday, with fewer people online. By evening, during peak hours, there was no doubt that my good man's involvement would push her followers well beyond the million mark. Nearby, Shen Lang smiled mysteriously, standing up with a glimmer of ambition in his eyes. The sensation of orchestrating everything from behind the scenes was exhilarating. On the surface, he was just an easily dismissed underdog, but secretly, he was a master strategist, choosing not to engage with the petty antics of others. Just as he was about to put his phone away, he noticed a few requests to add him as a friend. Upon inspecting, he realized they were all female streamers, and he lost interest, fully aware of their intentions to swindle him for money. However, one name stood out, Xiaoqiong, whose profile he recognized. After a moment's hesitation, he replied with a message. What do you want by adding me? Weren't you just vying for the rookie leaderboard title against Chi? Unfortunately for you, you encountered me. My good man, you replied to me. I'm so excited. Not far away, Xiaoqiong, previously glum, suddenly lit up, her eyes sparkling like light bulbs. She quickly responded. My good man, let's be friends. You were so generous earlier. I have no complaints about losing to you. What do you want by adding me? He inquired again. My good man, I just thought you seemed so generous. I'd like to be friends, she replied. All right, I accept. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Lang decided not to refuse. As he clicked the accept button, an enigmatic smile appeared on his handsome face. Chapter 0018. The privilege of the wealthy. This year's class event consisted of two parts. First, the students would prepare a sumptuous lunch, and second, several classes would gather for casual conversations and talent performances. After 3 years together, nearing graduation, this might be the last large gathering of the entire grade. Once the college entrance examination concluded, everyone would go their separate ways. Perhaps due to the previous live streaming incident, the second part lacked the usual liveliness and atmosphere. Class 1 was quite spirited, with Zheng Qi being encouraged to sing a couple of songs, earning her considerable applause. However, Class 2 was rather dull, with no one willing to perform at all. As the gathering wrapped up around 4 o'clock, the teacher called for everyone to assemble and board the bus. Once again, Shen Lang was met with disdain, as no one suspected he was the mastermind behind the rookie leaderboard. As usual, he sat in the back row with Zheng Qi. But this time, Wu Yu and Wen Wan, both eager to curry favor with Zheng Qi, joined them. Shen Lang shot a cold glance at Wu Yu and Wen Wan. Smirking to himself, these two women were remarkably opportunistic. They had previously ignored Zheng Qi, even looking down on her, yet now they were entirely different, nearly groveling. Thankfully, he hadn't misjudged Zheng Qi. Despite associating with a wealthy benefactor and earning 4 million an hour, she showed no signs of arrogance, maintaining her humble demeanor. Chi, you should be able to get in touch with that wealthy benefactor, my good man, right? Wu Yu asked eagerly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Could you find out some information about him? It would be fantastic if you could introduce us. Wu Yu, you're not thinking of trying to seduce my good man, are you? With your looks? Wen Wan added, somewhat enviously, as she too harbored interest in my good man, but was careful not to appear too obvious since she already had a boyfriend. Is that so? Wu Yu laughed. If he shows interest in me, I wouldn't mind pursuing something. If he can casually gift 8 million, being his girlfriend would be a dream come true. You're overthinking it. Wen Wan rolled her eyes at Wu Yu. Chi, please ask him for me. Wu Yu chimed in, we're all classmates. You wouldn't refuse to help me, would you? I'm not sure if I can reach him. Zheng Qi replied hesitantly, forcing a smile. After I get back, I'll try to contact him and see if he'll add me as a friend. Thank you so much. Wu Yu beamed. Oh, by the way, can I join you for your live streams in the future? You have so many followers now. Could you help promote me when I go live? Me too. Wen Wan added eagerly. Honestly, I'm just lucky. It's nothing special, Zheng Qi replied modestly. If there's any way I can help, I'll do my best. But if I can't, please don't hold it against me. Of course not. Wu Yu and Wen Wan nodded in satisfaction upon hearing Zheng Qi's agreement. How utterly shameless. Shen Lang, seated nearby, observed Wen Wan and Wu Yu, who once looked down on Zheng Qi, now addressing her as their classmate. And he felt increasingly disdainful. He puzzled over how he had ever been attracted to a woman like Wen Wan. It was as if he had been blind. Soon, the bus halted at the school entrance, and students began to disembark. Shen Lang was the last to get off. Instead of heading to school, he made his way to a nearby alley. Lin Yutong and Along were waiting beside a Mercedes. As Shen Lang approached, Lin Yutong opened the door respectfully and said, Young master, please get in. Thank you. Shen Lang smiled and slid into the back seat of the Mercedes. He then asked, "By the way, Sister Yutong, do I own a media company?" "Indeed. You are the largest shareholder of Pioneer Media," Lin Yutong replied with a smile. "Is that so?" Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "Sister Yutong, please contact the head of Pioneer Media tomorrow morning and arrange a meeting at noon. I have some matters to discuss." "Understood." Lin Yutong nodded, noting Shen Lang's instructions. A short while later, the Mercedes stopped in front of the villa. Shen Lang exited the vehicle and swiftly entered the villa, cheerfully announcing, "Sisters, your young master has returned." "Young master." The young ladies promptly paused their activities and greeted him with smiles. Previously, Shen Lang had instructed them not to welcome him at the door, and now they felt at ease, knowing that they need not maintain constant formality, which would have been quite burdensome. "Please, continue with your tasks," Shen Lang said with a smile as he settled onto the sofa. He took out his phone and logged into the app. Upon opening his profile, he discovered that Zheng Qi had indeed sent him a message, expressing her willingness to help him find a girlfriend, which made him chuckle. That girl really is adorably naive. After checking, he noticed that Xie Qiong, that flirtatious woman, had also messaged him, but he couldn't be bothered to respond. She was no longer worth his attention, and adding her to his contacts was merely a way to amuse himself occasionally. He still remembered the disdain she had shown him in the past. Switching accounts, Shen Lang glanced around for a moment before logging into his previous account. To avoid detection, he refrained from using his old account for gift-giving and instead registered a new one. Ding! A message from Li Chung popped up. "Bro, where are you? There's a fantastic show at noon today. Did you see? A wealthy individual just spent 8 million. How extravagant." I missed it," Shen Lang replied, not yet ready to reveal his identity to Li Chung, as they weren't particularly close. "Damn, you missed out on a great show," Li Chung quickly responded. "But that rich guy is coming back tonight. Apparently, he wants to help Chi-Chi secure the half-year popularity championship. Damn it, I feel pain spending just a few thousand, while that rich guy casually drops 8 million. What a display of wealth. Hey, spending a few thousand is impressive enough. I haven't seen you share any of that with me," Shen Lang remarked, knowing Li Cheng's family was well off and that he wasn't a stingy person. "That's nothing. Li Sheng, Raplia. As long as you go live and dance a sultry number, I'll definitely reward you with a spaceship. Get lost." Shen Lang shot back with an eye roll. In the past, he might have considered dancing for 10,000, but with his current financial situation, he had no need to covet such a trivial amount. With $1,000 billion in his account, his concern was not about making money, but rather about how to spend it, which was quite the headache. "I have things to attend to. I'll catch you later." Li Chung messaged again, suggesting they meet up during the summer vacation, where he would invite a few internet celebrity ladies for a fun time. "Let us discuss it later." Shen Lang knew Li Chung had connections with many online stars, given how much he had spent on them. However, he felt little interest in internet celebrities at the moment. With 12 exceptional ladies at home, none of them could compare to those online. Women like Xie Qiong were simply unbearable. Am I becoming famous? Closing the chat window, Shen Lang wandered into the streaming rooms, where every channel was buzzing about My Good Man. However, he soon relaxed, realizing that such extravagant spending was rare. After a brief exploration, he noticed a lack of fervor in the ongoing half-year popularity championship. The usual wealthy patrons seemed to have vanished. Surely, they weren't scared off by him? Checking the time, he noted it was already 6 o'clock, when activity should typically be high. In 2 hours, the half-year popularity championship would conclude. Switching to the Good Man account, Shen Lang wandered for a while before growing bored and opting for his main account. Refreshing the screen, he saw that Zheng Qi had already begun her stream, with her viewership surpassing 2 million. He smiled, but chose not to enter immediately. As he scrolled down, he noticed Xie Qiong was also live. After a moment of hesitation, he clicked in. Suddenly, Xie Qiong's fan leaderboard lit up with gold. And My Good Man was prominently positioned at the top, drawing attention. "Wow, Good Man is here. Good Man, please accept my humble admiration. Good Man, I want to have your babies." Instantly, the comment section of Xie Qiong's stream erupted with excitement. Teasing My Good Man simultaneously, the public frequency announced, "The wealthy My Good Man has arrived in Qiong's live stream. Everyone, come and witness the splendor of this affluent individual." "What is this?" Shen Lang was taken aback. not expecting such a public announcement upon entering a live stream. This was a remarkable touch. However, he found it rather entertaining. As he watched the viewer count soar, he quickly typed a comment. Just browsing, you all continue, I'm off. Wait, good man, why are you leaving? This fellow is rather flamboyant, yet I find myself quite fond of him. Without further ado, I shall follow in the footsteps of my esteemed companion. There is no way he can escape, for the public notice is indeed audacious. As soon as the crowd observed my companion's retreat, they hastily followed suit. As for Xiaoqiong, they hardly paid her any mind. Their purpose for being here was solely to glimpse the affluent. In an instant, the popularity of Xiaoqiong's livestream plummeted, even lower than before. The moment my companion departed, the audience dwindled significantly, breaking the 20,000 mark in decline. Clearly, many fans in a live stream had followed my esteemed brother instead. Brother, please don't leave. Xiaoqiong, witnessing the drop in viewership, was on the verge of tears and hastily sent a private message to my companion. However, her message sank like a stone into the sea, receiving no response whatsoever. Let's turn our attention to Xiao Huafu. Shen Lang received Xiaoqiong's private message but chose to disregard it, instead entering the live stream of a mere 12-year-old boy. He had never been fond of the streams featuring heavily filtered and heavily made-up young women, showing interest only in those who presented themselves with natural beauty. He held a certain disdain for ostentatious hosts, unlike Xiao Huafu. This young boy came from a humble background, devoid of resources, yet had a fervent passion for dance. Although his skills were not particularly refined at present, he persisted nonetheless. What brings my esteemed brother here? The fame of this small streamer seemed rather dismal, with only a handful of followers. Yet, upon closer inspection, the boy's dancing appeared quite promising. With time, he might just achieve stardom. My esteemed brother, what brings you here? Such erratic behavior is unbecoming. A public notice announced my companion's entry into Xiao Huafu's livestream, prompting the audience to rush in with astonishing speed. Concurrently, the popularity of Xiao Huafu's stream surged dramatically. So many people. The dancing Xiao Huafu exclaimed, "Welcome, brothers and sisters, to my livestream. I dance and only wish to dance. Although my skills are lacking, I hope you enjoy it, and I sincerely welcome your suggestions. Xiao Huafu, you dance quite well. Keep up the good work." My esteemed companion replied, followed by an avalanche of gifts, launching 2 spaceships into the ether. Goodness, my brother has begun to spend lavishly. My word, my brother is indeed extravagant, starting off with spaceships. I must ask, has anyone ever seen my brother send rockets? Is the gifting page limited to spaceships alone? The affluent are indeed remarkable, showering spaceships without hesitation, leaving others in awe. As soon as my esteemed companion entered Xiao Huafu's livestream, he began gifting, prompting others to join in, though they could only offer small tokens in comparison. I apologize. My hand slipped. I initially intended to send just 1 as encouragement. Since I've sent 2, I might as well make it an even number and send 3 more. Shen Lang sent 2 spaceships, paused briefly, and then sent 3 more. In no time, the popularity of Xiao Huafu's stream skyrocketed, with a throng of newcomers flooding in, transforming the once unknown young streamer into a sensation. Wow, can you be any more extravagant? Without further comment, I have never bowed to anyone in my life, but I'm utterly in awe of my esteemed brother. There's no resisting his charm. I can't believe the world of the affluent is like this. If you have money you can't spend, I can help you with that. Please, not like this. My heart can hardly bear it. The comments section erupted, astonished by my brother's generosity. To round out the number, he directly threw in 300,000. Who plays like that? Having wealth, one shouldn't be so extravagant just for the sake of rounding numbers, right? Each spaceship is not merely $1 or 10, but a full 100,000. How incredibly lavish. My esteemed brother, thank you. I will strive to improve. Xiao Huafu's large eyes sparkled, as if tiny stars danced within them. However, just as he was about to say more, he noticed that my brother had already vanished. The once glistening name at the top had disappeared without a trace. What the? Why has my brother left again? Goodness, what trick is my brother playing? He rushes in to send 3 spaceships and then departs. Chase him, let us pursue him. Today, we shall match wits with my brother. Upon seeing my esteemed companion exit the livestream, the crowd followed suit, awaiting the next notification. This wait lasted a full hour. After leaving Xiao Huofu's stream, my esteemed companion did not enter any other live stream, seemingly disappearing. Before they knew it, the clock had struck 7:30, leaving only half an hour until the conclusion of the half-year popularity championship. The competition, which had previously been lackluster, began to heat up, as the top 10 prominent streamers showcased their prowess, showering gifts profusely. Word spread that a new wealthy benefactor named my esteemed companion had emerged, boldly claiming he would assist a host named Chi-Chi in securing the half-year popularity title. Suddenly, a message appeared on the public notice. It is nearly 7:30. Our Dodo has successfully ascended to first place in the half-year popularity leaderboard. May I boldly inquire where my esteemed companion is? Without an opponent, dear brother, I find myself lonely and bored. What? Long Xiao has arrived. Excitement brewed, as my esteemed companion was formidable, and Long Xiao was no slouch either. Their collision would undoubtedly lead to a fierce battle. What is happening? Is Long Xiao intending to confront my esteemed companion? As the public notice emerged, various live streams erupted in chaos. The clash of these two titans promised to be spectacular. My esteemed companion had only recently surfaced, displaying remarkable prowess by gifting 8 million and asserting his intention to help Chi-Chi claim the half-year title, while Long Xiao was an established tycoon known for his formidable presence. Who do you think is more impressive, Long Xiao or my esteemed companion? In my view, my esteemed companion may not surpass Long Xiao, as the latter operates within a team, and the mechanics of live streaming and gifting are no secret. There are benefits to be reaped. It seems that Long Xiao possesses a greater edge. As the aforementioned brother noted, Dodo is entirely the result of team collaboration. In contrast, my esteemed companion appears to be a lone wolf. Chi-Chi is merely a small streamer, and my esteemed companion has not even formally associated himself with her. In various live streams, discussions about my esteemed companion and Long Xiao flourished, overshadowing the individual streamers. This half-year popularity championship, rather than a contest between hosts, is more accurately a battle among the affluent, where everything hinges on monetary might. Do you believe that my destined partner will arrive? Alas, the atmosphere in Chi-Chi's live stream is incredibly lively, with followers surpassing 1 million, just a hair's breadth away from breaking into the top 10. Truly impressive. I hope that my destined partner will make an appearance, allowing Chi-Chi to shine on the popularity chart. Even if she doesn't manage to surpass the charismatic duo, Chi-Chi's fame would still be established. We look forward to her lending a hand in the future. Wu Yue, Wanwan, and Chowda, who share a close bond, are seated in a hotel box, keenly observing the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Xie Qiong, Li Changfeng, and others have created a small account to sneak into Zheng Qi's livestream, eagerly awaiting the emergence of the fabled destined partner. However, their intentions differ from those of Wu Yue and Wanwan. They have no desire to seek Zheng Qi, but are merely here to witness the spectacle. Should this battle see my destined partner defeated by Long Xiao, they would not hesitate to mock him. It seems that my destined partner is indeed intimidated. Apologies. But our duo has claimed the title of half-year popularity champion. No one should dare to challenge me. At approximately 7:40, Long Xiao spoke again, presuming that my destined partner would not show up. Those scattered across various live streams shared the same sentiment. Just as disappointment settled, the public channel suddenly displayed a message. My destined partner has arrived in Chi-Chi's live stream. Everyone, gather round to witness the unparalleled presence of this affluent individual. Soon after, my destined partner's words appeared in the public channel. Long Xiao. Is it? I am aware that you are part of a team, but what of it? I require no assistance to deal with scum like you. One is sufficient. Let us dispense with idle chatter and see whose pockets are deeper. Chapter 0020. Unable to compete? Nonsense. A colorful banner gracefully floated across the public channel, capturing attention. My destined partner did not shy away and boldly confronted Long Xiao, fearless even in the face of an opposing team. Look, my brother has emerged. Cheers erupted, as I knew he would not cower. Compared to the ostentatious Long Xiao, I favor the reticent demeanor of my destined partner. He is a man of the world, fierce yet few of words. It is undeniable that a fierce battle awaits. The various live streams erupted in excitement at the moment my destined partner spoke. Many were drawn to his understated nature and his willingness to spend generously, despite his few words. Of course, there were also fans of Long Xiao. At my destined partner's entrance, a flood of insults erupted, elevating Long Xiao and Duo while belittling my destined partner to insignificance. What is that my destined partner worth? How could he compare to our Long Xiao? I'm not just boasting. He isn't even in the same league. Indeed, Sister Duo is formidable, and Long Xiao is impressive. What does that worthless my destined partner amount to? Support for Long Xiao from my destined partner is nothing but scum, especially within Duoduo's live stream. Derogatory remarks targeting my destined partner inundated the chat. In this realm, Long Xiao and Sister Duo reign supreme. My destined partner is not worthy even to carry their shoes. How amusing. Sister Duo exuded confidence as she spoke to her audience. Brothers and sisters, just wait. That my destined partner is merely trash. He is not enough for us to feast upon. Indeed, Sister Duo deemed him a mere nuisance. Li Shengfeng, having created a small account, spent 1,000 on gifts and felt entitled to speak out, exclaiming, "Isn't it just a bit of money?" Compared to our Long Xiao and Sister Duo, that my destined partner is akin to filth from a sewer. There's no comparison whatsoever. Exactly. Others chimed in. My destined partner is garbage. Maintain your formation, everyone, and echo this sentiment. My destined partner is garbage. My destined partner is garbage. My destined partner is garbage. Xie Xiong sat beside them, feeling awkward as she witnessed Li Changfeng berate my destined partner. However, she remained silent. Although she harbored a flicker of hope for him, he was the reason she lost the rookie championship, and it would be disingenuous to feel no resentment. As it stands, my destined partner showed no intention of gifting her, and she would not risk offending Li Changfeng, a significant benefactor, over an uncertain individual. While Li Changfeng was incomparable to my destined partner, any support was better than none. Those fans of Long Xiao are outrageous, cursing my brother in Duoduo's live stream. It's infuriating. Indeed, Long Xiao and Sister Duo are nothing but trash, especially that insufferable Duo, colluding with Long Xiao to swindle our hard-earned money. Do they truly think we are fools? Exactly. That Long Xiao is utterly despicable. We fans support whoever we like, but those scoundrels deliberately provoke us to spend. It's simply too excessive, truly the worst of humanity. In Zheng Qi's live stream, a different scene unfolded. Numerous fans vented their frustrations towards Long Xiao and Duo, unleashing a torrent of insults. Upon the arrival of my destined partner in Chi-Chi's live stream, popularity surged dramatically, jumping from 16th to 4th place. My brother, perhaps you should reconsider. Don't squander your resources on me. Zheng Qi observed the furious fans and the provocations initiated by Long Xiao with growing concern, unsure of the depths of this industry. Previously, my destined partner had already gifted her 8 million. She now feared letting him continue. The amounts involved were staggering. Several million were required for a rookie ranking, and a half-year popularity champion would demand an even greater sum. Based on what Chi-Chi has just said, I have nothing further to say. I will express my support as a passerby, sending a small token of appreciation. Supporting Chi-Chi is what makes her an exceptional host. Chi-Chi, rest assured, though our funds may be limited, we will ensure you are not embarrassed. As long as my brother dares to contest that worthless Long Xiao, we fans will rally behind him with all our might. Upon hearing Chi-Chi's words, fans in the comments section began to fervently express their approval. Such hosts are a rarity these days. Unlike many others who are steeped in the stench of money, Chi-Chi, you need only focus on singing beautifully. My destined partner then stated, by the way, representatives from a media company will visit your school tomorrow afternoon. I have arranged this. When the time comes, please sign a contract with them, and after graduation, you'll head straight for training at the company. Huh? What does that mean? Zheng Qi looked bewildered, unable to comprehend why my destined partner wished to assist her. Huh. Chi-Chi, you're simply delightful. Silly Chi-Chi, the media company intends to cultivate you into a star. It must be said, my destined partner's vision far surpasses that of the mundane Long Xiao. Chi-Chi, you are destined for greatness with your voice. An album will surely sell like hotcakes. and I will undoubtedly support you when the time comes. The fervent fans eagerly answered Zhang Qi's question. Ah, a superstar. Zhang Qi felt lightheaded, truly overwhelmed. Since childhood, she had cherished the dream of singing, longing to stand on a stage one day, but opportunities had eluded her. Never did she expect that by simply hosting a live stream, she would attract such a wealthy benefactor, receiving 8 million in gifts, helping her secure the rookie championship, and even aspiring to make her a star. Indeed, a superstar, my destined partner affirmed. So, do not burden yourself with any weight. I am merely paving the way for you. If you wish to express gratitude, focus on singing well and becoming a top-tier star. Brother, I will. Zhang Qi hesitated for a moment, but then nodded resolutely. Excellent. Shen Lang smiled upon seeing Zhang Qi's agreement, opened the gift-giving page, and began to send gifts. This time, he didn't send just one spaceship at a time. He sent 10 at once, each worth 1 million. In an instant, the public channel was adorned with banners proclaiming I, a benevolent soul, am lavishly spending in Chi-Chi's livestream, gifting 10 spaceships. The affluent have arrived. Dear friends, gather around swiftly. Alas, the benevolent brother has begun his extravagant display, urging his comrades to keep pace. Chi-Chi, I may not be a wealthy individual, but supporting you with a token of my appreciation is essential. From next week, I shall resort to instant noodles. Chi-Chi, a humble gift, but a sincere gesture nonetheless. Observing my benevolent brother's generosity, the fans were quick to follow suit. In no time, Zhang Qi's popularity surged, swiftly ascending to second place. However, the frontrunner's popularity was formidable, as Long Xiao also commenced his own barrage of spaceship gifts, maintaining a significant lead over Zhang Qi. Keep up with me. That lad seemed momentarily stunned. Long Xiao wasn't personally operating, but had his team relentlessly gifting, amassing a staggering 4 million in mere moments. Yet, this was just the beginning. The spaceship gifts continued to flood in. They were indeed a team, operating in such a manner. If they did not stimulate the popularity, how could they entice those oblivious fans to shower gifts? They undoubtedly spent a fortune, yet they would never incur a loss. Truly, my benevolent brother was a fool. Duo watched in disdain as my benevolent brother indulged in his gifting spree. Their gift-giving was strategic, while my benevolent brother appeared to be spending excessively for the sake of a mere girl. His actions were evidently not the result of teamwork. Of course, she remained unaware that my benevolent brother's ambitions extended beyond the influencer realm. If she knew he was paving the way for Zhang Qi to seize the mid-year popularity championship, her thoughts would not seem so ludicrous. That so-called benevolent brother dared to compete with me. How amusing. Brothers, let us accelerate our efforts. Those fellows cannot catch up, and we have only 10 minutes left before the leaderboard closes. The mid-year popularity champion is surely ours. In Duoduo's live stream, fans were particularly exhilarated, showering gifts with fervor. The second-place Chi-Chi was desperately trying to keep pace, but was unable to match their momentum. This battle, in their eyes, held no suspense. Duoduo's popularity was simply incomparable to that insignificant Chi-Chi. My benevolent brother was truly entertaining. Li Changfeng observed the distance between first and second place remaining unchanged, grinning with delight. Undeniably, he could not rival my benevolent brother, but there were others who could. For him, witnessing my benevolent brother's struggle was immensely gratifying. And that absurd Zhang Qi, thinking her decent voice and a few songs could secure the mid-year popularity championship. What a farce. Benevolent brother, we simply cannot compete. The opposition is too formidable. Damn it. Benevolent brother, there are less than 10 minutes remaining until the deadline, and if we continue at this pace, we are bound to lose. Damn it. Why does that girl Duo command such high popularity? She has numerous wealthy patrons and Long Xiao's team backing her, while our Chi-Chi has but one affluent supporter. The fans watched as my benevolent brother continued his lavish gifting, yet the popularity did not significantly increase, instilling a sense of panic. After all, she was the favored sister, her popularity evident, and with a team working behind her without a substantial boost, it was indeed difficult to surpass them. Benevolent brother, perhaps we should concede. Zheng Qi observed my benevolent brother had gifted 10 million, Yet the popularity remained stagnant, her heart sinking. Unable to surpass? Absolutely not. My benevolent brother calmly replied, showing no signs of distress. Moments later, the public channel displayed a notification. My benevolent brother has gifted Chi-Chi's livestream 100 spaceships. The affluent have arrived, dear friends. Gather around swiftly. As readers may deduce, this book is soon to be published. Writers too must earn a living. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all friends for their unwavering support along this journey. Many have consistently cast recommendation votes and diamond votes, while others have quietly added the book to their shelves, doing good deeds anonymously. Thank you immensely. I shall refrain from further sentimentality. After publication, I will accelerate updates to repay your support with captivating plots. Shen Lang's journey of bravado has only just begun, and the excitement ahead promises to be even greater. I hope friends will continue to revel with me, witnessing every moment of Shen Lang's audacity. Chapter 0021. You are merely rubbish on the Tycoon app. The competition for the mid-year popularity championship was particularly fierce, with first and second place maintaining a consistent gap. As the deadline for statistics loomed closer, the outcome seemed increasingly predictable. Duo, the undisputed queen of Tycoon, was unassailable, her popularity unmatched by any other streamer. How dull. I had thought my benevolent brother was truly formidable. Brothers, there is nothing left to hope for. My benevolent brother is just trash, not our rival. Damn, lacking the strength. Why pretend to be something grand? Fans and Dwoodwa's live stream grew exuberant as the clock neared 8 o'clock. My benevolent brother is nothing but rubbish. Long Xiao, feeling triumphant, took to the public channel, proclaiming, without the strength, what are you pretending to be? I once thought you were impressive. Who knew you were merely trash? Huh. My benevolent brother was scorned by Long Xiao. In a certain hotel, Newfound was grinning broadly. In terms of strength, he was far inferior to my benevolent brother. Yet there were those capable of challenging that wretched my benevolent brother. Indeed, the long-established wealthy patron Long Xiao had emerged. Now my benevolent brother, besieged by Long Xiao and numerous affluent supporters, had lost his previous swagger. Come on, benevolent brother. Damn it, my benevolent brother is but one person, while Long Xiao represents a collective. Duo has many fans, and my benevolent brother simply cannot compete. My benevolent brother had acted impulsively, challenging a team. Pure folly. However, Zhengqi had struck gold. My benevolent brother had just asserted his intention to elevate her to stardom, and henceforth, we must cultivate a solid relationship with Zhengqi, for it may yield us unexpected benefits in the future. In a private room, Wu Yu and others were also intently following the leaderboard battle. At that moment, they felt even tenser than Zhengqi. It was crucial to note that my benevolent brother had just declared his intent to transform Zhengqi into a superstar, and the media company representatives would arrive for contract signing the following afternoon. Should Zhengqi ascend to stardom, they, as her classmates, would undoubtedly reap significant rewards as well. Thus, they all hoped for Zhengqi to triumph in this popularity contest, seizing the opportunity to rise to fame. Unfortunately, the situation appeared grim. Relying solely on my benevolent brother's efforts was insufficient to catch up with the leading duo. Unable to surpass? Absolutely not. Just when everyone thought Chi-Chi was destined to lose, my benevolent brother calmly spoke. Subsequently, the public channel erupted with a vivid red banner. Exceptionally striking, my benevolent brother has gifted Chi-Chi's livestream 100 spaceships. The affluent have arrived. Dear friends, gather around swiftly. This banner's appearance sent the entire Tycoon platform into a frenzy. 40 million, a staggering 40 million. Having witnessed extravagance before, I had never encountered such opulence as this. In less than a minute, my benefactor generously bestowed a staggering 40 million Huaxia coins in Kiki's livestream. In an instant, Kiki's popularity skyrocketed, surpassing Duo in mere moments. Goodness, my benefactor is indeed magnificent. 40 million just like that. Incredible. Such a tycoon, without a doubt. With this move, victory seems assured. 40 million is no small feat if Long Xiao doesn't step up his game. The first place is likely to belong to our Kiki. Just moments ago, didn't Long Xiao have the audacity to demean our benefactor? And now, he has been publicly humiliated by this grand gesture. 40 million, an amount that Long Xiao could scarcely fathom matching. Kiki's live stream erupted in excitement, everyone chanting praises for our benefactor's might. Indeed, he is truly formidable, unleashing a torrent of 40 million Huaxia coins without a second thought. One must wonder how the opposition can possibly respond to such audacity. What is this? My benefactor has just gifted Kiki 40 million? What luck! On this very day, Kiki has earned over 20 million. This is madness. Wenjian and Weiyue were consumed with envy and disbelief, perplexed as to how Kiki could have attracted such a wealthy patron. In terms of looks, they believed themselves superior to Kiki, who they thought was merely passably attractive. Yet, in a single night, the seemingly average Kiki had skyrocketed to stardom, raking in over 20 million. Who is this man, and how does he possess such wealth? Meanwhile, in a hotel, Li Changfeng was utterly dumbfounded. Beside him, Xie Qiong shared a similar look of astonishment, unable to comprehend my benefactor's lavishness. A mere 4 million would have made her ecstatic. Yet here was Kiki's benefactor, throwing around 40 million. What kind of luck does that woman possess? Has he lost his mind? In the live stream, Long Xiao's expression darkened ominously. The sheer amount of 40 million had far exceeded their budget. It would be impossible for them to match such a sum. Should they dare to confront my benefactor head-on, they would surely face ruin. Duo, glancing at the popularity leaderboard, found herself in second place, struggling to regain her composure. As a seasoned star with millions of fans, how could she possibly be outdone by an obscure newcomer? And what of my benefactor's reckless spending? It was absurd. Had he lost his senses? Throwing 500 million at a single streamer? With his previous million, he had totaled an astonishing 50 million. Surely he must have money to burn. This is madness. He must be mad. Alas, Duo has already lost, trailing behind by over 30 million. Long Xiao would not dare to invest so recklessly, nor could he afford to. The atmosphere in Duoduo's live stream had turned somber. Her fans were no longer exuberant, but rather deflated, like wilted vegetables. The audacity of my benefactor had shattered their spirits, leaving them speechless in the face of such ferocity. Previously, they had never anticipated my benefactor to be so extravagant. His generosity was simply inhuman. In the public chat, my benefactor's words appeared. I've stated before, you cannot compete with me. What does it matter if you have a team? In my presence, you will all remain hidden. I am simply a fool with an abundance of wealth. Damn it, how infuriating. Long Xiao's expression reached an apex of fury. For a fleeting moment, he considered recklessly confronting my benefactor, unable to swallow his pride. However, reason reminded him that my benefactor was not merely wealthy. He had just splurged 50 million in one go. With his financial backing, it would be unwise to engage him directly. That so-called Long Xiao is utterly defeated. Damn, why do I feel so exhilarated? Enough said. Tonight, as I indulge in instant noodles, I must add a sausage. My benefactor, you are truly remarkable. Finally, as the clock struck 8, the half-year popularity leaderboard was solidified. Kiki's name stood proudly at the top, far surpassing the second place. It was over. Seeing the results, Shen Lang smiled broadly and decisively exited the live stream, leaving no trace of sentiment behind. Moments later, a notification flashed and Kiki messaged, "Brother benefactor, are you still there? The platform just called. They want to sign a contract with me tomorrow, and I don't know what to do. Follow your instincts. Signing is fine, but don't sign anything too binding. You still need to negotiate with Pioneer Media. If they do not meet your terms, refuse to sign. As for Pioneer Media, do not worry. I will ensure they ease their conditions." I understand, Kiki replied. After a while, she asked, "Brother benefactor, can you tell me why you are helping me so much? I wish to establish an unspoken agreement with you. Do you believe it?" I would never agree to that, brother benefactor. How could you think such a thing? Just kidding. I merely admire your voice and wish to elevate you to stardom. Don't forget, when you become famous, I will profit as well. Brother benefactor, you scared me. Tonight must have been quite thrilling for you. Rest well and prepare for tomorrow. There will be surprises. Okay, thank you, brother benefactor. What a delightful girl. As Shen Lang prepared to log off, Xie Qiong sent him a message. Brother benefactor, you were incredibly extravagant today. What is the matter? I mentioned earlier that I would help Kiki claim the half-year popularity championship, and I cannot go back on my word. That so-called Long Xiao is merely a lowly opponent. I do not regard him at all. Never thought you would be so generous, brother benefactor. How about we exchange WeChat? Xie Qiong sent a cute emoji, accompanied by a shy expression. Sure. Without hesitation, Shen Lang sent his WeChat ID. That girl had previously been quite arrogant, but now he would offer her boundless hope while simultaneously allowing her to feel profound despair. Ding dong. Soon, a message arrived on WeChat. Shen Lang opened it and was taken aback by Xie Qiong's profile picture, which was rather provocative. She wore a silk camisole, her budding curves resembling a rising sun, shyly peeking out. He suspected this was not her main account, but rather one used for flirting, as it was too alluring. Brother benefactor, moments latte, Xie Qiong massaja. What are you up to? Lying on the couch, playing on my phone. What about you? You're not streaming tonight, are you? I just finished dinner and am heading home now. Brother benefactor, I'm about to get in the car. I'll chat with you once I get home. When I stream, you must support me more. If you enjoy the strongest urban tycoon, please save it. Shen Lang chuckled at Xie Qiong's message, finding it amusing. Supporting her was out of the question. After exiting the platform, he stretched and turned to the nearby lady, asking, by the way, what is your name? The lady set her phone down and replied, Young master, my name is Yulan, with the character for quiet and the character for orchid. Yulan, a lovely name. Shen Lang complimented before asking, so, is there no food at home? After a while, Yulan sprang up in surprise and asked, Young master, you haven't eaten yet? Why didn't you say so earlier? We all thought you had dined outside. Where am I to eat? Shen Lang's lips twitched awkwardly as he replied, Quickly prepare something for me. I am quite famished. I cannot cook. Yulan bit her lip and said, I will call my elder sister to help you. Her culinary skills are exceptional. This girl, Shen Lang noticed that Yulan seemed adorably naive and charming. Judging by her age, she appeared to be no more than 20, perhaps even just 18. Young master, the meal is ready. Shortly after, Yulan returned, saying, Please follow me to the dining hall. Let us go. Shen Lang nodded, rising to follow Yulan. Upon entering the dining hall, he was taken aback to see several bowls laid out on the table. Have you all gone a bit overboard? Or is it that none of you have eaten? He inquired. Can I possibly finish all this food alone? Young master, we have already eaten, Su Jin, standing beside the table, said with a wry smile. I apologize for my earlier oversight. I assumed you had dined outside. It's fine. Shen Lang waved his hand dismissively, sitting down at the table. You all should join me for a bite. Young master, we have already eaten, Su Jin reiterated, and we cannot dine together with you. I say you can, Shen Lang replied. In my presence, there are no rigid rules. You should feel free. Being overly formal is rather tedious. Must I wear a stern face every day? Young master, we have already dined, Yulan interjected. Eating too much can lead to weight gain. Well, all right then. Shen Lang refrained from further persuasion, picking up his chopsticks to sample the nearest bowl. The food was quite delectable, surpassing even some renowned chefs outside. Before long, he was unable to stop eating. Though he did not finish everything, little remained after his feast. As he noticed Su Jin collecting the dishes and entering the kitchen, he felt an unexpected flutter in his heart. It is said that a satisfied appetite stirs desires. Having eaten well and now observing a stunning beauty before him was undeniably tempting. If he could restrain himself, he would not be a man at all. Moreover, Su Jin exuded a mature charm that captivated him, igniting a desire to explore further. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he sprang up and hurried into the kitchen, asking, Sister Su, will you come to my room later? Young master, Su Jin replied apologetically, I can assist you with your bath, but I may not be able to satisfy your needs these days due to some inconveniences. Inconveniences? Shen Lang looked at Su Jin, his lips twitching. This sister stirred his thoughts, yet informed him of her limitations. It was undeniably awkward, exceedingly so. Sighing, he had no intention of pressing Su Jin further and returned to the living room with a heavy heart. Young master, do you wish to bathe? Upon Shen Lang's emergence, several young ladies gathered around. Clearly, they were awaiting his instructions. Well, Shen Lang scratched his head and asked, Can I bathe without any of you attending to me? I find this rather uncomfortable. Young master, why would you not want us to serve you? Rose chimed in. You are the master, and we are your servants. Serving you is our duty. All right then, Shen Lang conceded, but you must arrange among yourselves. Do not always leave it to me to choose. With so many of you, I cannot decide on the spot. You should discuss it amongst yourselves. Perhaps by age? Yuju suggested with a grin. The eldest sister is unavailable today. Let the second sister take her place. This idea from Yuju seems quite good, Shen Lang said. However, you must consider my perspective. With so many of you, I cannot handle it all at once. Sometimes I lack such inclinations. So do not blame me for my choices. This must be made clear beforehand. Oh dear, young master, we are not so petty. A young lady in a red dress, with a playful demeanor, laughed. As long as young master does not leave us out, we are content. Shen Lang glanced at the young lady, then rose and said, I will head upstairs for a bath. You may continue your festivities. Young master, I will fetch your clothes, Qingya said hurriedly, following him as the other ladies looked on. Ding dong. As soon as he entered his room, his phone chimed with a WeChat message. Shen Lang pulled out his phone to see it was a message from Xie asking what he was doing. He frowned and replied, just finished eating, preparing for a bath and bed. Just going to sleep? Xie quickly responded, asking, Brother Liang, shall we video chat? Video? Shen Lang was taken aback, covering the camera with something before smiling. All right, I will send it over. You accept. Great. Xie replied swiftly, adding a shy emoji. This flirt. Shen Lang was well aware of Xie intentions but chose to remain silent. He sent over a video. Suddenly, the screen displayed a woman clad in a sultry camisole. Unmistakably, Xie. Whether intentional or not, she lay on her bed, deliberately pointing her phone at her prominent bosom, the scant fabric barely concealing her allure. Oh dear, Xie pouted, asking, Brother Liang, why can't I see you? Why would you want to see me? I'm not handsome. Shen Lang was not about to reveal himself. Exposing his identity would ruin the fun. Currently, he relished playing games with those who once looked down on him, enjoying the exhilarating sensation of controlling the narrative from the shadows, something few could comprehend. You want to see me? Xie began to act coy, casually revealing more than intended in her movements. Damn, this woman is definitely trying to entice me. Shen Lang gazed at the fleeting glimpse of whiteness, his lips twitching as he turned the camera around, revealing his opulent, expansive bedroom on the screen. Wow, Xie exclaimed, Brother Liang, your room is so large and luxurious. I would love to visit your home. Sure, I'll invite you over when the opportunity arises. Shen Lang made a promise he had no intention of fulfilling, following Xie lead. Really? When? Xie asked with excitement. We can discuss it later when the opportunity presents itself. I need to bathe now, so I won't chat any longer. Shen Lang had no desire to prolong the conversation, offering a few casual remarks before abruptly ending the video call without waiting for Xie response. He then set his phone down and dashed into the bathroom. Night swiftly passed. The next morning, Shen Lang arose early, and after breakfast, he set out with Sister Yutong. Though they had arranged to meet at noon, he did not go directly to Pioneer Media. Instead, he wandered the streets for a while. Around 11 o'clock, he finally arrived at a restaurant opposite the company. The person in charge was a middle-aged man in his 40s, sporting a prominent belly and exuding a typical boss demeanor. However, before Shen Lang, he dared not put on airs. His enthusiasm was palpable as he welcomed Shen Lang to sit. Young Master Lang, you truly are young and accomplished. We never had the chance to meet before. Seeing you today, it is indeed remarkable. Please, Mr. Qi, spare the flattery, Shen Lang interjected, gesturing to the chair. Sit down. I need to discuss a matter with you. With a hint of awkwardness, President Qi sat down across from Shen Lang, smiling as he asked, Young Master Lang, what can I assist you with? Please, speak freely. If it is within my capacity, I, old Qi, will certainly not hesitate. With such reassurance from President Qi, I felt at ease. However, the matter at hand was not of grand significance. Shen Lang produced a document and placed it on the table, saying, President Qi, this is the information regarding a friend of mine. I would like you to help elevate her to the status of a top-tier singer. Elevate someone? President Qi examined the document and chuckled, To be frank, our company predominantly operates in the media sector. While promoting someone is not an insurmountable challenge, it largely depends on the individual's personal capabilities. If she lacks exceptional talent, it could become an exorbitant endeavor. Feel free to express any concerns, he added. Shen Lang understood the underlying implication in President Qi's words. It was essentially a matter of financial investment, or perhaps a lack of confidence in Zheng Qi's potential. Young Master Lang, we are not strangers, so I shall be forthright. The individual you presented does not possess an outstanding appearance. In this era, one must have a beautiful visage to achieve fame. President Qi, I believe you have misunderstood my intentions, Shen Lang replied. To be blunt, I do not wish for you to turn her into a so-called superstar, but rather to establish her as a leading singer. Do you grasp my meaning? Her vocal qualities are indeed unique. Do not equate her with those superficial individuals lacking substance. Moreover, let me assure you that financial matters pose no issue, as I am a shareholder in the company and will ensure it does not incur losses. Since you put it that way, I shall refrain from further ado, President Qi said, putting away the document. As for other matters, I cannot guarantee anything, but as long as this young lady is diligent, I will certainly allocate all available resources within the company to support her. Excellent. Shen Lang smiled, saying, remember, she is my friend, and I do not wish for anyone to mistreat her. Also, please keep my identity confidential for the time being. It must remain a secret. As the afternoon approached, students began returning to school after a brief respite. The events that had transpired at the talent show the previous day had already spread throughout the campus, and Zheng Qi, once a quiet presence, had become the center of attention, with the live-streaming industry booming. Her achievement of winning the half-year popularity championship had earned her over 20 million in a single day, making her fame inevitable. However, the more prominent figure still remained the mysterious benefactor behind her success. Walking through the campus, Zheng Qi felt the weight of curious glances and whispers, her anxiety palpable as she clearly was not yet ready for the limelight. Zheng Qi, you're here quite early. Shen Lang approached with a smile. I heard you clinched the half-year popularity championship. Well done. I always said your singing was exceptional, and you would undoubtedly become a sensation if you persevered. Thank you, Shen Lang. Zheng Qi replied warmly, her humility shining through despite her newfound fame. If it weren't for your encouragement yesterday, I wouldn't be here today. Such a trivial matter. Shen Lang said, I merely believed your talent should not be overlooked. At that moment, Wu Yu, Wenwan, and Chao approached. Seeing Shen Lang, Wu Yu's expression soured as she coldly remarked, Shen Lang, what are you doing here? Trying to get close to Zheng Qi now that she's famous? You ought to reflect on your own worth. Shen Lang, step aside, Wenwan added disdainfully. Wherever you are, mischief follows. Don't bring bad luck to Zheng Qi. Shen Lang merely smiled coldly, unperturbed by their taunts. He had long since become accustomed to their abrasive personalities and chose not to engage. Please don't be like this. Zheng Qi interjected, frowning. We're all classmates. Can we not coexist peacefully? Shen Lang has done nothing to offend you. How has he not offended me? Wu Yu retorted icily. His mere presence is an affront. I despise seeing that loser. Zheng Qi sighed, feeling powerless to change the situation. Shen Lang had been subjected to bullying for quite some time, and she lacked the means to alter their dynamics. Ah, if it isn't the great streamer Zheng Qi. Feeling quite triumphant today, are we? Xie Qiong sauntered over, arms crossed and a smirk on her face. What is this? Now that you've won the championship, you think you're invincible? What are you parading around for? Without my benefactor, you would be nothing. Yet I'm still better than you. Zheng Qi replied, emboldened by her newfound support. She no longer feared confrontation with Xie Qiong, who had previously caused her distress during her live streams. With a cold smile, she shot back. Compared to you, who merely flaunts your allure in front of the camera and begs for gifts from wealthy patrons, I find myself far superior. How dare you? Xie Qiong seethed, stepping forward to slap Zheng Qi across the face, furious. You dare insult me? Do you really think that your newfound fame intimidates me? Xie Qiong, on what grounds do you strike me? Zheng Qi retorted, her anger flaring as she lunged to grab Xie Qiong's hair. I didn't hold you accountable for the chaos you caused in my live stream, and you persist in your harassment? Do you truly believe I am afraid of you? Xie Qiong, You shameless wretch, what are you so proud of? Will you? Let us take her down. Wenwan urged, rushing to join the fray alongside Wu Yu. Their long-standing rivalry with the second class had reached a boiling point, and emboldened by Zheng Qi's presence, they seized the opportunity to retaliate against Xie Qiong. Watching the scene unfold, Shen Lang could only shake his head in disbelief. Stop this! From a distance, Li Changfeng charged forward, furious and ready to intervene. What are you doing, Li Changfeng? Shen Lang quickly positioned himself to block Li Changfeng. His expression was calm, yet it bore an intimidating aura akin to the gaze of the abyss. As Zheng Qi and her friends held the upper hand against Xie Qiong, Shen Lang refrained from intervening. It seemed inappropriate for a man to engage in a dispute among women. Li Changfeng, in a fight their family's influence pales in comparison to that of Li Changfeng's. Offending him could lead to dire consequences. Damn it, you better watch out. Ultimately, Li Changfeng lacked the courage to confront Shen Lang directly and instead pulled out his phone to dial a sycophant's number. Are you calling for help? Shen Lang grinned, turning to Chao De, and inquired. Isn't it a bit excessive for you to remain indifferent while your girlfriend is being assaulted? Li Changfeng is making a call. If you don't respond, your girlfriend could be in serious trouble. At this hour, the teacher is not likely to arrive anytime soon. Chao had gritted his teeth, wishing he could tear Shen Lang apart. Just then, Shen Lang's sudden remark infuriated him even more. Chapter 0024. Chi-Chi treats to dinner on the playground. The individuals who had previously fought were bewilderedly gazing at the furious Qi, the head of the company. Clearly, an outsider erupting in anger and beating up Li Changfeng left them puzzled. This guy's performance was overly dramatic and somewhat excessive. Shen Lang, however, understood the reason behind Qi's fury and recognized that he was merely acting. As the head of a media company, Qi's acting skills were rather poor. If others were confused, it was easy to see that Qi was simply trying to curry favor with him. Not Qi. At last, a security guard regained his composure and rushed forward to restrain Qi. Li Changfeng was a well-known figure at their school. Although Qi was no pushover, he was still no match for Li. Such behavior was akin to courting disaster. Shouting a few insults was one thing, but physically assaulting someone in front of many students was an entirely different matter. Don't pull me back. Qi dared not reveal Shen Lang's identity, but knew the show must go on. He still wanted to slap Li Changfeng a few times to express his anger. How dare you act so arrogantly? Will you leave your name? After being beaten, Li Changfeng felt humiliated and shouted at Qi, "This matter won't end here. If I don't make you suffer, I don't deserve to bear the surname Li. Am I supposed to fear you? My surname is Qi, the president of Pioneer Media. If you have a problem, feel free to call your father to deal with me." Qi sneered, not taking Li Changfeng seriously. In terms of power, Pioneer Media could not compete with the Li family, but he had a strong backing, as long as Zheng Qi was their company's protector. Li Changfeng could not threaten Pioneer Media in the slightest. If he lacked the foresight to recognize this, he did not deserve to be a company president. In front of Li Changfeng, he could flaunt his arrogance to his heart's content. To Shen Lang, the Yaowei group was nothing but a trivial matter, unable to stir even the smallest wave. When everyone heard Qi announce his identity, they finally understood the situation. No wonder Qi was so furious. He had assaulted someone from another company, and could anyone blame him? Zheng Qi was protected by the wealthy My Good Man, so naturally, the president of Pioneer Media would go to great lengths to safeguard her. They might not fully grasp what Pioneer Media was about, but they certainly understood the immense influence of My Good Man. Just wait. Li Changfeng spat, turning angrily to leave. Feng Xiao, the sycophants who had accompanied Li Changfeng, dared not linger and quickly followed him out. She intended to greet Shen Lang, but remembered his earlier warning. He swallowed the words he had prepared and walked up to Zheng Qi instead, smiling. "Hello, I'm the president of Pioneer Media, here to discuss a signing agreement with you." "Ah, I." Zheng Qi felt a bit nervous. "Hello, don't worry, there's no need to be overly anxious." Qi glanced at Shen Lang, who ignored them, smiled, and continued, "This isn't the best place to talk. Shall we discuss it in the car?" Shen Lang, Zheng Qi suddenly looked at Shen Lang, seemingly seeking his guidance. For some reason, she felt he possessed an air of authority that made her instinctively turn to him in times of uncertainty. If she had this opportunity, It was indeed thanks to Shen Lang's support. Otherwise, she would have given up during the age gathering. Why are you looking at me? Shen Lang chuckled via Upsilon el Upsilon. If they want to sign you, you should go. This is a great opportunity. Okay, I understand. Receiving Shen Lang's affirmation, Zheng Qi followed Qi. Just as they reached the school gate, a middle-aged man hurriedly approached with a briefcase, saying, I was just about to look for you. What a coincidence to meet you here. It seems we are indeed fated. May I ask who you are? Zheng Qi asked, puzzled, as she realized she didn't recognize him. I am a staff member from the Tycoon platform. The middle-aged man smiled. My surname is Xia. You can call me Brother Xia. I am here to discuss a signing agreement with you. With your current popularity, you rival even the top streamers. From Tycoon? Qi's lips twitched. I am sorry. You're too late. Zheng Qi is now under Pioneer Media, and we intend to elevate her to a top-tier celebrity. Media company? Manager Xia stared at Qi in astonishment. After rushing over by high-speed train the previous night to prevent Zheng Qi from being poached by another platform, he never expected that the media company would arrive first. Just how popular was Zheng Qi? Qi, is there a possibility of signing with both companies? After a moment's hesitation, Zheng Qi nervously replied, My friend told me that if both companies can relax some conditions, it might be possible to sign with both. Mainly, I want to interact more with my fans during live streams. Friend? Qi's mind conjured Shen Lang's image, and his previously cold demeanor immediately transformed into a warm smile. Zheng Qi, if you feel that way, I will certainly support you. Compared to traditional stars, live streaming indeed allows for better fan interaction. I will make my position clear. As long as Tycoon has no objections, I will grant you sufficient freedom. Combining live streaming with traditional media will only enhance your popularity. Thank you, President Qi. Zheng Qi felt relieved and simultaneously astonished by my good man's formidable influence. Turning to Manager Xia, she asked Brother Xia, Since President Qi has already agreed, can you also relax your conditions? Absolutely, no problem at all. Manager Xia readily agreed, without a moment's hesitation. After all, Zheng Qi had already caught the attention of a media company, seemingly backed by a wealthy patron. It would be foolish not to agree. Signing her now would merely require offering her the treatment of an online celebrity. If Zheng Qi became a sensation under the media company's guidance, persuading her to join later would not be a matter to be taken lightly. Shall we discuss it in the car? Qi stroked his chin and said with a smile, Manager Xia, you should join us as well. Let us strategize on how to elevate Zheng Qi to stardom. Chapter 0025. A variety of self-destructive behaviors. The atmosphere during evening study was joyous, with the homeroom teacher graciously agreeing to Zheng Qi's request. After all, Zheng Qi was not only an internet sensation, but was also on the verge of becoming a major star. The teacher was obliged to accommodate her, especially since it involved a celebratory dinner. As evening study concluded, Shen Lang sprang to his feet, preparing to head home. As Shen Lang approached the school gate, Zheng Qi hurried up from behind and asked, I feel a bit scared. Can you walk me home? Of course. Shen Lang nodded, not refusing. Thank you for earlier. Zheng Qi stole a glance at Shen Lang. Lowering her head, her cheeks flushed. Little did she know about the disdainful events that transpired in the classroom. However, she had witnessed Shen Lang courageously kicking away Li Changfeng, who had tried to hit her during her altercation with Xie Qiong. What do you mean, thank you? Shen Lang replied with a puzzled smile. I merely said a few words. There's no need for gratitude. That's not what I meant. Zheng Qi clarified. While I was fighting with Xie Qiong, Li Changfeng suddenly charged at me, and you were the one who kicked him away. You were truly brave. Well, Shen Lang scratched his head, laughing. As a man, I must protect women. Are you hungry? Let me treat you. Zheng Qi smiled. My parents are selling barbecued skewers on the street ahead. They're quite skilled. Shall we go try some? Sound good. Shen Lang nodded, quickening his pace. As they passed the alleyway, he noticed Lin Yutong and Along, giving them a knowing glance, but chose not to engage. What's going on? Lin Yutong inquired, glancing at Shen Lang before turning to Along. Did you see? The young master's expression seemed off. No, Along shook his head. It was too far and too dark to see clearly. You drive, I'll follow. Lin Yutong furrowed her delicate brows, maintaining a distance behind. When they walked past a street lamp, she noticed a bruise on Shen Lang's face her demeanor abruptly turning cold as a menacing aura emanated from her, causing several passers-by to instinctively step back. Their young master had been attacked? Which fool dared to lay a hand on him? Unbeknownst to Shen Lang, Lin Yutong had discerned the bruise on his face. And sensing her impending fury, he reached the corner and spotted a crowd gathered around a stall, frowning. It seemed another reckless troublemaker was causing a scene here. Approaching the school, the nearby snack street was frequented by students, naturally attracting a few ruffians. "Dad, Mom." Zheng Qi's expression changed drastically upon seeing the stall, and she rushed over. "No way." Shen Lang guessed what was happening as he followed her into the crowd. "Damn it, do you think you own this place?" The leading ruffian, a scrawny guy with yellow hair, was exceptionally arrogant. "I came here to eat, which is a compliment to you. I told you it was too salty, and you still want to argue? I could slap you into oblivion. I am sorry, I was wrong. How about this meal is on me? Enjoy." Zheng Qi's father pleaded with the ruffian, lamenting his misfortune in running a small business that attracted such scoundrels. This was not the first time he had set up a stall here, and his reputation assured that his food could not be overly salty. Those ruffians were merely broke, wanting to eat without paying while attempting to extort him. "You're ruining our brother's fun. You think saying sorry will just make it go away?" A lackey spat, stepping forward to slap Zheng Qi's father across the face. "Old man, I'm giving you a chance. Hand over 3,000 yuan today, and we'll let you off. Otherwise, don't expect to set up here again. This territory is protected by our brother." 3,000? Isn't that too much?" Zheng Qi's father looked at the ruffian, desperation etched on his face. While his business was thriving, the profits were minimal after accounting for expenses. Those ruffians had nothing better to do and were demanding 3,000 at once. "Dad, are you all right?" Zheng Qi rushed to her father's side, glaring at the yellow-haired thug. "What do you want? Where did this girl come from?" The thug's eyes lit up upon seeing Zheng Qi. Just a few days ago, he had usurped the local gang leader, and now he was taken aback by the beauty before him. Her fair skin and alluring figure were irresistible. "Hey, pretty girl, is this stall yours? For your sake, I'll overlook what just happened. But as the boss's daughter, you should show some sincerity. How about you join us for a drink later?" "Absolutely not." Zheng Qi's father immediately rejected the idea. He knew too well the nature of these thugs. If his daughter went with them, it would not end well. "How dare you speak? I didn't ask for your opinion." The thug kicked Zheng Qi's father in the stomach, shouting, "You're asking for death." Unable to bear it any longer, Shen Lang picked up a chair and smashed it over the thug's head. "Ouch!" The thug stumbled, dazed. "You brat, are you looking for trouble by meddling in my affairs?" "I'm certainly meddling." Shen Lang glared fiercely at the thug, chair in hand. "If you keep at it, I'll make sure you regret it. You're just a coward." The thug waved his hand, barking, "Brothers, beat him up. Don't hold back." Hearing this, several lackeys grabbed chairs and charged at Shen Lang. He felt a surge of panic. These thugs were far from the schoolboys he was used to dealing with, and they were armed. If a fight broke out, it could end badly for him. Yet, he had no intention of retreating. What was a beating compared to confronting these brutes? Just then, a chair flew in from the side, knocking down the first lackey. A middle-aged man in a suit rushed into the crowd, swiftly incapacitating the remaining thugs with ease. His cold voice commanding, "You have 3 seconds to get out of my sight, or none of you will leave." The yellow-haired thug trembled at the sight of the newcomer. This was a master. He could tell from the man's aura and piercing gaze. I can't afford to mess with him. Without a second thought, he turned to flee. After all, as long as this old man was here, the beautiful girl would return, and there would be future opportunities. There was no need to confront someone so powerful. A long glance was cast by Aaron towards the several ruffians who fled in disarray, as he swiftly extricated himself from the crowd. "Hey!" Zheng Qi hurried after him, wishing to express her gratitude, only to find he had vanished. Furrowing her brow, she dismissed the thought and returned to her father, inquiring, "Dad, are you all right?" "I shall escort you to the hospital." "I'm fine." Zhang's father waved his hand dismissively, moving towards Shen Lang with a smile. "Young man, thank you. If it weren't for your assistance just now, our family would have faced dire consequences at the hands of those thugs. It's merely a trifling matter." Shen Lang replied with a grin. "I hardly contributed anything. It was that big brother who scared them off." "Why did that big brother leave?" Zhang's father looked around, chuckling. Such selfless individuals are rare in this day and age. It's a pity I cannot thank him in person. Shen Lang, I apologize. I cannot host you today. Zhang Qi said apologetically to Shen Lang before supporting her father. Dad, let me take you for a checkup. I'm perfectly fine. Why waste money? Zhang's father insisted. I still have business to attend to. A little tidying up will suffice. No, we must go to the hospital. Your daughter has money now, Zhang Qi declared, having previously withheld the truth about her live streaming endeavors, fearing her parents would struggle to accept it. Now, given the circumstances, she felt it was time to be honest. I earned a substantial amount from live streaming yesterday and have signed with a company. You both can stop your street vending. Live streaming. Zhang's father gazed at Zhang Qi, utterly perplexed. Shen Lang, I must first take my father to the hospital. I'll invite you over for dinner another day. Zhang Qi said a bit awkwardly to Shen Lang before wheeling her father away. Dad, we are heading to the hospital for a checkup. I will explain the live streaming details on the way. Go ahead. Shen Lang smiled, but once Zhang Qi and her family had distanced themselves, his expression darkened. He climbed into a luxurious car and dialed Long C's number, speaking in a grave tone. Master Long, I'm at the snack street opposite to number 1 high school. Please come. Not far from the snack street lay an old alley adorned with garish hair salons, commonly referred to as the red light district. As evening descended, the salons illuminated with neon lights, dazzling and vibrant. Inside a particular salon, Brother Huang sat heavily on a stool, his eyes glinting with a cold fury. Damn it, I finally encountered a beautiful girl, and after some coercion, I could have easily won her over. I never anticipated a wild card would emerge to thwart my plans. Brother, I can't take it anymore. A junior beside him gritted his teeth. We came away empty-handed and even got beaten up. It grates on my nerves. Damn, do you need to tell me that? Brother Huang shot a glare at the junior and sneered. However, this isn't over. There was a skilled fighter present earlier, so we couldn't retaliate. Tomorrow, we will strike back. Let us see if that vendor dares to act so brazenly again. We must go. Several juniors rose, their teeth clenched in rage. Suddenly, a luxurious car led a procession of vehicles, including a Rolls-Royce and several others, stopping at the salon entrance. The spectacle stunned the salon staff. What on earth? A Benz and a Rolls-Royce. Which big shot has taken a liking to one of our girls? This shouldn't be. We cater to commoners. Damn, the Tycoon has arrived. I wonder which girl hit the jackpot. Many of the staff rushed to the entrance, gazing enviously, as such high-end cars were a rarity in their vicinity, especially the Rolls-Royce, which stood regal, akin to a queen. They puzzled over why the Rolls-Royce was trailing behind the Benz. In comparison, the Benz seemed insignificant. With a click, the door of the Rolls-Royce swung open, and an elderly man emerged. He surveyed the surroundings and strode directly into one of the salons, his demeanor deceptively calm, but exuding a terrifying aura. Following closely were several middle-aged men in suits who flooded into the salon. What the? Brother Huang stood up, astonished. Esteemed gentlemen, what brings you here? A sharp slap echoed as Long C struck Brother Huang with a resounding force, then turned with a stern face, commanding, drag him out. Yes, Master Long. Several middle-aged men immediately advanced, seizing a few individuals and dragging them away. Wait, Brother Huang panicked, confused. Upon recalling how those middle-aged men addressed the elder, he realized the gravity of the situation. The elder was none other than the underground emperor of Hang City, Master Long. As a mere small-time thug, he had never anticipated provoking such a formidable figure. The chasm between them was unfathomably vast. Young master, we have captured the individuals, one of the men said as they reached the back seat of the Benz, bowing respectfully. How shall we proceed? You need only say the word, and even if it means their complete disappearance, it will be done. And no, Master Long. Brother Huang swallowed hard, fear evident in his voice. What have I done to offend you? Master Long remained silent, standing beside the Benz. The tinted windows obscured the interior, but a chilling voice from within resonated. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Tonight, you will go and apologize to the Zhang family. If they forgive you, this matter concludes. If not, I'm afraid. Next year on this date will mark your demise. The Zhang family. Brother Huang trembled. Sir, I know nothing of the Zhang family. nor have I wronged them. You must be mistaken. A sharp smack. Long Si spun around and delivered a series of blows, causing Brother Huang to spit blood. Just a moment ago, you were attempting to extort and coerce their daughter, and now you claim ignorance? I want to allow you to escape unscathed. Brother Huang was utterly bewildered. How had he, a mere street vendor, drawn the ire of Hang City's underground emperor? What astonished him further was the identity of the person seated in the bins, someone whom even Master Long treated with utmost reverence. This was not merely a misstep. He had collided with an iron mountain. Without a moment's hesitation, he nodded vigorously. Sir, I'll head to the Zheng family to apologize immediately and ensure their forgiveness. This is merely the beginning, Shen Lang continued. In the days to come, should the Zheng family encounter any issues, I expect you to be the first to address them. Remember, you may choose to flee if you believe you can escape my grasp. I wouldn't dare. Brother Huang stammered. From now on, anyone who dares to provoke the Zheng family, I will eliminate without hesitation. Let us go. Shen Lang smiled enigmatically, addressing Awan. Yes, young master, Aaron nodded, starting the bends and driving away slowly. Young master. Suddenly, Lin Yutong turned her head, inquiring, what happened to your face? Who will be so bold as to lay a hand on you? Ah, Sister Yutong, who's crossed you? Shen Lang noticed Lin Yutong's furious expression, his lips twitching as he replied, the injuries on my face are trivial. I merely had a scuffle with some classmates. What about you? Your demeanor seems off. If someone has harmed you, I will certainly be displeased and furious. Lin Yutong declared, you are our young master. How can you be bullied? Tell me, who did it? You should not meddle in school matters. They're trivial. If you act as arrogantly as you suggest, I shall surely wear myself out. Shen Lang, nonchalantly crossing his legs, turned to Lin Yutong and asked, Sister Yutong, see me being bullied. Are you so anxious because you have feelings for me? If that is indeed the case, do let me know, for I have harbored thoughts of you all along. Young master, please don't tease me. Chapter 27. A collision of fortunes on the outskirts of Hangzhou, within a luxurious villa. Shen Lang, having finished his bath, lay on his bed and logged into the matchmaking platform, intending to listen to Zheng Qi sing. Her voice was delightful, and he genuinely enjoyed her singing. Otherwise, he would not have invested in her talent. Ding! Upon logging in, a message notification chimed. Shen Lang glanced at it and saw a message from Zheng Qi inquiring about the apology matter regarding Brother Ji. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, it's about that. Remember, you are someone I have my eye on. I will not allow anyone to bully you. My dear, I already have someone I like. Shen Lang was taken aback. No way. You're only in your third year of high school, and you have a boyfriend? Not a boyfriend, just someone I'm fond of. Zheng Qi sent a shy emoji explaining, I like him since my first year of high school, but I never dared to speak to him. Recently, as graduation approaches, I mustered the courage to talk to him. Ha! Which fortunate student has captured my dear Chi-Chi's heart? Shen Lang was aware that Zheng Qi said this to deter him from any inappropriate thoughts. Yet he truly had no such intentions. Can you tell me who you like? I want to tell you. Zheng Qi replied, that is my secret. Oh, come on. Chi-Chi, don't be so stingy. Share it with me. I might even help you out. Absolutely not. Zheng Qi countered. He is very handsome and quite a good person. He saved me today, and I don't need your help. I trust his character completely. After all, we've been classmates for 3 years. What the heck? Shen Lang sat up abruptly, staring blankly. He had not considered this possibility before, but now, hearing Zheng Qi's words, he couldn't help but worry that the person she liked might be him. Today, among their classmates, he was the only one who had helped Zheng Qi. Realization dawned on him. He felt somewhat foolish, indeed, quite foolish. After all, he had 12 beautiful sisters at home and had never contemplated the idea of dating. Given his current situation, a romantic relationship was far from feasible. Suddenly, Zheng Qi's unexpected feelings surfaced, and he pondered what he would do if she confessed to him in the future. It would undoubtedly be quite awkward. Young master. At that moment, Rose emerged from the bathroom, asking, what's wrong? Are you upset? No. Shen Lang shook his head. However, when he turned to look at Rose, his eyes lit up. She had just bathed and wore a white silk camisole nightgown, which was incredibly alluring. Especially her exquisite figure and milky skin were simply irresistible. Not to mention, she was not wearing any underwear, and the tantalizing outline nearly blinded him. "Young master, care to join me?" Rose playfully tossed her hair aside, smiling at him. Gulp. Shen Lang swallowed hard, tossed his phone aside, and lunged forward. "Of course. Why would I refuse? Young master, you're truly naughty." Rose rolled her eyes as she was suddenly tackled. Nights soon passed, and the following morning, after breakfast, Shen Lang arrived at the alley's entrance in his luxury car before walking to school. Upon entering the classroom, he was met with the usual disdainful looks, but he chose to ignore them. However, as he approached his seat, Zheng Qi flashed him a smile, which made his heart race and brought back memories of the previous night. He couldn't fathom why someone as accomplished as Zheng Qi would take an interest in someone as mundane as himself, a mere bookworm often bullied by classmates. In the past, knowing that Zheng Qi liked him would have filled him with joy, but now, given his circumstances, it felt inappropriate to pursue such matters. Discovering this was akin to receiving distressing news. During the first 2 periods of the morning, self-study was the order of the day. Shortly thereafter, the homeroom teacher ascended the podium and announced, "We will depart for Junhua Hotel around 10 o'clock. Hooray! Our teacher is magnificent. We can feast again today." Upon hearing their teacher's words, the students erupted in excitement, turning the classroom into a chaotic scene reminiscent of a marketplace. "What are you all chattering about? Quiet down. It's nearly graduation, and you still can't let me have any peace." The homeroom teacher's lips twitched as he continued. "I grant you ample freedom, but do not become too complacent. With the college entrance exams approaching, I hope each of you will achieve good results at this pivotal moment in your lives. This will affect your future, so do not slack off. Understood, teacher? Our class is a key class. Our results will surely be commendable. We feel no pressure about the college entrance exams." The students responded with laughter, confident in their solid foundation. After all, they would not have made it into such a prestigious class otherwise. Comparatively, while they were aware their class might not fare as well as others in some respects. When it came to grades, the other classes were no match for them. "By the way, Wu Yu suddenly approached Zheng Qi, asking, 'Which school do you plan to apply to?' "Jixing Art Institute." Zheng Qi sighed. "I initially wanted to go to Jida, but during the signing process, Director Qi insisted that I attend Jixing Art Institute. So, you will definitely be attending the Art Institute." When Wan remarked, "Wu Yu and I are planning to apply to Jida, so we can still be together. Jixing Art Institute is not far from Jida. At least we're in the same city, and we can meet up when we have a chance. You both are applying to Jida?" Zheng Qi frowned slightly, then moved closer to Shen Lang and asked, "So, Shen Lang, which school are you planning to apply to?" Chapter 28. A humiliating encounter. Junhua is a 3-star hotel, not particularly renowned in Hangzhou, but it is certainly not an ordinary establishment. The students of Hangzhou Inda First High School, Class 3, rented a bus to arrive at Junhua Hotel. 2 security guards stood straight at the entrance. As they noticed a crowd approaching the hotel, one security guard stepped forward, extending his hand and stating, "Sorry, this is a 3-star hotel. Individuals not dressed appropriately are not permitted to enter." "What do you mean? What the heck? It's just a 3-star hotel, and you won't let us in? What nonsense is this? We came here to eat, and you are denying us entry? Is this some kind of international joke?" The students looked at the security guard, bewildered. Zheng Qi also furrowed her brow, asking, "Why are you stopping us? I made several reservations here beforehand, and now you're refusing us entry. I already told you, individuals not dressed appropriately are prohibited from entering our hotel." The security guard glanced at Zheng Qi with an impassive expression. "This is our hotel's policy. Your words are of no consequence to me." "What the hell? In this day and age, you don't want to do business? What kind of wretched hotel is this? We made a reservation, yet you refuse to let us in? What is going on? Who do we offend? Logically, such a situation should not occur. If there were special regulations, they should have been communicated during the reservation process. But Zheng Qi never mentioned any special conditions. The students continued to gaze at the security guard, confusion written across their faces. In pursuit of a luxurious 5-star hotel, one might overlook certain absurdities. However, the Junhua Hotel, Merely a 3-star establishment has such ridiculous regulations. Is this some sort of international jest? At this moment, Li Changfeng, accompanied by a few sycophants, approached with a mocking smile and inquired, "Zheng Qi, aren't you quite impressive and popular? Have you ever found yourself barred from entering?" He feigned ignorance. "I would have thought you were omnipotent, with the entire city of Hangzhou at your command. A mere lowlife, unable to enter a hotel. What is there to boast about?" Standing nearby, Xie Qiong interjected sarcastically, "Zheng Qi, even with my esteemed support, you're still just a rustic. In this city, you remain a struggling insect at the bottom of the social ladder." Upon seeing the newcomers, Zheng Qi's expression darkened. It dawned on her that this hotel belonged to Li Changfeng's family. How embarrassing. Why hadn't she checked before making the reservation? She had previously wondered why entry was denied. Little did she know, it was Li Changfeng's underhanded scheming at play. The other classmates, realizing the situation, recalled that this establishment was indeed Li Changfeng's family business. With the young master present, they knew he could manipulate the situation as he pleased, now even denying them entry. Shen Lang furrowed his brows, opting not to speak up. It seemed unnecessary. He took out his phone to send a text to Lin Yutong. A mere 3-star hotel attempting to block him was truly laughable. Suddenly, the homeroom teacher emerged, frowning as he remarked, "We're all classmates here. Your actions are somewhat excessive." Li Changfeng retorted without an ounce of respect, "So what? This hotel is my family's. I can do as I please." He looked at Zheng Qi with a sneer. "Aren't you quite the hotshot? Why not go inside now? If it fails, perhaps you could summon that esteemed friend of yours. He might have a solution." Xie Qiong scoffed disdainfully. "Even with someone backing you, you remain insignificant. In Hangzhou, you have no standing to speak." Zheng Qi, infuriated yet powerless, bit her lip and glanced at Shen Lang. He was the only one in class who provided her with a sense of security. Oddly enough, while Shen Lang was perceived as a failure by their peers, being with him felt like leaning against a stronghold. "Wait a moment," Shen Lang suggested. "We have a sizable group, and seeking another hotel at this point may not guarantee availability or readiness. What are we waiting for?" Wu Yu shot a glance at Shen Lang, exasperated. "Just standing here will not earn us entry." The disdain for Shen Lang was palpable. When one echoed the sentiment, "If we heed your advice, we'll end up starving this afternoon. Chi, shall we find another place?" She continued, "There are plenty of hotels in Hangzhou. We certainly don't need to eat here. What's so special about this hotel? Why the fuss? It's as though there are no other dining options in Hangzhou." The classmates clamored to suggest a change of venue. Feeling uneasy dining in Li Changfeng's establishment, knowing he might resort to underhanded tactics. "Let's change venues." Li Changfeng laughed heartily, as you all said. "There are countless places in Hangzhou. It's unnecessary to dine here. However, I, Li Changfeng, assure you that if you don't eat here today, you won't be eating anywhere else. Shall we gamble on it?" Several teachers looked on, infuriated by Li Changfeng's antics, but his status rendered them unable to voice their displeasure. The influence of Li Changfeng's family in Hangzhou was significant. If he truly exerted his power, securing a meal in the city would not be an easy feat moments later. A Mercedes-Benz S-Class glided to a halt at the hotel entrance. The door opened, revealing a stunning woman, ethereal in beauty, who approached with a curious expression. "Why are you all standing at the entrance? Is there no room inside?" Li Changfeng's eyes lit up upon seeing Lin Yutong. She was exquisite, both in appearance and figure, especially in her professional attire, which was undeniably alluring. With a glint in his eye, he remarked, "Miss, these people are not worthy of entering the hotel." "And you are what?" Lin Yutong shot him a disdainful glance. "Just because you say they are unworthy, does that make it so? What gives you the right to dictate here? Along, throw these fools out. Get lost." Along strode forward, intent on grabbing Li Changfeng. "Stop!" A security guard intervened. Looking up defiantly, "Young Master Feng is the heir of this hotel. Who dares to act arrogantly? I could knock you out with a single punch." "The heir of this hotel?" Lin Yutong produced a document and smiled coldly. "Apologies, but 10 minutes ago, I purchased this establishment. You are the security guard here, correct? You may now pack your things and leave." "You heard me right. You are fired." "What?" The security guard stared at the document in Lin Yutong's hands, utterly bewildered. Just 10 minutes prior, the hotel had changed ownership. This must be a joke. Li Changfeng bellowed. This is absurd. My father would never sell the hotel. This hotel has been operating at a loss. Didn't you know? Lin Yutong replied with a chilling smile. Isn't it odd that I need to explain myself to you, fool? Along, toss them out. I have no desire to associate with rubbish. Out you go. Along executed a swift turn, followed by a spinning kick. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Li Changfeng let out a heart-wrenching scream as he was sent flying several meters, landing unceremoniously on the street. Wow, who is this remarkable lady? Not only is she beautiful, but her decisiveness is equally striking. A true queen. Li Changfeng, that fool, didn't even realize his family hotel had been sold. He strutted about, declaring we couldn't enter, but look now. Today, I shall indeed step inside. What could he do about it? The classmates watched the unfolding drama, laughter bubbling within them. Initially fearing a disastrous day, they were now treated to a dramatic twist. The hotel had been bought. The irony was palpable as Li Changfeng, oblivious to the turn of events, continued to flaunt his supposed authority. Now, he lay humiliated, having been unceremoniously ousted. What just happened? Xie Qiong stood frozen, uncertain whether to leave or stay. She was utterly perplexed. Originally, she had accompanied Li Changfeng with the intent to humiliate Zheng Qi, yet now the Junyue Hotel had been purchased. Step aside. Lin Yutong approached Xie Qiong, her tone icy. My apologies. Xie Qiong instinctively stepped back, realizing she was no match for Lin Yutong's imposing presence. In school, she was akin to a regal swan, but before Lin Yutong, she felt like an ugly duckling. There was no comparison. Well then, Xie Qiong, we shall be entering now. Zheng Qi smiled at Xie Qiong before lifting her chin and stepping into the Junyue Hotel. Let us go inside. Suddenly, a wave of exhilaration washed over Zheng Qi. How peculiar. It must be said that some individuals, lacking the requisite skills, delight in putting on airs, which truly baffles me. Just recently, in their attempt to show off, they ended up being humiliated, losing face in front of everyone. A group of classmates, exchanging banter, entered the Junyue Hotel, their laughter resounding with unrestrained joy. Why is it so? Why indeed? Li Changfeng leapt to his feet, resembling a madman, struggling to accept this reality. He had brought a group to flaunt their superiority, believing he was in a position of power, only to be blindsided by the sudden emergence of a woman who had purchased the very Junyue Hotel they were in. Right at the entrance, he was unceremoniously kicked aside in front of his classmates. Spitting, he pointed at Shen Lang and Zheng Qi, addressing his bewildered lackeys. What are you standing there for? Get them. Those fools think they can bring me down. They are not capable of such a feat as the narrative unfolds. Shen Lang was about to ascend the steps and enter the hotel when he heard Li Changfeng's furious shout from behind, his laughter tinged with an eerie quality. Along stood beside him, amused by Li Changfeng's audacity to seek retribution against him. How dare he cause a ruckus in our hotel? Predictably, Along observed a few students rushing toward him and disdainfully chuckled before effortlessly dispatching them to the ground. Li Changfeng was rendered speechless, his legs trembling uncontrollably as his lackeys fell, defeated and sprawled on the floor. You think you're impressive? Along confronted Li Changfeng directly. W, what do you want? Li Changfeng stuttered, clearly intimidated. I warn you, my father is Li Yaoyang. If you dare to touch me, you will regret it. The sharp sound of a slap echoed as Along delivered a resounding blow to Li Changfeng's face, sneering, Li Yaoyang is nothing. You dare to strike me? Li Changfeng clutched his face, glaring at Along. Despite his status as a prominent figure in Hangzhou, he was astounded by the audacity of this rogue who dared to slap him, a clear affront to his existence. Along, with a cold smirk, delivered several more slaps. Li Changfeng, disoriented and bleeding from the corner of his mouth, met Along's frigid gaze. Although he felt humiliated, he dared not utter another word. This man was ferocious. Even after revealing his identity, Along showed no sign of reverence for his father, continuing the assault unabated. Leave. Along glared at Li Changfeng, declaring, if I ever see you again, I will teach you a lesson each time, regardless of who your father is. Just wait. Li Changfeng spat defiantly before fleeing, leaving behind his defeated lackeys. Today has been a disaster for Li Changfeng, someone exclaimed. He usually struts around school like a peacock. But today he got a taste of his own medicine. It feels so satisfying. As the classmates witnessed Li Changfeng's humiliation, they shared in the joy, their spirits buoyed. Everyone, please take a seat. Don't be shy. Upon entering the hotel, Zheng Qi smiled and settled at a table. What are you doing? Wu Yu approached Zheng Qi, intending to sit beside her, but noticed Shen Lang approaching and disdainfully remarked, "You belong at that outer table. This is not your place. Have you considered your own standing? Damn it. Shen Lang, you loser, get away. This is the main table, and you are merely a destitute individual. You don't belong here. Your place is outside." This fellow was truly insufferable. Several classmates of higher status approached, pushing Shen Lang aside. To them, Zheng Qi inviting Shen Lang was a generous act, but his audacity to approach the main table was egregious. As a mere commoner, he should have known his place. "Please don't be like this." Zheng Qi stood up, attempting to defend Shen Lang. "Zheng Qi, what are you doing?" Wenwan pulled Zheng Qi back, saying, "Given your current status, it's best to distance yourself from someone like Shen Lang, lest he tarnish your reputation." "Fine, I'll go outside." Shen Lang chuckled, unfazed by the mockery, and took a seat at the outermost table. As he surveyed the seating arrangement, he noticed a pattern. Those furthest from Zheng Qi were the more reserved classmates, while those exuberantly engaging were clustered closely around her. It was undeniable that society was rife with superficiality. Soon, the dishes were served. Shen Lang, feeling unwelcome, hastily finished his meal and left, remembering that there was still time before his afternoon class. He chose to stroll alone rather than return to school with Lin Yutong and along reflecting on his previous struggles as a mere commoner. He realized how little he appreciated life's nuances. Now, with a different identity, he walked the streets, observing the bustling figures around him, suddenly feeling a sense of detachment from society. In that moment, his heart was tranquil, as if he were a mere spectator witnessing the world's intricate dance. Isn't that Renjia? After a short walk, Shen Lang spotted a familiar figure surrounded by a crowd, his brow furrowing as he hurried over. It seemed Renjia might be in trouble. "Miss, what seems to be the issue?" Among the crowd, a young man in a suit, with a smug smile, declared, "The vase you broke is an antique worth 7 million. Will you pay, or will you accompany me?" "I was an accident. I wasn't at fault." Renwan trembled as she replied. Earlier, while walking, she had collided with a middle-aged man, causing her belongings to fall. The young man then approached, claiming that the box contained an antique vase worth millions and demanded compensation or her company as reparation. "Not your fault." The young man scoffed. "Do you know who I am? My uncle is the notorious Lord Leopard of the West District. Do you think I would jest with you?" What? The Lord of the West District?" Renwan panicked, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Please, just tell me what to do. Pay or come with you." Next chapter, Renwan's formidable rival. Shen Lang lit a cigarette, disregarding the self-important young man. With Bai Zhantong and Long Si backing him, he felt invulnerable in Hangzhou. That so-called Lord Leopard was merely a chick before Long Si. "Brother Yin, that kid is quite amusing. One call can summon Lord Leopard to apologize. He must be lost in a daydream." Witnessing such arrogance was rare, and Shen Lang's companions cast him scornful glances, doubting his capabilities based on his ordinary high school appearance. In Hangzhou, who among the elite could compel Lord Leopard to bow? "Kid, it's been 25 minutes. Lei Yin glanced at his phone and inquired, "Where's my uncle? Why haven't I seen him yet? Time is passing, and I might just have to deal with you. There's still 5 minutes left. Why are you in such a rush?" Shen Lang replied calmly, unperturbed by any schemes Lei Yun might concoct, even if that so-called leopard master hadn't arrived on time. Although Along had not made an appearance, Shen Lang was aware that the man was quietly observing from a distance. With such a master nearby, could Lei Yun's group of lackeys pose any real threat? You truly one tea shed a tear until you see the coffin. Lei Yun lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and said, "Fine, I will wait another 5 minutes." "Brother Yun, that kid has delayed us for half an hour. If Leopard Master doesn't show up, we'll make that kid cry in rhythm." "Damn, under this blazing sun, making us wait like this is infuriating. I'll make sure that kid knows pain." The lackeys glanced up at the glaring sun, then turned their gaze to Shen Lang, feeling quite displeased. Primarily, it was due to the fact that he stood there appearing completely at ease, which was a blatant provocation, as if it didn't regard their group at all. As the time drew near, Lei Yun remained unperturbed, finding amusement in the situation. After a few puffs, he discarded the cigarette and was about to boast when a luxurious car approached, leaving him utterly bewildered. Wasn't he that his uncle's car? Wait, Leopard Master has arrived? Impossible. That kid couldn't possibly have summoned Leopard Master, let alone have him come to apologize. Was he seeing things? His lackeys, too, widened their eyes upon seeing the car speeding towards them. That swiftly approaching vehicle was indeed Leopard Master S, and the license plate confirmed it. With a screech, the luxurious car came to a sudden halt at the roadside. The door swung open, and a middle-aged man emerged, surveying the scene. Upon spotting Lei Yun, a beautiful woman, and Shen Lang, who wore a cold smile, he immediately grasped the situation and approached Lei Yun, delivering a resounding slap across his face. "You scoundrel! Why?" Lei Yun stared at Lei Bao in confusion. "Uncle, why are you hitting me? I'd like to chop you into pieces." Lei Bao kicked Lei Yun again, then hurried over to Shen Lang, bowing respectfully. "Young Master Shen, I apologize for my foolish nephew. Please do not hold it against him." "Is this the money?" Shen Lang inquired, glancing at the bags. "Is there a shortfall?" 7 million. Not a penny less, Lei Bao replied, sizing up Shen Lang before lowering his head. His demeanor entirely respectful, not daring to show any arrogance. He was unaware of Shen Lang as true identity or background, but since Lord Long personally called him, instructing him to bring 7 million as an apology and to avoid offending Shen Lang, he knew better than to be presumptuous. In the West District, he was a big shot, but before Lord Long, he was merely a pawn. A single word from Lord Long could reduce him to nothing. "Actually, I'm not in need of money. 7 million is trivial to me." Shen Lang smiled and asked, "What do you intend to do about your nephew's plan to harm my friend?" "Don't even think of telling me it was a momentary lapse in judgment. If I lacked the necessary skills, your nephew's moment of folly could have resulted in serious consequences for my friend. I expect to see tangible results." This, Lei Bao clenched his teeth, his expression darkening. "Bring him to me. Break that beast's legs." "No, uncle." Lei Yun was taken aback, trembling uncontrollably. He had previously thought that kid was merely a novice who couldn't stir up any trouble. But unexpectedly, he turned out to be a formidable opponent. The nerve of someone with such an extraordinary background to dress like an ordinary person. What was he thinking? Staying low-key? He couldn't possibly be that naive. His lackeys were equally panicked, each one sweating profusely. If even Brother Yun had fallen, their fate could only be imagined. They had truly stepped on a nail this time. "Do it," Lei Bao commanded in a low voice. Without a bit of ruthlessness, he wanted to understand the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Crack! A middle-aged man stepped forward, seizing a stick and swinging it down on Lei Yun's right leg. "Ah!" A piercing scream echoed, sharp and grating. Lei Yun collapsed on the ground, clutching his leg, sweat pouring down his face. "Young Master Shen, please." "Lei Bao, there's nothing wrong with that." Renwan chuckled. "I, an old cow, am enjoying tender grass. Is that unacceptable? All right then, I will ask the teacher for a leave." Shen Lang replied, "Now that we are in the review phase with my grades, it hardly matters whether I attend self-study sessions or not. So it's settled then. You'll come pick me up tonight," Renwan said with a grin, linking her arm with Shen Lang's as they briskly entered the shopping mall, heading straight for the 3rd floor. "Is that you, Renwan?" Suddenly, a flamboyantly dressed woman, heavily made up, approached with an older man beside her, smiling as she asked, "Are you shopping for clothes? And this one beside you, is he your boyfriend?" Liao Min? Renwan turned to look, feeling a bit irked, yet she maintained a smile. "It's been a while. Yes, it's been 2 years since we last met." Liao Min appraised Shen Lang with a smirk. "I heard you got divorced, which truly surprised me. Back in school, you were the belle of the campus, with countless admirers. But seeing you now, it seems you're doing quite well, having found yourself a young and handsome boy toy. However, this boy toy of yours seems a bit shabby. He looks like a student. I wonder, is he just a pretty face with no substance, living off your generosity? Mind your own business." Renwan shot back, rolling her eyes at Liao Min's condescending tone. "Oh, I have no intention of meddling in your affairs, nor could I even if I wanted to." Liao Min laughed, wrapping her arm around the middle-aged man's, adding, This is my boyfriend, a high-ranking executive at a listed company, earning $3 million a year, and he treats me exceptionally well. Ren Wan could see the smugness in Liao Min's expression, her nostrils flaring in disdain, knowing that this woman was once again flaunting her superiority. Their relationship had never been good during their school days, and even after several years, it had not improved. Now that Liao Min had a wealthy boyfriend, she couldn't resist showing off. Young man, you don't seem very old. You must still be in school, right? Liao Min sneered in Shuan's silence. Looking at you, are you perhaps broke and only hanging around Renwan, this older woman, for her money? I'm curious. How much does Renwan pay you each month? Liao Min, stop talking nonsense. Renwan glared at her. Shen Lang is with me not for money. If it's not for money, then for what? Liao Min raised her hand to her forehead. I almost forgot. You are a pauper, so you certainly have nothing to give this young handsome guy. I am sincerely in love with Ren Jie. Shen Lang interjected. To be honest, I admire Ren Jie's beauty, her gentleness, and her nurturing nature. As for you, what do you fancy about this older gentleman beside you? What do you mean by that? Liao Min's expression turned cold immediately. Be careful, little one, with your words. You never know what might happen when you step outside. The middle-aged man, balding and around 40, looked disdainfully at Shen Lang. You should understand that there are some people you simply cannot offend. My influence far exceeds your imagination. Am on feast, Shin na shocked, thank ye. Let's go buy clothes. Chatting with such people is merely a waste of time. Ha! How amusing. Liao Min scoffed. Do you think you can afford the clothes here? From what I know, Renwan, your ex-husband, was a gambling addict who squandered all your money, right? You are now only fit to shop at the local market. This place is certainly not for someone of your financial status. We are not short on cash. Shen Lang grinned, pulling Renwan into a store. After a cursory glance, he picked out several beautiful dresses, tossing them onto the counter without letting Renwan try them on, exclaiming, Beautiful lady, wrap these up for me. Sir, aren't you going to let your girlfriend try them on? The saleswoman looked at Shen Lang, smiling apologetically. The sizes may vary. And how can you know if they will look good without trying? Our fitting rooms are just inside. Perhaps it would be wise to let your girlfriend try them on? I appreciate your attitude, Shen Lang replied with a grin, picking up a few more outfits. Wrap them up. Myra and Jia looks good in anything. Just tally the cost. Oh, is he flaunting his wealth already? The middle-aged man approached Shen Lang, examining the tags of the clothes. Young man, do you even know what brand this is? Do you know how much each outfit costs? Only those who are broke care about brands and prices. I never pay attention to such things, Shen Lang retorted, disdainfully adding. Pauper, step aside. Standing next to me makes me feel embarrassed. Did you just call me pauper? The middle-aged man's expression darkened. Do you have any idea who I am? Renwan, your little boyfriend is quite the comedian. Liao Min chuckled. No longer irritated, you better stop that pretentious act, or you'll have wasted a whole year of your life. I'm quite familiar with this brand. Without even looking, I can tell you that the outfits your little boyfriend picked out will cost no less than 60,000. 60,000? Renwan chuckled. That is not much. My young boyfriend is wealthy. He just gifted me 7 million. Are you trying to pull my leg? Liao Min scoffed. Could you at least draft a rough outline before you start boasting? Believe it or not, I can't be bothered to argue with you, Renwan replied. Making her way to the counter, ma'am. Please wrap these clothes up. I trust my boyfriend's taste. Even without trying them on, they will surely fit perfectly. Very well. The saleswoman nodded, no longer insisting, calculating the total before smiling. Sir, these outfits total 67,000. I have already rounded down the amount. Will you be paying via mobile or card? Mobile payment. Shen Lang took out his phone and scanned the code. As the notification chimed, the middle-aged man and Liao Min frowned. They had initially thought Shen Lang was merely putting on a show of wealth, but to their surprise, he actually paid. Of course, to say Shen Lang and Renwan could afford such expensive clothes was something Liao Min would never believe. She was fully aware of Renwan's situation. In her eyes, they were simply pretending to be affluent, and in the coming months, they would surely be facing financial troubles. Rinjia, let us go, Shen Lang said, grabbing the bag and wrapping his arm around Renwan's shoulder as they strode confidently out of the store. Oomph, what are you so proud of? Liao Min's eyes flashed with malice as she followed them. Once outside the mall, She saw Shen Lang and Ren Wan waiting for a taxi and couldn't resist approaching them with a grin. Oh? You've been exposed so soon? If you were so wealthy, why didn't you own a car? Were you just pretending to be affluent earlier? We simply didn't drive out. Is that a problem? Shen Lang shot Liao Min a glance, retorting bluntly. He didn't mind being criticized, but Liao Min's persistent jabs at Ren Jia were entirely unacceptable. It's not that we didn't drive. It's just that we don't own a car, right? The middle-aged man chuckled coldly, walking over to a BMW X5 parked nearby, pulling open the door with a smile. This BMW X5 is my ride. Care to take a closer look? You poor souls probably haven't even been in a luxury car like this before. Luxury car? Shen Lang scoffed. Brother, if an X5 qualifies as luxury, then you are even poorer than I imagined. That car is worth barely over $1 million. Huh? Are you joking? Everyone can talk big. Even a plane only costs a few tens of millions. The middle-aged man chuckled and said, to be honest, my car indeed costs just over $1 million. However, why don't you bring one here for me to see? Forget about the BMW X5. If you can just drive over a BMW 5 Series, I'll admit defeat. If you can't manage that, then why pretend? Liao Min crossed her arms, looking at Ren Wan with disdain, and remarked, Run, the campus beauty. I never thought you could be so cheap. Ren Wan, infuriated, responded, my boyfriend may not have a BMW, but he does have a Mercedes. A Mercedes, you say? Chapter 0032. Pretending to be a boyfriend? The middle-aged man witnessed Shen Lang's intention to vandalize a Mercedes at the dealership and was about to drag him along. Without a word, he turned and left. Crazy. This guy is utterly mad. Even with money, he can't be this reckless. It's absurd. Damn it, why did he run off? Shen Lang smiled and called out, Hey brother, don't go. The middle-aged man cursed under his breath and quickened his pace. What a disgrace. Liao Min, lacking her previous bravado, lowered her head and chased after the middle-aged man. Huh, that felt good. Ren Wan laughed, saying, Liao Min used to bully me in the group. Today, I finally vented my anger. Let us see if that arrogant woman dares to show off again. Shen Lang added, I prefer to stay low-key, but she insisted on pushing me into the spotlight. Now look, she's the one embarrassed. Thank you, Shen Lang. Ren Huan Saith, though I feel bad that you spent over $1 million today, it doesn't seem worth it. Why did you have to smash that car? It was a luxury vehicle worth over $1 million. Sister, I'm not short on cash. Didn't I mention that? Shen Lang replied with a grin. As for the details, don't worry about it. Let me take you home first, and after school, I'll come pick you up. All right, I won't pry anymore. Ren Wan understood Shen Lang's character and didn't wish to delve deeper. The people surrounding Shen Lang previously seemed quite respectable and exuded a strong presence, indicating that he likely had an extraordinary background, though he had not been in touch with his family. In a certain hotel, within a private room, Li Yaoyang sat at the table, glaring coldly at Mr. Qi across from him, his expression as dark as a pot's bottom. This man had the audacity to lay hands on his son? Undeniably, Pioneer Media had developed well over the past 2 years, but it was still just a small entity. How dare they challenge the Yaowei group? Director Li, why are you staring at me? Mr. Qi laughed, unfazed. Are you planning to kill me with your gaze? Mr. Qi, I didn't expect you to be so arrogant, Li Yaoyang said with a cold smile. Aren't you afraid I might take action against your Pioneer Media and wipe your company off the map? Not afraid. Mr. Qi shook his head dismissively. With young Master Lang backing him, Li Yaoyang was nothing to be concerned about. Even if there were 10 Li Yaoyangs, they wouldn't be enough to warrant a second glance from young Master Lang. Li Yaoyang felt stifled and couldn't comprehend Mr. Qi's confidence. The audacity of that scoundrel, feigning indifference, nearly drove him to the brink of fury. His lips twitched unnaturally, and he coldly stated, Fine, since you are so bold, don't blame me for being impolite. Huh, bring it on. Unless you have anything else to discuss, I'll take my leave. I'm quite busy. Mr. Qi chuckled, stood up, and strode out of the private room, exuding an air of triumph. The sight of Li Yaoyang's distress was utterly delightful. Once upon a time, he had been bullied by Li Yaoyang, but that old fool had forgotten him, a mere insignificant character. Yet, he remembered vividly. Today, he finally felt vindicated. The afternoon class soon concluded, with students streaming out of the classroom like birds released from a cage, creating quite a lively scene. Shen Lang quickly exited the classroom, first requesting leave from the homeroom teacher, then headed to the alley beside the school, where he boarded a luxurious Mercedes-Benz S-Class and returned to his villa. After a sip of water, he sought out Miss Rose, asking Rose, "You're driving the Porsche 918, right?" "Indeed," Rose replied. "Young master, do you wish to drive it?" "Well," Shen Lang chuckled. "Rose, could you let me take it for a spin? I haven't had the chance to drive a luxury car yet." "Young master, that car is yours. Feel free to drive it." Rose handed him the keys, smiling. "The tank is full. I refueled it on my way back. Drive it however you like, but do remember to drive safely." "That is splendid." Shen Lang took the keys and dashed out. Upon reaching the spacious area, he spotted the striking Porsche 918 among the luxury cars, and after rubbing his hands in excitement, he opened the door and hopped in. However, after fumbling for some time, he realized he didn't know how to start it. Embarrassed, he pulled out his phone and messaged Rose, "Miss Rose, could you come out? I don't know how to drive this car." "Young master." Rose hurriedly ran out. "I'm here. How do you drive this thing?" Shen Lang scratched his head awkwardly, saying, "I've tried for a while, but can't figure it out. I've never driven such a supercar before." "I'll show you." Rose smiled, getting into the passenger seat and explaining the controls. "Wow, it's a bit complicated." Shen Lang finally grasped the operation after her guidance. Once Rose exited the car, he started the engine, pressed the accelerator, and felt the powerful roar resonate through him, igniting every cell in his body. Shifting into gear, he pressed down on the gas pedal, and the Porsche 918 surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. The acceleration was overwhelming. At such high speed, the Porsche nearly veered onto the grass while turning. "That was close," Shen Lang exclaimed, quickly stepping on the brakes. Supercars are indeed not meant for just any driver. If he hadn't reacted swiftly, the 918 would likely be headed for a repair shop. "Drive slowly. Take it easy." Once he steadied the car, Shen Lang decided not to show off anymore and took some time to familiarize himself with the vehicle. He cruised leisurely for about 20 minutes before arriving at the old neighborhood where he used to live. "Wow, a Porsche! Who is this wealthy person driving through our area?" "Oh my goodness, the Porsche 918. This is a super luxury car worth over 10 million. I've only seen it online before. I can't believe I'm seeing the real deal today. It's incredibly cool." Many residents in the neighborhood gawked at the Porsche as it rolled in, their eyes wide with envy. A few acquaintances were particularly excited. A supercar like the Porsche 918 was not something one could easily encounter. The sight of it in such an old neighborhood was simply stunning. With a soft screech, the Porsche parked in front of a small building. Shen Lang stepped out, ignoring the astonished onlookers, and knocked on Renwan's door, calling out, "Sister Ren, I'm here." The door swung open, and Renwan appeared. "Wow, so beautiful." Shen Lang was taken aback, captivated by her stunning appearance. With her lustrous dark hair elegantly styled at the back, revealing a delicate and fair visage, she donned a black, mid-sleeved, V-neck bodycon dress that perfectly accentuated her exquisite curves. Truly a sight to behold. However, Renwan felt a tad embarrassed by Shen Lang's compliments. Typically, she wore little makeup, but today, as Shen Lang's girlfriend attending a class reunion, she had opted for a light touch of cosmetics to lend him some prestige. "Shall we go?" Shen Lang smiled, approaching the Porsche 918, opening the door with a grin. "Ladies first. Is this a sports car?" Renwan inquired as she settled into the vehicle. "This must be quite expensive, right? Over 10 million. Shen Lang chuckled. "Among sports cars, it is indeed on the pricier side." "Over 10 million? Renwan glanced at Shen Lang, swallowing hard. Previously, she thought his family was reasonably wealthy, perhaps worth several million, but now, seated in a car valued at tens of millions, she realized she had drastically underestimated his family's fortune. This fellow was nothing short of a financial titan. "Where to?" Shen Lang asked cheerfully as he started the engine. "The Emperor's Club," Renwan replied. "The person organizing the gathering is quite affluent and enjoys showing off. They won't settle for ordinary places." "Another trip to the Emperor's Club?" Shen Lang laughed, pressing the accelerator as they exited the community. The reunion was set to commence at 8, so he decided to find a place to grab a bite with Renwan before arriving around 7:50. He parked by the roadside instead of entering the parking lot, as there were ample spaces available in the vicinity. "Wan, you made it." A young man stood at the entrance of the Emperor's Club, scanning the area. His eyes lit up as he spotted Renwan approaching. and he hurried over. It's been a while. You seem even more beautiful. Class monitor, it's nice to see you again, Renwan said, wrapping her arm around Shen Lang's. This is my boyfriend, Shen Lang. What? The class monitor's expression shifted, frowning as he asked, when did you get a boyfriend? You never mentioned it before. And he looks just 18 or 19, still a student. Love knows no age. If it feels right, then it is, Renwan smiled, turning to Shen Lang, darling. This is our high school's class monitor and the organizer of this reunion. Hello. Shen Lang extended his hand with a smile. I'm just here to join the fun. I hope you don't mind. Not at all. The class monitor replied with a forced smile, though discontent brewed within. But I am curious. How did you, a high school student, end up with our school's belle? I know our belle has high standards, and it's not easy to catch her eye. It's fate. Shen Lang replied. Love is a curious thing. Even if I tried to explain, I might not fully grasp it myself. Let us head inside. The class monitor shot Shen Lang a glance, a hint of derision flickering in his eyes as he led the way. Wan, the others are already here. We were just waiting for you, arriving right on time. How inconsiderate. The gathering was modest, with only about 7 or 8 attendees. Many had settled into family life, no longer enjoying the freedom of their youth. Renwan's presence as the school beauty instantly enlivened the atmosphere. Yet upon learning that she had divorced and taken up with a younger boyfriend, the expressions of her classmates turned awkward. They believed, given Renwan's looks, that even post-divorce and without children, finding a wealthy partner should be a breeze. So why was she with a mere student? It was akin to an old bull courting a tender calf, but not in this manner. Young man, what does your family do? Asked Xiaohong, dressed in a white dress, smiling. Renwan was the belle of our school. Without some merit, one could never hope to hold a candle to our illustrious run. Shen Lang replied, I'm not entirely sure. My father is in business. We haven't seen each other for a while. A businessman? Xiaohong shook. So your family must be quite wealthy? Well, somewhat, Shen Lang said with a wry smile, bemused by the constant inquiries about money at a class reunion. Did wealth determine friendship? What does somewhat even mean? A few thousand could be considered a bit. Tens of thousands to millions might also qualify. A young man named Zhou Tai interjected. When I asked the class monitor, he claimed he only made a bit this year, but when pressed, he revealed it was over 2 million. It might be prudent for you to clarify. I haven't calculated. I genuinely don't know. Shen Lang shook his head. I have quite a bit, though. Why the pretense? Sual scoft, impressive. It's obvious whether someone has money or not. Look at this guy, dressed plainly with no distinguishing features. How could he be connected to the wealthy? He is merely putting on a fade. Ren, I don't understand your thought process. Zhou Tai remarked, our class monitor is a remarkable person, under 30, already running his own company with an annual income exceeding 2 million. He has always had an eye for you and doesn't mind your past. Why would you choose someone like this student? Exactly. Xiao Hong chimed in. What does this young man offer? Hey, you're being excessive. The class monitor interjected. I want to deny that I have feelings for Renwan, but she now has a boyfriend, and we should respect her choice. We're just looking out for you. Su Hao said. We'd accept it if Renwan chose a capable man, but dating a struggling student? What is the point? This kid must be living off her. Stop it. Renwan's face darkened as she surveyed her classmates. She sensed that this reunion was more than it appeared. They were clearly brought here as advocates for the class monitor. Renwan, you're not that young anymore. Don't judge solely by appearances. A woman named Sun Ji advised. I've been through it. Many things aren't as simple as they seem. While money isn't everything. A lack of it makes life quite difficult. I once believed love was the foundation for marriage, but now my husband lacks ambition, earning just a few thousand a month. I must save for months to buy decent cosmetics. What is the point of living like this? Renwan, consider breaking up with him. An outsider at a reunion isn't appropriate, Su Hao suggested. Our class monitor is young and accomplished. Being with him means a comfortable life. Is this truly just a reunion? Renwan's expression turned icy. I don't feel we're merely gathering for old-time sake. Why the anger? Xiaohong asked. We're only speaking for your benefit. Renwan, you're being unreasonable. Sun Jie asserted. If you weren't one of us, we wouldn't bother discussing this. Why are you blaming me? Frankly, your boyfriend doesn't deserve you. Class monitor, say something. Zhou Tai urged, looking at the class monitor. We're all anxious here while you remain silent. Are you pushing our Ren, Wan, into a pit of fire? In truth, I once harbored a secret infatuation for the illustrious Run, Daxoa. I truly despise witnessing her plunge into a perilous situation. It seems you alone possess the ability to rescue our goddess. Ahem. The class leader bestowed a look of approval upon Zhou Tai, then turned to Shen Lang and said, "My dear brother, you have heard what my classmates just articulated. Given your circumstances, it is indeed unlikely that you can provide Renwan with happiness. If you truly care for her, perhaps it is best to part ways." "What do you mean?" Shen Lang questioned, perplexed. "I genuinely like Sister Ren. Why would you suggest I break up with her? Otherwise?" The class leader tilted his head, speaking with an air of satisfaction. "I am 26 this year, the same age as Wan, with only a slight difference in months. Among my peers, I won't claim to have achieved monumental success, but I have acquired a modest fortune. My small company yields an annual profit of no less than 3 million. This year seems even more prosperous. In just half a year, I have already earned 2 million. Do you truly believe that one would find happiness with you, or with me? And may I audaciously inquire, what do you have to offer her?" Sister Ren, I need some fresh air. Please continue your discussion." Shen Lang shot a glance at the class leader, rose, and strode out of the private room. "Hey, darling." Sister Ren looked bewildered as Shen Lang departed. Hadn't he promised to act as her shield and resolve the class leader's nuisance? Why did he leave after just a few words? What does that guy mean? The class leader asked, confused. Why did he leave before finishing his thoughts? Forget about him. Suel scoffed. In my opinion, he probably feels overshadowed by your excellence, hence his hasty retreat. I share that sentiment. Sun Jie chuckled, turning to Renwan. Daxio, that guy may be fine for dating, but he is certainly not suited for a long-term commitment. If you were younger, I might not say much, but you are approaching 30. Should you not consider your lifelong happiness? Renwan, you should let that young man go. Zhou Tai chimed in. Our class leader is a remarkable individual, young and affluent, a definite investment with tremendous potential. That scoundrel, Ren Huan Fumir, utterly incensed. Shen Lang had promised to assist her, yet he had fled first. Upon returning, she would undoubtedly confront him. What a farce. Once Shen Lang exited the private room, he lit a cigarette and plopped down on the hood of a Porsche 918. Earlier, he had thought the class leader to be quite impressive, but it turned out he was utterly lackluster. Boredom overtook him, prompting his departure. Shen Lang? Suddenly, a surprised voice interrupted his thoughts. What are you doing here? Wu Yu and Wan? Shen Lang turned, a smile creeping onto his face. What a coincidence. Aren't you supposed to be in class? Hey, what are you implying? Have you lost your mind? Wen Wan shot him a glance. Look down and see what car you're sitting on. That's the Porsche 918 that was parked in front of the Jingxiyuan Resort. If you damage it while sitting there, you couldn't even afford to compensate for the repairs. Shen Lang was taken aback and quickly stood up, moving to the side. He felt a pang of nervousness, but it seemed Wu Yu and Wen Wan were not suspicious, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. I say, Shun, are you trying to impress someone by sitting on someone else's car? Wu Yu sneered. I never noticed before, but you seem quite clever. Do you really think you can attract girls by flaunting someone else's vehicle? These days, girls aren't easily fooled. No. Shen Lang looked at Wu Yu and Wen Wan, feeling a bit exasperated. He merely wanted to sit on the car and smoke a cigarette, yet he ended up encountering them and receiving disdain. Step aside. Wen Wan pushed Shen Lang aside, took out her phone, and snapped several pictures while perched on the Porsche 918. I want a few too. This car is stunning. Wu Yu couldn't resist joining in, taking selfies beside the 918. The Porsche 918 is so luxurious. Shen Lang watched the two girls snapping photos, a wry smile on his face. These two were quite amusing. He shook his head in mirth, choosing not to interject, and instead, he moved to the front of an Audi TT to continue enjoying his smoke. Hey, what happened earlier better not leave this place. Otherwise, I will have a word with you. Wu Yu, having taken several pictures, finally put her phone away and approached Shen Lang, her expression stern. I didn't see anything. Shen Lang nodded, understanding the unspoken agreement. Wen Wan, let's go. Wu Yu commanded, glaring at Shen Lang as she pulled Wen Wan away briskly. How intriguing. Shen Lang mused as he watched Wu Yu and Wen Wan walk away. What expressions would those two wear if they discovered that the Porsche 918 was actually owned by this so-called loser? It would surely be an exhilarating, thrilling, and captivating sight. Yet, he merely contemplated this without any intention of revealing his identity, as Zheng Qi was the perfect example of why one should remain low-key. Now that Zheng Qi was famous, many classmates were clamoring for her attention, and he had no desire to be surrounded by insincere flattery. A modest approach would allow for a clearer view of the world. "Hey, you loser, get off my car." A strikingly dressed woman approached, glaring furiously. "Do you think you could just sit on my car? If you scratch it, can you afford the repairs?" Shen Lang turned to see a fashionably dressed woman glaring at him, prompting him to instinctively rise. Regaining his composure, he quickly explained, "Miss, I apologize. I was merely sitting on your car with no ill intent. I assure you it won't get scratched." "You think just because you say it won't get scratched, it won't?" The woman retorted angrily. "Do you have any idea how much this car costs? Can you afford the damages?" Shen Lang replied apologetically. "I truly am sorry. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" The woman shot him a disdainful glance. "A loser is just a loser. Unable to afford a car of your own, you sit on someone else's in hopes of attracting women. I must say, your scheme is rather outdated." Shen Lang's lips twitched, and he chose to remain silent, returning to the Porsche 918. "Seriously? Sitting on someone else's car again?" The woman chuckled coldly. "That vehicle you're sitting on isn't cheap. Even a minor scratch would cost more than you could ever afford." "It's fine, it's my car," Shen Lang remarked as he patted the hood, grinning. "I assure you, even if it were to be scratched or totaled, it wouldn't matter." "Huh, this is your car?" The woman paused, then burst into laughter. "It seems I have struck a nerve. You're indeed just a poser trying to impress girls by borrowing someone else's car. Are you going to claim you forgot the keys inside and can't open the door?" "No, the keys are right here with me," Shen Lang replied, pulling out the keys and pressing a button, causing the Porsche 918 to flash its lights. "Wait." The woman suddenly froze, swallowing hard. "Handsome, is this car really yours? If I'm not mistaken, this is a Porsche 918, isn't it? It costs over 10 million. "Yes, roughly that price," Shen Lang smiled. "Don't worry. If anything happens to your car, I will compensate you with a brand new one. It's no trouble at all." "Apologies, my handsome friend," she said, her demeanor shifting dramatically as she approached with a smile. "How about we exchange WeChat and perhaps dine together or enjoy a drink sometime?" "Not interested," Shen Lang replied dismissively, disdain evident on his face. He had little patience for such superficiality and despised individuals who judged others based on appearances. Moments ago, she had regarded him as a loser, but now that she realized he was wealthy, she sought to ingratiate herself, a behavior he found utterly distasteful. "You," she huffed, stamping her foot in frustration. "What are you so smug about? That car might not even belong to you. You could just be borrowing it. And what of it?" Shen Lang retorted. "Whether this car is borrowed or owned is none of your concern." With a scoff, she turned and climbed into her TT. This encounter had been somewhat embarrassing for her. She had never expected that the seemingly inconspicuous young man was, in fact, a wealthy heir. "Shen Lang." Around 10 o'clock, Renwan emerged, her expression rather sour. She had brought Shen Lang along to shield herself from the class monitor, but to her dismay, he had left shortly after arriving. Inside, she had endured an onslaught of ridicule from her classmates, who seemed to have conspired to elevate the monitor to the status of a demigod. "Renwan, you're out?" Shen Lang discarded his cigarette upon seeing her. "You're still here?" The class monitor emerged behind her, his face darkening at the sight of Shen Lang lingering. He had intended to escort Renwan home, but was perturbed to find Shen Lang still present. Despite his attempts to persuade Renwan to break up with Shen Lang, her resolve remained unshaken. "My girlfriend hasn't come out yet. Why would I leave?" Shen Lang stated. "However, now that she is here, I can take my leave. Renwan, how about I give you a ride?" The monitor gritted his teeth, pressing the key fob to unlock a nearby Mercedes E-Class, its lights flashing. "Having a car is more convenient. Following that guy, you might end up taking a bus." "See that? Our class monitor drives a Mercedes." Zhou approached, mocking, "You better skedaddle before you embarrass yourself further in front of our esteemed Ren." "What disparity? Why cling on so desperately?" Sun Jie sneered. "Some people's audacity rivals that of a fortress." Ren sighed, forcing a smile as she climbed into the Porsche 918, saying, "I'll pass on your Mercedes, class monitor. My boyfriend's car is quite splendid." What? The monitor was left dumbfounded, his eyes wide with disbelief. Sun Jie and Xiao Hong shared similar expressions, frozen in shock. The Porsche 918, an extravagant car worth several million, had belonged to Shen Lang all along? They had thought him a mere commoner, only to discover he was a formidable contender. Class monitor this. Su Hao swallowed hard, muttering, "My face hurts." "Shen Lang, is this car yours?" The monitor regained his composure, gritting his teeth. "You didn't rent this to show off, did you?" "No way. He must have rented it. No one could afford such a luxury," Xiao Hong scoffed. "Unless his family has billions in assets. Who would spend millions on a car? Look at his attire. He can't possibly be a billionaire. Why don't you rent one for me then?" Shen Lang chuckled, slipping into the Porsche 918 and revving the engine before speeding away. The class monitor felt utterly humiliated, realizing that such luxury cars were nearly impossible to rent without a substantial sum. "Class monitor, I have family matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now." "Class monitor, I'm heading home too. We can catch up another time," several classmates said awkwardly as they watched the Porsche 918 drive off, chuckling nervously before departing. Initially, they had thought the class monitor was quite accomplished, eager to curry favor by deriding Shen Lang. Little did they know, they were discarding something precious for mere trifles. And the monitor was nothing more than a jester in Shen Lang's presence. Blast it! The class monitor gritted his teeth, wishing he could vanish into the ground. He had thoroughly embarrassed himself today, and it would be a long time before he could hold his head high in front of Renwan again. As for seeking revenge on Shen Lang, that was out of the question. A mere E-Class driver had no business confronting someone who drove a Porsche 918. Renwan's face still bore a smile as she sat in the passenger seat of the Porsche 918. The frustrations she had felt moments ago seemed to dissipate entirely. The class monitor's reaction was priceless. However, turning to Shen Lang, she expressed her discontent. "Hey, why did you leave earlier? I was tormented in there. We agreed you'd help me deal with the monitor. Better you suffer alone than both of us endure the same fate, right?" Shen Lang grinned. "And besides, isn't it resolved now? Do you think that monitor will dare to bother you after seeing this Porsche 918? If he persists, I can only conclude that you should marry him. He must be truly in love." Renwan paused, unable to counter his logic. The monitor had flaunted his superiority, only to be thoroughly humiliated by Shen Lang, and she doubted he would dare approach her again. At that moment, she understood why Shen Lang had left. With the Porsche 918, he needed not utter a word to make the monitor retreat. The next morning, a rumor began circulating in the class. It was said that Shen Lang had pretended to sit in someone else's car to impress girls. This news ignited a flurry of mockery among the students, dragging Shen Lang's name through the mud. Sighing, Xiaoqing listened to her classmates' gossip, feeling increasingly disappointed in Shen Lang. Initially, she had admired his academic prowess and humility, but as she got to know him, he seemed vastly different from her expectations. How could this be? Shen Lang entered the classroom, overhearing the chatter, and smiled wryly. It was clear that this rumor had been concocted by Wu Yu and Wenwan. He had not even mentioned the two girls who had taken photos and posted them online, yet they had exposed him instead. He had no desire to argue. In the eyes of his classmates, he would always be a loser, and he found it easier not to contest that. "Chi-Chi! Chi-Chi!" Suddenly, Wu Yu burst into the classroom, rushing to Zhang Chi-Chi's desk in tears. "My family shop was vandalized. You have to help me. If you don't, my family is finished." "What do you mean?" Zhang Chi-Chi asked, puzzled. "How did your shop get vandalized? And what can I do to assist you?" "At Xiaoqing's birthday party, I got into a scuffle with a man at the Royal Club, and somehow he traced it back to my family." Wu Yu sobbed. "You have a good relationship with my benefactor. Can you speak to him and ask for his assistance? He is wealthy and surely has a way to help." "Not really." Zhang Qi furrowed her brow and said, I'm not very familiar with my brother Liang Run, so I can't help you. Could you please ask him for me?" Wu Yu pleaded. "If you don't say something, I'm really in trouble." "All right, I'll give it a try." Zhang Qi, feeling helpless, took out her phone, logged into the matchmaking platform, and sent a private message to her brother Liang Ren. As the chapter unfolds, when Shen Lang returned to his seat, he saw Wu Yu rush in, crying and saying that the man they had encountered at the royal club had come looking for her, and she implored Zheng Qi to send a message on her behalf. He couldn't help but frown. It was quite naive of her to think that after such an incident, her first instinct would be to ask Zheng Qi for help. After some hesitation, he had no intention of refusing, as they were classmates, and he felt he owed Zheng Qi a favor. Hence, he took out his phone, logged into the platform, and replied to Zheng Qi's message. Subsequently, he sent a text to Long Si, requesting assistance to investigate the matter. Given Long Si's influence in Hang City, this minor issue shouldn't pose a challenge, and he expected results by the afternoon at the latest. Brother Liang Run has replied. Zheng Qi said, visibly relieved upon receiving the message. He said he will handle this matter for you, and that you need not worry. It's just a small issue. Really? Wu Yu exclaimed, halting her tears. Previously, Liang Run had spent lavishly on the platform, indicating his extraordinary status. If he had agreed, the issue should be resolved. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she turned to Zheng Qi. Qi, Liang Run agreed so readily. Could it be that he is in Hang City too? And have you mentioned me to him? If given the chance, you should arrange for us to meet and have some fun together. Well, Zheng Qi looked at Wu Yu, feeling quite displeased. She had chosen to overlook past grievances, considering they were soon to graduate. However, Wu Yu's incessant demands were genuinely exasperating. Who was Liang Run, after all? He wasn't someone they could just invite at will. Why couldn't Wu Yu use her brain? In a bid to leave a good impression on Liang Run, she had refrained from initiating conversations with him lately, fearing to intrude upon his life. Wu Yu continued to dream about having something happen with Liang Run, entirely oblivious to the fact that Liang Run was none other than Shen Lang, the very person she had looked down upon for so long. Little did she know that the Liang Run she longed for was right beside her. I cannot arrange that. Zheng Qi frowned and said, he is extremely wealthy and undoubtedly very busy. How can you expect me to help you set up a meeting? I wouldn't even dare approach him to express my gratitude. Wu Yu felt uncomfortable at Zheng Qi's refusal. However, at that moment, she didn't dare to offend her and thus relented. Soon enough, the day's classes concluded. Shen Lang, not wishing to attend evening study sessions, sought leave from the teacher. Given his academic performance, the teacher was quite at ease and did not press him further, simply offering a few words of advice. What am I to do with my money? Upon exiting the school, Shen Lang chose not to take a vehicle nor head straight home. Instead, he walked towards a nearby restaurant, pondering how to spend his money. He had not thought about this matter until this morning when Lin Yutong reminded him that to meet his mysterious father, he must spend a staggering $1 billion within a year. This posed a formidable challenge for him. Although Zhang Hao had mentioned that spending the $1 billion would come with an assessment and that not fully spending it might still meet the requirements, he had not disclosed the criteria for this assessment. Thus, Shen Lang had to focus on the task of spending the money. Shen Lang? Suddenly, an astonished voice called out. What are you doing here? Yuan Li. Shen Lang turned to see her, surprised. He had grown up in an orphanage and had met numerous people, with Yuan Li being one of them. In truth, he had been among the most unfortunate children in the orphanage, possibly due to the mysterious machinations of his father, as no one had ever adopted him. Meanwhile, many of the other children were taken in by families. Yuan Li was one of the fortunate ones, having been adopted into a family with decent means. It really is you. Yuan Li smiled and asked, did you just finish class? Yes, I'm about to go eat. Shen Lang replied, have you eaten yet? Want to join me? Sure. Yuan Li smiled, but I need to wait a moment. I have an appointment with Xia Bin and need to inform him. Xia Bin? At the mention of the name, Shen Lang frowned. Xia Bin, who had also come from the orphanage, had been luckier than Yuan Li, being adopted by a businessman, transforming from an orphan into a wealthy second-generation heir. They had gotten along quite well in the orphanage, but things had changed as they grew older. Xiaobin had inherited many negative traits typical of the wealthy, looking down upon those who were less fortunate. Shen Lang had once encountered him last year, where he had been subjected to Xiaobin's scorn. All right, Yuan Li continued, by the way, I sent you a message the other day. Why didn't you reply? Gao has been looking for you. Did I? Shen Lang replied, I must have missed it. You mentioned Gao was looking for me. What was that about? He is getting married, Yuan Li said, on the 8th of this month. I thought I should let you know. I assumed you had some troubles. I truly didn't see the message. Shen Lang felt a bit awkward upon seeing Yuan Li's expression and could guess her thoughts. It was fair to say that among those who had played together in the orphanage, he was now doing the worst. Although there was an age difference, he was the youngest at just 18. His life had been quite arduous. Yuan Li's sudden inquiry likely stemmed from the assumption that he might not be able to contribute to the wedding gift. "I see," he said. Yuan Li smiled and said, "Let us go. We can find a restaurant, and I'll send Xiaob in the location. The one ahead looks pretty good." Previously, Shen Lang would have preferred not to dine with Xiaobin, feeling too insignificant. However, now that his circumstances had changed, he no longer felt the same inferiority. Xiaobin seemed nothing more than a petty jester in his eyes, unworthy of his attention. Before long, Xiaobin arrived, accompanied by Zhao Xiaoyan, another child from the orphanage. Compared to Yuan Li and Xiaobin, Zhao Xiaoyan had not been as fortunate, which had made her rather snobbish. With a fair amount of beauty, she had a tendency to change boyfriends as frequently as one might change clothes, always seeking wealthy partners. Upon seeing Shen Lang, both Xiaobin and Zhao Xiaoyan were taken aback, but their astonishment quickly morphed into disdain, as if sharing a meal with Shen Lang was a source of embarrassment. "Have a seat," Yuan Li said with a smile. "Today I'm treating." "Lily, what are you doing?" Zhao Xiaoyan asked as she sat, casting a disdainful glance at Shen Lang. "Why did you bring this loser along?" "Lily, you're being unreasonable." Xiaobin also looked at Shen Lang with contempt. "Shen Lang is clearly avoiding us. Why would you invite him? Remember when Gao treated everyone in the group, and Shen Lang pretended not to see, so as not to contribute? Why would you bring him here now? It's so awkward." Shen Lang didn't see the message. "Don't speak out of turn," Yuan Li defended. Moreover, Shen Lang is still in high school and hasn't started working yet. It's understandable that he wouldn't contribute. He has no parents and has always relied on himself. You all know that. Who believes that? Xiaobin scoffed, rolling his eyes. We're all in the same group. How could he not see the messages? All right, enough. Let us just order, Zhao Xiaoyan said. Why waste breath on a loser? I didn't eat enough for lunch, and I'm starving now. Yuan Li sighed softly, retrieving the menu, and said, You may order. Why here? Xiaobin picked up the menu, glancing at it skeptically. Lily, what made you think of dining in this shabby place? What could possibly be served here? Shen Lang interjected, claiming the establishment was quite decent. Yuan Li responded with a smile. Isn't Xiaoyan hungry? Let's not change locations. We can eat here. It's just one meal. Lily, I truly admire your patience. Xiaobin's lips curled in disdain. When it comes to dining, why would you consult me? Why ask someone like Shen Lang, who is nothing but a loser? He is hardly in a position to know where the good food is. Come on, just make do with it. Zhao Xiaoyan rubbed her stomach and remarked, I'm really hungry. Let us eat a little now, and we can have a late-night snack later. All right then. Xiaobin reluctantly ordered a few dishes. His expression clearly indicated his disdain for such a humble establishment, conveniently forgetting his own struggles at the orphanage. Soon the dishes arrived. Yuan Li picked up her chopsticks and took a bite, exclaiming, I must admit, this dish is quite delightful. Delightful, you say? Xiaobin took a taste, grimacing. Only a loser would frequent a place like this. We wouldn't typically dine in such a shabby restaurant. It's beneath our dignity. If my friends knew I was eating here, they'd surely laugh me to scorn. It's just a meal. Why all the fuss? Yuan Li shot Xiaobin a disapproving glance. People driving Ferraris still enjoy street food, don't they? What matters is the taste, not the grandeur. We eat for flavor, not for show. Lily, that is not quite right. Zhao Xiaoyan chimed in as she continued to eat. In life, one must learn to savor enjoyment. Given our circumstances, why should we crowd with the less fortunate? This restaurant isn't all that impressive. Had I not been so hungry, I wouldn't have chosen to eat here. You all are something else. Yuan Li shook her head with a wry smile and turned to Shen Lang, asking, by the way, Shen Lang, are you going to Gao Da's wedding? It's just 2 days away. Where's it taking place? In the city or the county? Shen Lang had a decent relationship with Gao Da, considering him a friend, and felt obligated to attend. Gao had also come from the orphanage, adopted by a couple in Hong County. His circumstances weren't grand, but they were manageable. Rumor had it that Gao had purchased a house in the city for over $1 million. Yuan Li smiled and said, If you're going, we can go together. Of course. Shen Lang replied with a grin. After all, he has a friend, and a wedding is a joyous occasion. Upon hearing Shen Lang's eager agreement, Xiaobin chuckled, his expression laced with undisguised contempt. Are you even bringing a gift? Though you're still in high school and not working, you must acknowledge your friend's wedding, right? It wouldn't look good to show up empty-handed. Others wouldn't be so understanding. Shen Lang, you're not going empty-handed, are you? Zhao Xiaoyan scoffed. As far as I know, you can barely afford your living expenses. Where would you find a wedding gift? Planning to go hungry for months? The customary gift isn't cheap. At least 500 is expected. Anything less would be quite embarrassing. I have money, Shen Lang replied with a stoic expression. You have money? Xia bin laukit hatili. Lily, you should come with me. Don't associate with Shen Lang. A loser like him would only bring us shame. Lily, I'll drive and pick you up. We've already agreed on that. Zhao Xiaoyan added. As for Shen Lang, let him find his own way there. He has been to Gao Da's place before, so he should know the way. Shen Lang, do you remember the route? Yuan Li knew Xiaobin wouldn't be inclined to help Shen Lang, so she didn't bother asking. It was a big deal to get there. A bus went directly to Gao Da's neighborhood. Just remember, you all go ahead. I'm fine. Shen Lang preferred to avoid the company of Xiaobin and Zhao Xiaoyan, relishing the solitude. Being with them was rather displeasing. Soon, the meal concluded. Xiaobin and Zhao Xiaoyan, unsatisfied, clamored for late-night snacks and dragged Yuan Li along. Shen Lang didn't follow, as Xiaobin wouldn't invite someone he deemed a poor loser. After leaving the restaurant, he called Lin Yutong, and once the car arrived, he slid into the back seat, comfortably returning to the villa. He didn't require anyone's assistance. After a quick shower, he retreated to his room. Having worked tirelessly for several nights, he realized he needed to exercise restraint, fearing potential repercussions. Even though the alluring young ladies in the villa were tempting, he managed to suppress his inner turmoil. The night passed swiftly. The next morning, after breakfast, when Shen Lang arrived at school, he found the classroom buzzing, particularly Wu Yu, who was exuberantly animated. Smiling to himself, he chose not to join the fray. The previous afternoon, Long Si had messaged him, stating that the issue had been resolved. Under pressure from Long Si, the individual had not only apologized to Wu Yu's parents, but had also compensated them with 200,000 for medical expenses. When Zheng Qi saw Shen Lang, she smiled and said, "Come over to my house for dinner tonight. The matter with Wu Yu has been resolved, and the other party compensated 20,000. Wu Yu just reached out to me, saying she wants to buy some things to grill at my place. Wu Yu is treating? I'd rather not intrude on that." Shen Lang replied, not wishing to be in the company of Wu Yu and Wenwan, to avoid their disdain. No witties. Zheng Qi smiled. Didn't we agree you would come to my house for dinner? It's perfect timing with Wu Yu and the others. You simply cannot miss it. Fine. Shen Lang relented, recognizing that Zheng Qi likely harbored feelings for him. He couldn't fathom why a mere ordinary person like him would catch the eye of someone like her. In terms of looks, Zheng Qi was not lacking. In fact, she was the type that grew more beautiful over time. Moreover, she was on her way to becoming a star, while he was merely seen as a waste by their peers, leaving no basis for comparison. Let us walk together tonight. Zheng Qi laughed and quickly returned to her seat. Before long, the day's classes concluded. As school ended, Zheng Qi approached Shen Lang with a smile, saying, "Shen Lang, let us go." "Sure." Shen Lang grinned, falling in step with her. "Chi-Chi, what are you doing?" Upon reaching the school gate, Wu Yu noticed Shen Lang and expressed her discontent. "You're not planning on calling this guy over, are you?" "Chi-Chi, why are you inviting him?" Wenwan also frowned at Shen Lang's presence, finding his company rather dull and detrimental to their mood. "Oh, come on. We're all classmates. No need for such hostility." Zheng Qi interjected. "Where's Xiaoqing? Didn't she say she'd join us?" "She's with the teacher," Wenwan replied. "Let us head over first. She'll arrive shortly." "Let us go then." Zheng Qi nodded and led the way. She first took Wu Yu to the market to buy some items, then headed straight home to an old 4-hectare courtyard. "Welcome, welcome." Zheng's father, who had received the call, was already at the door, greeting them warmly. "Hello, uncle." The group entered and greeted him. Good, good." Zheng's father nodded, saying, "I've prepared everything. Please take a seat. I'll go prepare the barbecue." "Not a brag, but my skills are quite impressive. You're in for a treat." "Thank you, uncle." Wu Yu and Wenwan smiled as they settled into the house. As Shen Lang entered, the former furrowed his brow and inquired, Hey, who allowed you to come in? Don't you know you should be out there helping? Shen Lang was taken aback for a moment, but instead of sitting down, he turned and walked into the courtyard, smiling. Uncle, let me assist you. No need, I can handle it myself. Father Zheng, recognizing Shen Lang and feeling quite grateful, replied with a smile, you should sit inside. As a guest in our home, how can I allow you to help? I can have Chi-Chi assist instead. Not at all. I insist. Shen Lang chuckled, disregarding Father Zheng's objections, and began to lend a hand. What a wonderful child. Seeing Shen Lang's persistence, Father Zheng chose not to press further and felt quite pleased with Shen Lang's diligence. He thought to himself, this young lad is quite impressive and rather handsome too. Perhaps I could consider matchmaking him with my precious daughter? Having been raised in the countryside, where girls typically marry young, such thoughts began to form in his mind. Chapter 0037. A little anxious when Zheng Qi was questioned by Wu Yu, she suddenly felt a wave of anxiety, realizing she had indeed overstepped a bit. Her kindness towards Shen Lang was evident to anyone with discerning eyes, suggesting that she might have feelings for him. Remembering something, she hastily responded, Shen Lang helped me a couple of days ago. I'm simply showing my gratitude. You all should not think too much of it. What did he help you with? Wu Yu scoffed. This guy actually helps people? Exactly. Wen Wan sneered. If you say he helped you, I truly cannot believe it. He is nothing but a useless fellow. What could he possibly do to assist you? Last time I was bullied, it was Shen Lang who came to my aid. Zheng Qi defended. In fact, you all misunderstand Shen Lang. He is not timid, so please do not keep targeting him. How is he not timid? Wu Yu retorted. Last time when we fought with Xie Qiong, he just stood by and watched. If it weren't for Li Chongfeng's people coming to confront him, that useless guy wouldn't have dared to move at all. Truly pathetic. Zheng Qi sighed, not wanting to say anything further. She couldn't understand why. Despite Shen Lang being a decent person, just a bit poor, he was not well liked. Joyfully, they finished their meal. Father Zheng's culinary skills were impressive, and everyone felt thoroughly satisfied. Even Wu Yu and Wen Wan, who typically restrained themselves, indulged in the delicious food. After the meal, Wu Yu exclaimed, I'm full. Let's go out and sing. That individual compensated my family 20,000. I have a bit of money to spare, so let me treat you all to some fun. Great, let's sing. Wen Wan's eyes instantly lit up. Without further ado, the group exited the house and hailed a taxi to the nearby KTV, as they could not afford to visit a high-end establishment. Suddenly, Yuan Li approached with a smile, asking, Are you here to sing as well? What a coincidence. Sister Li. Shen Lang turned and asked, Are you also singing here? Yes. Xiaobin and the others are here too. Why don't you join us? Yuan Li suggested. I have friends with me, so I want to be joining. Shen Lang shook his head, showing no intention of mingling. Come on, it will be more lively with you. Yuan Li insisted, We are only 3. With you, the numbers will be just right. Singing becomes dull with fewer people. Sister, this might not be appropriate, Wu Yu noted, her interest piqued by Yuan Li's fashionable attire. If that elder sister has wealthy friends, she might have an opportunity, right? Wen Wan shared a similar thought. One must seize opportunities. If no rich second generation were present, joining them would incur no loss, and they wouldn't have to pay. If a wealthy individual were present, and she could make a connection, her future days would be much easier. After all, she was currently single. Let us go. Yuan Li smiled. Since you are Shen Lang's friends, you are my friends too. Today, I'll treat you all. It's no big deal. Thank you, sister. Wu Yu smiled, and, without waiting for Shen Lang's approval, she directly followed Yuan Li inside. Shen Lang, with no choice, stepped along. Xiao Qing and Zheng Qi also remained silent. Li Li. Inside the private room, Xiaobin noticed Yuan Li bringing in a number of people and curiously asked, Are these all your friends? They're all Shen Lang's friends, Yuan Li replied with a smile. We met at the door, so I brought them in. Singing alone is no fun. More people make it lively. Comme ici. Xiaobin unusually did not belittle Shen Lang this time, and seemed quite welcoming. Mainly, the 4 women Shen Lang brought were all quite beautiful, each one seemingly more attractive than the last. Damn, why is this loser here again? Zhao Xiaoyan was displeased. But since she wasn't the host, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Otherwise, she would have certainly chased Shen Lang away. She also didn't particularly like the few pretty students. Shen Lang, aren't you going to introduce them? Xiaobin asked after Zheng Qi and the others had taken their seats. Yes. Shen Lang sighed, reluctantly making introductions. He truly had no idea what Xiaobin was thinking. Seeing Shen Lang merely state names during the introductions, Xiaobin felt somewhat displeased and added, "Hello, beautiful ladies. My name is Xiaobin, and I consider myself a friend of Shen Lang. I currently run a small company and earn a decent income." Running a company? Zheng Qi and Xiao Qing simply nodded with smiles, while Wu Yu and Wen Wan's eyes immediately brightened. Generally, those who run companies tend to possess wealth, and Xiaobin had just claimed his income was quite good. In introductions, even those who like to show off would instinctively tone down their pride. It's a common tactic. "Brother Xiaobin, you are impressive," Wu Yu exclaimed. "Starting a company before 30 is something most people can't accomplish. You seem to be doing quite well." "Oh, it's nothing." Xiaobin waved his hand. "My annual income is only around 2 to 3 million. This year seems to be better. If things continue this way, I should be able to earn 5 million by the end of the year." 5 million a year? Wen Wan swallowed hard and said, "Brother Xiaobin, you are incredible. What's so impressive about it?" Xiaobin boasted, "My company is just getting started. In the future, earning tens of millions a year will not be a dream." "Brother Xiaobin, you are so handsome and wealthy. You must have a girlfriend, right?" Wu Yu smiled. "Successful individuals like you are usually quite popular with the ladies." I don't have a girlfriend." Xiaobin's eyes lit up, sensing a chance. The girl in front of him was quite forward. With a slight smile, he took 100 yuan from his wallet and said, "Shen Lang, please buy me a pack of diamond-class cigarettes. The remaining money can be your tip." Shen Lang frowned, but said nothing, accepting the money and heading outside. To be honest, he preferred to walk around rather than sit in the private room, listening to Xiaobin boast and endure the compliments from Wu Yu and Wen Wan. As Xiaobin and Wu Yu, along with Wen Wan, gathered together, the atmosphere became quite awkward. "Shen Lang, I'll go with you." Zheng Qi chuckled, following Shen Lang out of the private room. Once outside, she turned to look at the door of the room, ensuring no one was following, and asked Shen Lang, "Don't you think Wu Yu and Wen Wan seem interested in your friend? But I always feel that your friend is not a good person. His intentions seem rather dubious. Isn't it obvious?" Shen Lang sighed. "You know what kind of people Wu Yu and Wen Wan are? They only care about those with money. Their eyes are solely on wealth. As for my friend, he is indeed not a virtuous person." "Isn't that so?" Zheng Qi remarked, "If that is the case, Wu Yu and Wen Wan are bound to suffer, aren't they?" "Well, it's a matter of mutual consent," Shen Lang replied. "Those two girls will never understand the darkness of this society without experiencing some hardship. I have witnessed the fickleness of human emotions before. You should talk to Wu Yu and Wen Wan later." Zheng Qi responded, "We are all high school students. Our thoughts are rather innocent. It would not be a joke if Wu Yu and Wen Wan were deceived by your friend. Although Wen Wan and Wu Yu do not hold you in high regard, we are still classmates." Shen Lang sighed. "I will speak to them later, but whether they choose to listen is beyond my control. It would be too late to regret after suffering losses," Zheng Qi added. "By the way," Shen Lang turned to Zheng Qi and inquired, "What brings you out with me? There are shops outside. It's not far to buy a pack of cigarettes. I don't want to sit inside." Zheng Qi looked at Shen Lang, her expression revealing her hesitation, her cheeks slightly flushed. Could it be she intends to confess her feelings to me? Shen Lang pondered, observing the rosy hue of Zheng Qi's face, feeling somewhat perplexed about how to respond. After all, his household is filled with 12 stunning sisters, each resembling celestial beings, and he had no desire for romance. Yet, if Zheng Qi were to confess, it would be difficult for him to decline. At this moment, he simply wished for her not to confess. Shen Lang. Zheng Qi bit her lip, torn between wanting to speak and the fear of doing so. Indeed, she longed to express her feelings to Shen Lang, especially with graduation approaching. However, every time the words hovered on the tip of her tongue, she found herself unable to voice them. The main concern was that she did not sense any romantic inclination from Shen Lang. If she were to confess and face rejection, how would she cope? Just say it. Shen Lang chuckled, entering a shop to buy a pack of cigarettes before asking, "Why do I feel like you're a bit off today? Are you feeling unwell? Look at your face. It's as red as a monkey's bottom. Shouldn't you go see a doctor?" Is my face really that red?" Zheng Qi covered her face, mortified. At the same time, She stole a glance at Shen Lang, relieved to find that he was not thinking along those lines. Confessing was something she lacked the courage for, fearing rejection. If she were to be turned down, it might ruin their friendship, and they may never see each other again. Let us head back to the private room, Shen Lang urged, quickening his pace. Upon reaching the room, he handed the cigarettes and money to Xia Bin, saying, "Brother Bin, I got the cigarettes for you." "What do you mean by that?" Xia Bin took the cigarettes and asked, "You're not accepting the tip because you think it's too little?" "Not all," Shen Lang replied. "It's just a pack of cigarettes. There's no need for a delivery fee. Didn't he expect you to be so astute?" Xia Bin chuckled, tossing the money back at Shen Lang. "I prefer to owe favors to others, especially from someone like you, a loser. You should keep the money. If you think it's too little, just ask and I can give you more." Shen Lang frowned, showing no intention of picking up the money, and sat down at the side. Recently, Xia Bin had been making quite a bit of money and seemed to be swelling with arrogance, acting superior to everyone else. However, Shen Lang found it unworthy of his attention, as he viewed Xia Bin as nothing more than a pretentious fool. "What's your problem, Shen Lang?" Wenwan shot him a disdainful glance, saying, "Brother Bin is giving you a tip because he respects you. Why refuse it? This guy is quite amusing." Wu Yu scoffed. "I bet he thinks it's too little. With his character, he should be overjoyed to receive a tip. A few dozen yuan is a significant amount for him, considering it could cover several days' expenses." Xia Bin laughed. "All right, for the sake of our past friendship, I'll give you an extra 100. This should suffice, right?" "Hey, you're going too far." Zheng Qi stood up, unable to bear it any longer. "We are all friends. Shen Lang helped you buy cigarettes out of friendship. Why humiliate him for it?" "I'm not humiliating him. I'm helping him," Xia Bin retorted, feeling irked that Zheng Qi was defending someone he deemed beneath him. Although he was chatting amiably with Wu Yu and Wenwan, his true interest lay in Zheng Qi and Shao Qing. At first glance, those two girls may not seem as stunning as Wenwan and Wu Yu, but upon closer inspection, one could see that they were exceptionally beautiful, especially Zheng Qi. He had encountered numerous women and recognized which types were truly captivating. While Wenwan and Wu Yu were attractive, they could become monotonous over time, whereas Zheng Qi and Shao Qing only grew more enchanting with each glance. Now that Zheng Qi had stood up for that loser Shen Lang, he felt as if he had swallowed a fly. "Qi, how can you say Brother Bin is humiliating Shen Lang? He is actually helping him. Can't you see that?" Wenwan interjected. "With someone like him, you know he doesn't have more than 20 yuan to spend in a day. Now that Brother Bin generously offers over 100, it's equivalent to a week's worth of living expenses for Shen Lang. This is a huge favor for him." "Enough. Stop arguing," Yuan Li intervened, picking up the money and handing it to Xia Bin. "We are all friends. Shen Lang bought you a pack of cigarettes. Why would he need a tip? If I went out to buy for you, would you expect a tip from me?" "You're different," Xia Bin replied. "I don't want to owe Shen Lang any favors, not even a small one." "Fine, I'll take the money," Shen Lang said, uninterested in further discussion as he pocketed the 100 yuan tip. Losers will always be losers. Wenwan scoffed. "Look at him. He must have wanted it all along, but couldn't he bring himself to admit it? Ultimately, he couldn't resist the temptation of the tip. This guy is hopeless." Wu Yu remarked, looking at Shen Lang with disdain. She had aimed to belittle him, but to her surprise, he shamelessly accepted the tip. It was truly embarrassing for a man to stoop so low. Shao Qing shook her head, disheartened by Shen Lang's actions. "Come on, let us sing." Xia Bin shot Shen Lang one last contemptuous glance before ignoring him and began to sing a song. In truth, his singing was rather mediocre. Yet Wu Yu and Wenwan cheered and praised him incessantly, almost lifting him to the heavens with their compliments. With such adoration, he couldn't help but feel elated. At this moment, if he still didn't realize Wu Yu and Wenwan were interested in him, he would be a fool. Although Wenwan and Wu Yu were not on par with Shao Qing and Zheng Qi, he had no reason to refuse the advances of willing girls. First, he would indulge in Wenwan and Wu Yu, and then he would set his sights on Shao Qing and Zheng Qi. By the age of 30, he would have a sizable company earning millions annually, and he had confidence in himself. After all, there were just a few schoolgirls. He was certain he could win them over effortlessly. "I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom." Not long after, Wu Yu sprang up and exited the private room. Shen Lang waited a moment before following her out. Although he initially did not wish to involve himself in Wu Yu and when Wan's matters. Having heard Zhang Qi's concerns, and considering they were all classmates, he resolved to remind Wu Yu that Xia Bin was truly not a good person. Shortly after, Wu Yu exited the restroom, startled by Shen Lang lurking in the corner. She retorted angrily, "What business do you have standing here?" "I am here waiting for you," Shen Lang replied. "Wu Yu, that fellow Xia Bin is not a good person. You and Wan should keep your distance from him." "What do you mean by that, Shen Lang?" Wu Yu glared at him with disdain. "Isn't Xia Bin your friend? How can you slander him behind his back? I never expected you to be so despicable." Shen Lang's lips twitched in unvansha. He had no desire to continue the conversation and turned to enter the private room. Despite his good intentions, he faced contempt, which left him feeling utterly frustrated. What a pathetic loser. Wu Yu shot him a furious glance before walking into the room and sitting beside Xia Bin. "Brother Bin, when I went in the restroom just now, Shen Lang followed me out and stopped me. Do you know what he said?" "What did he say?" Xia Bin frowned, his expression darkening. To outsiders, he appeared unblemished, yet a few acquainted individuals were aware of his notorious past. This was precisely why he dared not pursue Yuan Li and Zhao Xiaoyan, both of whom were quite beautiful. Everyone in their circle was privy to his secrets, rendering him incapable of courting them. Coincidentally, Shen Lang was part of their group, albeit rarely vocal. He must know some of Xia Bin's affairs. That guy is truly despicable. Wu Yu glanced at Shen Lang and continued. "He grabbed me earlier and said you were not a good person, advising me to stay away from you. I used to think he was just a bit useless, but it turns out he is a scoundrel who talks behind others' backs. It's utterly disgusting. Such a person is truly detestable." When Wan looked at Shen Lang with disdain and asked, "With your character, what right do you have to speak ill of Brother Bin? Have you looked at your own worth? You're nothing but a waste." "Damn, Shen Lang, what's your deal?" Xia Bin suddenly stood up, glaring at Shen Lang. "Do you dare speak ill of me? What? Am I not allowed to speak the truth?" Shen Lang retorted. "You know what you've done in the past. You are fully aware of it. Damn, you're seeking death." Xia Bin, infuriated, charged at him. How dare a pathetic loser speak about his character? Was he still that pitiful orphan? Now, he was a young and wealthy man, successful beyond his years. "What do you think you're doing, Xia Bin?" You only pulled him back. "I know what kind of person Shen Lang is. He wouldn't defame you." "Brother Bin, are you going to fight me?" Shen Lang showed no fear, asserting, "Though you are a few years older, it does not guarantee victory over me. You better watch yourself." Xia Bin vant. "I may not be adept at fighting, but for Lily's sake today, I'll let you off. If you dare to speak nonsense again, I will make you regret it." TCH. Shen Lang scoffed, disregarding Xia Bin's threat. He had no desire to argue with someone of Xia Bin's ilk and remained silent, sitting alone in the corner until the meeting concluded. Meanwhile, Zhang Qi garnered attention with her performance. Even Yuan Li and Zhao Xiaoyan praised her singing. Xia Bin's eyes were nearly glued to Zhang Qi. Her voice was captivating, and he fantasized about how enchanting it would be in an intimate setting. He had already resolved to pursue her. She was not someone he could afford to overlook. Upon exiting the KTV, he pressed his car key, and a nearby Mercedes-Benz E-Class illuminated in response. "Chi, shall I drive you all home? It's rather unsafe for you girls to be out alone at this hour." "Wow, a Mercedes E-Class. That must be worth 50 or 60,000. When Wan and Wu Yu's eyes sparkled upon seeing the car, and they immediately opened the door and hopped into the back seat. "I want to take a ride." Zhang Qi had no intention of accepting Xia Bin's offer. She was not fond of him. Besides, it was clear Xia Bin would not be taking Shen Lang along, so she would not sit in his car. With her current wealth, a $50,000 Mercedes was hardly impressive. Despite appearing unchanged on the surface, she had over 20 million in her bank account. Xia Bin, seeing Zhang Qi ignore him while walking in the same direction as Shen Lang, felt a surge of irritation but chose not to voice it. He climbed into the Mercedes, pressed the gas pedal, and sped away. The night was beautiful, adorned with flickering neon lights. Shen Lang and Zhang Qi strolled side by side along a tranquil path, resembling a young couple. Observing the quiet man beside her, Zhang Qi's lips moved as she repeatedly contemplated sharing her feelings, yet she swallowed her words, lacking the courage to express her heart. After a while, gazing at the familiar scenery, she sighed, "Shen Lang, I've arrived home. Thank you for bringing me back." "No problem. See you tomorrow." Shen Lang smiled, turning to leave without lingering. Why can't I just say it? Zheng Qi watched Shen Lang's retreating figure, biting her lip in frustration. Girls tend to mature faster than boys. She had liked Shen Lang since her first year of high school. Though she was naive back then and did not recognize it as love, she simply enjoyed watching him, despite his lack of merit in the eyes of their classmates. Now, 3 years had passed, graduation loomed, and the prospect of attending the same university as Shen Lang was slim, yet she still lacked the courage to voice her feelings. The next morning, after breakfast, Shen Lang arrived at school only to hear unsettling news. A teacher's father was ill and required $400,000 for treatment, prompting a fundraising effort amongst the faculty and students. "Everyone, please contribute what you can," the homeroom teacher announced from the podium. "Mr. Liu has been quite caring towards you all. Now that he is in distress, I hope you will extend a helping hand. How much are you donating?" "Teacher, I don't have much money, but Mr. Liu has treated us well. I'll give 50. I'll contribute 20, hoping Mr. Liu's father can pull through." The classmates were taken aback by the news, yet many expressed their willingness to help, acknowledging Mr. Liu's kindness. Yeah, how much will you donate?" When one approached Wu Yu, frowning. "How did this happen? I'm quite broke lately. If I donate, I'll have to go without food. Just donate something." Wu Yu felt somewhat exasperated, but took out her phone to donate 100. For students, contributing any amount was commendable, and her 100 was already generous. "You donated 100? Wen Huan exclaimed, dissatisfied. "Why so much? Does that mean I have to match you?" "Anything less than 100 looks cheap," Wu Yu replied. "Bite the bullet and donate 100. Don't be like that loser Shen Lang and embarrass yourself in front of the class. What could he possibly donate?" Wen Wan scoffed, suddenly rushing over to Zheng Qi, asking, "Chi, how much are you planning to donate this time?" "I'll donate 10,000, Zheng Qi declared. "Mr. Liu has been very good to us. It's only right to help him in his time of need." You're donating 10,000? Wen Wan's face was filled with astonishment. "Wait, Chi, why so much?" Wu Yu, upon arriving, was equally taken aback by Zheng Qi's generous pledge. Teacher Liu is quite a person. She often turns a blind eye and only donates when pressured, fearing gossip if she refuses. Zheng Qi's direct donation of 10,000 seems excessive, doesn't it? Although Zheng Qi has earned a substantial amount recently, the future remains uncertain, and giving away such a generous sum feels rather extravagant. He decided to donate 10,000, stating that teacher Liu's father requires a significant amount for surgery, and he would consider contributing more if necessary. Wu Yu and Wen Wan were at a loss for words, secretly acknowledging Zheng Qi's generosity. However, recalling that he had made over 20 million recently, they didn't dwell on it. If they had earned such a fortune, they too would not hesitate to donate 10,000. Yet, they mused whether, when faced with such wealth, they would still be inclined to part with that amount. "Is teacher Liu's father hospitalized again?" Shen Lang inquired as he took his seat, furrowing his brow. He pulled out his phone and checked the crowdfunding link shared in their class group. Realizing the donations were significantly lacking, barely reaching a third of the goal. Encouraging classmates to donate was challenging as many were financially strained and without contributions from the teachers. The amount would likely remain insufficient. Hesitating briefly, he opened the donation page, entered 60,000, chose to remain anonymous, and confirmed his contribution. Teacher Liu had always been kind to him, providing support and even treating him to meals in the past. It was only natural that he, as her student, would lend a helping hand in her time of need. As for donating 60,000, he felt it was a substantial contribution that might alleviate the overall total, while also believing that there was no need to overextend himself financially. This amount was merely a part of the surgical expenses. Future costs for recovery could be significant. He would consider donating again if teacher Liu found herself in need later. "Hey, how much did you donate?" Wu Yu approached him, her expression icy. "Don't tell me you didn't contribute a single dime." Wen Wan chimed in, mockingly, "What can this pathetic loser possibly donate? Someone who shamelessly collects fees from friends clearly lacks regard for friendships and is likely heartless enough not to contribute. What I donate is none of your concern." Shen Lang replied. "Moreover, donations are voluntary and based on one's capabilities. Why are you prying into my affairs?" "Truly a scoundrel," Wu Yu scoffed classmates. Shen Lang here is about to become infamous. He just claimed that donations are voluntary, implying he doesn't wish to contribute. Seriously? Shen Lang, how low can you go? How can someone so inconsiderate exist? Teacher Lu has been so good to him, even treating him to meals when he was broke, and now that she is in trouble, he refuses to donate a single cent. How can someone be so heartless? Such a disgrace. He should be expelled from our class. He is a stain on our reputation. The classmates were filled with righteous indignation, wishing they could tear Shen Lang apart. Sighing, Xiaoqing cast a disappointed glance at Shen Lang, shaking her head. She couldn't fathom how he had changed from the considerate person he used to be. While it might be understandable if he didn't contribute to other teachers, how could he turn his back on Teacher Lu, who had treated him so kindly? Shen Lang, you didn't donate? Zheng Qi rushed to his side. If you're short on money, just tell me. I can transfer some to you. No need. Shen Lang shook his head, dismissing his classmates' comments. They could chatter all they wanted. He only needed to be at peace with his conscience when it came to Teacher Lu. Why lower himself to bickering with a pack of rabid dogs? Everyone, quiet down. The homeroom teacher interjected, frowning. You all know Shen Lang's circumstances. He struggles to make ends meet. How can he afford to help Teacher Lu? His situation is unique, and you should understand that. Oof. He bought cigarettes for a friend yesterday and made over 100 in commission, Wen Wan retorted. With his situation, he should at least contribute something, especially after all Teacher Lu has done for him. What? He even charges for buying cigarettes? Seriously, Shen Lang, can you sink any lower? Have you never seen money before? The classmates were astounded to learn that he even charged for such trivial favors. Zheng Qi, stop defending that loser, Wen Wan argued. Shen Lang initially refused the small fee, but when he saw there was over 100, he accepted it. Given how Teacher Lu treated him, not donating even a dime is outrageous. Enough. What are you all making a fuss about? The homeroom teacher's patience wore thin. Donations are a personal choice. There is no obligation to give. You're all educated individuals. Why resort to moral coercion? Ugh, Shen Lang is truly repugnant. How did I get stuck in the same class as such a despicable person? It's infuriating. Students had witnessed Shen Lang's shamelessness and were appalled. ISN Gu wenching a doctor? He must be quite capable, Shen Lang suddenly recalled. During his last visit home, he had encountered 4 elderly men, Long Si, associated with the underworld, by Zhan Tong, the patriarch of the Bai family, Lung Zhan, somewhat enigmatic, and Go Wenqing, a physician revered as a national treasure. He believed someone of such stature would undoubtedly be of great help. With that thought, he sent a text to Go Wenqing, including the donation link, urging him to check where Teacher Lu's father was hospitalized and to provide assistance if possible. Classmates, for those who haven't donated, please consider contributing something. If you're in a better financial position, please donate more, the homeroom teacher announced. This fundraising effort is linked to our class. Other classes have different links. Hence, our donations will be tallied separately, and the class with the highest total will receive recognition. Are you serious? Is this really how it works? Come on, it's just a donation. Why make a competition? The students were not pleased with this revelation. However, they felt compelled to keep pace with their peers and not fall behind. Encouraged by the teacher's words, students resolved to be proactive in their contributions. Tomorrow morning, we will hold a recognition ceremony for the top 10 donors, who will receive a special certificate of appreciation from the school. I'm not trying to pressure you into donating, but I don't want you to lag too far behind either, the homeroom teacher added. Wow, what a cunning tactic. Now, there's a leaderboard? Wait, I only donated $10 earlier. If the list comes out, I'll be embarrassed. I need to contribute more. Unbelievable. The school is really pulling a fast one on us. But we can't afford to not donate. The students gazed at their homeroom teacher, each expressing their discontent. Feeling utterly frustrated. Organizing a commendation ceremony was one thing, but what was the purpose of a comprehensive leaderboard? This was not merely an incentive for them to donate. It was a blatant provocation. The school was indeed quite unscrupulous, employing excessively cunning tactics. In a hospital room in Hang City, Go Wenqing sat in his office, savoring tea and perusing a book, occasionally lifting his cup for a sip with great satisfaction. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon checking, he leaped to his feet and hurried out of the office. A message from the young master. It was his first text after such a long time, and he felt particularly exhilarated, as assisting the young master was an unparalleled honor. He promptly accessed the list of patients in the inpatient department and soon identified the person the young master wished him to attend to, briskly making his way downstairs. Without money, how can you seek treatment? At the entrance of a hospital room, a young man in a white coat reprimanded a woman. I tell you, if you do not pay by tomorrow, we will cease the medication immediately. Dr. Chow, please, the woman pleaded. I'm already crowdfunding and will find a way to borrow money. Please grant me an extension of 2 days. Do not stop my father's medication. Damn, I am most irritated by the likes of you, who possess no means and are always begging for help. Dr. Chow retorted disdainfully. Let me make it clear. We are a hospital, not a charity. If you do not pay by tomorrow, I will have no choice but to expel you from the hospital. People like you deserve to perish. Please. The woman, tear-streaked, fell to her knees before Dr. Chow, but kneeling was of no avail. Dr. Chow remained unmoved, displaying nothing but contempt. What is happening here? Go Winching approached, helping the woman to her feet. This is a hospital. Why the commotion? Dr. Chow quickly donned a smile upon seeing Go Winching. Director, this woman is exceedingly bothersome, demanding medication without funds and expecting us to prepare for surgery. We are a hospital, not a charitable institution. Dr. Chow, your attitude is quite problematic. Ye Venking replied Stanley. While it is true we are not a charity and do not provide free medication, as a physician, where is your medical ethics? How can you speak harshly to a patient? I was merely irked by this woman, Dr. Chow hastily explained. Hello. Go Winching shot a glare at Dr. Chow before addressing the woman. I am the director of this hospital. You may voice your concerns to me. However, I cannot accommodate your earlier request. We must adhere to protocol. If we were to cover the medical expenses for everyone lacking funds, how could our hospital sustain itself? While I sympathize with your situation, there is little I can do. Director, the woman began, only to kneel once more. I implore you, please do not discontinue my father's medication. Sighing, Go Winching was about to decline when he suddenly noticed the room number. In that instant, he felt as if struck by lightning. You are Liu Chun-mei, a teacher at Ingda No. 1 High School? Your father is Liu Si-hai? Director, do you know me? Liu teacher looked up in surprise. Not exactly, Go Winching replied, but you need not worry about your father's situation. Someone has already made arrangements, and we will do our utmost to ensure your father's recovery while waiving all expenses. Really? Is this true? Liu teacher exclaimed. Director, could you tell me who is assisting me? I do not know such influential people. I'm afraid I cannot disclose that information. Go Winching smiled now. Please lead me to your father. Dr. Chow was left in a state of bewilderment, questioning whether he had misheard. Had the director indeed stated that Liu Si-hai's entire bill would be waived? The surgery alone would amount to nearly 400,000. In class 1 of the 3rd year at Ingda No. 1 High School, during the first period of the morning, there was no teacher present, nor was there self-study. Instead, they were gathering donations for Liu teacher. After a while, the homeroom teacher noticed that the students had seemingly completed their contributions and checked his phone before suddenly standing up, asking, who made an anonymous donation? Who donated anonymously? Is that even possible? Did someone really donate anonymously? Could it be that someone donated so little that they opted for anonymity? The students began to murmur, looking around as if trying to identify the peculiar individual behind the anonymous donation. Many eyes fell upon Shen Lang, suspecting he might be the one. Surely, he must have donated too little to reveal his name, resorting to such an odd tactic. How utterly ridiculous! Feeling the stares, Shen Lang grew somewhat embarrassed. The reason for his anonymous donation was entirely to maintain a low profile and avoid complications. However, he was unaware that a list of donations would be compiled and a commendation ceremony held. He had intended to give the money directly to Liu teacher rather than through the class link. I'll start announcing the names and amounts of donations. The homeroom teacher frowned and began. Li Dazhuang donated 50. Xiaohu donated 40. Wei donated 100. Wenwan donated 100. Chowda donated 300. Zheng He donated 10,000. What? Qi donated 10,000? Wow. When did Zheng Qi become so generous? Though she has made a decent amount of money, that is still quite a donation. Wow. Qi is impressive. With that 10,000, we might actually compete with other classes for rankings. Even if we can't surpass class 2, we should have no trouble with the others. Upon hearing the amount of 10,000, the students turned their attention to Zhengqi, awestruck by her generosity. Chapter 41. Impersonation? The once boisterous classroom fell into an instant silence, as if time itself had momentarily halted. Shen Lang, that infamous loser, had donated 60,000? Given that Zhengqi had recently earned over 20 million, yet only donated 1,000, it was unfathomable to them that Shen Lang, who was considered broke, could contribute such a sum. Teacher, you must be mistaken, Wu Yu said incredulously. That loser Shen Lang, doesn't he even have 600? How could he possibly donate 60,000? Indeed, teacher, Wenwan added, we have known Shen Lang for quite some time. We understand his situation. What's going on? Is it possible that Shen Lang actually possesses 60,000? Teacher, you must have made an error. The anonymous donation cannot be from Shen Lang. He cannot have that much money. I suspect someone else has discovered our Class S donation link, and the 60,000 is from a kind-hearted donor. The other students also expressed disbelief that Shen Lang could possess such wealth, let alone donate 60,000. Why would he contribute such a substantial amount? Xiao Qing glanced at Shen Lang, her expression puzzled, suddenly filled with suspicion. Given Shen Lang's current character, it seems he is capable of anything. Perhaps a kind-hearted individual made a donation, and Shen Lang, reluctant to part with his own money, intentionally impersonated that anonymous donor. Before the amount was disclosed, Shen Lang could never have guessed that the anonymous donor contributed 60,000. Now that the teacher has revealed the amount, Shen Lang's facade crumbles instantly. 60,000 is an amount Shen Lang could never manage. With this thought, her disdain for him deepened. She could not believe that he would stoop so low as to impersonate someone else in such a matter. Shen Lang, is this 60,000 truly your donation? The homeroom teacher, overhearing the students' discussions, refrained from intervening, nor could she believe that someone like Shen Lang could contribute such a substantial sum. It is undeniable that Teacher Liu had previously treated Shen Lang well, but now he is in dire straits himself, uncertain of where his next meal will come from. How could he possibly donate such a large sum? Indeed, Shen Lang concocted an excuse, claiming, a few days ago, I assisted someone in a significant way. He seemed quite affluent and rewarded me with a sum of money. Given that Teacher Liu has been good to me, I naturally wish to help her in her time of need. How absurd. This rationale is rather flimsy. Even if he were to receive money, it would be improbable for it to be such a large amount. Homeroom teacher, this guy is undoubtedly impersonating someone else. It's utterly despicable, exclaimed a classmate. Damn it, this pathetic loser is simply revolting. The classmates, upon hearing Shen Lang's justification, were incredulous and unleashed a torrent of scorn upon him. Helping someone and receiving a sum of money? What a farcical joke. Furthermore, given Shen Lang's status, what could he possibly do to assist anyone? He is the type who wouldn't dare intervene even when a classmate is bullied. How could he possibly aid a stranger? Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. All right, the homeroom teacher announced, with the inclusion of that anonymous donation, the class's quota is met. So it must be Shen Lang. Class dismissed. The donation period ends tomorrow at 8 in the morning. If anyone else wishes to contribute, they may do so via the link. How utterly revolting. Alas, one wonders why that kind-hearted individual did not leave their name. Now, a shameless rogue has taken credit for their generosity. Base and shameless, truly a despicable individual. I, Zhao Kuan, have never encountered such unmitigated audacity. After class, as the students exited the classroom, they took one last opportunity to scorn Shen Lang. That guy is truly detestable. Suddenly, Zhengqi rushed to Shen Lang's side and inquired, So, did you really donate that 60,000? What? You don't believe me? Shen Lang responded, showing no intention to clarify. As long as he had a clear conscience, he was unconcerned with the opinions of his classmates. For him, this situation provided a welcome solitude, free from unwanted attention. Should his true identity be revealed, the students' perceptions of him would indeed shift. But after a brief moment of superiority, he would be inundated with countless trivial troubles, which was not his desire. For instance, after Zhengqi exploded, those two annoying girls, Wu Yu and Wenwan, would insist that Zhengqi include them in her live streams, and they would create their own streaming accounts, though currently they were rather lackluster. Deep down, Zhengqi surely was reluctant and found it troublesome, but her status as a classmate made it difficult for her to refuse. Thus, it was better to endure some disdain than to be pestered. After all, he had nothing to lose. I believe you, Zhengqi affirmed. She found it somewhat unbelievable that Shen Lang would donate 60,000, yet she chose to trust him, convinced that he indeed helped a wealthy individual, which resulted in his financial windfall. She held no doubts regarding his character. Chi, don't be fooled by that guy. He is definitely impersonating someone else. It's disgusting. Wu Yu interjected. We all know Shen Lang's situation. If he truly assisted some wealthy benefactor, would he have the means to donate 60,000? Chimed in Wan. Indeed, Chi, you earned over 20 million and only donated 10,000. How much could Shen Lang have received? Would he truly part with 60,000? Chi, please don't misunderstand. I'm not saying your donation is small, but it's simply an incomparable situation. I believe Shen Lang, Zhengqi replied, choosing not to elaborate further as she returned to her seat. Wan and Wu Yu harbored significant biases against Shen Lang, questioning his character, and she had no intention of siding with them. She was not blind. She could discern who was good and who was bad. If it were Wan and Wu Yu who had committed such an act, she would not have hesitated to doubt them. But Shen Lang would not impersonate someone else. Nor would he need to. Soon, the morning classes concluded. Shen Lang stepped outside, casually grabbed a bite to eat, purchased some fruits, and then hailed a taxi to the hospital. Teacher Liu had previously aided him on numerous occasions. As a student, he felt it his duty to visit her father. Shen Lang, what brings you here? Teacher Liu appeared much improved, her spirits lifted. The previous day, she had fretted over financial matters regarding her father's illness, but now, the hospital had waived all expenses, and he was placed in the finest ward, with doctors attending around the clock. Little did she know who had provided such support. It could be a former student or someone else, but the pressing issue had been resolved for the time being. Teacher Liu, I came to see your father. Shen Lang smiled as he entered the room, only to find Teacher Liu's father asleep. What have you brought, child? Teacher Liu noticed the fruits Shen Lang was carrying and frowned. I understand your circumstances. It's not easy for you. Just your presence here brings me joy. There is no need to spend money on such things. These fruits are quite inexpensive, he replied. Just then, Wu Yu entered, carrying her own bag of fruits. Teacher Liu, you have no idea how despicable Shen Lang is. Upon learning about your father's illness, we were all quite anxious, and the classmates eagerly donated. Yet, that filthy loser not only refrained from donating, but also impersonated someone else. I truly wonder how he can be so shameless, especially after all the kindness you've shown him. What do you mean? Teacher Liu asked, confused. Impersonation? What is that about? Teacher Liu, in our class's donation link. Someone donated 60,000 anonymously when Wan chimed in. Yet, this filthy loser claims that 60,000 was his donation. Do you think that is possible? So don't be fooled by his superficial kindness. 60,000? Teacher Liu's eyes widened in alarm. Earlier that morning, she had received help from a mysterious benefactor and had called the school to request the cancellation of the donation campaign. However, the school had not approved it, primarily due to the significant debts incurred from her father's treatment, and they wished to alleviate her burden. Now, learning of the 60,000 donation, she found herself at a loss. If she truly needed the money, she would certainly accept it, but now it was no longer necessary. The debts could be repaid gradually. Teacher Liu, we came to see your father, said one student. Teacher Liu, is everything all right? Don't worry. Good fortune will surely come to your family. Everything will be fine. At that moment, more students began to arrive, demonstrating that Teacher Liu held a commendable place in their hearts. Without the students' recognition, who would bother to visit her? Previously, she had been quite strict at school, and as they transitioned from junior to senior years, the students had naturally harbored some resistance. However, now that they were in their final year, they were practically adults and could see that Teacher Liu genuinely had their best interests at heart. What are you all doing? Teacher Liu frowned, noticing so many students gathered. Aren't you supposed to be in class? Are you all trying to find excuses to skip? Oh, Teacher Liu, at this point, just let it go, the students replied, as they sensed the sudden chill in Teacher Liu's demeanor. Her authoritative tone made them feel a lump in their throats. A few girls' eyes even turned red. At that moment, Teacher Lu's father lay in a hospital bed. Yet Teacher Lu's heart remained preoccupied with thoughts of her students. Such a compassionate teacher is a rarity. Sigh. You all can leave now. Teacher Lu exhaled softly, uttering no further words as she exited the ward. The other students, noticing that Grandfather Lu was asleep, chose not to linger in the room and followed her into the corridor. A glance from a few students in class 1 fell upon Shen Lang, and their expressions instantly darkened. One of them scolded, "Shen Lang, you filthy loser. What are you doing here? How dare you show your face? What the hell? This guy is utterly shameless. Damn, I can't fathom how he thinks. Not only did he not contribute, but he also dared to pretend to visit Teacher Lu? Does he think everyone is a fool?" Other classmates glared at Shen Lang with indignation. Don't act like this. Teacher Lu had yet to grasp the entire situation, but she did not believe Shen Lang was capable of such impersonation. Teacher Lu, this guy is nothing but a petty individual. Wenwan emerged and recounted the details of the previous donation incident. In an instant, the crowd erupted in outrage, casting disdainful glances at Shen Lang, while many students began to hurl insults at him. Clearly, in their eyes, Shen Lang's circumstances rendered it impossible for him to contribute 60,000 yuan, let alone for a charitable cause. Teacher Lu had been unaware of the unfolding events, but upon hearing Wenwan's account, she furrowed her brow. It was evident that she too did not believe Shen Lang had the means to donate such a sum. However, she regarded Shen Lang as a decent person and doubted he would engage in impersonation. Thus, she pondered the emergence of this peculiar circumstance. Teacher Lu, I'll take my leave. Shen Lang noted the subtle shift in Teacher Lu's gaze, realizing she likely believed Wenwan and Wu Yu's words. He had no intention of explaining himself and turned to depart. His assistance to Teacher Lu was entirely sincere, unlike some individuals who merely sought reputation. This fellow possesses an incredible audacity. Damn, I've seen shamelessness, but this takes the cake. It's utterly despicable. I truly wonder how that individual thinks. After impersonating someone, he still dares to show up at Teacher Lu's side, pretending to be kind-hearted. It's baffling how someone of such caliber exists at our Ingda No. 1 high school. The students could not help but express their contempt as Shen Lang walked away. Clearly, he had incited public outrage. What a bore! Shen Lang chuckled softly, brushing off the earlier incident. Upon reaching the corner, he pulled out his phone and sent a text to Gu Wenqing, inquiring about the condition of Teacher Lu's father. Young master. Soon, Gu Wenqing hurriedly approached. Upon seeing Shen Lang, he appeared particularly excited, exclaiming, "What brings you to the hospital?" "I came to check on the patient." Shen Lang replied, "What illness does Grandfather Lu have? Is it serious?" "I can't specify the exact illness, and even if I did, you might not comprehend it." Ye Wenqing replied. "However, young master, rest assured, since he is your teacher's father, we will do our utmost. With our team's expertise, the success rate of the surgery is as high as 80%. As long as there is confidence, that is all that matters. You may return to your duties." Shen Lang nodded, saying no more as he turned to leave. "Young master, take care." Gu Wenqing accompanied him for a considerable distance before finally stopping. Shen Lang, the principal? Not far away, Teacher Lu, holding a thermos, gazed in astonishment as if witnessing something extraordinary. To her, the previous scene was indeed unbelievable. She was fully aware of Shen Lang's family circumstances, having visited his home before. What had just transpired? The principal had treated Shen Lang with utmost respect, bowing and walking far with him before finally halting. Could it be that the mysterious benefactor aiding her was none other than Shen Lang? But how could that be possible? "Teacher Lu, we should head back. We have classes to attend." "Teacher Lu, don't dwell on Shen Lang. He is not a good person and doesn't he deserve your concern?" "Indeed, Teacher Lu, that fellow is nothing but a fool. Don't let him occupy your thoughts." The students emerged just in time to encounter Teacher Lu, who seemed a bit disheartened by the Shen Lang situation, and they offered a few words of consolation. "I'm fine." Teacher Lu smiled and assured her students before taking the thermos and walking away. At present, she found it puzzling why Shen Lang, despite possessing such a formidable background, would choose to masquerade as a loser and willingly allow his classmates to misjudge him. However, since Shen Lang had not revealed his identity, she naturally would not confront him about it. Ultimately, her earlier discomfort had dissipated. Shen Lang was not cold-hearted, but rather supported her discreetly, without her knowledge. The existence of such a quietly devoted student brought her great comfort. The deadline for donations concluded at 8 o'clock the following morning, coinciding with the commencement of the school's recognition ceremony. The students gathered early on the playground. Of course, the donation deadline referred to the end of the statistical period, not the cessation of contributions. Those who wished to donate could still offer a small gesture of support to Teacher Liu. Damn, an anonymous donation of 60,000? Who could that be? Damn, Class 1 is impressive this time. Someone donated 60,000 and another contributed 10,000. That anonymous donation doesn't seem to be from Class 1. However, that notorious loser from Class 1 impersonated the anonymous donor. Many students congregated around the bulletin board, buzzing with discussion, predominantly centered on Shen Lang. As the saying goes, good deeds rarely travel beyond the doorstep while misdeeds spread far and wide. Shen Lang's impersonation had become common knowledge among many. Students expressed their disdain for Shen Lang, deeming him repugnant. Other matters may be manageable. But how could one impersonate someone else in a donation scenario? Class 1 is truly rife with scum. Xiaoqiong stood before the bulletin board. Noticing Class 1's contributions surpassed those of Class 2, claiming the top spot, and remarked bitterly, "Let us not even mention that filthy loser Shen Lang. Even that piece of trash Zheng Qi isn't any better. Just a while ago, Zheng Qi made over 20 million through live streaming without lifting a finger. All thanks to my dear benefactor. Now that Teacher Liu faces difficulties, that shameless woman only donates 10,000. Isn't that rather stingy? To earn over 20 million and only donate 10,000 when a teacher is in need is indeed ungracious. I previously thought Zheng Qi was quite decent, but it turns out she's just another bimbo. I'm turning against her from now on. Simul, earning over 20 million and donating just 10,000? That's ridiculous." Many students expressed dissatisfaction with Zheng Qi's actions, feeling a tinge of envy, believing her earnings came too easily. Unbeknownst to them, they might not even be willing to donate 10,000 themselves for someone with whom they weren't closely acquainted. After all, 10,000 is no trivial sum, and few would generously part with such an amount for someone not particularly close. Gather around, everyone. Moments later, the teacher began calling the students to assemble. Let us go. Hurry up. Upon hearing their teacher's call, the students ceased their discussions and rushed to their respective classes. The playground was densely packed with students. Dear students, this recognition ceremony primarily aims to acknowledge. The principal took the stage, exchanged pleasantries, and then delved into the main topic. Several classes exhibited commendable generosity in donations. Class 3 of grade 12, Class 3 of grade 11, and Class 2 of grade 10. These classes contributed the most within their respective grades, and shortly, I will personally present flags of honor to these 3 classes. Additionally, the individual donation amounts have been tallied. I will now announce the names, and those called should come to the stage to receive a certificate of appreciation. Who could possibly be in the top 10? Alas, the school schemes are too intricate. They have orchestrated such a commendation ceremony, which is clearly intended to encourage us to donate. Those in the top 10 are basking in glory at our school. Students below are chattering, speculating about which classmates might have made it to the top 10. In this day and age, wealth reigns supreme. Those who ascend the stage are undoubtedly affluent, and for them, this recognition holds far more allure than a mere award. I began to announce the names. 10th place, Wu Yi, with a donation of 800. 9th place, Lu Ji, with a donation of 1,000. 3rd place, Li Changfeng, with a donation of 5,000. 2nd place, Zheng Qi, with a donation of 10,000. And 1st place, Shen Lang, with a donation of 60,000. I invite these students to the stage. The principal smiled, expressing gratitude for the support and assistance extended to Teacher Liu, stating that as a member of the teaching community, he felt honored to have such students. What? Why is Shen Lang in 1st place? Damn it. Isn't that guy just a complete loser? How could he possibly be 1st? There is no other Shen Lang in our school. Principal, could there be a mistake? How could Shen Lang be the 1st? There is no way he could produce such a sum of money. Doesn't the school investigate these matters? Many students felt a surge of displeasure upon hearing Shen Lang's name. He is notorious for being a loser at our school. Yet the highest donation came from him. How ironic is that? Teacher, I have something to say. Suddenly, Xiaoqiong stepped forward, stating, "We are dissatisfied with this ranking." Damn it. It's that annoying Xiaoqiong again. What does that troublesome girl want? Could she be aiming to claim the first position for our class? How infuriating. The students of Class 1 in their senior year surprisingly refrained from disparaging Shen Lang, as this was tied to their Class S honor. Despite feeling uncomfortable with Shen Lang standing on the podium, they understood the gravity of the situation. Yet, at this critical moment, Xiaoqiong had to jump in. They knew that Shen Lang's first place could not withstand scrutiny. That guy lacked the capability to donate 60,000 to Teacher Lu. Classmate, do you have something to say? The principal looked at Xiaoqiong, frowning but showing no intention to intervene. Shen Lang could not possibly be first, and Class 1 could not be first either. There was something amiss here. Xiaoqiong continued. As far as I know, the first place donation was anonymous. How could Shen Lang, a mere loser, possibly have 60,000 to donate? Including an anonymous donation in a class's total seems rather inappropriate. Doesn't it? Exactly, we are not satisfied. Damn it. We know Shen Lang's character all too well. That guy can hardly scrape together 600, let alone donate 60,000. Who will believe that? Principal, there is too much discrepancy here. I believe the school should conduct an investigation. If evidence is found that someone like Shen Lang has committed fraud, the school should impose severe penalties and not let it slide. Several students from Class 2 stood up, voicing their support for Xiaoqiong. Their class's donation amount was not far off from Class 1's. It was only the anonymous donation of 60,000 that had pushed them into second place. Shen Lang, do you have anything to say? The principal turned to Shen Lang and asked, "That 60,000, was it indeed your donation? And why did you choose to make it anonymously? Isn't that a bit shameful?" "It was me who donated it," Shen Lang replied. "Just because they think I couldn't, doesn't mean I actually couldn't. Teacher Lu has been good to me. I should help her." Many students were infuriated as Shen Lang refused to admit wrongdoing and instead appeared quite arrogant. If they weren't in school, they might have rushed up to confront him. In our Ingda number 1 high school, who doesn't know that you, Shen Lang, are a pathetic loser? It's uncertain whether you could even produce 200 right now, let alone 60,000. Principal, this guy must be investigated. Even to commit fraud in donations is utterly shameful. Damn, there is no need for an investigation. Such scum should be expelled without further ado. The students from Class 2 were particularly furious, with some even demanding Shen Lang's immediate expulsion. Clearly, they felt extreme dissatisfaction that Class 1 had taken first place while they lacked the financial means to match it. Naturally, the long-standing rivalry between Class 1 and Class 2 provided a perfect opportunity for them to strike. What is going on here? The principal, witnessing the commotion below, could no longer remain composed. He turned to Shen Lang and inquired, "Classmate, I remember your financial circumstances aren't very good. You shouldn't have been able to donate such a large sum. Was that 60,000 really your donation? This seems rather implausible." "Principal, why is it implausible? Just because my financial situation is poor?" Shen Lang frowned and replied, "A few days ago, I assisted a wealthy individual who then rewarded me with a sum of money. Now that Teacher Lu is in need, I decided to use that money to help her. Is that not acceptable?" The principal was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. If the money was indeed donated, then it is permissible. Nonsense. Who would believe such a story? Who would be foolish enough to give you that much money? If you're taking out 60,000 at once, that wealthy individual should have given you far more than that. Wow, Shen Lang, your reasoning is rather imaginative. I almost believed you. The audience erupted in disbelief. Not a single person believed Shen Lang. This situation sounded too far-fetched. Who could be so generous nowadays? Their disdain for Shen Lang had transformed into skepticism about his intelligence. Why concoct such an absurd excuse? This is not merely comical. It is outright ludicrous. Principal, it is true that Shen Lang donated the 60,000. Suddenly, Teacher Lu stepped onto the stage and asserted, "I trust this boy's character. He would not engage in fraudulent activities." What? Why is Teacher Lu here? Teacher Lu, Please do not be deceived by Shen Lang. This is impossible. Teacher Lu, has he fed you some nonsense? How could someone like him produce 60,000? This situation is utterly unrealistic. The students expressed their astonishment and opinions upon Teacher Lu's arrival. No matter who came forward, they simply could not believe that Shen Lang could donate such a sum. Why did Teacher Lu come forward? Xiaoqiong furrowed her brow and approached, saying, Teacher Lu, I understand you are protecting Shen Lang, but we must consider the facts. Based on your understanding of him, you must know that he cannot possibly produce 60,000. Or are you intending to help him fabricate evidence? I'm not fabricating evidence. Teacher Lu wanted to defend Shen Lang, but was at a loss for words. She knew that Shen Lang's circumstances were likely more complex than they appeared. Otherwise, the hospital director would not have been so courteous. However, Shen Lang was deliberately keeping a low profile, and she could not expose that reality. Classmate, the principal turned to Shen Lang and asked, Do you have any evidence? Sigh. Isn't this rather simple? Shen Lang sighed and took out his phone, saying, I have the donation records right here. Can they be fake? Indeed. The principal suddenly slapped his thigh and hurried forward to take a look, declaring, Students, this matter has been confirmed, that 60,000 was indeed donated by Shen Lang. He has the records on his phone. What? How is this possible? No, could it be that Shen Lang, that pathetic loser, really donated 60,000? Isn't broke? Could it be that someone truly gave him a sum of money? Unbelievable. I'm going crazy. That wretched Shen Lang is truly generous. The classmates had never considered the donation record before, but now, with the evidence laid bare, they could no longer harbor doubts. That record could not be fabricated. This outcome genuinely took them by surprise. How could this happen? Xiaoqiong felt a sense of frustration, her heart heavy. She had thought to seize this opportunity to humiliate a class full of worthless individuals, to vent her anger. Yet, to her astonishment, that 60,000 yuan was indeed donated by Shen Lang. That foolish fellow was so naive. Instead of saving the money for himself, he directly donated it to Teacher Lu. What a fool. When Wan was equally taken aback by Shen Lang's donation, she felt a twinge of discomfort. In her view, even if Shen Lang helped others, it was improbable that he would have much money to spare. To donate 60,000 at once, how much could he possibly have left? That guy was truly insane. Wu was also shocked by Shen Lang's actions. It was one thing to be in dire straits, but to receive some of money and then donate, it was utterly foolish. Soon, the commendation ceremony concluded, and Shen Lang became a sensation at school. Despite his humble background, he had generously donated 60,000 to Teacher Lu. After the ceremony, Teacher Lu approached Shen Lang, saying, Not bad. Teacher Lu, it's what I ought to do, Shen Lang replied. I owe you a great deal for your care in the past. Otherwise, I would have faced considerable hardship. Now that you are in need, how could I possibly stand by idly? That 60,000 was merely a token of my gratitude. That's not what I meant. Teacher Lu interjected. The hospital has waived all my father's medical fees. You must have had a word with them, right? Shen Lang laukit via y. Teacher Lu, I don't possess such power. Don't play coy. I saw it all, Teacher Lu remarked. I happened to pass by when you were speaking with the hospital director. You cannot deceive me. However, I am curious. Your background must be quite remarkable. Why pretend to be of such modest means? You have endured quite a bit at school these past 3 years. As for Shen Lang, he glanced at Wu Yu and Wen Wan, his lips twitching rhythmically. Just moments ago, he was concerned that Zheng Qi might be forced to confess her feelings. Yet those two girls had diverted the conversation that way instead. To be fair, Zheng Qi was a lovely girl, beautiful, kind-hearted, and well-proportioned. However, his current state was not conducive to romance. If Zheng Qi were to confess now, he would be at a loss on how to refuse. Or even if he could refuse. The main issue was that he felt somewhat tied to Zheng Qi at this point. Any complications in their interactions could adversely affect his own standing. Why should they concern themselves? Zheng Qi abruptly declared something and fled the classroom, her face flushed. What the heck? Could it be that Qi has genuinely developed feelings for Shen Lang? Her reaction was peculiar. Impossible. Qi was the goddess of Ingdano. One high school now. After that live broadcast, she had risen to fame. while Shen Lang was merely a wretched fellow. Why would she take an interest in him? What do I lack compared to him? It stung, truly stung, my goddess. The classmates, witnessing Zheng Qi's reaction, quickly deduced the truth. That girl must indeed harbor special feelings for Shen Lang. Otherwise, why would she blush? That expression left no room for doubt. It was the very face of bashfulness. What close call! Shen Lang breathed a sigh of relief that Zheng Qi had not spoken her mind. Nevertheless, her mix of shyness and anger still caused him some concern. With 12 lovely girls surrounding him, the possibility of a relationship with Zheng Qi was virtually non-existent. At least for now, he decided to take things one step at a time. As the day of classes concluded, Shen Lang opted not to study that evening and requested a day off from his teacher to attend Gao Da's wedding. Standing in front of the villa, he hesitated momentarily before ultimately retrieving the keys to a matte black Panamera, intending to drive there. It wasn't that he didn't want to take a sports car. It was just that the last time he visited Gao Da's home, he discovered that the roads were less than ideal, and driving a sports car would certainly be a challenge. It had been over a year since his last visit, and he was unsure if the roads had been repaired, so he decided against taking the risk. The Panamera had a slightly higher clearance. "Young master, are you sure you don't want me to accompany you?" Lin Yutong stood nearby, her brow furrowed with concern. "I'm just attending a wedding, not going into battle. Why must you insist on following me?" Shen Lang chuckled. "You're too handsome. I fear that if I accompany you, those guys will look at me as if they want to kill me," he replied, slightly amused. "Well," Lin Yutong rolled her eyes. "I could always wear some unattractive makeup." "All right then." Shen Lang, seeing Lin Yutong's determination to follow him, shook his head with a wry smile, but said nothing further. This time, he chose to drive rather than ride in Along's luxury car. Men love their vehicles and prefer not to sit idly. With the Porsche Panamera leading the way and the Mercedes S600 following closely, they sped toward Hung County. The distance was relatively short. Traveling the highway would take just about an hour. Upon exiting the highway, they needed only another 10 minutes to reach the city center. Shen Lang did not head straight to Gao Da's home, but sought a place to eat first. Arriving at a seemingly decent restaurant, he settled at a table. Noticing that Along and Lin Yutong stood nearby, not taking a seat, he frowned. "What are you two standing around for? Are you watching me eat?" "Young master, you eat first. We will eat later," Along replied. Lin Yutong smiled. "You are the young master. We wouldn't dare sit down to eat with you." "It's fine. Sit down," Shen Lang insisted. "As long as you treat me sincerely, there are no strict rules here. After all, a man should be magnanimous and not sweat the small stuff, right?" "All right." Lin Yutong, seeing Shen Lang's insistence, relented and exchanged glances with Along before sitting beside him. After placing their orders, Shen Lang suddenly felt an itch on the top of his foot. Without much thought, he removed his shoe and rubbed his foot against Lin Yutong's calf, which was clad in black stockings, seeking relief from the itch. "Young master, what are you doing?" Lin Yutong shot him a puzzled look, her brows slightly furrowed. "I have an itch. I just need to rub it a bit," Shen Lang replied nonchalantly, continuing his motion unabated. It must be said that the 12 enchanting ladies arranged by his mysterious father had indeed helped him resist the allure of beautiful women. There was no denying that the unattainable was always the most enticing, especially when it came to someone like Lin Yutong. However, being well acquainted with high society, he found that while he still harbored some desires, they were nowhere near as potent as before. Had it not been for those 12 ladies, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to coexist with Lin Yutong so amicably. This woman was stunning, with an irresistible figure, truly captivating. "Go ahead and rub." Lin Yutong shot him an exasperated glance, but did not refuse, although she consistently presented an air of indifference toward Shen Lang. She was well aware of her position and had prepared herself for potential advances before arriving. Of course, being prepared did not equate to compliance. She wasn't one to yield easily until the final moment. Suddenly, a young man accompanied by several lackeys entered the restaurant. Upon seeing Lin Yutong, the leader abruptly halted, his gaze fixated on her, captivated by her beauty. She was stunning, the most alluring woman he had ever encountered. Immediately, he strode over to Shen Lang's table, grinning and saying, "Beautiful lady, dining here? What a coincidence. I too am having a meal. Shall we share a table and enjoy some food together?" "Get lost." Lin Yutong's expression suddenly turned frigid akin to the icy air of Siberia. Oh, a little firecracker, are we? Chapter 0045. The frustrated taxi driver, seeing Shunga no longer daring to show off, Along disdainfully curled his lip and returned to his seat. Just a petty thug, yet he dared to flaunt his power in front of their young master. He truly did not know how to stay alive. Were it not for the young master's warning to break his legs, that wretch would not have left the restaurant in such comfort today. That's enough. After finishing her makeup, Lin Yutong put away her mirror and cosmetics. Shen Lang glanced at Lin Yutong, feeling somewhat awkward. At that moment, the young lady had completely transformed. Although her features still retained their beauty, her skin had darkened considerably, and her face bore numerous blemishes. With this appearance, Lin Yutong's allure had diminished by 70%, rendering her an inconspicuous woman. How is it? I won't cause you any trouble now, will I? Not at all. Shen Lang nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Creak! A sudden, piercing screech of brakes erupted. Following this, an elderly man clad in a tang suit rushed into the restaurant, flanked by several burly men in black suits, shouting, "Who dares to touch my son? Father, you finally made it." Upon seeing the old man, Shun Ge hurried over, tears streaming down his face. "These thugs are too despicable. They broke my leg. If you hadn't come, I would have been beaten to death by them. I've never been bullied like this in my life. Such audacity." Upon witnessing his son's pitiful state, San Ye's face darkened, radiating an aura of menace. His gaze swiftly fixed on Along, while the inconspicuous Shen Lang and the made-up Lin Yutong were completely ignored. Among that group, the most conspicuous was undoubtedly Along, dressed impeccably in a suit. With a cold smile, he said darkly, "Well, you all have quite the gall to break my son's legs on my turf. You truly possess some skill. You, a mere punk, what are you flaunting about?" Along scoffed derisively. "Long see bows and scrapes before our young master. You, a San Yi, dare to act tough?" Long Yi. San Yi's facial muscles twitched as he coldly inquired, "Kid, are you trying to intimidate me? Do you think you're worthy?" Along pulled out his phone and dialed Long Si's number, saying, "Come over and speak to Long Si yourself. You should be grateful he's not here. Our young master is usually quite forgiving. Otherwise, do you think you could stand here conversing with us?" "No." San Yi felt a twinge of panic, moving to the table to grab his phone. "Are you Long Yi? Who are you? Where's Along?" A voice of great authority echoed from the phone. "Long Yi, I." San Yi realized he was in deep trouble as his legs trembled uncontrollably, losing all his previous bravado. "I will speak." Seeing San Yi had been thoroughly intimidated, Along took the phone, stating, "Long Yi, it's nothing major. It's just that our young master has encountered some trouble here. This worthless San Yi is acting all high and mighty. I thought I'd give you a call." "Damn, is that kid seeking death?" The voice on the phone erupted into an angry roar. "Along, wait there. I'm coming over with my men to deal with that bastard. How dare he offend even the young master? He is truly courting death." "No, San Yi's body shook, nearly collapsing to the ground. The preceding shout was thunderous, and he heard it loud and clear. Should Long Yi truly come over, his demise would be imminent. Perplexed, he could not fathom how significant this person was, commanding such respect even from Long Yi. No, it wasn't he the man before him, but rather the middle-aged man who had mentioned young master. In an instant, he turned to the seemingly ordinary yet calm Shen Lang, who had remained unfazed throughout, and abruptly knelt before him. "Why, young master, I was wrong. I truly didn't know you were connected to Long Yi. Had I known you were friends, even with the greatest audacity, I wouldn't have dared to challenge you. Ignorance should not be punished. I hope the young master will not hold it against me." Upon hanging up, Along remarked, "As for that old man Long Si, he needn't come to stir up trouble." Shen Lang gave a long, knowing glance, then turned to San Yi and asked, "Old sir, are you implying that if I had no ties to Long Yi, you would feel free to bully me at will?" "And no, you misunderstand." San Yi initially froze, then hastily clarified, "It was my fault, all my fault. I should never have. I just spoke with your son, but he didn't relay my instructions clearly to you." Shen Lang suggested, "How about this? You bring me 5 million as an apology. Furthermore, break your son's leg to teach him a lesson. He ought to learn not to flaunt his power without cause." "Young master," San Yi grimaced. I can certainly provide the 5 million, but the leg. You seem to be unconvinced. Shen Lang press it. How about this? You discuss it with Long Si. Whatever he decides, I'll go along. I'm too apathetic to get involved. Young master, please don't. San Yi dared not let Long Si come over. Immediately grabbing a chair and smashing it down on Shungu's leg, then with a pained expression he said, Young master, I've broken this ungrateful wretch's leg, and I'll transfer the money to you right away. Ah. Shingu lay on the ground, howling in agony. At that moment, he truly regretted crossing paths with such a formidable opponent. Along, provide him your account number. Shen Lang smiled. You can keep this 5 million for yourself. And no, young master. Along questioned, why are you giving me this money? I'm not in need of it. Shen Lang chuckled. Surely you understand this better than I do? Very well. Along felt his young master had a point and found no grounds for rebuttal. Their young master was indeed not short on funds. Ding dong. Shortly after, the money arrived. Clearly, San Yu was living quite well in Hung County, as he promptly produced 5 million without delay. Get lost. After confirming he received the money, Shen Lang waved his hand, dismissing San Yi and his companion Shingu. Let us go. San Yi had lost 5 million and had his son's legs broken. Yet as he departed, he still forced a smile at Shen Lang, not daring to show any arrogance. One must admit, his heart was in turmoil at that moment. Dingling, suddenly, a phone rang. Shen Lang pulled out his phone, seeing it was Yuanli calling. He answered, Sisterly, I've arrived in Hung County. Why so late? Hurry over. We're almost done eating. Yuanli Ruplia. Sounding annoyed, didn't we agree to dine together? There's an event later. You can't miss it. I want to join for dinner. I've already eaten. Just send me the address. Shen Lang had no intention of joining for the meal. He had come to intentionally avoid those individuals. With Xiaobin around, if he showed up, he would undoubtedly face a barrage of complaints. Young master, why do you always keep such a low profile? Living like this must be quite stifling. Lin Yutong remarked, moreover, it is time for you to start spending money. Do not forget, you have a task. Within a year, you must expend $100 billion, or else you may never see your father again. It was not a matter of being overly modest, but rather a desire to avoid unnecessary complications. Shen Lang replied, if I reveal my identity, many will flock around me insincerely. Do you think that would be enjoyable? As for being looked down upon, it matters little. My current mindset is beyond such trivialities, and I shan't lose anything significant. Indeed, Lin Yutong chuckled. It appears that your father's earlier decision to train you is indeed wise. Your current demeanor is unparalleled, exhibiting the presence of a formidable individual. Once you are satisfied, let us proceed. Upon receiving the address, Shen Lang smiled and said, along, you need not accompany me. Please find a hotel room. Additionally, the car is somewhat dirty from our earlier journey, so take it for a wash first. Understood, sir. Along responded, refraining from further comment as he felt reassured with Lin Yutong's presence. Despite her seemingly delicate appearance, her abilities were far from superficial. Even he might not match her prowess. Otherwise, why would the master place Lin Yutong beside the young master for protection? Sir, are we not driving there? Lin Yutong rose, offering a wry smile. Your humility is a bit excessive. Be a bit more down to earth, Shen Lang advised. Also, once we arrive, please refrain from calling me young master. That would directly expose my identity. Do remember, if not young master, what should I call you? Perhaps husband would be suitable. Shen Lang laughed. For now, you're my girlfriend. Lin Yutong rolled her eyes. Sir, is that not a bit unfair? It feels excessive. Skip husband, just call me by my name. It is entirely up to you. Shen Lang did not linger on the matter. Exiting the restaurant, he hailed a taxi and said with a smile, driver, please take me to the Golden Crown Entertainment Club. Certainly. The driver smiled and pressed the accelerator. As they drove, Lin Yutong suddenly realized something and asked, should I have changed into different attire before coming out? I feel this business outfit is rather conspicuous and not quite suitable for a gathering. Indeed. Shen Lang had overlooked this detail. He hadn't intended to bring Lin Yutong along. Checking his phone, he remarked, we still have time. We can first purchase a new outfit before heading to the Golden Crown. All right. Lin Yutong smiled. You shall treat me. Is it merely a set of clothing? Shen Lang chuckled. Driver, please do not take us to the Golden Crown just yet. take us to the largest mall in Hung County instead. I will accompany my friend to buy some clothes. Of course. No problem, the driver chuckled, turning the vehicle around, internally dismissing the pair as naive children who flitted between calling each other young master and referencing the largest mall. Did they truly believe that someone of such stature would be hailing a taxi? The Hongdao Mall, having recently opened, stood as the largest and most comprehensive shopping center in Hung County. Its popularity was evident from the throngs of visitors, showcasing the success of Hung County's first integrated marketplace. While it could not compare to the grand malls of Hang City, it was a commendable establishment for such a small locale, boasting a wide array of goods. This mall is quite impressive, Lin Yutong exclaimed as they entered. It is indeed convenient for a small county to have such a large shopping complex. However, whether it can sustain business remains uncertain. Consumers nowadays tend to trust the malls in larger cities. Indeed, Shen Lang replied, the county does have a fair clientele. But due to the prevailing belief that city malls are more reliable, few pay attention to those in the county. If the young master did not have a task at hand, perhaps he could give it a try, Lin Yutong quipped, smiling. Unfortunately, the $100 billion cannot be used for profit, or else we would be in trouble. Shen Lang Zeit. There seems to be a women's clothing store ahead that looks appealing. Let's take a look. We can make do with something. Why not? Lin Yutong smiled. But this is a county, not a city, so they probably lack those high-end brands. Let's at least have a glance. Shen Lang grinned as they entered the women's clothing store. Initially, he presumed the prices would be reasonable, but upon stepping inside, he realized his error. Everything was exorbitantly priced. Everything here starts at over 1,000. Lin Yutong noted casually, seemingly unfazed by the cost, while Shen Lang was taken aback by the steep prices, indicating he had yet to adjust his perspective on value. Is that not Shen Lang? Suddenly, a woman entered, accompanied by a middle-aged man. Chen Yu? Shen Lang turned, furrowing his brow. Though not intimately acquainted, they shared a background from the same orphanage, with her being considerably older than him and Yuan Li. Back in the orphanage, Chen Yu had been a figure of authority, often having others follow her around. Do you still remember me? Chen Yu smiled. What brings you here? I heard you were struggling. What are you doing here? This store's clothing is quite expensive, not something someone like you can afford. It's all right, Shen Lang replied. I brought my friend to take a look. Your friend does not seem impressive, Chen Yu remarked with a condescending smile. In our orphanage, you were among the more handsome boys. How did you end up with such an unremarkable girlfriend? She does not even seem worthy of the clothes here. You. Lin Yutong was truly angered. Had she not intentionally downplayed her appearance, this woman would not even qualify to carry her shoes. Little did she know, the wealth Shen Lang possessed far exceeded her comprehension. Yutong, why don't you go choose some clothes? Shen Lang subtly gestured to her, not wishing to escalate the situation. Lin Yutong huffed, but reluctantly moved aside to select her attire. Were it not for Shen Lang's desire to remain low-key, she had countless ways to make this self-important woman kneel in submission. It was not just Shen Lang who eclipsed her. Lin Yutong herself was far beyond this woman's league. With her father's discerning eye, only those of considerable capability could serve beside Shen Lang. The 12 young ladies residing in their mansion were all remarkable in their own right, each possessing distinct talents. How could someone of such trivial stature presume to be superior? Quite the temper, Chen Yu chuckled, linking arms with the middle-aged man as she began to select clothes. Shen Lang, I have made my choice. This outfit will do. Before long, Lin Yutong selected an elegant black bodycon dress, which was undeniably beautiful, showcasing her discerning taste. I decided to purchase this ensemble. However, Chen Yu approached and presented a membership card, smiling at the saleswoman. Dear lady, I am a gold car member here. Surely I have priority rights? The saleswoman appeared awkward, momentarily at a loss. In truth, regardless of whether one held a silver, gold, or diamond card, there was no such thing as priority. Purchases were strictly on a first-come, first-served basis, and membership merely afforded some discounts. Nevertheless, given Shen Yu's frequent patronage, the saleswoman hesitated before responding with a smile. Of course, if you have your eye on this dress, we shall prioritize your purchase. What does that mean? Lin Yutong expressed her frustration. I chose this dress first. How can it be given to someone else? Do you look down on me? Do you believe I won't have my young master buy this shabby store and have you all expelled? This is utterly outrageous. Oh, sister, are you planning to buy this store? Chunyu was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. Fine. If you intend to purchase it, I will immediately upgrade to a diamond member. No hesitation. The saleswoman merely smiled at Lin Yutong, her disdain evident. Did she truly believe that the unremarkable young man could buy their store? The beautiful woman before her might be deceived by him. He was nothing more than an inconsequential loser, lacking the means to do so. Yutong, don't be angry. Shen Lang chuckled and suggested, why not choose another outfit? Lin Yutong, seeing her young master's encouragement, bit her lip and reluctantly went to select another dress. Truth be told, this new dress lacked the allure of the previous one. Although it still showcased her beauty, it felt somewhat lacking. I will take this dress as well. Yet, Chenyu was not finished with Shen Lang, interjecting once more, hey, you're being excessive. Lin Yutong could no longer contain her frustration. She was accustomed to being the one who bullied others and had never been subjected to such treatment. Having followed her master, and now being with Shen Lang, no one dared to offend her. Yet today, she was being oppressed by an unknown woman, and so brazenly at that. Having never faced defeat, she could not endure it. I have money. What can you do about it? Chunyu smugly retorted, following someone like Shen Lang, a pathetic loser, and still thinking of showing off? Do you have the right? You. Lin Yutong was on the brink of exploding, truly about to lose her temper. Let me choose another outfit. However, Shen Lang remained unfazed, his demeanor calm despite Chunyu's provocations. To him, this was inconsequential. As long as Chunyu did not cross his boundaries, he was indifferent to the matter. Lin Yutong's ire was doused by a single phrase from Shen Lang. In resignation, she ceased her searching and carelessly selected a dress, stating, I can't be bothered to choose. I'll take this one. I don't want this one, Chunyu remarked, turning to see and smirking. This outfit is rather unattractive. Are you sure? Shen Lang questioned, also finding the dress unremarkable. Otherwise, what? Lin Yutong had no intention to continue selecting, feeling too proud to lose face. Unlike Shen Lang, who had endured years of training, her temperament did not allow for such humiliation. Had it not been for her master's restraint, she might have already retaliated fiercely against Chunyu. All right, Shen Lang understood Lin Yutong's discomfort and refrained from further comment. However, when he took out his phone to make a payment, he awkwardly said, Yutong, my phone is dead. Could you cover it for now? You. Lin Yutong felt utterly defeated by Shen Lang. This was indeed embarrassing. When she took out her phone to pay, she was dismayed to discover her own battery was also dead. What a coincidental misfortune. We don't have a charger in our store. The saleswoman interjected disdainfully upon realizing both phones were dead. Clearly, she believed that the couple was merely posturing, lacking the funds to make a purchase. To avoid any inconvenience, she outright stated that they had no chargers, effectively quashing any notion the duo might have had of making a purchase. Chinyu suddenly burst into laughter. Shen Lang, can you be any more ridiculous? Coming here to buy clothes and claiming your phone is dead? Or perhaps you simply cannot afford them and are merely pretending to impress your girlfriend. No. Shen Lang retrieved his phone, stating, my phone is genuinely dead. Got it. No need to elaborate. Chinyu smirked, taking the two outfits Lin Yutong had previously selected to the counter, saying, Dear lady, I will take these two dresses. Just tell me the price. As for those two, ignore them. They are merely here to browse and have no money to spend. Rushing out of the mall, Lin Yutong was fuming, truly on the verge of exploding. Not only had she failed to purchase the dress due to a dead phone, but she had also been subjected to disdain. Turning to Shen Lang, she voiced her discontent. Young master, I don't understand why you didn't slap that obnoxious woman. Would that be entertaining? Shen Lang replied. After such an encounter, she would only come seeking trouble, which would be quite bothersome. It's best not to test how thick the skin of a gold digger is. They will leave you questioning your very existence. Fine. Lin Yutong sighed and said no more. They headed to the Golden Crown Club. Shen Lang did not dwell on the earlier incident, hailing a taxi and getting inside. The Golden Crown Club, while not comparable to the Imperial Palace Club in the city, was undeniably the premier establishment in Hung County. As night fell, the parking lot outside was filled with an array of luxury cars, Mercedes, BMWs, and Jaguars, resembling a miniature auto show. Naturally, supercars were absent, as it was merely a county town. After Shen Lang and Lin Yutong exited the vehicle and entered the Golden Crown Club, they inquired with a staff member and proceeded to a private room. At that moment, several acquaintances were already present. The initiator of this gathering was the well-connected Xia Bin, while the protagonist, Gao De, was absent, preparing for his wedding the following day. "Oh, our esteemed young master Shen has arrived," Xia Bin greeted with an exaggerated tone, clearly harboring resentment from the previous encounter in the city. His ire had been redirected toward Shen Lang. "Shen Lang, why are you so late?" Yuan Li stood up, giving Shen Lang a disdainful glance. Upon noticing Lin Yutong beside him, she paused and asked, "Is this your girlfriend?" "Indeed, my girlfriend," Shen Lang replied, pulling Lin Yutong closer with a smile. Lin Yutong shot him a discreet glare, feeling somewhat irked by his deliberate advantage. Nevertheless, given her status, she would not dare to embarrass Shen Lang in such a setting. She was not foolish. In comparison to the young master's reputation, her slight discomfort was insignificant. However, their young master was rather peculiar. He preferred solitude, enduring all disdain without a hint of complaint. "Shen Lang, your girlfriend leaves much to be desired." Zhao Xiaoyan, seated in the corner, cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yutong and scoffed. "Moreover, attending a gathering in a business suit? Does she lack the funds for anything else besides what the company provides? Could you possibly be more pathetic?" "Huh, Shen Lang, are you bringing your girlfriend here for comedic relief?" A youth, close to Xia Bin, interjected with a grin. "May I be so bold as to inquire what your girlfriend does? Surely, she isn't working in some club? That outfit looks quite alluring." Lin Yutong glared at Zhao Xiaoyan and the young man, her anger simmering. These ignorant fools, believing themselves to be superior, failed to recognize that her attire, far from being inexpensive, spoke of quality. Unfortunately, none among them possessed the discernment to appreciate her true worth. "Stay calm," she reminded herself, seeking tranquility. Shen Lang, Ziming the Unfazit, casually seated himself in the corner, giving her waist a gentle squeeze. Lin Yutong rolled her eyes. "Young master, as your girlfriend, I find their remarks intolerable. Should you express some indignation? This is profoundly uncomfortable for me. Your mindset is simply not yet anchored," Shen Lang replied with a smile. "They are nothing but a troop of buffoons. With your stature, why bother to engage with them? I am genuinely displeased." Lin Yutong's annoyance escalated, and she turned her head away, refusing to acknowledge Shen Lang. Deep down, she understood his mental state was not something most could fathom. As a formidable individual, he indeed required such composure. However, unaccustomed to mockery, she felt provoked. Had it not been for Shen Lang's restraint, she would have considered purchasing the establishment merely to retaliate. Suddenly, Chen Yu entered with her boyfriend. Upon spotting Shen Lang, she smiled brightly. "Oh, you are here too. What is this? Didn't you take your girlfriend shopping?" "Yujia, where have you been?" Xia Bin inquired. "Didn't we agree to convene here at 8? It's nearly 9. I went shopping," Chen Yu chuckled. "If you had been with me, you would have found it hysterical." Shen Lang took his girlfriend to Hongdao Mall, but his phone died, leaving him unable to pay. "I nearly laughed myself to death. Lacking the means, what audacity to pretend. Seriously? This guy dared to wander in a Hongdao Mall?" Xiaobin exclaimed. "That place, while not as upscale as the City S malls, is no bargain. Does Shen Lang truly belong there? Goodness, he has quite the character." Others joined in the laughter, their gazes filled with unabashed scorn for Shen Lang. Fortunately, they had not been with him, or their embarrassment would have been monumental. Frustration surged within Lin Yutong as she glared at Chen Yu. Turning back to Shen Lang, she observed his calm demeanor and sighed. "Young master, I'm going out to borrow a charger. Remaining here, I might just succumb to the irritation of these self-important individuals. I'll accompany you." Shen Lang, wary of allowing Lin Yutong to venture out alone, knew her temper was volatile and feared she might explode if provoked. Approaching the front desk, he smiled at the attendant. "Excuse me, do you have a charger we could borrow?" "Yes." The front desk attendant began to respond, but abruptly halted. The Jingguan Club was the largest entertainment venue in Hung County, frequented by the affluent and influential. The seemingly unremarkable man, accompanied by a woman clad in a business suit, appeared out of place. Were they truly here to borrow a charger? Shen Lang explained, "My phone has died. I merely need to borrow a charger." "Certainly. However, we require a deposit." The attendant's mind raced, concocting a scheme to prevent Shen Lang from absconding with the charger. In her view, Shen Lang and Lin Yutong harbored ulterior motives. Such incidents were not uncommon in the Jingguan Club. But those who borrowed chargers were typically dignified individuals who would never compromise their status for something so trivial. Lin Yutong, incensed, slammed her palm on the table, exclaiming, "What do you mean? We simply wish to borrow a charger, and you demand a deposit? Such a requirement is unheard of in a high-class establishment. Or is your Jingguan not as upscale as you claim? What are you trying to incite?" The front desk attendant retorted, momentarily taken aback before rising to the challenge. "This is the Jingguan Entertainment Club. Do you seek trouble? Very well." Lin Yutong, already filled with pent-up frustration, ignited at the attendant's arrogance. Gritting her teeth, she demanded, "I want to argue with you. Bring your manager to me. This is utterly outrageous." "The manager is unavailable," the attendant smirked. "However, I will summon the security guard." "You want to cause a scene?" The head of security regarded Lin Yutong with disdain, stating coldly, "Do you even realize where you are? Dare to act up here, and I will make you regret ever being born." Lin Yutong chuckled icily, a powerful and chilling aura suddenly emanating from her, rendering the security guards insignificant in her presence despite her delicate appearance. The head of security, taken aback by her defiance, felt a shift in the atmosphere. Sensing that this woman was not to be underestimated, Lin Yutong, still reeling from her earlier anger, instinctively pushed Shen Lang away when he embraced her. Realizing something was amiss, she hurried in front of him, panic in her voice. "Young master, I'm so sorry. I acted impulsively. It was utterly unbecoming. Are you all right?" "I'm still breathing." Shen Lang sprang to his feet, looking at Lin Yutong with a mix of disbelief and irritation. "By the way, could you possibly temper your temper? I apologize. I struggle to maintain control." When the captain could no longer tolerate the situation and, brandishing his baton, shouted, "That wretched loser dares to call himself a young master? If that's the case, then I must be the emperor. You have 3 seconds to vacate our Golden Crown Club, or I shall teach you a lesson in manners." The front desk lady looked at Lin Yutong, who was addressing Shen Lang as young master, with a face full of disdain. The acting skills of those two were abysmal and utterly unrealistic. What was happening? Suddenly, an elderly man entered, his expression cold as he inquired, "What is going on?" "Third master." The front desk lady stood upright, her demeanor suddenly respectful upon seeing the newcomer. "You've arrived." The security captain, who had previously been arrogant, now spoke with deference. "There are 2 individuals causing a disturbance, and I was just about to expel them. Who dares to cause trouble in my establishment?" Third Master's face darkened with indignation, feeling that his authority was being challenged. Upon turning to see Shen Lang, he immediately trembled, approaching with trepidation. Young master, why did you not inform me of your arrival? Is this Golden Crown Club your establishment?" Shen Lang smiled upon seeing Third Master and remarked, "I must say, the quality of service here is quite lacking. I merely came to borrow a charger. Yet the front desk appears as if they are guarding against thieves, merely because I am dressed modestly. Why, young master?" The front desk lady quivered at the way Third Master referred to the seemingly ordinary young man before her, realizing he was far from ordinary. She could not fathom why someone so significant would dress so simply, nor why the woman beside him was not particularly beautiful. This was simply illogical. Third Master was genuinely enraged. Having previously offended Shen Lang, he was now in a state of anxiety, fearing that Long Yi might come looking for trouble, only to find that his subordinates had once again provoked Shen Lang. It was indeed frustrating to be Third Master under such circumstances. "Third Master, The front desk lady could not suppress her trembling, fearing to continue. If Third Master learned that Shen Lang had come merely to borrow a charger and she had requested a deposit, she would surely face dire consequences. Not we. The security captain was also losing his composure, cold sweat pouring down his face as his legs trembled. They had truly encountered a formidable opponent this time. The young man before them commanded the utmost respect even from Third Master himself. One word from him could spell disaster. Foolish creatures. Third Master had no desire to inquire further. It was unnecessary. He bellowed, "Open your eyes and see clearly. The young master is our esteemed guest. And this is the attitude you show toward a guest? I ask you, do you wish to court death?" "Enough. It's not a big deal," Shen Lang interjected, wishing to avoid escalating the situation. "Just ensure they are more mindful in the future and do not look down on others." "Did you hear that? They are truly a bunch of imbeciles." Third Master roared, then turned to Shen Lang with a smile. "Young master, would you like to enjoy our Golden Crown Club? I will prepare a supreme private room for you. Whatever you wish to do is on us, as long as you are pleased." I came with friends." Shen Lang waved his hand dismissively. "You can attend to your duties. I prefer not to draw too much attention." "Understood." Third Master quickly assessed Shen Lang's attire and immediately grasped his intent. He smiled. "Very well. Since you prefer to keep a low profile, I shall forego any grandeur. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to contact me." "Yes, you may return to your duties." Shen Lang gestured again, then turned to the front desk lady and inquired, "Now, may we borrow a charger?" "Of course." The front desk lady, now fully compliant, hurriedly produced several chargers for Shen Lang and Lin Yutong to choose from. "Let us head back to the private room." Having selected 2 chargers, Shen Lang led Lin Yutong towards the private room. Truly a remarkable individual. Third Master, witnessing Shen Lang's departure, quickly retrieved his phone and called the manager. Although Shen Lang had emphasized wanting to keep a low profile, as the host, it was prudent to acknowledge his presence. Failing to do so would be foolish. As Shen Lang entered the private room, charger in hand, Xiaobin greeted him with a smile. "Now that your phone has power, does that mean you are wealthy? How about treating us to this evening's festivities? It won't cost much, perhaps 5 or 6,000. "Brother Bin, are you joking?" Zhao Xiaoyan glanced at Shen Lang with disdain. "That guy treating us would be like dreaming in broad daylight. A fantasy. What is he trying to prove?" Chen Yu also cast a dismissive glance at Shen Lang, her expression one of contempt. Being poor is not a fault, but flaunting it when you have no money is simply excessive. Shen Lang merely smiled, choosing not to engage in their banter. While he was indeed affluent and could easily cover the expenses, he had no intention of treating Xiaobin and the others. Deep down, he had no desire to form any significant connections with them. Had it not been for Yuan Li's insistence, he would not have attended this gathering at all. At that moment, Manager Luo entered the room, smiling as he asked, "What are you all up to? Would you like me to arrange a different private room?" "Manager Luo, what do you mean by that?" Xiaobin's expression darkened, feeling displeasure rising within him. He had frequented the Golden Crown Club for work and was familiar with Manager Luo. They were enjoying themselves, so why would Manager Luo suddenly suggest changing rooms? As the center of attention today, switching rooms could humiliate him. "Young Master Bin," Manager Luo paused, momentarily taken aback before continuing with a smile. "Please do not misunderstand. You are our esteemed guest at the Golden Crown Club. I am not suggesting a change because someone else wants this room. Rather, I wish to offer you a superior private room." The supreme private room was indeed magnificent, several times larger than a standard room, adorned with opulent decor and an air of luxury. The central table was laden with an array of exquisite beverages, all of the highest quality, with the ordinary offerings not even qualifying for entry into this room. "My goodness, this is beyond luxurious." Xiaobin exclaimed, "Astonishit. I've never been in such a high-end private room before. The drinks alone must be worth over 100,000. As everyone stepped into the room, they were awestruck by the lavishness, the expensive spirits and wines on the table gleaming enticingly. "This is the supreme room I arranged for you," Manager Luo announced with a smile. "Everything here is complimentary, courtesy of the Golden Crown. Enjoy yourselves, and I will be waiting outside. Should you need anything, feel free to call me or order whatever you desire." "All right, you may leave now," Xiaobin waved dismissively. "Remember, do not disturb us without my command." Manager Luo's lips twitched slightly, feeling a twinge of annoyance, but saying nothing. If Shen Lang had spoken to him that way, he would not have found it disrespectful, given Shen Lang's stature. However, Xiaobin, a mere upstart, was being unreasonably arrogant. Certainly, it is essential to grant the esteemed guest his due respect. He would not dare to act rashly, for crossing paths with young Master Lang is no jest. Third Master has repeatedly instructed that no matter what transpires, young Master Lang must not be made uncomfortable. A mere hint of discomfort for him could result in significant repercussions. Brother Bin, you are truly impressive. Damn it, I must follow Brother Bin from now on. With Brother Bin around, we can almost traverse this county with ease. Brother Bin, allow me to toast you. Once Manager Luo departed, the atmosphere became lively, as everyone flocked to Xia Bin, showering him with flattery and toasts, nearly to the point of groveling. Brother Bin, come, let us drink together. I never realized you were this remarkable. Zhang Xiaoyu swayed her alluring figure towards Xia Bin, lifting her wine glass with her delicate hand. Her crimson lips gently pursed, accompanied by an enchanting gaze that was utterly irresistible. Here's to you. I'll drink to you. You do as you please. Xia Bin's gaze swept over Zhao Xiaoyan's curvaceous form, stirring a sense of impulse within him. He was no fool. It was evident she was enticing him. Deep down, he had always harbored thoughts about Zhao Xiaoyan and Yuan Li, but he had never dared to act upon them, fully aware of the improbability of success. Now, with his altered status, he felt a surge of confidence, and his thoughts began to wander restlessly. Yuan Li was not the type to be easily swayed by wealth, but Zhao Xiaoyan was quite different. She was quite flirtatious, and given his newfound prowess, a little flirtation could lead to success. That face, that figure. If he could successfully win her over, how delightful it would be. Let us indulge in some drinks as well. Shen Lang took a bottle of wine and retreated to a corner, intending to share a drink with Lin Yutong. Sitting here idly was rather dull. What's going on? Chen Yu suddenly approached, snatching the wine from Shen Lang's hand, disdainfully remarking, "What makes you think you can drink this wine? Do you know how much this bottle costs?" "Precisely. You filthy pauper, what gives you the right to drink such wine? Damn it, don't you realize your own standing? If it weren't for Brother Bin, you wouldn't even have the privilege to enter this private room, let alone drink. Young man, one must possess self-awareness. Know what is appropriate for you to touch and what is not." Zhang Xiaoyu and the others cast disdainful glances at Shen Lang, visibly displeased. They were aware that these bottles of wine were premium selections, intended for them to take home, costing several thousand each. The bottle Shen Lang held was priced at over 20,000. They could not allow him to waste it. Shen Lang's lips twitched. He could no longer partake in the wine. "You." Lin Yutong bit her lip, preparing to stand up and protest. However, at a glance from Shen Lang, she found herself suppressing her anger. What a wretched pauper. Chen Yu shot a scornful look at Shen Lang before carrying the bottle over to Xia Bin. "Behave yourself." The others issued a warning to Shen Lang before proceeding. "Excessive." Lin Yutong gritted her teeth. "Young master, they are bullying you right in front of you. Why do you not resist? This truly undermines your stature." "I do not share your view," Shen Lang replied with a smile. "They have not inflicted any substantial harm upon me. Why should I bother to retaliate? Should I call that third master over to thrash them and throw them out, thinking that would bring me satisfaction? It is unnecessary." But Lin Yutong wished to say more, but seeing Shen Lang's nonchalant demeanor, she decided against it. Their young master had no intention of being ostentatious. Eventually, the gathering concluded. Chen Yu and the others each took 2 bottles of fine wine, clearly intending to take them home. Deep down, Xiaobin also wished to take the 2 most expensive bottles back. They were not easily obtainable and certainly not cheap. However, out of respect, he could not bring himself to do so. "Have you enjoyed yourselves?" Manager Luo entered with a beaming smile. Upon noticing Chen Yu and the others clutching 2 bottles of wine each, his smile momentarily faltered but quickly returned to its previous cheerfulness, as if he had not noticed. "Yes, we had a wonderful time, Manager Luo. I must say, you have done quite well." Xia Bin nodded appreciatively, complimenting Manager Luo before waving his hand, leading the group out of the private room. In that moment, he felt like a king, towering above all, as if no one in the world could rival him. He was the master of his domain. Manager Luo shook his head with a bitter smile, following behind in resignation. He had never anticipated that young Master Lang would remain so composed while his friends behaved like such fools. The fine wines were indeed a gift from the Jingguan Club, and they did not require payment, but was it not excessive to take the leftovers home? Chapter 0050. framing, and sabotage? Xiaobin's lips quivered rhythmically at the remark, momentarily at a loss for words. While he had previously been treated as a VIP, he found it perplexing. Aside from himself, it was unlikely anyone else qualified for such status, and thus he had naturally ascended. However, Manager Luo's reaction clearly indicated he had been excluded. If he were truly a VIP, Manager Luo would not have neglected to assist. I too find this matter rather strange. Zhao Xiaoyan frowned. But if the VIP is not Xiaobin, then who could it be? Shen Yu's boyfriend was present, so it could not be him. Could it be Shen Lang? Yuan Li suggested, recalling a possibility. Just now, Shen Lang was the only one who left. If a VIP had been present, Manager Luo would not have left and certainly would not have had the audacity to do so. If there truly was a VIP, it would be impossible for them to be unrelated to Third Master. How could that be? Zhao Xiaoyan scoffed. That lowly pauper Shen Lang, a VIP of the Jingguan Club? What a ridiculous jest. If it is not him, how do you explain what just occurred? Yuan Li countered. If Shen Lang were here and Manager Luo disregarded us, then Shen Lang's identity would be unquestionable. However, it was precisely because Shen Lang was absent that Manager Luo neglected us. If there truly was a VIP among us, do you think Manager Luo would have dared to leave? Well, Zhao Xiaoyan was at a loss for words in the face of Yuan Li's argument. It was implausible. There had to be something amiss. Xiaobin clenched his teeth. That wretched pauper Shen Lang. How could he possibly be a VIP? Are you jesting with me? How do you know Manager Luo is not simply afraid of those men? Indeed, Zhao Xiaoyan affirmed. Manager Luo must be afraid of those individuals, or perhaps has a close relationship with them. Shen Lang could never be a VIP. Yuan Li shukulat sufli. Choosing not to comment further. Deep down, she too did not believe Shen Lang had such connections. If he did, he would not be in such a pitiable state. Yet, the recent events were undeniably peculiar. If Manager Luo were truly intimidated by those middle-aged men, it was difficult to understand, for Manager Luo was affiliated with Third Master. If a VIP had been present, he would not have dared to disregard the situation. As night swiftly passed, the following day, Shen Lang and Lin Yutong planned to rise at 8, have breakfast, and meander through the streets before arriving at Liufu restaurant around 10. The grand wedding was set to take place within this establishment. Xiaobin and the others had already arrived, with a Mercedes-Benz E-Class transformed into a wedding car, looking splendid. Shen Lang? Gao stood at the entrance, welcoming guests. Evidently, the bride had already arrived, and the ceremonies had been conducted. Here, the customs dictated that the couple would greet guests at the entrance. Congratulations on your marriage, Gao De. Shen Lang approached and handed him a red envelope. The envelope appeared substantial, yet contained a modest sum of 500 yuan. It was not that he was stingy. Rather, he believed in following societal norms for gifts, without the need to make a show of wealth, as he was not particularly close to Gao De, including those who once shared the orphanage with him. Gao De was somewhat cordial towards him, unlike Xiaobin and others who, upon realizing his impoverished state, deliberately distanced themselves. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether Gao De would attend this wedding. For instance, he would certainly not grace Xiaobin's wedding with his presence. Xiaobin of that ilk was hardly worthy of his attendance. Damn, I thought you wouldn't show up. I couldn't reach you earlier. Gao De approached and embraced Shen Lang, then pressed the red envelope Shen Lang offered him, laughing. Brother, I'm just delighted you could come. You needn't worry about this generous gift. Focus on your studies for now. Once you start working, treat me to a nice meal. No, I insist on giving the red envelope. It's not a large sum. Shen Lang replied with a smile. Today is your joyous day. I must offer my blessings, right? Between brothers, let us not be overly formal. You speak as if you're wealthy, Xiaobin interjected. Mockingly, may I ask how much you contributed? Surely not a mere 100, right? If that is the case, it would be more dignified to forego it altogether. Indeed, if you lack the means, don't pretend to be something you're not. Zhao Xiaoyan added disdainfully. We all know you're just a pathetic pauper. Don't underestimate Shen Lang. Chen Yu chimed in, grinning. He is the sort who can enter the Hongda shopping mall to buy clothes, though he ultimately couldn't pay due to a dead phone. The mere act of entering shows he has money. Exactly, he is not pretending. He genuinely has the means to shop. Others chuckled, clearly catching Chen Yu's undertone. Shen Lang, deemed a worthless pauper, was hardly fit to enter such an upscale venue. Well, let us get seated. Gouda, unable to tolerate the banter, quickly stepped in to defend Shen Lang. If we delay, we might miss sitting at the same table. Right? Let us go find our seats together, Yuan Li added, smiling. Later, let Gouda join us for a few drinks. Let us head inside. Xiaobin glanced at Shen Lang, indicating for his companions to enter the hotel first. As Shen Lang walked in, he caught up quickly and intentionally bumped into him, discreetly slipping several hundred yuan into Shen Lang's pocket. Today, he intended to humiliate Shen Lang. Unaware of the trick, Shen Lang entered the hotel and led Lin Yutong to a table. Damn, my money is gone. Soon after, Xiaobin suddenly stood up, patting his body in search, asking, did anyone find my money? I marked it. I remember 100 had a drawing of a figure. No way. I didn't see you pull out any money earlier. There are quite a few guests here today. Could someone have taken advantage of the chaos? The crowd began searching the floor for the supposed money. As the commotion grew, numerous onlookers gathered, eager for the spectacle. Upon learning that Shen Lang was accused of theft, they cast scornful glances his way. Clearly, given Shen Lang's appearance, they found it hard to believe he could be considered a young master. They assumed he must have stolen the money and was now putting on a show. What a pathetic effort, Chen Yu remarked, looking at Shen Lang with disdain. To impress. He finds a beautiful woman. It's baffling. Yes, just a lowly pauper. Why would she help him? So boring. Zhao Xiaoyan shot a jealous glance at Lin Yutong and then at Shen Lang, sneering, that pathetic loser will soon be caught. What is happening? Gouda approached with a frown. Shen Lang stole my money. Xiaobin sneered. I used to think he was just poor. But today he has shown me he is utterly shameless. That can't be true. Gouda looked at Shen Lang. I've known him since we were kids. He isn't like that. As if our long acquaintance means anything, Zhao Xiaoyan retorted. Gouda, people can change, especially under life's pressures. Shen Lang likely has no money. And after giving you a red envelope, he was pushed into stealing Xiaobin's money. Indeed, I find Xiaoyan's analysis quite insightful, Chen Yu declared. That scoundrel Shen Lang could never be a young master. It's impossible. The money must have been stolen by him. Alas, in this day and age, one must not judge a book by its cover. He looks decent enough, yet resorts to petty theft. It's a waste of good looks. Shameless. How could he commit such acts at a friend's wedding? What a disgrace. Let us not waste time. Call the police. Such behavior cannot be tolerated. As Xiaobin and his companion spoke, the crowd's attention turned to Shen Lang, filled with righteous indignation. The fact that Lin Yutong referred to Shen Lang as a young master while he appeared so ordinary, dressed plainly and lacking distinguishing features, made them skeptical of his background. After all, which affluent heir wouldn't flaunt their wealth? To steal money and then masquerade as a young master was not just ludicrous. It was an insult to their intelligence. Xiaobin, I'll state this once more. I did not take the money, ignoring the surrounding murmurs. Shen Lang fixed his gaze on Xiaobin, his expression cold. You better clarify the situation regarding that money. How dare you remain defiant? Xiaobin glared at Shen Lang, shouting, let me inform you, the money was found on you, and the evidence is irrefutable. If you dare to act haughty, don't blame me for being heartless. I'll call the police and have you arrested. Fine, go ahead and call them. Shen Lang, uninterested in further arguing with Xiaobin, decided that once the police arrived, the truth would be revealed. Look at this guy. He is insufferably arrogant, Xiaobin exclaimed. He steals my money and refuses to admit it while acting so smug. It's utterly shameless. Damn it. Call the police, another voice chimed in. This guy must be a habitual offender. He clearly isn't afraid of the law. Such scum deserves no mercy. Stop talking. Just call the police and arrest him. This scoundrel is too brazen. Others echoed their sentiments. Witnessing Shen Lang's indifference to the threat of police involvement, they were incensed. Having stolen money and yet remaining so audacious was a blatant disregard for their collective judgment. Such a character could not be handled lightly. Shen Lang, do you admit your wrongdoing? Xiaobin, hearing the chatter around him, began to smirk. He had no immediate plans to involve the police. Today's objective was merely to humiliate Shen Lang. He recalled how Zheng Qi had once been close to Shen Lang. Once he tarnished Shen Lang's reputation, he would see whether Zheng Qi would still hover around him. This was a masterful maneuver on his part. Suddenly, a loud crash broke the tension as a table was overturned, and an angry voice rang out from a middle-aged man glaring at an elderly man. "Damn it. Can't you watch where you're going? You ruined my newly bought clothes with your drink. Soda. I didn't mean to." The elderly man quickly apologized, saying, "I didn't see you coming from behind. I am truly sorry." "Is that all you have to say? Do you have any idea how much this outfit cost me?" The middle-aged man seized the old man's collar and shouted, "If you don't pay me 20,000 today, you won't leave here in peace." 20,000. The old man was left dumbfounded, utterly terrified. Was it just because he accidentally spilled a drink on this middle-aged man that he demanded such a sum? Luda, turning to look, was astonished and hurriedly approached, saying with a smile, "Brother, let's discuss this calmly. It's my wedding today. Could you please show me some leniency? In a bit, let us all sit down together and enjoy some celebratory drinks." "What do you think you are?" The middle-aged man shoved Gouda aside, fuming. "I couldn't care less about your pathetic wedding. Were you to think I would sit here and drink to your health? My clothes are ruined, and if I don't get 20,000 today, that old man won't be leaving, no matter who comes. What do you want? Do you want to fight?" Not far off, another middle-aged man noticed the commotion and rushed over, accompanied by several others. They were all from the same village, there to celebrate the wedding, and the old man was their elder. How dare this middle-aged man lay a hand on their Lu uncle? "Hey, do you think you have the upper hand?" Seeing the group approach, the middle-aged man remained unfazed, boasting, "Don't say I didn't warn you. I'm connected with the third master. If you dare to touch me, you'll find out what it means to have your family destroyed." The third master. The faces of the other middle-aged men changed as they became subdued, no longer daring to step forward. In their region, the third master was a figure of authority. Anyone associated with him was not someone they could afford to offend. Is that guy really with the third master? Liudavas apprehensiva. Realizing the gravity of the situation, how had he not noticed he was dealing with someone connected to the third master? What do they do now? Alas, in this day and age, those with wealth and power are the true masters. Luda had inadvertently crossed paths with someone linked to the third master. Without 20,000 yuan, he was likely not going to leave. This celebration had turned into a nightmare. Many bystanders watched, shaking their heads with wry smiles. The man was indeed connected to the third master, and even if they wished to help, they felt utterly powerless. The third master was not someone they could confront. "Old man, pay up." Seeing the crowd's fear, the middle-aged man laughed coldly, saying, "If you don't have the money, send your son over. If you don't have it today, you're not leaving." I have no money. My son has none either." Lu Laotu was nearly in tears, his frail body trembling uncontrollably. Their family's financial situation had always been poor, and they were currently burdened with debts. Where could he possibly find such a large sum? No money? The middle-aged man glared, enraged. "If you don't have money, do you believe I'll break your legs? If you break my legs, I still want to have any money." Lu Laotu pleaded, looking at the middle-aged man. "Young man, your clothes can be washed at home. I'm just an old man. I beg you, spare me. I truly can't come up with that much money." "Damn!" The middle-aged man glared, ordering someone break his legs. "Hey, old man, you brought this upon yourself." Two young men behind the middle-aged man grinned wickedly, picking up a chair and advancing towards the trembling Luda. You guys." The group of strong men, seeing the middle-aged man truly about to act, felt anxious. However, due to the middle-aged man's status, they dared not intervene. Provoking the third master was far more serious than a mere broken leg. As residents of Hung County, they knew how ruthless the third master could be. "No, please don't." Lu Laotu was terrified, retreating and filled with despair and loneliness. This was too much. Suddenly, Shen Lang stepped forward, his expression cold. "It's just a stained shirt. Why the fuss? You demand 20,000. Are you bullying him? If you're truly that formidable, why haven't I seen you robbing a bank? In front of us common folk. What gives you the right to act so arrogantly? Who do you think you are?" The middle-aged man turned to Shen Lang, furious. "You're asking for death, Arin, without a doubt. His pretentiousness is refreshingly unconventional." Summerbin was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "This is hilarious. He has quite the character." "What does that mean?" Zhao Xiaoyan frowned. Could it be that he truly has connections with the third master? What nonsense! Shen Yu chuckled. That guy is merely putting on a show. Tried to intimidate that middle-aged man. If Shen Lang really had ties to the third master, do you think he would be in such a dire situation? Anyone with a modicum of sense would not believe that he could be connected to the third master. Zhao Xiaoyan sighed with a wry smile, choosing not to say more. Could it be that he, Yuan Li, unlike Chen Yu and Zhao Xiaoyan, observed Shen Lang standing there with an air of calmness, and she began to believe that last night's distinguished guest was indeed Shen Lang. Otherwise, the events that transpired at the entrance of the Golden Crown Club would be difficult to explain, not to mention with the third master's influence. There are few who would dare to provoke him in Hung County. The sudden departure of manager Luo speaks volumes. After all, Shen Lang was not present at the time, and with the guest gone, why would manager Luo take the extra step? It even seemed that manager Luo deliberately aimed to embarrass Summer Bin, possibly due to the way Summer Bin had bullied Shen Lang in the private room. Otherwise, manager Luo could have simply said, "Kid, I'll give you 20 minutes. After the middle-aged man finished laughing, he plopped down onto a chair and declared, "If 20 minutes pass and the third master hasn't arrived, I'll make you cry in a very rhythmic manner." "Fine," Shen Lang replied, taking a seat at a nearby table, "as long as you have that capability." "Ha, I have time." The middle-aged man was unperturbed, lighting a cigarette. Clearly, he did not believe Shen Lang possessed the capability to summon the third master. After all, Shen Lang was not inviting him. He was demanding the third master to come over. In this small corner of Hung County, to summon the third master was nothing short of a joke. Even the wealthiest tycoons in Hung County would not dare to speak to the third master in such a manner. Who did this little brat think he was? 20 minutes wasn't a long wait. He could afford to bide his time. Suddenly, Summer Bin emerged. "Shen Lang, your act is quite impressive. But about the money, could you perhaps provide me with an explanation? What is a petty thief like you so proud of?" "Heh, is this guy really a thief?" The middle-aged man grinned and asked, "Are you telling the truth?" "Brother, that guy's indeed a thief." Summer Bin hurriedly approached the middle-aged man, bowing and scraping. "That brat just stole several $100 from me." "Well, this just got interesting." The middle-aged man slapped his thigh, laughing, "No rush. I already said to give that kid 20 minutes. Once that is up, we'll deal with him slowly. To be honest, that kid is just a poor loser." Summer Bin stood in front of the middle-aged man, grinning from ear to ear, knowing he had no power to resist whatever action was taken against him. Unable to endure any longer, Lin Yutong suddenly rushed over and delivered several sharp slaps to Summer Bin's face, which was still grinning with delight. "Forgive me, our young master has a good temper, but mine is quite the opposite. Your mouth is truly despicable. You dare hit me?" Summer Bin glared at Lin Yutong, incredulous. How could this delicate girl be so fierce, striking him with such force? Outrageous! The middle-aged man was furious and stood up, ready to retaliate. Bang! Lin Yutong slammed her palm onto the nearby table, causing it to collapse into splinters. The middle-aged man, who had just stood up, swiftly sat back down, his hand shaking visibly as he held his cigarette. What have I just witnessed? This girl actually shattered a table with a single slap, he thought, astonished. What kind of strength does she possess? Anyone who marries her might find themselves instantly incapacitated with a single blow. Everyone stared at the shattered table, swallowing hard. Had a burly man caused that scene, they might not have been so surprised. But the fact that it was a beautiful woman who delivered that blow left them in awe. Moreover, she was strikingly beautiful, looking nothing like someone who had trained rigorously. Shen Lang felt a shiver run down his spine, suddenly alarmed. He recalled how he had previously taken advantage of Lin Yutong, and now he felt a surge of anxiety. Cursing himself for being so impulsive. Had he not witnessed that moment, he would never have imagined Lin Yutong was capable of such ferocity. If that slap had landed on him, Yuan Li, Zhao Xiaoyan, and Chen Yu were equally astonished, reflecting on their previous disdain for Shen Lang. They now felt a pang of regret, silently thanking their stars for not pushing things too far. Otherwise, they would be in an even worse predicament like Summer Bin. "You want to fight?" Lin Yutong coldly fixed her gaze on the middle-aged man, a glint of icy menace in her eyes. "And no," the middle-aged man stammered. "When did I say I wanted to fight? As the saying goes, a gentleman speaks rather than fights. I don't engage in brawls. Trash. Lin Yutong looked at him with unabashed disdain. The middle-aged man's lips twitched, unable to retort. The two young men behind him trembled, not daring to meet Lin Yutong's eyes, awed by her ferocity. At that moment, an elderly man rushed over with a group of people. It was the third master. What? The third master is here? Could it be that the third master really came? In just 10 minutes? The third master seems anxious. Could it be that this kid truly has some significant connections, causing even the third master to act with such haste? The crowd gasped eyes wide, especially Zhao Xiaoyan and Chun Yu, whose mouths gaped in terror at the sight of the third master rushing over. This urgency implied much more than mere conjecture. Upon seeing the third master, the middle-aged man immediately knelt, realizing he was doomed. He had never anticipated that this seemingly insignificant person would wield such influence. With just a phone call, the third master had come rushing over. Summerbin's heart was no less troubled than the middle-aged man's. He nearly collapsed onto the ground. Witnessing the third master's haste, it was clear he wasn't just passing by. He had indeed been summoned by Shen Lang. It baffled him. How could Shen Lang, a mere loser, possess such a formidable identity that even the third master treated him with utmost respect? Young master, I'm here. The third master ignored the astonished gazes around him and hurriedly approached Shen Lang, stating, Has that fool offended you? Tell me, and I will make him regret ever being born, so he understands just how foolish he truly is. Enjoy the tale of the most powerful urban tycoon. Please save it. The most powerful urban tycoon updates the fastest. Chapter 0053. Do you have a house and a car? Shen Lang sat in the chair, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table, ignoring the third master's presence. It seemed as though the figure standing beside him was not the underground emperor of Hung County, but rather a mere passerby, unworthy of a glance from the illustrious third master. Yet, in the face of Shen Lang's indifference, third master dared not express any dissatisfaction. In fact, he trembled, beads of cold sweat streaming down his forehead, as if he were on the verge of kneeling before Shen Lang, pleading desperately. Goodness, that individual is exceedingly arrogant. Who exactly is that young man? Third master appeared as a mere subordinate beside him. How foolish I was to underestimate him. His background must far exceed our wildest imaginations. With such an identity, he surely resides on a level we cannot fathom. The onlookers, witnessing third master standing next to Shen Lang, dared not even breathe, resembling children caught in wrongdoing, utterly astonished once again. The scene before them was indeed bizarre. When had the formidable underground emperor of Hung County ever been so humbled? Zhao Xiaoyan and Chun Yu were on the brink of madness, truly frantic. The man they had consistently looked down upon, who had never resisted before, turned out to possess such a terrifying background, rendering third master a mere trash in comparison. It was undeniably ironic. It seemed they were the true lowly ones, incapable of comparison with Shen Lang. Brother, I was wrong. Suddenly, a middle-aged man fell to his knees before Shen Lang. He understood that Shen Lang's silence was a cue for him to speak. Today, he had undoubtedly stepped on a piece of iron. His foot was in agony. Shen Lang, we are brothers. Xiaobin rushed forward, kneeling before Shen Lang, trembling. What is going on? Third master turned to the middle-aged man, his expression cold. You dare provoke even third master? Are you seeking death? He did not provoke me, but he was rather arrogant. An elderly gentleman accidentally spilled a drink on him, and he demanded 20,000 in compensation. If he did not receive it, he threatened to break the man's legs. TSK, TSK. Even the king of heaven would not be this tyrannical. Shen Lang exclaimed, slamming the table in anger. Third master, this fellow is associated with you. Could it be that you are also as overbearing in your daily dealings? As the leader, you truly exude an impressive authority. And no. Third master shuddered violently, hastily shaking his head. He realized that the young master was genuinely furious. At that moment, he longed to strike the scoundrel down. This was a blatant disgrace to the master. Take him out, break his legs, and let him experience the taste of a wheelchair. Shen Lang fixed his gaze on the middle-aged man, speaking coldly. He rarely lost his temper, but the middle-aged man's actions had gone too far. Did he truly believe others were so easily bullied? Please no. The middle-aged man pleaded, repeatedly bowing his head in desperation. Take him away. Third master signaled to the two middle-aged men beside him and then looked at Shen Lang. Rest assured, young master. I will ensure this scum does not have an easy time. And this fellow. Shen Lang smiled coldly, then turned to Xia Bin, asking, Did I hear you say earlier that if third master arrived, you would eat excrement while standing on your head, and you would require a full bowl? As the saying goes, a gentleman's word is his bond. Thus, I invite you to the restroom to partake in a bowl of hot excrement. Shen Lang, you cannot do this. We are brothers. We came from the same orphanage. Xia Bin exclaimed in terror. Brothers? Shen Lang chuckled, rising from his seat to return to the previous table, sitting down heavily. Take him away. Third master waved his hand. The young master has spoken. A bowl of hot excrement, not a spoonful less, ensure it is filled to the brim. Understood, young master. Two middle-aged men stepped forward, dragging Xia Bin toward the restroom. No. Xia Bin struggled futilely, but it was all in vain. In a whirlwind of fear and despair, he was thrust into the restroom, and soon enough, a bowl of hot excrement was presented. Goodness, this fellow is ruthless. I'm fortunate I didn't go too far earlier. Otherwise, I would have been in dire straits. It appears that young man truly did not steal money, but was wrongfully accused by this scoundrel Xia Bin. I once thought Xia Bin was a decent person, but now it seems he is the true villain. The onlookers observed as Xia Bin was dragged into the restroom, offering silent condolences for several minutes. Meanwhile, the truth began to surface. It was likely that Xia Bin had framed Shen Lang. With such a background, how could Shen Lang possibly steal Xia Bin's money? Not to mention a few $100s. Given Third Master's demeanor, Shen Lang could demand tens of thousands, and Third Master would not even flinch. Shen Lang, I'm sorry about what happened earlier. I also. Zhao Xiaoyan and Chun Yu approached Shen Lang, their previous arrogance extinguished. At that moment, they resembled wronged little wives. Heh. Shen Lang offered a cold smile, uninterested in engaging. He held a deep-seated disdain for materialistic women like Zhao Xiaoyan and Chun Yu. He not only wished to avoid any further interactions, but was resolutely determined to do so. Before long, the dishes were served. Shen Lang hastily finished his meal, exchanged a few words with Gao De, and then departed the restaurant with Lin Yutong. What a relief. Such a relief. Walking down the street, Lin Yutong remarked that wave of slaps to the face was simply splendid. Especially Xia Bin, after being forced to eat excrement today. He should never forget it and will have no face to flaunt before his friends again. Is it truly satisfying? Not entirely. Shen Lang took out his phone, smiling wryly. Look, trouble is brewing. Is that Chun Yu and Zhao Xiaoyan? Lin Yutong grimaced upon seeing their friend requests. Those two shameless women have such thick skin. They previously looked down upon you and now seek to curry favor upon learning of your identity. It's truly absurd. Thus, Shen Lang replied, sometimes being overly ostentatious is not necessarily a good thing, while being excessively low-key isn't inherently bad either. As long as others do not cross my bottom line, that is sufficient. Young master, you aren't actually considering adding those two shameless women, are you? Lin Yutong inquired. Those women are not decent. They will undoubtedly attempt to swindle your money. How shameless. If only money could resolve everything. Shen Lang chuckled, Sister Yutong, before my father made his appearance. I witnessed far too many similar situations. Women like Zhang Xiaoyu and Chen Yu seek more than mere money. They will bring endless troubles in the future. You should know that materialistic women typically love to show off and excessively express themselves. If they have a powerful backer, they will become utterly unruly. Then, my troubles will begin, as I will have to clean up after them daily. Young master, it would be wise to remain low-key. Chapter 54. The goddess of the Wild Horse Club Shen Lang observed Lin Susu, who seemed to have transformed into a different person, and felt a rhythmic twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had previously regarded Lin Susu as a fine young lady. Not only was she beautiful, but her tranquility was also particularly comforting. However, now he was disheartened. It seemed her previous calmness was merely an act. Once teacher Lu left, she revealed her true colors. What further exasperated him was that when others were on blind dates, the girls typically inquired about the prospective partner as possessions, houses, cars, etc. Lin Susu, however, asked instead whether his father owned a house or a car. One must admit, this approach to matchmaking was rather absurd. Fortunately, it appeared that teacher Liu had not disclosed his identity, which provided him with a measure of comfort. He would need to message her shortly as a reminder. Given Lin Susu's attitude, he was now thoroughly disheartened and had no desire to pursue anything further. Shaking his head, he remarked, "I grew up in an orphanage." An orphanage? Lin Susu scoffed, losing interest immediately, and ceased speaking. Bowing her head, she continued to fiddle with her phone. Perhaps she was chatting with someone, as she occasionally erupted into peals of laughter, her demeanor starkly contrasting the earlier tranquility. Shen Lang smiled faintly and chose to remain silent. Soon, the meal was served. After hastily finishing, Lin Susu stood up and declared, "Let's go. I want to take you somewhere." "Where to?" Shen Lang initially thought the encounter was over, but he did not anticipate further developments. "Don't ask too many questions. You'll find out once we get there." Lin Susu grabbed her bag and swiftly exited the private room, heading towards a modified Honda Fit. The car was quite attractive. Shen Lang did not inquire further and opened the door, settling into the passenger seat. After Lin Susu started the engine, she pressed the accelerator, and the Fit surged forward with a roar, resembling an arrow released from a bow. This car seemed extraordinary. Shen Lang was taken aback by the rapid acceleration. He had previously assumed that Lin Susu's car was merely a cosmetic modification. Many owners who enjoyed personalized vehicles often only altered their appearance without tampering with the engine's performance. However, Lin Susu's Fit was different. Not only had its exterior been modified, but its power had also been enhanced. Judging by its acceleration, this vehicle likely boasted over 200 horsepower, reaching 60 miles per hour in about 6 seconds. Impressive. Lin Susu noticed Shen Lang's calm demeanor in the passenger seat and complimented him. "Your reaction is quite composed for such a speedy car." Shen Lang chuckled, gripping the armrest, and replied nonchalantly, "In the past, I would have found it difficult to handle a car that could accelerate to 60 in 6 seconds. For someone without similar experience, that kind of acceleration could be quite alarming." Having driven a Porsche 918 and a Panamera, 6-second acceleration seemed trivial to him. The 918 could reach 60 in under 3 seconds, putting the Fit in an entirely different league. "This car cost me $80,000 to buy, but I've spent over $100,000 on modifications," Lin Susu said proudly, glancing at Shen Lang. "If I sell it now, it won't go for less than $260,000. "Quite impressive," Shen Lang responded with a casual smile, aware that the main point of their outing was likely approaching. Moments later, the Fit pulled into a club named Wild Mustang, parking in an open area where numerous modified cars were already stationed. Upon exiting the vehicle, Shen Lang felt a tinge of curiosity. As he surveyed the surroundings, he realized this was a racing club, with a racetrack not far ahead. He had not expected Lin Susu to bring him to such a place. "Hey, you're late." A young man in racing attire approached with a smile. "Don't even mention it. I was dragged into a blind date, which was quite bothersome." Lin Susu sighed, pulling Shen Lang along. "This is Shen Lang, my blind date, just an ordinary guy. I brought him here to broaden his horizons, so he understands the disparity between us." The young man, Mahang, noticed the change in Lin Susu's expression upon mentioning the blind date. Realizing her date was merely an ordinary fellow meant to highlight her own status, he chuckled. "Is this your boyfriend?" A few others emerged from a nearby building, and upon seeing Shen Lang, one of them remarked, "I must say, he looks rather unsophisticated. How could he possibly be worthy of our goddess Susu?" "Seriously, you scared me," a girl named Nia Rong interjected. "When you mentioned a blind date, I thought you were bidding farewell to single life. Now that I see your so-called date, I can rest easy. A guy like this couldn't possibly catch your eye." "Shen Lang, do you see that?" Lin Susu gestured towards her friends. "They're all my friends, from well-off families, each with their own cars. And you, just an ordinary guy, are worlds apart from me. I hope you don't harbor any illusions about us. Of course, in the eyes of some, I might seem like a good girl, so I won't outright tell others that you don't match my standards. Do you understand?" At that moment, Shen Lang realized the true reason for Lin Susu's invitation, feeling a bit disheartened. However, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary conflict, he chose to remain silent. The individuals before him posed no real threat. People tend to feel comfortable when they surpass others, but discomfort arises when they find themselves inferior. Huh, this guy is truly amusing. Ma Heng observed Shen Lang's silence with delight. His eyes gleamed as he approached Shen Lang, patting him on the shoulder. Listen, even though you may be a nobody, you have the privilege of being associated with Susu. We can allow you to join our circle. Whenever we have activities, like racing or outings, you can tag along. Wait, Henggo, what do you mean? Shen Lang asked, puzzled. Why would you let this ordinary guy into our circle? Isn't that embarrassing for us? Seriously? This guy seems like a nuisance. If he joins our group, I might not even want to participate in future activities, others chimed in, displeased at the idea of mingling with someone they deemed beneath them. Are you all foolish? Man counted. Our circle needs someone to handle the menial tasks. With Shen Lang here, we won't have to do as much work ourselves. Why didn't I think of that before? One of them exclaimed. That's actually a brilliant idea. We do need someone to take care of the minor issues, and Shen Lang fits the bill perfectly. All right, it's settled then. Shen Lang is now one of us. Ma Heng declared, and the others' faces lit up. They were all racing enthusiasts with a fair bit of skill, and now, with Shen Lang's presence, they could delegate tasks they previously handled themselves. Shen Lang, can you drive? Lin Susu turned to him, frowning. At your age, you should have a license. But please don't tell me you can't even drive. I can drive, Shen Lang replied. Although he lacked a license, he had learned to drive while working part-time and had experience with night deliveries. Though he boasted no official credentials, his driving skills surpassed those of many others, especially since he often had to evade law enforcement. Suddenly, the roar of an engine echoed across the racetrack, reminiscent of a wild beast's growl. Wow, Zixuan is here. Shen Lang thought, surprised. What a day for her to visit the club. It's been quite a while since she last came. That car is stunning. Over 10 million. Ma Heng and the others turned to the racetrack as a cement-gray Koenigsegg sped by, its striking appearance and noble lineage dazzling everyone at the club. There was only one Koenigsegg in the entire city of Hangzhou. The driver of that Koenigsegg is a stunning 18-year-old girl, resembling a little fairy. From the moment the Koenigsegg graced the Mustang Club, it became a legend within the establishment. Although no one knew the origins of Zixuan, it was undeniable that anyone capable of affording a Koenigsegg must possess extraordinary means. Even Qin Yun, the founder of the Mustang Club and a figure of considerable prestige within Hangzhou, found himself humbled in her presence, casting aside his usual arrogance to show her utmost respect. As Shen Lang observed the speeding Koenigsegg on the racetrack, a faint smile curled at the corners of his lips, revealing a rather enigmatic expression. Moments earlier, Ma Heng and Lin Susu had looked down upon him, unaware that the goddess they revered, the untouchable Miss Zixuan, was merely a girl from his household, a mere companion. The Koenigsegg was merely one of his many supercars, not even the most remarkable among them. Inside the Koenigsegg, Zixuan gripped the steering wheel tightly, her delicate foot pressed firmly on the accelerator, as if the very essence of her being surged through her veins. Despite her ethereal beauty and delicate demeanor, she possessed a wild spirit. In the absence of Shen Lang, she had spent countless hours at the Mustang Club, relishing the thrill of racing on the track. However, with Shen Lang's arrival, she felt compelled to restrain herself and had not visited the club for some time. Yet, after spending time together, she discovered that he was remarkably easygoing, devoid of any haughty airs, igniting a long-dormant excitement within her. Today, that excitement erupted as she took a leave from her sister and stealthily drove out in the Koenigsegg, eager to unleash her pent-up emotions on the racetrack. Just as Zixuan was swept up in her exhilaration, her gaze inadvertently fell upon a slender figure not far away. In an instant, her body jolted and the Koenigsegg, now out of control, skidded off the track and crashed into the outer wall, billowing smoke. Oh no, the goddess has crashed. What on earth was happening with Zixuan today? Why did the Koenigsegg suddenly lose control? Had she imagined it? In the Mustang Club, Zixuan was renowned for her exceptional driving skills, having raced countless laps over the past 2 years, continuously breaking her own records without ever encountering an accident. The sight of the Koenigsegg smashing into the wall left everyone in shock. This was an event that should never have transpired. Feeling a pang of anxiety, Shen Lang rushed forward, intent on rescuing her. After all, she was his woman. If anything were to happen to her, he would be inconsolable. However, After a few hurried steps, he noticed Zishuan emerging from the car, unharmed, and his racing heart finally settled. How could this happen? Zishuan stood beside the Koenigsegg, her eyes brimming with tears. She glanced at Shen Lang in the distance, then quickly lowered her head, akin to a child caught misbehaving. This is disastrous. Not only have I been caught racing by the young master, but I've also ruined his car. The state of the Koenigsegg was dire. It seemed beyond repair. Ding! A message from the young master pinged on her phone. Zishuan pulled it out, biting her lip as she typed back, "Young master, I'm fine. I am sorry. I've damaged your car. The car is a trivial matter. As long as you are unharmed, that's what matters. Also, do not reveal my identity," came a reply. She glanced at the message, then turned to look at Shen Lang, who was smiling. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he did not hold her accountable, she felt unburdened regarding the car. After all, the Koenigsegg was merely a vehicle. Even if she crashed 1 or 10, it would not faze him. Her earlier concerns stemmed from the fear that he might have had a particular fondness for this car. If that were the case, it would not merely be a matter of money. "Miss Zishuan, are you all right?" Before long, Qin Yun rushed to her side, accompanied by several others, his face etched with concern. If anything were to happen to Zishuan and his club, it would not be taken lightly. Given her connections, the Qin family could not afford to provoke her, especially not with the Bai family involved. He recalled witnessing the proud Bai Wuxuang being thoroughly bested by Zishuan, who had leapt into action without a hint of hesitation. I'm fine," Zishuan sighed, shaking her head, intending to greet Shen Lang. However, recalling his earlier warning, she hesitated and instructed, "Have someone tow the car away. I don't want it." "Not want it?" Qin Yun stared at her, his jaw dropping in disbelief. The others looked equally baffled, questioning whether they had misheard. That car was valued at over 10 million. Although damaged, the repairs were not insurmountable. The front was significantly dented, but not structurally compromised. Yet, Zishuan declared she wanted nothing to do with it. "Miss Zishuan, you truly are remarkable," they thought, their envy palpable. They had encountered wealthy individuals before, but none compared to her. As Ma Hang and his companions observed Zishuan, they were filled with admiration, their envy almost overwhelming. They glanced at Shen Lang, feeling somewhat comforted, realizing that while they might not be at the top, they were still doing well enough. "What are you staring at? Miss Zishuan is not someone of your caliber. Even we lack the privilege to converse with her." Lin Susu, noticing Shen Lang's gaze fixed on Zishuan, felt a twinge of irritation and coldly remarked, "My car is a bit dirty. Go help me clean it. And remember, don't scratch it. You can't afford to pay for any damages." "Cleaning cars?" Shen Lang frowned, but chose not to respond. Now that he was here, he might as well oblige Lin Susu to avoid any complications later. "Look, that guy's cleaning the car now. Ma Hang is quite considerate. With him around, we will save ourselves a lot of trouble. Let us head to the lounge. After Shen Lang finishes cleaning Susu's car, we can race a few laps and then grab a late-night snack." Ma Hang gestured for Lin Susu and the others to follow him, their laughter echoing as they moved towards the lounge. To them, Shen Lang was merely a lackey, not worthy of their attention. If it weren't for his occasional usefulness, he would not even be allowed into their circle. Shen Lang approached the car, shaking his head with a wry smile before beginning to clean. After finishing, he had intended to leave, for there was little joy in mingling with them. However, with Ma Hang and the others chatting animatedly, he felt obliged to stay. These individuals did not keep him around for companionship, but rather to seek superiority over him. Compared to those wealthy individuals, they could only compare themselves to him, a so-called loser. After completing 2 laps on a racetrack, Ma Hang, driving a Mercedes-Benz C-Class, led the group to a nearby music barbecue bar. "Is young Master Hang here?" The owner personally welcomed Ma Hang upon his arrival, indicating their familiarity. It was the usual place. Ma Hang smiled and led Lin Susu and the others into a private room. Shen Lang followed behind, starkly contrasting with the flashy second-generation rich individuals ahead. Of course, if a true tycoon were present, they would easily discern that although Shen Lang's attire seemed unremarkable, it was crafted by top designers, making his clothing unique. Unfortunately, there was no one with discerning eyes, and they assumed Shen Lang was just another impoverished individual. "Young Master Lang, is it you?" Suddenly, Zhao Xiaoyan came running over. Just yesterday, she had been perplexed as to why Shen Lang had not added her on WeChat, and now, by chance, she had encountered him. It was truly a twist of fate. Even the heavens seemed to be aiding her. Zhao Xiaoyan. Shen Lang turned, frowning. Indeed, he had underestimated her audacity. Most people would have distanced themselves after what had occurred, but this woman appeared more excited to see him than a lover, eagerly approaching. Who are you? Ma Heng turned to Zhao Xiaoyan, frowning as he asked, Did you just refer to that fellow as young Master Lang? He is indeed young Master Lang. Zhao Xiaoyan replied. Are you friends with him? Huh. Nie Rong cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Xiaoyan and sneered, Beauty, you're not some sort of plant sent by Shen Lang, are you? I must say, your acting skills are atrocious. That guy could never be a young master. When Zhao Xiaoyan recalled something, she stopped calling Shen Lang young Master Lang, yet she showed no intention of leaving, clinging to him instead. It was evident that Shen Lang was someone whom even the third master would treat with utmost respect. If she could win his forgiveness, or even become friends or lovers, wouldn't she be able to walk all over Hung County and Hang City? She was not foolish. Shen Lang was in Hang City, and his true influence undoubtedly resided there rather than in the so-called Hung County. To her knowledge, Shen Lang had scarcely visited Hung County. Shen Lang, you are being excessive. Lin Susu remarked contemptuously. If you lack the ability, why pretend? Even going so far as to find an actress, do you think we're all fools? Shen Lang chuckled bitterly, unwilling to waste time explaining. He simply walked into the private room. May I join you? Zhao Xiaoyan did not want to miss this opportunity, glancing at Ma Heng and the others while intentionally accentuating her ample bosom. No problem. Ma Heng swallowed hard and quickly agreed. With a beautiful woman present, how could he refuse? Although he was currently focused on pursuing Lin Susu, he would not pass up such an opportunity in private, especially with a woman like Zhao Xiaoyan, who was both attractive and alluring. Ladies first, the other young men exclaimed, their faces filled with excitement. Lin Susu and Nie Rong exchanged glances, somewhat displeased. Yet they said nothing. They knew the character of Ma Heng and his companions too well, with a beautiful woman around. They would never let such a splendid opportunity slip by. The Music Barbecue Bar was a popular late-night dining trend, where patrons could grill their own meat while singing. Naturally, this grilling was not the traditional barbecue, but rather meat cooked in a pot, making it quite simple. Upon entering the private room, Shen Lang tactfully refrained from joining the lively crowd and instead made his way to a corner, taking out his phone to chat with the spirited Zixian. The moment she saw him there, she rushed to the lounge and began bombarding him with messages. However, since there were many people around earlier, he had chosen to remain unresponsive to avoid revealing his identity. Now that he had his own space, he began to comfort her. After spending some time together, he had grown familiar with the 12 young ladies in the villa, with Zixian being the youngest and most vivacious. Whenever she was around, the villa was never quiet. It was always lively. Deep down, he had developed a fondness for Zixian. When the Koenigsegg crashed into the wall, his heart nearly leaped out of his chest. Young master, where are you? Zixian messaged. I want to come over and play with you. What for? Shen Lang replied. I prefer to keep a low profile. If you come, my identity will be exposed. Then I will wait for you to return home together, Zixian responded. I'm scared after the crash and want to be with you. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare return alone. Stop it. Shen Lang was not swayed by her tactics. You're quite impressive at the Wild Horse Club. That Qin Yun treats you like royalty. Will they let you go home alone? I still have many friends here and need to drop them off, so don't come over to make things complicated. All right, Zixian replied with a hint of disappointment, adding a sad emoji before falling silent. Shen Lang sighed in relief. He was grateful that Zixian did not persist. At times, he felt rather helpless with the 12 young ladies in the villa, as he could never bring himself to be harsh with them, primarily because they were all too beautiful. While he genuinely wished to return home with Zixian, since he'd come with Lin Susu, he would have to drop her off first to avoid unnecessary gossip. To spare teacher Lu from awkwardness, he had to come along. Otherwise, why would he choose to endure this instead of lying comfortably at home? By the way, beautiful lady, I'm Ma Heng. I still don't know your name. Ma Heng smiled. You're so stunning. There's no way you're connected to Shen Lang. If I'm not mistaken, you must be a plant he hired to act, trying to show off, right? I must say, that guy's scheme is rather low level. Do you think we're all fools? I'm Zhao Xiaoyan, she replied with a smile. As for what you just said, it's incorrect. I'm not a plant, but a friend of Shen Lang. No way, a young man nearby exclaimed. That loser could have a friend as beautiful as you? Zhao Xiaoyan felt a bit embarrassed. Once upon a time, she too had thought of Shen Lang as a loser, but now she had offended him and wondered if she could ever win his forgiveness. If Shen Lang were merely another wealthy second-generation individual, it would be one thing, but his background far exceeded her expectations. She couldn't comprehend why someone from a prestigious family would choose to remain low-key, but there was no doubt that the third master would never play along with Shen Lang's act. Fortunately, these young men didn't seem particularly fond of Shen Lang. Otherwise, she would feel pressured. Lin Susu and Nierong were both quite attractive. Here, beautiful, have some meat. A young man sitting next to Ma Hang placed a piece of meat in Zhao Xiaoyan's bowl, eager to please. Thank you, she responded, but did not eat it. Instead, she moved to sit beside Shen Lang and asked with a smile, Young Master Lang, what are you up to? Nothing much, Shen Lang glanced at her, unwilling to engage. Since becoming aware of the world around him, he had often faced disdain and felt no fondness for those who were superficial. He knew that Zhao Xiaoyan approaching him now was not truly about seeking forgiveness, but rather had ulterior motives. Young Master Lang, please don't act as if you don't want to engage with me. Zhao Xiaoyan wrapped her arm around his, deliberately brushing against him. I know I was wrong before, but I've seen the light now. Shen Lang let out a cold laugh, stood up, and moved to another side. In truth, he believed that his forbearance toward Zhao Xiaoyan was already quite generous. How could that woman still expect to gain benefits from him? One must admit, her audacity was astonishing, reaching unprecedented heights. I shall not concede. Zhao Xiaoyan, noticing Shen Lang's avoidance, felt irked. However, she was not foolish enough to confront him directly. Instead, she decided to give him some time to quell his resentment. Pressing him too hard would be counterproductive. Perhaps when Shen Lang's mood lightened, she could approach him and effortlessly win his forgiveness. Confident in her own allure, she was certain that Shen Lang would eventually succumb to her charms. What are you doing sitting in the corner, acting like a lord? Suddenly, Ma Hang pointed to the ungrilled meat on the table and said, There is still plenty of meat left to grill. Hurry up and cook it. We're all waiting to eat. Can't you show a bit of initiative? Are you really that dim-witted? Hey, why are you being so aggressive? Zhao Xiaoyan suddenly stood up, fuming. Who are you to dictate that Shen Lang should grill meat? Who do you think you are? Wait, Ma Hang was taken aback, asking Zhao Xiaoyan, what do you mean by that? Nothing much, Zhao Xiaoyan replied. If you want to eat, you can grill it yourself. Shen Lang is here for enjoyment, not to serve. That guy is just a servant. Ma Hang, feeling insulted by Zhao Xiaoyan's retort, couldn't care less about her being a woman. With a cold expression, he shot back, What? Are you unhappy? If you can't stand it, then you can leave. You think I care about being here? Zhao Xiaoyan scoffed, glancing at Shen Lang. Lang Xiao, let us go. Shen Lang let out a cold smile, showing no intention of leaving. His primary purpose for remaining was to ensure Lin Susu got home safely, as a courtesy to Teacher Lu. He would not want to leave abruptly when Teacher Lu was kindly introducing him to a suitable partner. That would create a poor impression. As for the future, once he clarified matters with Teacher Lu, there would be no future to discuss. See, he doesn't want to leave. Ma Hang, tired of trying to appease Zhao Xiaoyan, shot back. This kid still has feelings for our Susu. Beautiful lady, even Shen Lang finds you unworthy, so you might as well leave. Nierong, who already held Zhao Xiaoyan in low regard, seized a moment to strike. Do you think you're impressive just because you have a bit of beauty? You lack the charm to compare with our Susu. So please, vacate our sight swiftly to avoid any unpleasantness. You all. Zhao Xiaoyan gritted her teeth. Deciding not to linger any longer, she turned to leave. She couldn't fathom why Shen Lang, a seemingly wealthy young master, would choose to endure such treatment. The last time they were together, Shen Lang had acted similarly. If it weren't for Xia Bin's overstepping in the subsequent incident, Shen Lang might not have revealed his true identity. How naive. Lin Susu cast a glance at Shen Lang, her disdain growing. Clearly, she assumed that his reluctance to leave was rooted in feelings for her. However, being a woman of privilege, How could she possibly find a lowly person like Shen Lang appealing? They belonged to entirely different worlds. At last, the late-night snack concluded. As Shen Lang settled into the passenger seat of the car, he exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling liberated. Suddenly, Ma Hang approached the car, knocking on the window and warning, "Kid, behave yourself on the way back. If you dare to have designs on Susu, I won't spare you. Rest assured, I promise to be very well behaved." Shen Lang nodded, never having intended to pursue Lin Susu. "Good to know you're sensible." Ma Hang assumed Shen Lang was intimidated, satisfied with his response, before climbing into his Mercedes and driving away. "How do you feel?" Lin Susu started the engine, saying, "You must have seen our lives, right? So, what I desire, you cannot provide. Just be straightforward with Teacher Lu. We cannot possibly be together, as we exist in different realms." "All right, I will call Teacher Lu shortly." Shen Lang nodded. "Let us get you home first. It's unsafe for you to be alone at night." Lin Susu had expected Shen Lang to plead with her, but she was taken aback by his easy agreement. This was not how she envisioned the scenario unfolding. Instantly, she felt uncomfortable. It was perplexing. If Shen Lang were to cling to her, she would feel repulsed and annoyed. Yet, if he appeared indifferent, her sense of charm felt challenged, leaving her in a state of inner conflict. Casting a glance at Shen Lang, she warned, "Remember, do not speak ill of me." In Teacher Lu's eyes, I have always been the obedient girl. Therefore, you can only say you feel unworthy of me, not that I pressured you. "Not a problem," Shen Lang nodded. "You can dictate how you'd like me to express myself. Good for you." Lin Susu, seeing Shen Lang's compliant demeanor, felt increasingly disdainful, looking down upon him. As a man, his submissiveness was truly appalling. At that moment, she found it hard to comprehend why a person of such low stature garnered Teacher Lu's unending praise. Had it not been for Teacher Lu's glowing commendations, she would not have even considered meeting him. Before long, the car came to a halt at the entrance of a residential complex. Shen Lang pushed open the door, stepping out of the vehicle without a trace of reluctance, striding purposefully in a particular direction. Once he felt he had distanced himself enough from the complex, he took out his phone and dialed Teacher Lu's number, cheerfully saying, "Teacher Lu, are you asleep? There is something I'd like to discuss with you. Please support the urban tale of the greatest wealthy heir by saving it in your bookmarks." Chapter 57. Terrifying Rumors at a Hospital in Hang City. Outside a certain patient room in the inpatient department, Go Winching smiled and said, "Miss Lu, your father's surgery was very successful. With some recuperation, he should be just fine." "Thank you, Director Go." Teacher Lu grasped Go Winching's hand, expressing her gratitude. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do." "Huh, no trouble at all." Go Winching chuckled, adding, "If you ever encounter difficulties in the future, feel free to seek me out. Ye Venking. Will never hesitate to help if I can." "Thank you." Teacher Lu was at a loss for words, continuously thanking Go Winching. Although she had initiated a fundraising effort, the actual amount raised fell significantly short of what was needed. Fortunately, upon learning of this situation, Shen Lang had spoken with Go Winching, covering all of her father's hospital expenses. Moreover, to ensure the success of the surgery, the hospital had even brought in specialists from other regions, incurring considerable costs. "I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now. Call me if anything arises." Go Winching reminded Teacher Lu once more before turning and walking away with a light-hearted step. The surgery had been a success. He had finally lived up to the young master's expectations. Had anything gone awry during the procedure, resulting in Teacher Lu's father not being able to leave the hospital bed, he would have been in serious trouble. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, his phone began to ring. Teacher Lu took out her phone and saw it was Shen Lang. She answered, asking, "Shen Lang, how did it go?" "Teacher Lu, are you asleep? I have something I would like to discuss with you." Teacher Lu sensed something was off and furrowed her brows, asking, "What's wrong? Did you and Susu not have a pleasant conversation? From what I understand, your personalities should be compatible, and there shouldn't be any issues. To speak frankly, Teacher Lu, I feel utterly unworthy of Lin Susu. I might end up disappointing your goodwill." From a phone came Shen Lang's sincere voice. "Are you joking with me? What is the specific situation? Speak candidly with me," Teacher Lu remarked. "While others may be unaware of your capabilities, I certainly am, and it is impossible that you are unworthy of Lin Susu. I understand your temperament as well. Could it be that you two have encountered some form of conflict during your interactions? Logically, there should be no reason for discord between you. This left Shen Lang feeling somewhat awkward, at a loss for words. Tomorrow evening, I shall take you to Susu's home. If there are any issues, you two should clarify them face to face, Teacher Lu insisted. Susu has grown up under my watch, and I'm the best friend of her mother. I have also kept an eye on you for 3 years. If the two of you were to come together, it would certainly be a beautiful affair. All right then, Shen Lang replied hesitantly. In the back seat of the Mercedes, after ending the call, a bitter smile spread across his face. It appeared that the ball had to be kicked back to Lin Susu. Managing Teacher Lu was no easy feat primarily. He did not wish to disappoint Teacher Lu's good intentions. If Lin Susu was unwilling, it could be easily resolved, but if she was not in favor, he would certainly face Teacher Lu's ire. In Teacher Lu's eyes, Lin Susu was the epitome of a virtuous girl, the ideal choice for a wife. Despite the fact that the once virtuous girl had transformed into someone rather materialistic, Teacher Lu remained blissfully unaware. Young master, Lin Yutong suddenly turned and asked with a smile, "Are you going on a blind date?" "Oh." Shen Lang's lips twitched awkwardly as he inquired, "Sister Yutong, what do you mean by that? Are you mocking me?" "And no, how could I dare to make fun of you?" "Young master." Lin Yutong stifled her laughter. "It's just that I believe our young master should not need to resort to blind dates. It surprises me a bit. Who says I lack women?" Shen Lang raised his hand in a gesture of mock seriousness and said, "I can tell with a snap of my fingers that I am fated to have you." "How annoying." Lin Yutong shot him an exasperated glance, unwilling to engage further. In the face of the young master's provocation, she felt utterly powerless. Were it anyone else, she would have already given them a slap. Her prowess was not something ordinary individuals could withstand. Even Ah Long dared not flaunt himself in her presence. The following morning, after breakfast, Shen Lang arrived outside the school in a luxurious car and then walked towards the campus. "Damn it, that wretched loser has shown up. I truly don't understand what kind of luck he has to have caught Zheng Qi's eye. It makes me uneasy. Is this scoundrel planning to turn his fate around before graduation? Many are saying Zheng Qi has a liking for that loser, but I see no merits in him. How outrageous! That scoundrel actually had the audacity to secretly flirt with our goddess. It's utterly unforgivable." Many students cast hateful glares at Shen Lang upon seeing him. Their expressions suggested they wished to rush over and tear him apart. "What's going on?" Shen Lang frowned, sensing an ominous premonition. Listening to his classmates' gossip, it seemed Zheng Qi hadn't even truly gained fame yet, and already rumors about him had begun to circulate. This situation was undeniably awkward. The matter with Lin Susu remained unresolved. Yet the situation with Zheng Qi was escalating. He was not in a place to pursue a relationship, nor did he wish to. He certainly did not want Zheng Qi to feel compelled to confess. "Shen Lang, come here." Suddenly, a loud voice rang out as a tall, imposing youth approached with several students in tow. "Ah, Zhao Xiong." Shen Lang furrowed his brow upon recognizing the newcomer. This individual was regarded as an outlier in their school. His family background was far from affluent, yet he was exceptionally skilled in combat and was considered a figure of note among students. Given that he had brought a crowd, it was unlikely that his intentions were benign. "Huh, that loser is in for it now. How dare he think he could pursue a goddess like Zheng Qi? Beat him up until he's unrecognizable. I just can't stand that loser's face." Numerous classmates displayed expressions of schadenfreude as Zhao Xiong targeted Shen Lang. Zheng Qi's interest in such a loser irked them to no end. While they lacked the courage to confront Shen Lang, Zhao Xiong did not. They eagerly awaited Shen Lang to be thoroughly thrashed. Zheng Qi is now a source of pride for her class, and she may potentially become a pivotal point in their lives. However, due to the actions of that despicable Shen Lang, Zheng Qi has been unjustly burdened with a disgraceful stigma, and today she did not even attend school. Shen Lang disregarded the disdainful glances of his classmates and turned his gaze toward the empty desk of Zheng Qi. "That girl didn't come to school today?" He pondered. "Shen Lang, how dare you show your face in the classroom? How thick-skinned can you be?" Suddenly, when one stepped in front of Shen Lang, her expression icy. "Because of you, Chi didn't attend class today." Have you any self-awareness about your own worthiness to be close to her? Exactly. Wu Yu chimed in angrily. This guy is nothing short of a disgrace. He wouldn't last 3 chapters in a story. These 2 shameless women were truly insufferable. Shen Lang's gaze turned cold as he stared at Wu Yu and Wenwan. Did Zheng Qi's absence have anything to do with him? Wasn't it these 2 foolish girls who escalated the situation that day? Now, they had the audacity to vent their frustrations on him. It is worth noting that Zheng Qi was not just an ordinary person, but a rising internet celebrity destined to become a star, with many topics surrounding her being quite sensitive. Yet, Wenwan and Wu Yu had the nerve to openly question him in class, displaying their utter foolishness. What? Do you want to fight me? Wenwan approached Shen Lang with an air of defiance. Come on, let me see if you have the guts. Shen Lang, have you become arrogant? Who are you trying to scare with that look? Are you looking for a fight? Someone muttered. This guy probably thinks that because he donated 60,000 to teacher Lu, he is suddenly a rich man. I've noticed he has been quite smug lately. Damn it. Shen Lang, dare to act smug and see what happens. Several classmates stood up and encircled him. He was merely a pathetic loser, yet he dared to flaunt before them? Was he looking for trouble, thinking they were made of paper? Apologized to Zheng Qi, and I might let it slide. Shen Lang remained icy, having endured enough of their antics. But that didn't mean they could continue to push their luck. The rumors had already harmed Zheng Qi, and if he didn't see her at school the next morning, they wouldn't need to return. Ha! Are you joking, Shen Lang? The laughter erupted among his classmates, as if they had heard the funniest joke. A useless loser like him dared to threaten the beauties of their class? It was clear that he was out of his mind. You should be the one apologizing. Wan sneered, her amusement evident. Have you looked in a mirror? Trying to get close to Qi? Let me make myself clear. If you don't apologize to Zheng Qi and clarify your relationship, I will make you cry in rhythm. And me, Wu Yu added, looking down at him. You're just a poor loser. It will be effortless for us to deal with you. Fine, we shall see, Shen Lang replied with a strange smile, unwilling to waste more words on Wu Yu and Wenwan. Usually, he ignored their petty taunts, but this time was different. Their actions had inflicted psychological harm on Zheng Qi, which he could not tolerate. If Zheng Qi did not come to school tomorrow and failed to overcome her shadow, he would make Wenwan and Wu Yu deeply understand the meaning of despair and true power. Who is afraid of whom? Wu Yu and Wenwan dismissed Shen Lang entirely. He was beneath their notice. Ha! We'll be waiting. The other classmates shared in their derision, confident that Shen Lang posed no threat to them. As the day's classes concluded, Shen Lang's mood was far from pleasant. Yet he refrained from seeking out Zheng Qi, as it wouldn't be appropriate to comfort her at this moment. Shen Lang, come here. A taxi was parked at the school gate, and Teacher Lu smiled as she lowered the window. Get in the car. Teacher Lu? Shen Lang furrowed his brow, questioning. You're not really taking me to Lin Susu's house, are you? It's unnecessary. You know I'm not good with words. And Lin Susu certainly wouldn't be interested in me. Stop with the nonsense. Teacher Lu shot him a glare. I've spoken highly of you to Lin Susu's family. You must make a good impression. Don't embarrass me. Fine, Shen Lang sighed, resigning himself as he climbed into the taxi. I'll go with you. Did you bring money? We should buy something first, Teacher Lu suggested. It's inappropriate to go empty-handed. Sure, I brought some, Shen Lang replied. In a high-end neighborhood in Hang City, Lin Susu was taken aback upon hearing that Shen Lang would be coming to her home. Mom, how could you invite Shen Lang over? I'm not prepared. What is there to prepare? Lin's mother rolled her eyes. You know what kind of person your Aunt Lu is. If she says Shen Lang is a good kid, then he must be. It's rare to find such a good match. I certainly hope you two can come together and discuss which university to attend. Calm down, dear. Aren't you being a bit hasty? Lin's father frowned. From what I know, Shen Lang is an orphan with no family background. If our daughter marries him, won't she be facing hardships? Don't speak as if your family was in a better position back then. I still married you. Lin's mother retorted, glaring at her husband. That boy excels academically, consistently ranking first in his grade. How could he not achieve great things in the future? Well, Lin's father's lips twitched, reluctant to argue further. Deep down, however, he was not entirely satisfied with Shen Lang, despite never having met him. Their daughter had many suitors, and although marrying into wealth was not necessary, she should at least have a decent foundation, right? If she ended up with a poor loser, wouldn't she be the subject of ridicule? Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock at the door startled them. Yes, here. Lin's mother hurried to the door, opening it with a smile. Aunt Lu, you're here. Please come in. Sister, this is the young man I mentioned, Teacher Lu said as she pulled Shen Lang into the house, beaming. What do you think? He looks quite good. Doesn't he? A perfect match for your Susu. Indeed. Lin's mother was pleasantly surprised and satisfied upon seeing Shen Lang. He was, without a doubt, an attractive young man. Hello, Aunt, Uncle. Shen Lang greeted warmly as he entered, holding the fruits he had brought. I rushed over right after class, so I didn't have time to buy anything fancy. I hope you won't mind. Not at all. Lin's mother smiled as she accepted the fruits and led Shen Lang into the house. Come, Xiao Shen, have a seat. I'll go prepare dinner. Thank you. Lin Susu glared fiercely at Shen Lang, clearly displeased. However, the disdain in her eyes was fleeting. She quickly resumed her demure demeanor, sitting on the sofa with her head bowed, engrossed in her phone, silent as a whisper. She was indeed quite attractive, but alas. Lin's father cast a glance at Shen Lang, shaking his head in disapproval, his attention firmly fixed on the television. Old Lin, what are you doing? Teacher Lu nudged Lin's father, saying, Your wife is in the kitchen all alone, and you just sit here like a spare tire? At your age, you should have a bit more awareness. How do you manage day to day? Lin's father awkwardly twitched his mouth, helplessly rising to head into the kitchen. Shen Lang, you scoundrel. This is too much. Lin Susu, noticing that Teacher Lu and her parents had retreated to the kitchen, immediately switched her demeanor, coldly stating, You're nothing but a loser. Why act so arrogant? A toad cannot hope to eat swan meat. Do you not understand? Please don't take it out on me. Shen Lang managed a bitter smile. I already spoke to Teacher Lu as per your request, but she doesn't believe me, always thinking there is some conflict between us. What can I do? Don't try to fool me, and don't think I'm unaware of your underhanded schemes. Lin Susu retorted disdainfully. Shen Lang, let me tell you, the more tricks you play in secret, the more contempt I have for you. Fine. Shen Lang shrugged. Say whatever you wish. Susu, why are you just sitting there? Lin's mother emerged from the kitchen, saying, Little Shen is here, and you don't even think to bring out some fruit? What's wrong? Shy? Suddenly so clueless? I'll go get it right now. I forgot earlier. Lin Susu smiled and dashed to the dining room, returning with an array of fruits and snacks, proudly placing them on the coffee table. Here, enjoy. Shen Lang refrained from eating, fully aware that Lin Susu was merely putting on an act in front of her mother. He couldn't help but wonder why the same girl could behave so differently in public versus in private. To be frank, if Lin Susu weren't acting, her talents would be wasted. Her performance was truly of a royal caliber. Little Shen, don't worry. The meals will be ready soon. You two just chat for now. Lin's mother smiled at Shen Lang, then discreetly signaled Lin Susu to be more perceptive before returning to the kitchen. This is a disaster. Shen Lang sighed, feeling incredibly frustrated. Initially, he thought Lin Susu's parents might not be fond of him. However, Lin's father seemed indifferent, while Lin's mother was already eyeing him with the fondness of a mother-in-law for her future son-in-law, which was certainly not a good omen. The dinner was quite jovial, with Lin's mother leading the conversation. Though Lin's father and Lin Susu felt extremely displeased, they dared not express it. As the evening progressed, Lin's mother grew increasingly fond of Shen Lang, appreciating not only his looks, but also his good grades and polite demeanor. In short, she liked him more and more. Shen Lang found this to be quite disheartening. His mechanical responses to Lin's mother's inquiries did not seem to endear him at all. It was indeed awkward. Those who are liked appear charming, while those who are not, no matter how well they perform, are still unsatisfactory. Finally, dinner came to an end. Exiting Lin Susu's home, Teacher Lu smiled. So how was it? Things are looking good, right? Your sister seems to like you a lot. Shen Lang managed a wry smile. I'll do my best, Teacher Lu. You must make an effort, Teacher Lu said as she exited the neighborhood, offering Shen Lang a few more words of advice. I have to head to the hospital now, so I want to accompany you back. If anything arises, remember to call me. Susu is a good girl. You should hold on tight. Once this opportunity is gone, it may not return. All right. Shen Lang smiled on the surface, but inside, he He was at a loss for words. If Lin Susu were genuinely a good girl, it would be one thing, but was she truly? He really wanted to tell Teacher Liu that there was no possibility with Lin Susu, not in this lifetime, even if she were to pursue him. Suddenly, his phone rang. Shen Lang glanced at the unfamiliar number and answered. Hello, who am I speaking to? Are you Shen Lang? A female voice inquired from the other end. Yes, who is this? Shen Lang felt the voice was somewhat familiar, but couldn't place it. Xie Junk. Do you have time this evening? Is there something you need? Shen Lang recalled the voice, but was surprised to discover it belonged to Xie Qiong, which felt rather new to him. Given their previous interactions, it was unlikely they would be speaking over the phone. I'd like to invite you to dinner, Xie Qiong said. You see, I encountered something today and suddenly realized I may have been a bit too harsh on you in the past. I feel quite guilty, so I would like to apologize and hope you can honor me with your presence. An apology? Shen Lang managed a bitter smile. There is no need for that. As long as you don't target me in the future, that is sufficient. That is not acceptable, Xie Qiong replied seriously. If you don't come, I'll feel uneasy. After all, we are in the same school. Why shouldn't I have the chance to apologize? Fine, just send me the address. Shen Lang was hesitant to go, having already eaten, but he couldn't resist Xie Qiong's invitation. Primarily, he was curious about her intentions. Ding dong. Shortly after, his phone buzzed with the address. Shen Lang opened it, hailed a taxi, and swiftly arrived at a restaurant called Wei Quan. Upon entering a private room, he found not only Xie Qiong, but also Zheng Qi, prompting a frown and asked, Xie Qiong, what exactly are you playing at? Shen Lang? Zheng Qi was equally surprised to see him, her face flushing crimson as she quickly averted her gaze. Shen Lang, please don't misinterpret the situation, Xie Qiong said. I mentioned before that I want to apologize, and Zheng Qi naturally should not be absent. Compared to you, I've been far more unfair to her in the past. All right, Shen Lang sighed, choosing not to say much further. Let us order. Xie Qiong courteously pushed the menu toward Shen Lang and Zheng Qi, appearing genuinely repentant. I want tea order. Zheng Qi remained bashful, her head still bowed. I'll take care of it. Shen Lang, not one to be polite, picked up the menu and ordered several dishes. In truth, he had already eaten, but reflecting on Xie Qiong's past actions left him feeling somewhat displeased. Thus, even though he had no intention of confronting Xie Qiong, he figured he could at least enjoy a meal. The restaurant was not crowded, and the dishes arrived swiftly. Soon, the waiter presented the food along with a bottle of liquor. Shen Lang frowned at the high-proof liquor, saying, Miss Xie, I'm not fond of drinking, and I'm not very skilled at it either. A little one tea hurt, Xie Qiong replied. Dining out with friends feels rather dull without a drink, doesn't it? All right, just one cup. Shen Lang, unable to resist her persuasion, reluctantly agreed. Chi can have a bit too. Xie Qiong poured Shen Lang a glass and filled Zheng Qi's half a glass, smiling. I hope you both can overlook my past offenses. I tend to be competitive and can't stand others doing better than me. But rest assured I will change. No witties. Shen Lang and Zheng Qi raised their glasses, clinking them lightly with Xie Qiong's. After a small sip, within mere minutes, they suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over them, leading them to collapse onto the table. Success. Xie Qiong chuckled mischievously, pulling out her phone to dial a number. Saying, come in. These two fools are already down for the count. Truly believing I would apologize? Click. Soon, the door to the private room swung open, revealing Li Changfeng. His face twisted into a malevolent grin. At last, these two wretches, Shen Lang and Zheng Qi, have fallen into my grasp. Just wait. They will soon learn the consequences of offending me. Changfeng, the next steps rely on you. I want to see Zheng Qi's reputation utterly destroyed. Xie Qiong's gaze was fixated on Zheng Qi, who lay sprawled on the table, her eyes glinting with an unparalleled hatred, mixed with the thrill of a successful scheme. Zheng Qi thought herself fortunate to have encountered a wealthy benefactor, but now, trapped in the web she and Li Changfeng had spun, she would see how her dreams of stardom crumbled. As dawn's gentle light poured into the room, heralding the start of a new day, Shen Lang awoke with a pounding headache. Rubbing his temples, he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, puzzled by Zheng Qi lying beside him. He recalled the previous night's dinner hosted by Xie Qiong, but after a sip of alcohol, everything became a blur. Suddenly, A loud knocking echoed from outside the room. Who is it? Shen Lang shook his head to clear his thoughts and opened the door, only to be greeted by a throng of people wielding cameras, leaving him utterly bewildered. Who are you? What do you want? Is this the guy who rented a room with Chi? One of them exclaimed. Damn, I heard rumors about the internet celebrity Chi dating a loser, but I didn't believe it until now. They've gone so far as to rent a room together. Shen Lang's mind raced as he realized the implications. He had been caught off guard. He had not comprehended Zheng Qi's public persona. Now, the realization hit him like a ton of bricks. He had been ensnared by Xie Qiong's machinations. Zheng Qi stirred awake, instantly aware of the crowd outside, instinctively wrapping herself in the blanket. Why are there so many people out there? Are they reporters? Damn it. Shen Lang gritted his teeth. We've been set up by Xie Qiong. She wasn't here to apologize. She aimed to tarnish your reputation. What do we do now? Zheng Qi panicked. I've already signed a contract with the company. I didn't expect this to happen before I even started. Don't worry, I will handle it. Shen Lang was seething with anger. Xie Qiong's betrayal was unforgivable. Zheng Qi slumped onto the bed, despondent. I should have known Xie Qiong had ill intentions. I'm doomed now. Qi will surely scold me. Trust me, everything will be fine. Let us go. The photos have already been taken, and hiding won't help, right? Zheng Qi sprang to her feet. Shen Lang took her hand and pushed open the door, charging outside. Get away from us. Look at them, the adulterers. Someone jeered. Weren't they supposed to be the pure stream in the live-streaming world? Turns out it was all a facade. The reporters surged forward, cameras flashing, eager to capture the scandal. Nearby, Li Chongfeng watched the chaos unfold, a sinister smile on his face. Here's a little appetizer for you. There's much more to come. Aspiring to be a star? You still have a long way to go in this chaotic entertainment industry. Still feeling smug? Xie Qiong stood beside him, sneering. Did you really think that by clinging to a wealthy man, you could become a star? How laughably naive. Shen Lang and Zheng Qi ran a distance, ensuring they had evaded the reporters before stopping to catch their breath. Zheng Qi trembled beside Shen Lang, clearly shaken. While she had not harbored an overwhelming desire to become a star, she longed to grace the stage and captivate audiences with her voice. Now, however, her dreams faced imminent destruction, and she braced herself for the inevitable condemnation. Did you and Wenwan look for you last night? Shen Lang asked, attempting to steer the conversation. No, none at all. Shen Lang's cold smile revealed a hint of suspicion. Zheng Qi, you should freshen up and head to school. I will take care of this. What will you do? Zheng Qi sighed, her spirits plummeting. She was resigned to the scolding she would surely receive from Qi. Just trust me. Shen Lang remained vague, hailing a taxi and ushering Zheng Qi inside. He then called Long Si and Bai Zhantong, briefing them on the situation. Young master, this is a minor issue. You needn't worry, they assured him. It was time to take action. Shen Lang, emboldened by their responses, hailed another taxi and headed straight for the school. He had maintained a low profile, avoiding conflicts with his peers, but the relentless cruelty directed at his friends was intolerable. The schemes of Wenwan, Wu Yu, and Xie Qiong were unforgivable. The campus bustled with life as students streamed in and out. Earlier, Wenwan and Wu Yu had gathered a crowd, waiting for Shen Lang, eager to confront him. Wait, did Zheng Qi make the news? And Shen Lang too? Those two actually rented a room together? No way. The other students rushed over, eyes wide with disbelief. Just yesterday, they had heard rumors about Zheng Qi's affection for Shen Lang, but now they were confronted with the shocking revelation of their rendezvous, caught by reporters and splashed across the news. It must be said, this is quite a significant matter. How could it possibly be? When one felt as if she had swallowed a fly while eating. The discomfort was unbearable. Shen Lang was merely a despicable loser. How could Zheng Qi possibly choose to spend a night with that man? This is utterly absurd. Zheng Qi is on a path of self-destruction. Damn it, it's infuriating. Wu Yu stood by, seething with anger. Zheng Qi was our hope. And now she was being ruined by that loser Shen Lang? Damn it. When Shen Lang arrives, we should deal with that scoundrel directly. For heaven's sake. We finally have a rising internet sensation in our class, someone who might become a star, and that shameless Shen Lang comes out to create chaos. It's simply outrageous. Brothers, wait here. When that scoundrel Shen Lang arrives, we will make him pay. As the classmates took out their phones and found news about Zheng Qi, their indignation boiled over. They wished they could capture Shen Lang and tear him apart. They knew that Zheng Qi was one of them, and if she became a star, they would all benefit. If she faced difficulties in the future, who knows, she might even help them out. And now, before she even gained fame, she was tangled in rumors with that filthy loser Shen Lang. This incident had already made it to the news. Whether Zheng Qi could continue her rise as an internet celebrity was now in question, let alone becoming a sensation. Look, Zheng Qi is coming. Suddenly, one student pointed towards the school gate, where Zheng Qi walked in with her head bowed. Damn! The classmates followed her gaze, their faces filled with gloom. From Zheng Qi's expression of despair, they inferred the gravity of the situation. Her path to stardom seemed bleak. Zheng Qi, what on earth are you doing? When one marched up to her with a stern face, saying, don't you know what kind of person Shen Lang is? Why would you choose to associate with that scoundrel? And now, it's all over the news. Your dream of stardom is utterly shattered. I truly wonder what is going through your mind. It's almost like you lack intelligence. Wu Yu approached as well, her demeanor reverting to that of a queen, as if looking down from a great height. Indeed, in her eyes, Zheng Qi was completely finished. There was no need to continue to curry favor. After this incident made it to the news, it would be a miracle if Zheng Qi wasn't sidelined. And the notion of her becoming famous was a cruel joke. They had to understand Zheng Qi was still in high school. Her nighttime escapades with classmates were bound to have severe repercussions. The online trolls would be merciless. Zheng Qi's lips moved, but she felt too weary to explain. After such an incident, with undeniable evidence and it being reported in the news, no matter how she tried to clarify, it would sound feeble and no one would believe her. Oh, the big star has arrived? At that moment, Xiaqiong walked over with a smile, saying, how does it feel? Is it exhilarating? Xiaqiong, you vile woman. Upon seeing Xiaqiong, Zheng Qi's eyes flared with intense hatred. The source of her predicament was this wretched woman. She had previously thought Xiaqiong genuinely wanted to apologize, but it turned out she had set a trap to ruin her. What are you talking about? Xiaqiong sneered coldly, an emerging internet celebrity still in high school. Entangled with the school's loser right before the college entrance exams. This is quite the explosive news. Zheng Qi, you should actually thank me. After this commotion, your fame will only increase, albeit not in a favorable light. At least you'll be known, right? A person like you, as long as you can gain notoriety, would do anything. You. Zheng Qi was furious, but found herself at a loss against Xiaqiong. The evidence was irrefutable, and no matter how much she argued, it would be in vain. No one would believe her. What a delightful day. Suddenly, Li Changfeng approached from another direction and asked, what is going on here? Why is Zheng Qi the only one here? Whereas that loser, Shen Lang? Did he run off after enjoying himself? Li Changfeng stopped slandering. Zheng Qi, noticing Li Changfeng's arrival, seemed to recall something and retorted angrily, Shen Lang and I are innocent. It's all you're doing along with Xiaqiong. Ha! Zheng Qi. Evidence is paramount, Li Changfeng chuckled. You couldn't resist getting involved with that loser Shen Lang. This is hardly a secret at school. How can you blame us for arriving? Damn, I used to think Zheng Qi was quite decent, but I never imagined she would turn out to be such a shameless woman. How could she choose that filthy loser Shen Lang? Not to mention, Shen Lang is a total loser. The classmates halted in their tracks, casting scornful glances at Zheng Qi, their hearts pricked with disappointment. As the goddess of their school, if she were to be linked with a prominent figure, perhaps they could find solace in it. Yet, she chose to associate with Shen Lang, a despicable loser. It was intolerable. You've gone too far. Unbeknownst to them, Shen Lang had arrived among the crowd, coldly staring at Li Changfeng and Xiaqiong, saying, indeed, you two are quite remarkable. Your antics are impressive. What the hell? Our leading man has arrived. Li Changfeng turned to look, immediately breaking into laughter, so loser. Did you have a wild night with that shameless woman, Zheng Qi, in bed? To be honest, I'm a bit envious. Although Zheng Qi isn't a big star yet, she is at least a rising star. I've never tasted the life of a celebrity, and you, a mere loser, get to enjoy such a privilege. Truly enviable. What big star? Xiaqiong remarked sourly from the side. That woman is merely a loser. Though she had a brief moment of fame, she remains a loser and is now being cast back to her original state. Actually, I couldn't be bothered to hold grudges against you before, but this time, you've gone too far. Shen Lang smiled coldly, addressing Li Changfeng. You should be crying now, not laughing, for your moment of arrogance has led to the destruction of the empire your father built over decades. And Xie, you shouldn't be laughing either, for your future is now non-existent. Moreover, Wen Wan and Wu Yu, all those who have harmed Zhengqi will face their just desserts today. I, Shen Lang, am not someone you can trifle with. Ha! Li Changfeng was initially taken aback, then burst into laughter. Other classmates joined in, as if they had just heard the funniest joke. The notorious losers and poor souls of their school were now hearing Shen Lang claim he was someone they couldn't provoke. How absurd! Shen Lang, have you lost your mind? Xie Qiong shot Shen Lang a disdainful glance and asked, I'm curious, you're just a loser. How do you plan to take us on? With just one word, I could have you hospitalized. Do you believe me? Shen Lang smiled enigmatically, paying no heed to the classmates' derision. Many matters cannot simply be clarified through words. Let Li Changfeng and the others revel in their moment of arrogance. Soon, when Long Si and Bai Zhantang arrive with evidence, he would relish watching how they would react, if they would still find humor in their situation. In the eyes of the classmates, he indeed appeared to be a loser, and he had never intended to contest anything. However, can he truly contend against Li Changfeng and his worthless crew? When he gets serious, someone like Li Changfeng is not even worthy to carry his shoes. Shen Lang, have you lost your mind? Wen Wan stepped forward, sneering as she asked, into number 1 high school. Who doesn't know you are a pathetic loser? Which one of us wouldn't easily trample you underfoot? Do you think we are all fools? This fellow is utterly ridiculous. Wu Yu chimed in with a disdainful expression, saying it's one thing to be arrogant, but at this crucial moment, a mere loser still dares to jump around. He clearly has no idea what he's getting into. Sigh. Xiao Qing stood among the crowd, glancing at Shen Lang and Zhengqi with a hint of sympathy. Especially Zhengqi, who once had a promising future, now reduced to nothing due to her association with Shen Lang. The current Shen Lang is like a harbinger of misfortune, seemingly transformed from the person he once was. Although Shen Lang lacked remarkable traits before, at least he was grounded, moving steadily forward. She couldn't fathom what Shen Lang had experienced, yet it appeared he had lost touch with reality. Li Changfeng and his companions are all wealthy second-generation elites with powerful backers, while Shen Lang is merely a poor wretch without any support. What gives him the audacity to compete? Just his words? Shen Lang is beyond redemption now. Are you going to hit me? Shen Lang turned to Xie Qiong, smirking. I stand here. Go ahead and try. Damn, this guy must really be under some kind of stress. I can't fathom his absurdity. Ha! It seems a spectacle is about to unfold. I suddenly have a feeling that Shen Lang might undergo a transformation, evolving from a pathetic loser to a god of losers. If that happens, it would be quite awkward. The aura of a loser is palpable. We might be infected at any moment. Ha! Everyone, step back. Shen Lang is about to explode. The students were initially taken aback, then burst into laughter, dismissing Shen Lang as an inconsequential loser. That guy poses no threat to them whatsoever. 3 years have passed. Haven't they gotten to know Shen Lang yet? Despite his seemingly different demeanor today, a loser will always remain a loser and can never become something great. Do you really think I won't hit you? Xie Qiong remained silent. Li Changfeng, however, stepped forward with a cold expression, declaring, in my eyes, you Shen Lang are nothing but an ant. Come on. Shen Lang chuckled. If you don't hit me, as a loser, I will look down on you. Damn. Li Changfeng was furious. He signaled his 2 lackeys behind him, saying, go, beat that guy into a fool. Does he really think he's capable of anything? Damn. This brat must be itching for trouble. The 2 lackeys exchanged cold smiles and approached, clearly not taking Shen Lang seriously. Even in front of numerous classmates, beating Shen Lang would pose no consequences. The school would not reprimand Li Changfeng for the sake of a loser, especially since Li Changfeng's father is one of the board members, deeply embedded in the school's leadership. What are you going to do? Zhengqi suddenly stepped in front of Shen Lang, gritting her teeth. If you dare to lay a finger on Shen Lang, I won't let you off. Ha! This is hilarious. Xie Qiong suddenly burst into exaggerated laughter. Zhengqi, Do you still think you are that popular internet celebrity on the verge of becoming a star? You and Shen Lang are cut from the same cloth now, just a couple of pathetic losers. Your dreams of stardom are utterly shattered. Zheng Qi, what are you trying to do? Still protecting that pathetic loser? Will you scoffed? I don't understand your thinking. Shen Lang is nothing but a loser. Why would you sacrifice your future for him? If you distance yourself from him, there might still be a chance for you to become a star. This is utterly baffling. When Wan remarked sarcastically, we ordinary folks truly cannot fathom the thoughts of these internet celebrities. Get this woman away from me. How dare she act so high and mighty? Li Changfeng sneered. In the past, I might have been cautious, but now, you are merely a star on the verge of being cut down. What do you have to boast about? If you don't behave, I'll deal with you as well. It's fine. Chi, just watch from the sidelines, Shen Lang said, pulling Zheng Qi behind him. These trash are beneath my notice. I previously chose not to retaliate out of necessity, but that does not mean I fear them. To me, these self-important fools are but a bunch of scum. Damn, I can't take this anymore. The two lackeys, enraged, swung at Shen Lang. This guy is far too arrogant. Just a pathetic loser, and yet he dares to act tough in front of them. This isn't just inviting trouble. It's downright foolish. Bang! At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before Shen Lang, effortlessly delivering 2 punches. With 2 loud thuds, the 2 lackeys, who had charged at Shen Lang, were sent flying at an astonishing speed, landing flat on the ground. What the hell? Who is that? He doesn't look like a student from our school. Damn! How did an outsider come into our school and assist that pathetic loser? What in the world is happening? The students were stunned, witnessing Li Changfeng's 2 lackeys being effortlessly dispatched. The newcomer, clad in a black suit and appearing to be nearly 40, clearly wasn't a student from their school, as they had no older students like him. Yet, here he was, trying to flex in their school. Who the hell are you? Chapter 62. Anyone who offends me will suffer on the campus. In front of the teaching building, all eyes were on Aaron. This was intense. Several people had rushed in, only to be swiftly taken down by the man in the suit. The guy is surprisingly skilled. Li Changfeng, no longer brimming with arrogance, appeared somewhat flustered. Earlier, when 2 of his friends were easily defeated, he hadn't thought much of Aaron, considering they were merely students. After all, Shen Lang was just a pathetic loser. How could he afford a formidable ally? Yet, witnessing Aaron effortlessly take down several of his friends, he began to feel the pressure. That man in the suit seems quite formidable. My goodness. The other students were equally intimidated by Aaron's skills, no longer daring to act arrogantly. Even Xie Qiong and Wen Wan were taken aback. If they provoked Aaron, it would not be a joke. They could be beaten mercilessly. Now it's your turn. Aaron smiled coldly, suddenly appearing in front of Li Changfeng and delivering a swift kick. This whole mess was instigated by Li Changfeng. He was the root of the problem, and naturally, he had to be dealt with harshly. After all, that scum could never stand against their master. Damn! Li Changfeng was sent flying by Aaron's kick, crashing onto the ground. After a moment, he struggled to get back up, shouting, "What the hell? How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? Are you trying to turn the world upside down? Are you an idiot?" Aaron retorted dismissively, "I already said, don't bring up your background. You, a loser, are nothing in front of our master, not even worthy to carry his shoes." "Security," Li Changfeng bellowed, pointing angrily at Along. "You are in serious trouble. My father is a director of this school. How dare you lay a hand on me here? Even if you survive today, you will certainly face dire consequences. Do you think that after practicing for a few days, no one can teach you a lesson?" Feng Xiao. Several security guards rushed over immediately. Initially, they hesitated to intervene, as some were wary of individuals like the notorious Qi Zone from before. However, upon noticing this unfamiliar troublemaker, their expressions changed, and one hefty guard raised a finger and shouted, "Damn it, are you tired of living? How dare you cause a ruckus in our school and target Feng Xiao?" Without a moment's hesitation, Along delivered a sharp slap, silencing the guard. He had wronged their young master, and punishment was warranted. No one could save him. "How dare you hit me?" The hefty guard roared in fury, drawing his baton and charging Along. In this school, known for its fierce reputation, few students dared to cross him. Today, however, he had been struck. It was imperative to reclaim his honor or risk losing his standing among the students. "Brothers, let's take him down." The other guards brandished their batons and rushed toward Along. Yet, Along regarded them with disdain, engaging them barehanded. Compared to the students, dealing with a few security guards merely required a bit more time, and the outcome remained unchanged. The once arrogant guards soon found themselves sprawled on the ground. Li Changfeng swallowed hard, instinctively retreating from the crowd, sensing that this time, he was in deep trouble. He had never anticipated Along's ferocity. Even the combined forces of the school's security were no match for him, utterly dispelling his previous bravado. It was worth noting that the school's security personnel were all retired military veterans. The onlooking students were equally wide-eyed. Clearly, Along's strength surpassed their wildest imaginations. The school's guards were no longer a threat. No way. Xiaoqiong, Wenwan, and Wu Yu exchanged worried glances. They had initially thought that with the arrival of the school's guards, Along would surely suffer, believing that without Shen Lang's backing, his day would not end well. Yet, the outcome defied their expectations. Even the guards lay defeated. Along, Shen Lang spoke with an impassive expression. Cripple him. Yes, young master. Along grinned wickedly, taking several strides to stand before Li Changfeng. Wait. Li Changfeng's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, Shen Lang, how dare you? If anything happens to me today, you will find no refuge in Hang City again. Do you truly believe that having such a skilled fighter at your side gives you free rein? Shen Lang, don't act rashly. Zhang Qi, visibly frightened, swiftly grabbed his arm. She was unsure where Shen Lang had found such a formidable ally. But it was evident that if Along were to cripple Li Changfeng, Shen Lang would face dire consequences. Along might protect Shen Lang for a moment, but he could not shield him for eternity. Many matters were beyond the resolution of brute strength. Given Li Changfeng's background and influence, eliminating Shen Lang would be a simple task. Was he out his mind? Wu Yu, Xiaoqiong, and Wenwan stared wide-eyed at Shen Lang, realizing he intended to cripple Li Changfeng. They knew that Li Changfeng was the heir of Yaowei Group, influential in Hang City. Dealing with someone like Shen Lang would be effortless for him. Not at all, Shen Lang replied, lifting his chin. That fellow is nothing more than an ant in my eyes. But Zhang Qi was concerned, unable to comprehend Shen Lang's source of confidence. No buts. Shen Lang asserted. That fellow is merely trash to me. Dealing with him requires only a word. The onlookers were taken aback, realizing that Shen Lang was indeed a formidable presence. However, possessing strength alone did not make one invincible. It required more than mere bravado. That guy must be insane to dare to cripple Li Changfeng. He will face severe repercussions. The crowd could hardly believe their eyes as Shen Lang's words echoed around them. Had they not known better, they would have thought such declarations belonged to a powerful figure. Yet, here it was, spoken by a mere underdog, leaving them bewildered. Li Changfeng sneered. Everyone around is calling you a fool, Shen Lang. If you dare to touch me today, there will be no escape for you. Along laughed heartily, snapping Li Changfeng's arm with ease. You must admit, that was the best joke I've heard. Our young master could dispose of you at his leisure, as effortlessly as crushing an ant. Li Changfeng let out a heart-wrenching scream. You dare to cripple me. You are finished. The one finished is you. Along remained unfazed, launching another strike. Li Changfeng screamed again, his cries echoing like a slaughtered pig. My goodness, is he really going to cripple Li Changfeng? This is serious. This is truly a big deal. He's defying the heavens. The crowd watched in disbelief as Along, without hesitation, rendered Li Changfeng defenseless. They had thought Shen Lang and Along were merely intimidating Li Changfeng. They never imagined they would act so decisively. Continue. Along's expression was cold as he calculated his next move. Anyone who dared provoke their young master would not escape with just a few limbs. It was non-negotiable. Li Changfeng, now incapable of standing, lay prostrate on the ground. At that moment, he was crushed as the heir of Yaowei Group, reduced to a pitiful state by a mere underdog, a profound humiliation he could not endure. Stop. Just then, several middle-aged men rushed over, led by the school's disciplinary director. Upon seeing Li Changfeng sprawled on the ground, incapacitated, fear flashed in their eyes as they realized the gravity of the situation. They had initially received word that it was just a minor dispute among students, so they had not rushed to intervene. Now, standing on the scene, They regretted their inaction. The son of a board member had been crippled at school, and they could not escape the consequences. The disciplinary director is here. Shen Lang's good days are over. To dare cripple Li Changfeng, regardless of the circumstances, expulsion is inevitable. That guy had impressive grades, but without qualifications for the college entrance exam. How could he continue to boast? Alas, in the end, the underdog could never compete with the wealthy second generation. As the students witnessed the disciplinary director's arrival, they realized the battle's outcome had been sealed. Only Shen Lang would ultimately suffer. Although Li Changfeng faced a grim fate, he held the power to judge Shen Lang. Shen Lang, you have quite the audacity. The disciplinary director, furious, glared at Shen Lang. As a student, you openly brought outsiders to commit violence on campus? Indeed, I acted openly. What can you do about it? Shen Lang dismissed the disciplinary director, recalling past grievances with him. Now that he had arrived, it was time to settle old scores. Very well. The disciplinary director's fury turned to mockery. I did not realize you had such abilities, Shen Lang. I previously underestimated you. A student like you is nothing but a menace to society. I declare that you are expelled from our school. You think you can expel me just because of that? Shen Lang declared. I assure you, even if I were to incapacitate Li Changfeng today, I would still participate in the college entrance examination. You lack the capability to expel me. Was that individual not a tad too arrogant? No, I must take a moment to collect myself. The previous scene is rather difficult for me to accept. I am perplexed. When did Shen Lang become so formidable? First, he incapacitated Li Changfeng, and now he directly confronts the dean? Could it be that the incident with Zheng Qi has truly rattled him? The other students looked at Shen Lang, suddenly feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. Today, he was not merely audacious, he was utterly defiant, challenging anyone who crossed his path without a hint of submission. Those who enjoy tales of the urban elite, please remember to keep this in your collection. The dean's face darkened like the bottom of a pot, his expression reflecting his fury. In his recollection, Shen Lang had always been a despicable underachiever, never daring to show off. But today, he was insufferably arrogant. With an involuntary twitch at the corner of his mouth, he bellowed, "Security, throw Shen Lang out." He has been expelled. Stop shouting, Shen Lang chuckled. The security is lying on the ground. You. The dean was incensed, truly infuriated, having never encountered such a brazen student before. Enough with the you and I, Shen Lang retorted. If you had not come out, I would have been disinclined to deal with you. Since you have, let us settle this once and for all. The dean stared at Shen Lang, utterly bewildered. This individual intended to confront him? The other students were equally at a loss for words to describe Shen Lang's audacity. It was as if he had lost his mind. Xie Qian Wen, and Wu Yu exchanged bitter smiles and sighed. Indeed, in their eyes, Shen Lang had completely lost his sense of normalcy. The incident with Zheng Qi had pushed him over the edge, transforming him into someone unstable, teetering on the brink of madness. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce led a procession of several Mercedes into the campus. After coming to a halt, Long Si and Bai Zhantong were the first to alight. Subsequently, a number of middle-aged men emerged from the vehicles, standing respectfully behind Bai Zhantong and Long Si, their demeanor exuding an air of authority. The dean was taken aback upon witnessing Bai Zhantong and Long Si. The other students wore expressions of shock. It was common knowledge that Long Si and Bai Zhantong were the two most prominent figures in Hang City, rarely seen in public. What brought them to their school today? Master Long Elderbai, what brings you here? The dean momentarily set aside Shen Lang's situation and hurried towards them. They were influential figures. Establishing a rapport with them could elevate his status beyond that of a mere dean. However, Long Si and Bai Zhantong bypassed the dean and swiftly approached Shen Lang. Bowing respectfully, "Young master." The middle-aged men also bowed to Shen Lang. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The students gaped, frozen in disbelief. Bai Zhantong and Long Si were addressing Shen Lang as young master. Was this a dream? Shen Lang, known to be the most unremarkable student in their school, was now being revered by the top elites of Hang City. This was utterly surreal. How have matters progressed? Shen Lang inquired coolly. It has been handled. Bai Zhantong replied with a smile. I have apprehended the journalists, and all negative news regarding Miss Zheng has been eradicated. It will not affect her future. Young master, I have also looked into your request, Long Si added. The instigators of the news were Xie Qiong and Li Changfeng from your school. We have retrieved evidence from the surveillance footage. Excellent. Shen Lang commanded, notify the school administration to expel Xie Qiong, Wenwan, and Wu Yu. As for Li Changfeng, I want the Yaowei group to be shut down within 3 days. Without a hint of dissent, Bai Zhantong took out his phone and moved aside. Shen Lang, no. Please. Wenwan and Wu Yu panicked, kneeling before Shen Lang and begging for mercy, truly begging for mercy. They could not have anticipated that the person they had so openly despised held such terrifying power, commanding the respect of Bai Zhantong and Long Si. This was utterly absurd. Xie Qiong, however, did not plead for mercy. She simply sat on the ground, despondent. She realized the immense harm she had inflicted upon Zheng Qi. Pleading was futile. Shen Lang's decision to only expel her was already a display of mercy. Li Changfeng's fate was sealed, and the Yaowei group would surely collapse under Bai Zhantong's might. Shen Lang had never lied or exaggerated. He truly possessed such capabilities. The other students were similarly alarmed, trembling uncontrollably. Just moments ago, they had mocked Shen Lang, and now they feared he would hold a grudge against them. This was a nightmare. Regretful, are we? Shen Lang remarked coldly, directing his gaze at Wenwan. Aye. Wenwan gritted her teeth, unable to respond. How could she not feel regret? Previously, Shen Lang had treated her with utmost respect, as if she were a precious gem. Yet, she had scorned him, believing he was unworthy of her affection. Ironically, fate had played a cruel joke on her. While she was cradled by a top-tier heir, she had kicked him aside for a mere trifle. Shen Lang's words felt like a resounding slap across her face. Wu Yu, do you believe yourself to be quite impressive? Shen Lang continued, addressing Wu Yu. With no real prowess, you flaunt yourself like a peacock. I am curious. Do you revel in showcasing your lack of boundaries to the world? Aye. Wu Yu hung her head, afraid to utter a word, let alone retort. Leave. I no longer wish to see you. Shen Lang said coldly. My previous restraint was not due to fear, but rather disdain. You always claimed to feel disgusted in my presence, yet it is I who find your company repulsive. Thank you. Wu Yu and Wenwan, realizing Shen Lang was no longer inclined to punish them, quickly thanked him and made their exit. Indeed, the contrast between their previous arrogance and their current humility was striking. Oh, I almost forgot, there is still a wretched creature sitting here. Shen Lang glanced at the despairing Xie Qiong on the ground and instructed Bai Zhantong, use your connections to ensure she is blacklisted. I want her to experience the pleasure of being despised and rejected. Yes, young master. Bai Zhantong nodded and picked up the phone again. The students around were taken aback by Shen Lang's ruthlessness. It was as if he intended to drive someone to their demise. However, recalling Xie Qiong's previous actions, they felt a sense of relief. Given the humiliation Shen Lang and Zheng Qi endured at Xie Qiong's hands, it was indeed merciful of Shen Lang not to eliminate Xie Qiong outright. A ban was but a minor consequence. With Shen Lang's capabilities, ending Xie Qiong's life would be trivial. Everyone disperse. Shen Lang declared after passing judgment on Xie Qiong and her cohorts, striding back towards the classroom. Yet, after taking a few steps, he halted abruptly, smiling. By the way, there is one more person I wish to never see again. Our school's principal. The principal was taken aback and hurried forward, exclaiming, Young Master Lang, I was wrong. I truly made a mistake. Get lost. Long Si glared at the principal, his eyes radiating an icy chill. The principal, unwilling yet ultimately lacking the courage to continue pleading, fled in a panic. He understood Long Ye's temperament all too well. Should he dare to trouble Shen Lang again, he would not merely lose his job today. His very life could be at stake. Shen Lang. Zheng Qi jogged to catch up with him, asking, Are you a second-generation wealthy heir? Well, sort of, Shen Lang replied. What do you think? Surprised? How could I not be surprised? Zheng Qi remarked. But I'm curious, if your family is so affluent, with both Old Master Bai and Long Yi treating you with such deference, why do you pretend to be a commoner? Could it be that you have a penchant for suffering? Actually, Shen Lang said awkwardly, it's not that I enjoy being downtrodden. I simply did not know I was a second-generation heir until recently. If I had always known, I doubt I would have been as grounded as I am now. The environment truly shapes a person. Despite the hardships and ridicule I've faced, I do not regret it, even if I lack the courage to relive those moments. What do you mean? Zheng Qi furrowed her brows. I don't quite understand. It's about perspective, Shen Lang explained. Just because I possess wealth does not mean I must flaunt it. That way, I can avoid numerous complications. Zheng Qi frowned. I still don't quite get it. I've never been a second-generation heir. Forget it. I'm too lazy to explain, Shen Lang chuckled. Let us go to class. After this commotion, no one should dare bully us anymore. We'll devote ourselves fully to preparing for the college entrance examination. For the moment, let us set aside the topic of exams. Zheng Qi suddenly lifted her gaze, asking Shen Lang, let me ask you one thing. Am I your beloved? Shen Lang looked at Zheng Qi, his lips twitching, uncertain how to respond. Where did this sudden inquiry come from? Although his identity had been revealed, that did not necessarily mean he was her beloved. I see the answer now. Zheng Qi mumbled, lowering her head, her cheeks flushed. You know? Shen Lang frowned. I haven't even admitted it. How could you know? Or do you already know who your beloved is? It's you, Zheng Qi stated. If it weren't you, under normal circumstances, you would have directly denied it. But you hesitated just now. This means there's an 80% chance you are my beloved. Only you would spend so much for me and possess such capability. Shen Lang scratched his head, feeling a mix of embarrassment and frustration. Why did he hesitate? Now, with Zheng Qi's deduction, denying it seemed implausible, she was no fool. Zheng Qi lowered her head, unable to meet Shen Lang's gaze, her heart racing. This was primarily because she had previously suspected her beloved had ulterior motives, revealing some of her inner thoughts. Now, with her beloved standing beside her as a fellow student, she felt exposed, knowing he had probably discerned her feelings. How about this? Shen Lang began, wanting to clarify, but the words faltered on his lips. I understand now. Zheng Qi's expression dimmed suddenly, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. You know? Shen Lang watched her, his lips twitching rhythmically. Hesitation indicated he did not hold feelings for her. He simply found it difficult to refuse. Zheng Qi, she sighed. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. If you do not like me, you need not pay me any mind. It's perfectly fine. I can manage on my own. Zheng Qi, please don't misunderstand. Shen Lang replied. It's not that I don't like you. It's just that numerous other factors are complicating our situation. Do you understand what I mean? A refusal is a refusal. Why say so much? Zheng Qi cried. Not liking someone is just that. You say so much, yet your heart isn't in it, creating false hopes. This only hurts me more. Zheng Qi. Shen Lang wished to comfort her, to say something more. I'm leaving, she declared abruptly, turning away. Instead of heading to the classroom, she dashed outside, her ponytail swaying cutely, but her silhouette exuded solitude. Zheng Qi, Shen Lang called out, yet he did not move to pursue her. Soon after, he found himself wishing he could slap himself for not stopping her. As days passed, the pivotal moment in every student's life finally approached. Each classmate brimming with anticipation to fiercely battle in the college entrance examination for a brighter future. Shen Lang, swept up in the tide of exams, found his spirits dampened by the loss of Zheng Qi. He had lost her and could not retrieve her. He could not find her at home, on WeChat, nor could he reach her by phone. Even on the dating app, Zheng Qi had not logged in, making contact impossible. Zheng Qi seemed to have vanished into thin air, completely disappearing from his life. What a tenacious girl. As Shen Lang entered the classroom and glanced at the exam paper, he found himself devoid of any desire to write. He was acutely aware that Zheng Qi must be heartbroken, utterly despondent. Otherwise, the girl who loved to sing would never have forsaken her platform and relinquished the chance to perform on a grand stage. Now, regret flooded his thoughts. Yet he could no longer reach out to Zheng Qi, no matter how much influence by Zhan Tong and Long Si wielded. At last, the college entrance examination concluded. With Shen Lang's academic prowess, gaining admission to a prestigious university should have posed no challenge, yet he ultimately faced rejection. As he exited the school he had attended for 3 years, he felt like a mere shell of himself, mechanically dragging his feet toward the alley. Young master, Lin Yutong observed Shen Lang with a twinge of concern. What has been troubling you lately? You seem as though your spirit has been lost. If you continue like this, something dire may occur. My soul is indeed lost, Shen Lang replied, turning to Lin Yutong. Sister Yutong, do you understand what it feels like to have feelings for someone? I've never been in a relationship, so how could I possibly know? Lin Yutong rolled her eyes. However, in my understanding, liking someone means you yearn to see them every day, constantly thinking about being with them. When apart, even the smallest memories of them flood your mind. Is that so? Shen Lang mused, sliding into a Mercedes. Sister Yutong, I didn't pass the exam, but I want to attend Jilin University. Can you help me arrange it? Of course. Lin Yutong nodded. But which department do you wish to enroll in? Which department? Shen Lang smiled. Business management, perhaps. Very well. Lin Yutong affirmed. In Jilin City, we remain the top dogs. Just how formidable is my father? Shen Lang pondered, intrigued by the easy agreement from Lin Yutong. He wondered about the extent of his father's influence. In Hang City, he had considerable power, but what about Jilin City? However, this thought quickly faded as he anticipated the possibility of encountering Zheng Qi at Jilin University. If he recalled correctly, she had mentioned her intention to attend the Jilin Academy of Arts. Although he knew the likelihood was slim, he had no other leads to pursue her. Jilin City was his only clue. Let us head home. Lin Yutong could sense Shen Lang's heartache, but was unsure how to console him. Alas, Shen Lang sighed, leaning back in the Mercedes and closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. During this time, he had gone nowhere, instead spending his days at home, chatting with the young ladies and watching television, transforming into a recluse. One day, as Shen Lang sat at home watching television with several young ladies by his side, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Lin Susu, who had been absent for some time. With a frown, he answered, "Did you need something?" "Hello, you insolent brat. What with your tone? Do you want to fight?" Lin Susu's furious voice rang through the phone, astonished that a penniless fool would dare to speak so boldly. What do you want?" Shen Lang's lips twitched slightly, softening his tone as he sought to avoid an argument. "Come out, we have an event, and we need you." Lin Susu's tone was commanding, knowing that Shen Lang's infatuation with her would make refusal unlikely. "All right, send me the address." Shen Lang did not refuse, although he was unsure of what awaited him. It had been a while since he had stepped outside, and a change of scenery would be welcome. Moreover, he had to ensure he did not give teacher Lu any trouble. "Young master, are you going out?" Lin Yutong stood up and asked. "Do you need me to accompany you?" "No, it's fine," Shen Lang smiled. "Let alone come with me instead." With Jilin University on the horizon, it's uncertain if I will return here, and some matters need resolution. "All right," Lin Yutong conceded, feeling reassured with Along's presence. Given Along's strength, few in Hang City could rival him, except for the truly formidable. Otherwise, anyone who crossed paths with Along would quickly retreat. "Let us go." Shen Lang grinned as he exited the villa. "Along, let's take a trip. Drive the Rolls-Royce. I haven't had the chance to ride in it yet." "Yes, young master." Along nodded, returning to the villa to fetch the keys before sliding into the luxurious vehicle. "This car is impressive. It seems quite upscale," Shen Lang remarked as he settled into the Rolls-Royce, patting the interior. "Along, let's go. Head to the north gate of Xinguang Square." "Young master, are you going out to clear your mind?" Along, usually taciturn, recognized that a driver should remain silent, but having become familiar with Shen Lang, he felt more at ease. "You've seemed rather dispirited lately. It's indeed time for a change of scenery." "Yes, just a little outing," Shen Lang replied with a smile. "Of course, it should also be enjoyable. Perhaps we can find some entertainment." As the afternoon approached, Xinguang Square was bustling with activity, alive with the sounds of people celebrating the holiday. Beautiful young ladies showcased their elegance throughout the streets. Shen Lang instructed Along not to park directly at the square's north gate, but instead to stop at a nearby underground parking garage. After a brief search, he quickly spotted Lin Susu standing at the entrance. To his surprise, while her temperament left something to be desired, her beauty and figure were beyond reproach. Dressed in a white dress and carrying a small black purse, she stood at the entrance like a celestial being descended from the heavens. Many young men passing by couldn't help but steal glances at Lin Susu as they entered. "Why did you arrive so late?" Lin Susu shot Shen Lang an annoyed look. "Did you not know it is very impolite to keep a girl waiting? And you made me wait for so long. I received your call and came right away." Shen Lang felt a sense of injustice. He hadn't delayed much at all. Yet, Lin Susu was already annoyed with him, and even a minute's wait felt like an offense. Thus, he refrained from arguing, finding it pointless. "Let us go. We're going shopping," Lin Susu declared, casting another disdainful glance at Shen Lang before turning to enter the mall. "Is she really expecting me to be her pack mule?" Shen Lang followed her into the mall, and as he watched Lin Susu head straight for the clothing stores, he couldn't help but feel his lips twitch. His suspicions were soon confirmed. Lin Susu had indeed summoned him to carry her bags, and within half an hour, he found himself laden with several shopping bags. "Have you kept track of how much you've spent?" After browsing for a while and purchasing numerous items, Lin Susu suddenly turned to him. I haven't counted." Shen Lang shook his head, not paying much attention. "Over 30,000, she replied. Lin Susu then asked, "Do you believe your future monthly income will be sufficient to support me?" This caught Shen Lang off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless. He had initially thought Lin Susu merely wanted him to assist her with shopping, not realizing there was a deeper motive behind her invitation. She wanted to flaunt her extravagant spending in front of him. "Can't support you?" Lin Susu laughed coldly. "I once thought you might be cooperative, but it seems you're just playing with my affections while pretending to be agreeable. Shen Lang, let me make it clear. You will never be able to afford the clothes I wear." "Perhaps," Shen Lang conceded, feeling no desire to argue. Ultimately, Lin Susu's perception of him was rooted in his financial status and family background. However, the sister remained oblivious to his true identity. Had she known, it is likely her reaction would not differ much from that of one Wan and Wu Yu. She would be utterly enamored with him. "Come, follow me to a place," Lin Susu commanded, striding ahead with the grace of a goddess. After entering the Honda Fit parked not far from the north gate, she coldly instructed, "Do not sit in the passenger's seat. Take the back." With a wry smile, Shen Lang complied and slipped into the rear seat. The engine roared to life, and the Fit surged forward. About 20 minutes later, Lin Susu deftly maneuvered into a restaurant named Yunshan Xiaozhu. "Ah, this place is quite nice," Shen Lang remarked, his eyes lighting up as he surveyed the surroundings. He had not anticipated finding such a tranquil restaurant in Hangzhou, with its vintage decor providing a serene escape from the bustling city, almost as if one had been transported back to nature. "How quaint," Lin Susu scoffed, casting a disparaging glance at Shen Lang. "This place is undoubtedly exquisite, but do you have any idea how much a meal here costs? With your status, not only would you be unable to dine here, but you likely wouldn't even qualify to enter." With a resigned smile, Shen Lang refrained from arguing. He understood that Lin Susu had invited him merely to showcase her superiority, intending to underscore the disparity between them. "Stay close and do not wander off," she directed, leading the way. After traversing a lush bamboo grove and turning a couple of corners, they entered a private room. "Here comes Susu." Inside, several familiar faces were present, all part of their social circle. Upon seeing Shen Lang enter, Ma Hang was initially taken aback before exclaiming, "Oh, young Master Lang has arrived. Perfect timing. You can help us with the barbecue. Susu, from now on, you must always bring young Master Lang along." Nie Rong sneered at Shen Lang, adding, "When we go out for fun, there's always a need for a lackey, isn't there? In ancient times, we would refer to young Master Lang as our servant." "Indeed, a servant, no less." Another chimed in, "You must admit, for someone of our stature, having that guy as our servant would be a testament to our family's virtues." True. Were it not for Susu's influence, we likely wouldn't even glance at someone like Shen Lang. Having him around will broaden our horizons significantly. Typically, individuals of Shen Lang's ilk wouldn't even qualify to set foot in Yunshan Xiaozhu. Laughter erupted among the group, who seemed to revel in the idea that Shen Lang's presence as their servant was a mark of prestige. The term servant caused Shen Lang's brow to furrow slightly, though he restrained his anger. Years of experience had taught him to remain composed, even when provoked. "By the way, when is Zhou Xiao arriving?" Nie Rong suddenly turned to Ma Hang and inquired. "We are here to welcome Zhou Xiao, and it would be rather dull if the guest of honor is late. We have other activities planned for the evening, and time is of the essence." "Almost there," Ma Hang replied, checking his phone. "I called him earlier. He said he had just landed." "That is good to hear," Nie Rong nodded. "It's only about a half-hour drive from the airport." Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and a stylish young man, donned in sunglasses and a flamboyant floral shirt, stepped inside. Zhou Xiao. Finally. Zhou Xiao. It's been a while. You seem to have become even more handsome. The guests immediately rose to greet him, including Ma Heng and Lin Susu. It was evident that Zhou Xiao was the leader of their circle, while Ma Heng played a secondary role. Hey, it's been a while. Have you missed me? Zhou Xiao removed his sunglasses, his face beaming with delight. As his gaze swept across the room, it landed on a stranger languidly seated in the corner, seemingly indifferent to the greetings. His mood soured instantly. He was a man who valued his reputation, and everyone in their circle was aware of this. The sight of someone dressed simply, akin to a commoner, failing to rise in acknowledgement upon his entrance was intolerable. This individual was blatantly disregarding his authority. Damn it! Shen Lang, are you out of your mind? Ma Heng, noticing Zhou Xiao's displeasure, turned and shouted, "You're just a pathetic nobody in our circle. How dare you not stand to greet Zhou Xiao? Get up right now, or I swear I'll break your legs." Another young man added, his tone menacing. Reluctantly, Shen Lang stood up, feeling quite vexed. He could not fathom why some individuals were so enamored with their own importance. Who is this guy anyway? Zhou Xiao, observing Shen Lang's unwillingness, smirked. He looks unfamiliar and seems rather unenthusiastic about standing up. What has happened to our circle during my brief absence? Zhou Xiao, don't overthink it. Our circle remains unchanged. Ma Heng quickly interjected, sensing the tension. Although he is now part of our circle, he is merely a lackey, colloquially referred to as a servant. Since you just returned, he is new and unfamiliar with the customs. Please don't hold it against him. A servant? Zhou Xiao chuckled. Now, that is quite amusing. This idea came from Hanggu. Nie Rong chimed in. Having someone to run errands for us certainly adds to our prestige. Indeed, that notion is rather appealing. We do need a servant, Zhou Xiao declared, swaggering over to the sofa and propping his leg up. Oh dear, my shoes are a bit dirty. What should I do? That's easy. Ma Heng chuckled, turning to Shen Lang with a stern expression. Come here and clean Zhou Xiao's shoes. I'm curious. Shen Lang furrowed his brows and asked Zhou Xiao, do you consider yourself impressive? Am I not impressive? Zhou Xiao replied, taken aback, nudging Ma Heng. Old Heng, tell this kid how impressive I am. Damn, are you truly that simple-minded? Ma Heng cursed under his breath, explaining, Zhou Xiao is the young master of the Zhou family, which has a partnership with the Qin family, making them a subsidiary. As a resident of Hangzhou, few are unaware of the Qin family. Do you really think Zhou Xiao isn't impressive? I don't feel particularly impressed. Shen Lang smiled and suggested, Zhou Xiao, if your shoes are dirty, why not call for the young master of the Qin family to clean them for you? I believe that would be more fitting for someone of your stature. Damn it. Zhou Xiao sprang to his feet, furious. You little punk, are you looking for death? Do you dare make a joke about the young master of the Qin family? Have you lost your mind? Shen Lang, what on earth is wrong with you? Lin Susu stood up, glaring at him. If you dare to make any more foolish remarks about the young master of the Qin family, don't expect me to be kind. Goodness, this guy truly is a fool, Nie Rong thought, feeling a chill of apprehension for Shen Lang. The Qin family was one of the most powerful families in Hangzhou, rivaled only by the Bai family. Zhou Xiao, being from a subsidiary family, was already significant. The true Qin family would be even more formidable. Yet, Shen Lang had the audacity to joke about the young master of the Qin family and suggest that he clean Zhou Xiao's shoes. The tale of the urban Tycoon unfolds, with Shen Lang unfazed by the astonishment and disdain of Zhou Xiao and his companions. This was not the first instance he had encountered such skepticism. Until the very end, few would believe he possessed such formidable connections. In the eyes of many, he was merely a penniless wretch, devoid of any near-mythical abilities. But did he truly lack them? Ignoring the surrounding chatter, he took out his phone to send a message to Zixian. He was confident that a single call from her would compel Qin Yun, whom he had previously encountered at the Wild Horse Club, to comply. This certainty stemmed from Qin Yun's prior demeanor towards Zixian. Hey, Shen Lang, what are you still dawdling for? Mang Xiaote Dangridi. Get over here and polish Zhou Xiao's shoes, or you won't leave Yinshan Xiaozhu in one piece today. Shen Lang, hurry up, Lin Susu added coldly. No one here is someone you can afford to offend. Offering you a chance to shine Zhou Xiao's shoes is already a favor. Otherwise, you wouldn't even be worthy of that. I mentioned earlier that the young master of the Qin family should come here to shine Zhou Xiao's shoes. That would be much more respectable, Shen Lang replied. I've already sent the message. Just wait here. In less than half an hour, the young master of the Qin family will arrive. Then I shall see if Zhou Xiao dares to sit idly while the young master shines his shoes. Do you take us for fools? Mang retorted furiously. You think you can actually contact the young master of the Qin family? That person is beyond your reach. You pathetic wretch. What a joke. This fellow was truly amusing. Nie Rong cast a disdainful glance at Shen Lang. Lin Susu shared similar thoughts, believing Shen Lang was merely boasting. The young master of the Qin family stood at the pinnacle of Hang City, a figure of great esteem, far beyond what an ordinary person could compare to, while Shen Lang was merely a target for ridicule, a mere wretch. What possible connection could exist between them? What's the matter? Are you all too cowardly? Shen Lang scoffed. You were just asserting how impressive Zhou Xiao is, weren't you? If you have the ability, then let us wait here. Half an hour is hardly long. It will pass swiftly. Very well. We shall wait here. I am eager to see if young Master Yin will indeed come. Zhou Xiao replied with a cold smile. If young Master Yin arrives, I will acknowledge you as my elder brother. If he does not, you will certainly pay the price. Don't flatter yourself. You lack the qualifications to be my younger brother, Shen Lang laughed. Of course, you will be quite pleased today, as the young master of the Qin family will indeed come to assist you. Zhou Xiao was infuriated, yet he restrained his fury. Having already promised to wait for half an hour, he settled down, knowing he had ample time to deal with the fool later. There was no need to rush. Shen Lang, you are digging your own grave, Lin Susu observed, her eyes filled with contempt. Shen Lang's attempts to draw attention to himself were shameless, as his claims were evidently improbable and perilous. Yet, her concern lay not with Shen Lang's safety, but rather with the potential fallout that could ensue, making it difficult for her to explain things to her family. She was well aware of Zhou Xiao's temperament. If he truly became enraged, Shen Lang would return home battered, if not worse. Shen Lang merely chuckled, choosing not to respond. He had initially come out in a fit of anger, ready to confront the situation, but upon arrival, he preferred to avoid escalating matters unnecessarily. However, the audacity of those present was excessive, and their arrogance intolerable. Not only did they insult him as a servant, but they also dared to demand he polish their shoes. If he did not assert himself today, it would be a disservice to his handsome visage. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. I'll get it, Nie Rong said with a smile, rushing to the door, expecting to see a waiter. Just as she was about to speak, she froze in place, her expression turning to stone as she recognized the visitor. Standing at the entrance was none other than young Master Yin. May I ask if young Master Lang is in this private room? Qin Yin inquired with a smile. Why young Master Lang? Nie Rong stammered, utterly bewildered. When had a young Master Lang appeared? She had never heard of such a person. As for Shen Lang, he had not even crossed her mind. That man could hardly be considered a young master, despite their occasional jesting. Who has arrived? Zhou Xiao asked from the sofa. Irritation etched on his face. Nie Rong hesitated, unsure how to respond. Let the person outside in. I want to see who dares to interrupt our enjoyment. Mang grumbled. I am Qin Yun, Qin Yun said, frowning as he entered the room. Upon seeing Zhou Xiao lounging on the sofa with his leg crossed, his expression turned cold. Zhou Xiao, it's been a while, and you seem to be doing quite well. Why young Master Yin? Zhou Xiao was initially taken aback. He quickly sprang to his feet, shedding his previous arrogance and approaching Qin Yun with utmost respect. I just returned and intended to visit you, but my friends insisted on dragging me here. Visit? I cannot accept such a compliment. Qin Yun replied with a cold smile. I have come to find someone. Does anyone here know young Master Lang? Zhou Xiao stuttered, just as confused as Nie Hong. Even with Qin Yun's sudden appearance in the room, he did not consider Shen Lang at all. After all, Shen Lang was merely a penniless wretch. How could he possibly have any connection to young Master Yin? Although coincidences exist in the world, this one was particularly surreal. Young Master Qin, you arrived quite swiftly, Shen Lang declared. I am Shen Lang, the young master you seek. Qin Yun's eyes lit up upon realizing young Master Lang was indeed present. He promptly approached with a smile. Young Master Lang, I was informed by Xian that you were looking for me. I rushed here as quickly as possible. What can I do for you? And no. The narrative continues to reveal the unexpected twists in the interactions among these characters, as Shen Lang's true identity begins to unravel. Those scoundrels seem to have a death wish, hanging themselves like ancient immortals who find life too tedious. Frankly speaking, the true origin of Zixuan remains a mystery to him, one he dares not investigate further. Yet, the sheer audacity of Zixuan in thrashing the young master of the Bai family speaks volumes about her formidable background, far exceeding his imagination. The Bai family holds considerable sway in Hang City, rivaling that of the Qin family. Would he dare to provoke someone of such stature? One could perish in an instant without even realizing it. Young Master Wang Ai, Zhou Xiao suddenly fell to his knees, trembling uncontrollably, cold sweat cascading down his brow. At this moment, he wished he could dispose of those imbeciles from the Ma family, casting them to the dogs. Had it not been for their foolishness, how could he be in such dire straits? This truly felt like a one-way ticket to doom. Meanwhile, Ma Hang and his companions were hardly faring better, their legs quaking in fear of impending judgment. They no longer cared about the identity of Shen Lang. Even Qin Yun alone could effortlessly obliterate their group, leaving no trace behind. Susu, please intercede for us. As realization dawned, Nierong quickly turned to Lin Susu, for she was their only hope. In her eyes, Shen Lang's presence here undoubtedly meant he harbored feelings for Lin Susu. Surely, when his beloved speaks, he would grant them some leniency, wouldn't he? Otherwise, winning Lin Susu's affection would become an arduous endeavor. Lin Susu suddenly felt a surge of confidence, relishing this newfound attention. Previously, she had been overlooked by Nierong and Ma Hang, her standing in this circle rather modest. Yet now, those same individuals were pleading with her. With this thought, she lifted her gaze to Shen Lang and said, "How about we let this go? They're my friends, and you are my boyfriend. Let's not dwell on such trivial matters. When did I become your boyfriend?" Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback, then smiled at Lin Susu, asking, "Why was I unaware of this?" "We are indeed a couple," Lin Susu replied, "and don't forget, you promised my mother that you would take good care of me." "Indeed." Ma Hang's eyes brightened as he chimed in, "Young Master Lang, we are all friends of your girlfriend. You can't hold this against us. We were merely joking before." Yes, just a jest," Nierong added with a laugh. "Surely, someone of young Master Lang's stature wouldn't hold a grudge against us." "Susu, you must plead on my behalf." Zhou Xiao, sensing a glimmer of hope, turned to Lin Susu, saying, "I have always treated you well, haven't I? You can't abandon me today." "Not a problem at all." Lin Susu wore a demeanor that suggested an easy resolution, smiling at Shen Lang. "Shen Lang, please make a statement. These are all my friends. If you choose to remain silent, that would be one thing, but now, you are truly disappointing me." Shen Lang sighed with a wry smile. "Lin Susu, I am genuinely curious about the confidence you possess, believing I would let them go. Were you jesting with me previously? If so, I must say, your jokes have been rather cruel." "What do you mean?" Lin Susu frowned, somewhat displeased. Confident in her beauty, she believed Shen Lang was undoubtedly attracted to her. After all, had he not been exceedingly compliant with her demands before? "If it weren't for your mother treating me kindly, today I would have dealt with you as well. I merely came to alleviate the burden on Teacher Liu." Shen Lang cast a disdainful glance at Lin Susu, curling his lip in distaste before turning to Qin Yun. "Young Master Qin, do you wish for me to repeat myself a third time? If you truly wish to leave, I will not force you. Simply turn right upon exiting." "Damn it!" Qin Yun, believing Lin Susu was young Master Lang's girlfriend, thought he might escape unscathed. Little did he realize how mistaken he was. With a resigned sigh, he stepped forward, saying, "Zhou Xiao, please have a seat. I shall assist you in polishing your shoes." "That cannot be." Zhou Xiao was on the verge of tears, truly distressed. "How could I allow you to help me with that?" "Then, does that mean I must do it?" Shen Lang stood up, declaring, "Very well, I shall assist you, but you must consider carefully. The consequences of my assistance will be far graver than that of young Master Qin. Should word get out that I polish your shoes, your fate will be dire." Zhou Xiao, kneeling on the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face, pleaded, "Young Master Lang, I was wrong. Please forgive me this once. I truly regret it." Chapter 68. A Grand Affair. Jishur is a relatively prosperous city among the second-tier cities, though it cannot quite compare to the first-tier metropolises. In recent years, Jishur has experienced rapid development. It is summer, and at noon, the sun is particularly harsh, leaving one feeling dizzy from the heat. At the entrance of a certain residential area in Jishur, two elderly gentlemen dressed in suits stand resolutely under the blazing sun, their gazes fixed in anticipation. The four security guards at the entrance, though shaded by a pavilion, do not dare to step into the coolness, knowing that these two elders represent the two most powerful factions in Jishur. The elderly man in the white suit, Yi Qing, is the patriarch of the prestigious Yi family. Despite his seemingly genial demeanor, one stomp from him could send Jishur into a frenzy. The elder in the black suit, Ji Wu Dao, is the undisputed underground emperor of Jishur, known as the Seventh Master. At this moment, they stood under the sun, quietly waiting. Who on earth could be arriving? Mused a tall security guard, casting a glance at Yi Qing and Ji Wu Dao, astonished. Surely, even a provincial governor would not endure standing in the sun for half an hour like these two eminent figures. Who knows? Replied a shorter guard, clicking his tongue. Regardless of who it is, their identity must be extraordinary if they can compel Elder Yi and the Seventh Master to endure the scorching sun. Have you not noticed the serious expressions on Elder Yi and the Seventh Master? Stand down. A portly guard warned the others. The individual arriving is undoubtedly a formidable figure, one so significant that we lack even the right to gaze upon them. If anything goes awry, we shall all be in grave trouble. The two guards swallowed hard, silenced by the weight of the moment. They stood under the sun, enduring the heat alongside Elder Yi and the Seventh Master, unwilling to retreat to the cool pavilion. Boom! Before long, the roar of an engine echoed, and a Panamera slowly approached. Initially, the four guards paid little mind. Panameras were common in Jishur, where supercars were abundant. However, as they noticed a grand Mercedes following the Panamera, along with a Rolls-Royce, Bugatti, Porsche, Lamborghini, Ferrari, and other supercars in tow, they were left dumbfounded. When did the Panamera become so prestigious, with Rolls-Royces and Bugattis trailing behind it? "They're here," Yi Qing exclaimed, his eyes sharpening. "What are you dawdling for? Open the gate." Right away." The portly guard, momentarily stunned, hurried to open the gate. Boom! The Panamera did not halt but drove straight in, followed by the Mercedes, Rolls-Royce, Bugatti, and other supercars, resembling a long dragon as they entered the residential area, heading directly towards the largest and most luxurious villa at its heart. "Quick, follow closely." Yi Qing and Ji Wu Dao, upon seeing the Panamera enter, broke into a jog, pursuing it without hesitation. Two elderly gentlemen chased after a car, a sight both comical and absurd, yet they pressed on, fearing to fall behind even for a second. To my astonishment, there were 14 top-tier luxury vehicles. A tall security guard stood nearby, bowing respectfully while mentally tallying the luxury cars that passed by. A total of 14 exquisite vehicles had entered the community, each driven by a stunning beauty, each more beautiful than the last, resembling ethereal fairies. He couldn't fathom who this extravagant tycoon was. The spectacle was simply too grand. Gulp! The shorter security guard swallowed hard, his face a mask of astonishment. The opulence was overwhelming, bordering on inhumane. He was curious about the occupant of the foremost Panamera. The stature of this individual seemed daunting, far beyond mere extravagance. Was this truly my residence in G City? The Panamera halted in front of a 4-story villa, sprawling over 1,000 square meters. Shen Lang opened the car door and stepped out, surveying his surroundings with curiosity. "Young master." Yi Qing and Qi Yi hurried over, panting from their sprint. "Halt!" Along stepped forward with 3 brothers, blocking Yi Qing and Ji Wu Dao from approaching Shen Lang. Who were Yi Qing and Ji Wu Dao, after all? Typically, few would dare to obstruct them. Yet today, faced with such opposition, they could not afford to be presumptuous. They halted and gazed expectantly at Shen Lang. Though clad in ordinary attire, possessed an identity of great significance. Wow, we finally arrived. I'm utterly exhausted. Xian emerged from a Ferrari, laden with several large bags. Her eyes sparkling with excitement despite her words of fatigue. This villa is splendid. Rose climbed out of a Porsche 918, also carrying multiple large bags. The other young ladies were similarly occupied. What are you all dawdling for? Hurry and bring the items inside to organize the rooms. Su Jin shot a glare at the several dawdling young women, quickly striding into the villa, heading straight for the master bedroom on the second floor. The bags she carried were not her own, but belonged to the young master. As his maid, her foremost concern was to ensure the young master could rest comfortably after a long journey. Quickly go inside. Xian, having regained her composure, playfully stuck out her tongue and dashed into the villa, followed by the other young ladies, all amidst laughter and chatter. Let them in. Shen Lang smiled, stepping inside. Please. Along finally moved aside, but remained vigilant. Thank you. Yi Qing and Ji Wudao expressed their gratitude before entering the villa, hastily approaching the sofa to bow respectfully and say, Greetings, young master. Greetings to you both. Shen Lang chuckled, gesturing towards the sofa. Please, make yourselves comfortable. There is no need for formality here. There are no strict rules. Chapter 69. Dormitory chronicles. The villa had long been prepared, always maintained in a state of cleanliness and order. They simply needed to move their belongings inside. With more than a dozen people bustling about, everything was settled in under an hour. Shen Lang had previously joked about having Su Jin attend to his sleep, but he had no intention of napping. After lunch, he shouldered a small backpack and set off on foot towards Ji University. Long and Lin Yutong wished to accompany him, but were refused. High-profile behavior was not his style. Although he had arrived in a new place, there was no need for change. He preferred to remain an ordinary student. Classmate, which department are you in? There are recruitment opportunities in the clubs. Don't miss out. Junior, which department are you from? Let me help you with your things. The campus buzzed with activity. Although the semester had yet to officially commence, many had already come to scout the scene, predominantly male students. Numerous seniors swarmed the younger students, recruiting for clubs and acting as guides, creating a lively atmosphere. Shen Lang, dressed modestly with a single shoulder bag, strolled through the campus, unnoticed. In terms of appearance, he was indeed handsome, with a commendable figure. However, in this era, mere looks held little value. It was wealth that commanded respect, for in this distorted society, only money could ensure one stood tall. Suddenly, the roar of an engine pierced the air. A white Audi A4 sped onto campus, halting in the thoroughfare. The door swung open, and a young man dressed in a white shirt emerged. Instantly, many turned to look. The men were envious, while the women preened, hoping to catch the young man's attention. Oh no! Suddenly, a young lady stumbled, appearing as if she were about to fall. Careful! Shen Lang, standing nearby, reacted swiftly, catching her. The young man, seeing the attractive lady, had intended to assist her, but was a moment too late, feeling a twinge of annoyance. In these times, it was rare to see a college student driving, let alone someone in an Audi A4. The lady was indeed beautiful. If he had merely caught her, a request for her WeChat would likely have sufficed. Yet, an unexpected interloper had thwarted his plans. What are you doing? The young lady abruptly shoved Shen Lang away, her face contorted in disdain. She hadn't genuinely stumbled. Her act had been a ploy to attract the handsome young man's attention. To her dismay, before he could reach her, this loser had intervened. Seeing Shen Lang's appearance only intensified her disgust, and she whipped out a tissue to wipe the spot where he had touched her arm. Shen Lang's lips twitched awkwardly. Doing a good deed had earned him disdain. Are you all right, miss? The young man approached, his expression brightening upon seeing the young lady push Shen Lang away. He rushed over, asking, Did this guy take advantage of you? Not exactly. Julia shot Shen Lang a look of revulsion. But this loser suddenly barged in and grossed me out. Loser, did you hear that? The young man glared at Shen Lang, pointing in a direction and shouting, Get lost. I'm leaving. Shen Lang, uninterested in the young man's antics, smiled and walked away. What a farce. Who wanted his help anyway? After tossing the tissue into a trash bin, Julia chuckled, Thanks, handsome. If it weren't for you, that guy would definitely have pestered me. He should really reconsider his worth. I can't stand those toads trying to a swan. Just a small matter. Feng Xing smiled and added, beautiful lady, do you have time tonight? How about we grab dinner together? I'm not sure. Julia replied with a smile. I still need to take my things to the dorm. I'll help you. Let S drive. Feng Xing, not waiting for Julia's consent, made his way to the Audi A4, placing her luggage in the trunk. Isn't this a bit much? Julia feigned reluctance, but climbed into the passenger seat of the Audi without hesitation. Damn, another flower planted in the dung. Money truly is power. Just arrived at school and already hooked up with a lady. Tonight, they'll likely be off to a hotel for some fun. Damn, why don't I have a car? He felt a tightness in his chest. Many classmates felt a pang of jealousy upon seeing Julia enter Feng Xing's Audi. Yet another beauty had succumbed. In this world where wolves outnumbered the sheep, without any skills, it was indeed challenging to win a lady's heart. Another materialistic girl. Shen Lang, however, felt no jealousy but rather pity for the girl. At times, he truly could not comprehend why people would pursue something they knew would lead nowhere. Classmate, are you going to sign up? At the registration office of the Economics and Management Department, a young lady inquired, is everything in order? Indeed, Shen Lang replied with a smile, producing his notification letter. I appreciate your assistance. Not at all, she responded cheerfully. After registering his information, she asked, are you renting off campus or residing in the dormitory? I'll stay in the dormitory, Shen Lang declared without hesitation, having already contemplated the vibrancy of living with fellow students. He thought that if he desired solitude, he could always return to his family home to rest, an ideal arrangement that offered comfort wherever he chose to sleep. All set. The young lady noted his details and turned to a young man nearby. Wei, could you escort Shen Lang to the dormitory? Why is it always me? The young man shot a glance at Shen Lang, clearly reluctant. This time it's your turn. You, the young lady protested, I'm a girl. How could you ask me to accompany him to the boys' dormitory? School hasn't started yet. What's the issue? The young man replied. In this day and age, boys can't enter the girls' dormitory, yet girls can go to the boys. Isn't that just a matter of words? Haven't you done it before? Fine. The young lady, exasperated, turned to Shen Lang and said, come, I'll take you to the dormitory. Actually, there's no need to trouble you. Shen Lang smiled. Just tell me where it is, and I'll find my way. You'll find on your own? The campus is quite large. Don't get lost. The young lady warned. I recall a classmate who claimed they could manage, but ended up wandering around for ages before returning here. No worries. Shen Lang reassured her. I have a good sense of direction. I should be fine. All right then. The young lady guided him to a corner and pointed ahead, explaining the route. Do you remember? It seems a bit far, but it shouldn't be a problem, Shen Lang replied, mentally noting the directions. After thanking her, he grabbed his suitcase and set off toward the dormitory, curious and eager about the roommates he might encounter. The young lady had mentioned that many students rented off campus, and the dormitories were quite spacious, accommodating only 4 people per room, making for a comfortable living situation. 3-1, a royal flush. After some wandering, he finally arrived at the door. Before he could enter, he heard excited shouts from within. It seemed they were playing cards, likely do di jeu. This indicated that his roommates had already settled in, as 2 players were insufficient for the game. Taking a deep breath, Shen Lang pushed the door open. Is the 4th one here? A young man sitting by the door suddenly turned and asked, what's your name? Are you part of our dorm? If not, please don't disturb us. We're quite busy. Hello, Shen Lang smiled. I'm Shen Lang. I look forward to getting to know you all. Wow, it really is the 4th one, the young man exclaimed, jumping up. Brother, nice to meet you. I'm Fu Dong, the 2nd to arrive. So I'm a 2nd in the dorm. The 1st to arrive is Jiao Shiji, and the 3rd is Jiang Yingqi. Nice to meet you. Shen Lang greeted the 1st and 3rd roommates with a smile. Welcome to our dorm. Jiao Shiji, the dorm leader, stood up and asked, but why did you come with just a bag? You're not like the 3rd one, who brought nothing at all, right? No, my things are at a relative's house. I didn't bring them over. Shen Lang chuckled. Why is there a top bunk available? Don't people prefer the top bunk nowadays? That was determined by dice. It wasn't reserved in advance. This way, it's fair, Fu Dong grinned. He turned to Jiang Yingqi, asking, Yingqi, remember you said that once the 4th one arrived, we'd go out for dinner, and your girlfriend would bring 3 friends? Now that the fourth is here, can we go out tonight? Is it such a big deal? Jiang Yingqi laughed, pulling out his phone to text his girlfriend. I'll treat you all tonight. Shen Lang interjected cheerfully. Let us take turns in hosting the next meals. What is the point of competing? Fu Dong chuckled. Our third roommate is from a wealthy family. He drives a BMW. Let him treat us. It one T heard him. You seem quite ordinary. Why waste your money? We three will just share the expense. Wow, that is too much. Jiang Yingqi interjected, his expression twitching. But if you bring girls along, I might consider paying. If not, forget it. I have my pride. What do you mean by that? Fu Dong complained. We're counting on you to help us find partners. How could you expect us to do the searching? No girl would pay attention to us. We're just poor kids. And you, as a rich kid, wouldn't he understand our struggle? Well then, Jiang Yingqi shrugged, saying, it seems I'll only be the one getting fleeced from now on. Just promise me to go easy on my finances so I can still afford a date. Enjoying the camaraderie with his new roommates. Shen Lang didn't linger too long and decided to leave the dormitory after a brief chat. He hadn't yet brought his belongings, as he intended to sleep there that night and share stories with his roommates. Otherwise, he would have to return to his villa and share a room with the young lady. Initially, he hadn't brought his things because he was uncertain about his roommates' personalities and whether he would enjoy living with them. However, after meeting them, he found them quite agreeable and decided to stay. Hey, are you joining a club? Suddenly, a young lady blocked his path. Our art club is recruiting. We have activities from time to time, and there are many beautiful girls. Is there a fee? Shen Lang asked instinctively. No, she replied with a wry smile. Then I'll join, Shen Lang said with a grin. What I need to do now? Just fill out this form, she responded, handing him a sheet. Once you do, you're almost all set. All right. Shen Lang accepted the form and quickly filled it out. Welcome to the art club, the young lady exclaimed, glancing over the form to ensure everything was in order before dashing away. How I'd just been looked down upon again? Shen Lang's lips twitched slightly, but he dismissed the thought and hurried out of the school, hailing a taxi. Young master, are you staying at school? Su Jin asked, frowning when she learned of Shen Lang's decision. Is it because we haven't catered to your needs well enough? If there is anything you're dissatisfied with, please let us know. What's lacking in our service? The other young ladies chimed in, their faces filled with concern. This has nothing to do with you. Shen Lang replied. I have friends outside, and those guys in the dorm are great, so I'd like to stay at school for a while. Really? Su Jin asked. If there is anything you're unhappy about, please tell us. Don't keep it bottled up. There is nothing to complain about. You're all wonderful, Shen Lang smiled, calling for Along and Ahu to help him carry his belongings as they stepped out. Without driving, they walked to the school. After carrying their belongings into the dormitory, they quickly organized everything with the help of their three roommates. Once everything was settled, they realized it was getting late, and it was time to depart. Jiang Yingqi stood up, picked up the BMW car keys, and said, remember, behave yourselves, don't act like famished wolves. Pursuing girls requires a gradual approach. Impatience won't yield results. Those three girls are quite beautiful. Rest assured. Fu Dong responded, donning a sharply tailored suit. His hair slicked back impeccably. Even a fly would struggle to find a foothold. In contrast, the eldest, Jiao Shiji, appeared rather ordinary in casual attire. Well, fourth, are you going to change your outfit? Jiang Yingqi remarked with a wry smile as he looked at Shen Lang. What era are we in? Why are you still dressed like that? The girls from the art department have discerning eyes. You might not catch their attention like this. Isn't my outfit decent? Shen Lang retorted, not considering his attire unattractive. It simply leaned towards a vintage style, which perhaps lacked appreciation from those unfamiliar. If top-notch connoisseurs were to see his clothes, they would undoubtedly be astonished. Each designer has a distinctive style, and those well-versed in it can discern this at a glance. The clothes his father had prepared for him were mostly vintage, which is why those unacquainted with fashion perceived him as unfashionable. Suit yourself. Jiang Yingqi sighed, choosing not to elaborate further. Raising the car keys, he led the way outside. Brothers, let us make our way. With a mischievous grin, Jiao Shiji and Fu Dong eagerly followed. Shen Lang, however, felt little anticipation and was not particularly interested in pursuing girls from the art department. Yet, as they all shared a dormitory, this outing could be considered a collective endeavor in flirtation. Declining to join would render him somewhat out of place. Thus, He didn't voice any objections. With a roar, the BMW started and sped out of the school, arriving at an elegant and slightly upscale restaurant in no time. Judging by the ambience, a meal here would likely cost a pretty penny. Isn't this a bit pricey? Jiao Shiji, who hailed from a rural background and had seen little of the world, expressed concern as he observed the luxurious decor and the well-dressed patrons. My heart can't bear this. Oldest brother, I must say a few words to you. Jiang Yingqi replied, when we go out to have fun, we must possess a certain mindset. Take the earlier situation, for example. Even if you think it's expensive, you shouldn't voice it. In front of the girls, as men, we cannot lose face. But it really is quite expensive, Jiao Shiji lamented. Dining here would surely cost a couple thousand. About that, Jiang Yingqi chuckled. Don't worry. I'm an only child. My parents wouldn't let me go hungry, and if I run out of money, I'll just ask them. The life of a rich kid is indeed different, Fu Dong said enviously. My parents only give me a limited amount each month. Once it's gone, I'm left hungry. Let us not dwell on that. Let us head to the private room, Jiang Yingqi said, glancing at his watch. They should be arriving soon. Let us go. Fu Dong, ever the lively one, grinned and led the way to the private room. The three followed, instinctively leaving a seat between them for the girls to sit. It was evident that they were seasoned in such matters. A short while later, the door to the private room swung open, and Jiang Yingqi's girlfriend, Na, entered, accompanied by three other lovely ladies. As Jiang Yingqi had mentioned, they were indeed quite attractive, especially the one in red, whose tall stature and flawless features were striking. Come, sit down, Jiang Yingqi said with a smile. These are my roommates, the eldest, Jiao Shiji, the third, Fu Dong, and the fourth, Shen Lang. And these are my roommates, Na added, settling next to Jiang Yingqi. Qi Yan, Zhang Yun, Jin Yan. Hello. Jiao Shiji and Fu Dong greeted enthusiastically. Hello. The three girls briefly scanned Jiao Shiji, Shen Lang, and Fu Dong, seemingly unimpressed, merely exchanging pleasantries before lapsing into silence. Seeing the lack of enthusiasm from Qi Yan and the others, Jiang Yingqi felt a twinge of awkwardness. His intention in orchestrating this gathering was to help his roommates find romance and perhaps forge a group to enjoy outings together in the future. However, he quickly realized that the girls from the art department had rather high standards, and it appeared they held a somewhat materialistic view, losing interest upon noticing his roommate's attire. Sighing inwardly, he picked up the menu and smiled. Let us order some dishes. Yan, Yun, Yan, you decide, Na suggested, pushing the menu to the center of the table. Let us eat and then go out for some fun. You order, Qi Yan said disinterestedly. Just a few random dishes will do. Na, aware that her roommates were not particularly impressed with Shen Lang and his friends, did not press the issue and casually ordered a few dishes herself. Deep down, she too perceived Jiang Yingqi's roommates as lacking, feeling they were too poor. In this day and age, everything requires money. Without it, how could one pursue relationships? Students from humble backgrounds often had to focus solely on their studies, unable to engage in anything else. Suddenly, Jin Yan looked at Shen Lang and asked, Haven't we met before? I believe I invited you to join our art club, and you asked if it required payment. I suppose so, Shen Lang replied, recalling the encounter. Are you kidding me? He scoffed at Shen Lang, then turned to Jin Yan. You wanted him to join the club, and he actually asked if it costs money? Can he be any more of a loser? Is he here to entertain us? Handsome Shun, joining the club is free, Jin Yan laughed. However, certain activities require personal expenses, like outdoor sketching. If you don't participate in any events, you might be expelled from our club, so don't decline every time. I understand, Shen Lang nodded, not taking it to heart, as he merely wished to join a club for fun. Shen Lang might not be aware, Jiang Yingqi interjected, quickly trying to change the subject. So, where are we going to have fun afterward? Anywhere is fine, Qi Yan replied dismissively. It doesn't really matter. It's all the same. Please don't say that. Na sighed. We're out to enjoy ourselves. If you're going to be so indifferent, it will be better not to come at all. How about ice skating? Fu Dong suggested, glancing at Jin Yan. In truth, he was particularly fond of Zhang Yan, who was the most beautiful among them. However, he recognized that such a girl was beyond his reach, so he wisely opted for Jin Yan instead. Though she hardly looked at him, with a bit of effort, there might be hope. That sounds like a great idea. Jiao Shiji's gaze was fixed on Qi Yan. His thought process mirrored Fu Dong's. Zhang Yin was too stunning to approach, so rather than risk embarrassment, he preferred to choose someone with at least a glimmer of hope. As for ice skating, it would serve as a means to build rapport. If the girls could skate, they could pretend not to know how and ask for lessons. If the girls were novices, they could showcase their skills and patiently teach them how to glide. Are you joking with us? Qi Yan scoffed at Jiao Shiji and Fu Dong. You invite us out and suggest going ice skating? How is that interesting? In the bustling metropolis, the allure of the affluent is undeniable. The chapter unfolds with an unexpected ambush as the trio of women surrounds Jiao Shiji and Fu Dong, leaving them feeling utterly humiliated. Previously, they had relished the idea of ice skating, often taking girls out for a leisurely glide on the ice. However, upon hearing Qi Yan's scornful remarks, they suddenly realized how outdated and uncool they appeared. In this day and age, how many girls still fancy ice skating? Jiang Yingqi, feeling a mix of sympathy and amusement, wondered how to salvage their dignity. Go ahead and skate, he encouraged. Jin Yin, with a disdainful expression, retorted, I have no interest in ice skating. It's far better to find a KTV, sip some drinks, and sing. Then let's go sing, Jiang Yingqi proposed with a grin. First, we'll have dinner, and then we'll head straight to Jinsiwa. Are you certain about Jinsiwa? Qi Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Jinsiwa is renowned as the most luxurious KTV in the vicinity, frequented by the wealthy elite. The prospect of a delightful encounter there was tantalizing. Indeed, Jinsiwa, Jiang Yingqi affirmed. As long as you all are happy, I'm willing to splurge this once. Yay! Qi Yan clapped her hands, eagerly anticipating their visit to Jinsiwa. Jin Yin and Zhang Yun's eyes glimmered with enthusiasm, practically radiating excitement. Before long, their meal concluded, and they set off toward Jinsiwa in a BMW, followed closely by a Volkswagen CC. Gentlemen, you must impress, Jiang Yingqi remarked from the driver's seat. Upon our first meeting, my girlfriend's 3 roommates didn't hold you in high regard. To create another opportunity, I'm willing to spend generously. A few thousand might be necessary to enjoy ourselves there. I'm a bit anxious, Fu Dong confessed. I can't shake the feeling that Jin Yin is rather materialistic. As ordinary working-class guys, we probably don't even register on her radar. Qi Yin is similar. She seems to only have eyes for wealth, Jiao Shiji added, his expression one of despair. I once thought I could win the affection of a beautiful girl, but it seems like a distant dream. This is indeed a significant dilemma, Jiang Yingqi reassured them. But do your best. If it doesn't work out, we can always seek new targets. University has just begun, and we have ample opportunities ahead. There's no need to rush. Turning to Shen Lang, he inquired, what do you think of Zhang Yun? She is undoubtedly the most stunning of the 4, even surpassing my girlfriend Nana in beauty. Securing her affection would be exhilarating. Shen Lang hesitated, a wry smile creeping onto his face. I hadn't considered that. Seriously? Jiang Yingqi laughed, genuinely amused by Shen Lang's obliviousness. Jiao Shiji and Fu Dong cast scornful glances at Shen Lang, as if to express their frustration. They had orchestrated this dormitory gathering to create opportunities for romance. Yet Shen Lang appeared utterly indifferent to the matter. Shen Lang awkwardly scratched his head and gazed out the window. Admittedly, Zhang Yun was indeed beautiful, with an impressive figure and stature nearing 1.70 meters. However, in comparison to the 12 exquisite ladies his father had meticulously chosen, she simply didn't captivate him. Her materialistic tendencies were particularly off-putting, making her the very type he found distasteful. Meanwhile, Nana, seated in the passenger seat, couldn't help but think that Shen Lang and his friends were rather unimpressive. They seemed too poor and lackluster for her taste. Her 3 friends were all stunning. Surely, they deserved to find partners who were equally attractive and affluent, rather than settling for 3 impoverished souls. Yet, given that these 3 were her boyfriend's roommates, she felt it inappropriate to openly express her disdain. As they arrived at Jinsiwa, the BMW parked elegantly in front, soon followed by the Volkswagen CC. The 8 of them disembarked and made their way into a private room, their excitement palpable. Wow, this place is magnificent. Jiao Shiji marveled at the opulent decor. overwhelmed by the grandeur, akin to a rural dweller stepping into a lavish estate. Qi Yin, Zhang Yun, and Jin Yin trail behind, raising their eyebrows in dismay at Jiao Shiji's navet. They deliberately slowed their pace, distancing themselves from him, embarrassed by his presence. Come on, mind your image. Fu Dong nudged Jiao Shiji, his face flushed with embarrassment. Jiao Shiji finally grasped the situation and ceased his wandering gaze. Let us choose some songs. Jiang Yingqi encouraged as they settled into the private room. You're all from the arts department. Singing should be your forte. We, on the other hand, might not fare so well. I'll go first, Jin Yin declared, stepping up to select a song. Her performance was commendable. Her melodious voice and captivating tone impressed all, earning her enthusiastic applause from Jiao Shiji and Fu Dong. Shen Lang remained stoic on the sofa, his expression unchanged. When it came to singing, he only revered Zheng Qi, whose unique voice and emotional depth brought songs to life in a way few could emulate. While Jin Yin's voice was pleasant and her technique sound, she lacked the emotional resonance he sought. I'll give it a try, Qi Yin chimed in, determined not to be outdone by Jin Yin. Zhang Yin soon followed suit, eager to showcase her own talents. Jiao Shiji and Fu Dong could hardly contain themselves. The combination of beauty and talent was undeniably captivating. Shen Lang, why don't you duet with Zhang Yin? Jiang Yingqi suddenly suggested, pushing Shen Lang towards the stage. I'm not very good at it, Shen Lang mumbled, feeling awkward about the situation, though he could hold a tune reasonably well. Maybe not. Zhang Yin had no intention of singing alongside Shen Lang, nor did she plan to engage with someone she considered beneath her. Had it not been for Nana's sake and their gathering at Golden Years, she might not have even shown up. Just sing a song. What's the big deal? Are you refusing to show face? Jiang Yingqi noticed Zhang Yun's outright refusal and, with a frown, deemed her excessively self-assured. After all, what was her beauty worth? Shen Lang was now his brother, sharing the same dormitory, and Zhang Yun's disregard for his friend's dignity was rather egregious. Reluctantly, Zhang Yun stood up, casting a disdainful glance at Shen Lang before finally picking up the microphone. Shen Lang, your turn. Jiang Yingqi chuckled. It's our first day meeting, and I haven't heard you sing yet. Don't let me down. You've got to impress. I'll do my best, Shen Lang replied with a wry smile, rising to take the microphone. In truth, he wasn't a bad singer. He simply didn't sing often. Back in elementary school, he had even won second place in a singing competition. Hey, I didn't realize you were a prince of love songs, someone remarked. Damn, he's got the looks and the voice. Talk about pressure. We're all in the same dorm. This isn't fair. Jiang Yingqi, Jiao Shiji, and Fu Dong listened to Shen Lang's melodious voice, feeling a bit disheartened. They had never anticipated that Shen Lang could sing so well. While he couldn't compare to professional singers, he was certainly close enough to consider recording an album with a bit of practice. So what if he can sing? It's not that impressive. Qi Yin and Jin Yin rolled their eyes, dismissing Shen Lang. Their perspective was that singing was a skill that could charm men. But for a man to sing beautifully held little merit unless he was a superstar. Otherwise, he was merely singing karaoke with no real audience. After a while, Zhang Yun abandoned the topic and, with a sidelong glance at Shen Lang, remarked, I must admit, your singing is quite commendable. However, outside of that, I wouldn't dare to praise you. Yin, that's just stating the obvious, Jin Yin laughed. How can you expect much from someone who can't even afford a club fee? Exactly, Qi Yin added, her disdain evident. She was clearly irked that Shen Lang had stolen the spotlight. She assumed he was just another oddity among the crowd. Shen Lang set the microphone down and returned to the couch, unaffected by the scorn from Qi Yin and her friends. His earlier performance was merely a favor to Jiang Yingqi. Jiang Yingqi, noticing the disdainful reactions from Qi Yin and the others, contemplated interjecting but decided against it when he saw Shen Lang remaining unfazed. At that moment, he found Shen Lang's composure remarkable, reminiscent of those who exude a calm demeanor even in the face of adversity. Suddenly, the door swung open and a young man stumbled in, clearly intoxicated and oblivious to his mistake. His eyes lit up upon spotting the room full of beautiful women, and he staggered forward, wrapping his arms around Qi Yin. Hey, gorgeous. When did you arrive? I didn't even know. What are you doing? Qi Yin shouted, infuriated, and slapped the young man across the face. How dare you take advantage of me in broad daylight? What the hell? You dare hit me? The young man, momentarily sobered by the slap, shot back. Do you even know who I am? I don't care who you are. Yin retorted. Just because you think you're someone special gives you the right to harass women? The young man stormed out, leaving a trail of anger behind him. Jiang Yingqi frowned, aware that golden years was not a place to provoke. The clientele typically held some level of influence or wealth. While Yin had been wronged, her reaction was excessive. If that young man had a powerful background, they could find themselves in serious trouble. Yin, what were you thinking? Yin asked. If that guy has connections, we're in deep trouble. What is there to fear? Yin scoffed, undeterred. We have 4 strong men with us. Even if they bring friends, we 1T back down. Exactly. No need to be scared. Jiang Shiji pounded his chest, declaring, Yin, I 1T let anyone bully you. Yin scoffed, unimpressed. If Jiang Shiji were a wealthy heir, she'd be thrilled. But he was just another poor guy trying to take advantage of her. He clearly didn't know his place. In her eyes, broke men should remain single. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and a young man in a black shirt strode in, flanked by several attractive individuals. Who dares kick our door? Jiang Shiji stood up, ready to assert himself, eager to impress Yin. But when he caught sight of the lead young man, he froze, instinctively retreating to the couch, realizing they were in for trouble. Chen Jingnan? How could it be him? Panic washed over him. They had just crossed paths with someone formidable. The atmosphere shifted, and Jiang Yingqi's group grew uneasy. Although they were freshmen, word traveled swiftly in their circle, and they had been keen to learn about the influential figures on campus to avoid unnecessary conflict. Chen Jingnan was one such figure, well-connected and influential, with ties to the student union president, a powerful position indeed. They knew that crossing Chen Jingnan could spell disaster for their university experience. That woman, the young man in white, pointed at Yin. I merely walked into the wrong room, and she slapped me without reason. How arrogant. Chen Jingnan sauntered to the couch, crossing his legs. The person you hit is my brother. What do you think should happen now? I didn't mean to. He barged in and grabbed me. Yin stammered, her previous bravado replaced by fear. Do you know me? Chen Jingnan inquired, a smile tugging at his lips. We're both students at Jida, of course. We know you, South Master, Yin replied, her voice quaking. I hope, considering we are from the same school, you 1T hold this against us. It's impossible not to address this, Chen Jingnan chuckled. How about this? If you apologize to my brother, we'll let slide. After all, we are all from the same school. Soda, Yin exclaimed, hastily apologizing to the young man in white. Not like that, Chen Jingnan interjected. Your apology lacks sincerity. You must kneel to apologize, or my brother may not accept it. Kneel to apologize? The smile on Yin's face abruptly faded, a wave of humiliation surging within her. That Jiang Yingqi chuckled and said, Nan Xiao, we are all from the same school. There's no need to kneel, is there? Yin has already apologized. Let us consider this matter settled. How about giving us some face? Damn, why should I give you face? The young man in white sneered. You lot are nothing but insignificant trash that has sprung up from who knows where. Do you think you deserve Nan Xiao's respect? If that woman doesn't kneel and apologize today, she 1T leave this place unscathed. Jiang Yingqi felt slapped in the face by the young man in white and was infuriated, yet lacked the courage to confront Chen Jingnan. After all, he was not from Jishu. Even if his family held some influence, it did not extend here. Chen Jingnan, on the other hand, was a local, and no matter how formidable he appeared, he could never rival Chen Jingnan. Moreover, standing behind Chen Jingnan was the president of the student council. Apologize or find another way. The choice is yours. Don't blame me for lacking compassion, Chen Jingnan remarked. Let me remind you, if you choose another route to resolve this matter, the consequences will be far worse. Do not underestimate my influence. It could terrify you. Yin gritted her teeth, kneeling before the young man in white, tears streaming as she uttered, I'm sorry. Huh, weren't you quite arrogant before? The young man in white laughed heartily, squatting down to pat Yin's cheek, saying, Silly girl, don't think that being pretty gives you the right to prance around. With your kind, you aren't even worthy of our attention. Yin lowered her head, too afraid to speak. At that moment, her heart was shattered. Had she known the connection between the young man and Shen Jingnan, even with tenfold courage, she would not have dared to act so presumptuously. Heaven's sins can be forgiven. Self-inflicted wrongs cannot. Shen Lang shook his head with a bitter smile, showing no intention of helping Qi Yin, even though a mere phone call could suffice. That woman was simply not worth his assistance. Let us go. Chen Jingnan chuckled, rising to leave the private room with an air of nonchalance. Huh, a bunch of trash. The young man in white cast a disdainful glance at Shen Lang and his friends before laughing and exiting the room. Damn it. Xiao Shiji clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Those bastards are utterly despicable. That young man came in first, attempting to take advantage of Yin Yin, and yet, in the end, she has to apologize? Alas, they have connections. What can you do if you don't apologize? Jin Yin scoffed. Forget it. Discussing this with you losers 1T makes sense. In this era, wealth is power. Without it, one can only cower in the shadows. Yin Yin, I'll take you home. Let us stop this nonsense. Zhang Yin helped Qi Yin up and turned to Jiang Yingqi, saying, Yingqi, given what happened, we've lost the mood to continue. Let us gather again another time. All right. Jiang Yingqi nodded, not pressing the issue. At this moment, he too felt frustrated, having been inexplicably looked down upon. Let us go. Zhang Yin merely greeted Jiang Yingqi, while Shen Lang and the others paid no mind, helping Qi Yin out of the private room. Yingqi, I'm leaving too. Nana sighed with a bitter smile, standing up to say, let us keep in touch on WeChat. Be careful on the way. Jiang Yingqi nodded, then slumped back onto the sofa. Damn it, what a miserable situation. Fu Dong muttered in frustration. Qi Yin is just too naive. She slapped him without even knowing his background. ISNT, that's simply asking for trouble. Now she has been publicly humiliated. It's like she has lost her dignity. Damn, that Shen Jingnan is truly arrogant. Xiao Shiji gritted his teeth. We are all from the same school. A simple apology would suffice. Must it come to her kneeling? Is it impossible for him to act without showing off? Shen Lang initially intended to comfort his 3 roommates, but found himself at a loss for words. Discussing mental states with them was futile. He remained unperturbed on the sofa, as he inherently possessed strength. The others were merely clowns in comparison. However, the same could not be said for his 3 roommates. It all boiled down to this. When others are superior, simply observing is uncomfortable. When you are superior, the antics of others become mere entertainment. Brothers, let's head back to school. Jiang Yingqi stood up and declared, with Chun Jingnan causing such a ruckus. The girls have left. There is nothing left to enjoy. All right, let us go back. Xiao Shiji and Fu Dong nodded, rising to leave. Hey, let's grab a drink. Shen Lang stood up and said, although we were just looked down upon, life must go on. There is no need to let such trivial matters ruin our spirits. Chapter 0073. Another stroke of luck? Not far from the golden age of youth lies a street filled with snacks, bustling with life every evening, predominantly frequented by students. This location is not far from Jida and is almost adjacent to the Jisher Academy of Arts. Many girls from the Jisher Academy come here for late-night snacks. The reason remains unclear to most. Perhaps they genuinely come for the food, but the boys from Jida are clearly here for the girls from the academy. Unspoken intentions abound. Prompted by Shen Lang's comments, Xiao Shiji, Fu Dong, and Jiang Yingqi did not head directly back to school, but instead drove their BMW to the street of snacks, casually selecting a stall to sit down. Of course, Shen Lang was not inclined to drink. Rather, he sought to uplift his 3 roommates, encouraging them not to dwell on minor grievances that could affect their quality of life. Life is filled with dissatisfaction. Why insist on struggling against it? Jiang Yingqi took a swig of beer, chuckling, ultimately, we're simply too weak to compete. Indeed, Xiao Shiji responded with a bitter smile. We are in an era where connections matter. Lacking a powerful father, we can only strive to become the next generation of the affluent. Effort alone is insufficient in this society, Fu Dong added with a resigned shake of his head. Come, let us drink. Let us not dwell on our worries. Fu Dong's perspective resonated with Shen Lang. When faced with obstacles, we must overcome them. Why overthink? Do you believe that pondering will eliminate the obstacles? True. There's no reason to feel dejected. Let us drink. Jiang Yingqi smiled, loosening up considerably, raising his glass. Let us drink to this. From now on, we are brothers. Cheers! Shen Lang, Fu Dong, and Jiao Shiji raised their glasses and downed them in one go. At that moment, four young ladies approached, asking, "Hey, handsome guys, there are no tables left. Can we join you? Your table is quite large and can seat 8 without feeling cramped." Oh wow! Fu Dong turned to look, his eyes lighting up instantly. For beauties, though not as striking as Zhang Yun, were charming in their own right, with long hair cascading down their shoulders, exuding a refreshing allure. Without waiting for Shen Lang and the others to respond, he cheerfully said, "No problem. Let us all sit together." "Exactly. Ladies, please take a seat." Jiao Shiji chimed in, his eyes sparkling with excitement at this unexpected fortune. The girls appeared quite simple, contrasting with Zhang Yun and her friend's more seductive style. They seemed genuinely innocent. "Thank you." The four young ladies smiled and quickly took their seats at the table. "Hello, beauties." Jiang Yingqi, brimming with confidence, flicked his hair and introduced himself. "I'm Jiang Yingqi. Feel free to order anything. This round is on me. It's fate that brings us together." A Shen Lang's lips twitched in response, quietly inquiring, "Old too? Don't you have a girlfriend?" "Nana doesn't tea count. It's just for fun." Jiang Yingqi leaned closer to Shen Lang and chuckled. "That woman is only interested in my wealth. There is no real affection between us, merely a mutual exploitation of needs." Shen Lang sighed with a bittersweet smile, choosing not to respond further. As for Nana, he couldn't claim to know her well, but at first glance, she did seem somewhat materialistic. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. If Nana were not akin to Zhang Yun and her two companions, how could she possibly become their confidant? "Oh, how could I let you treat us?" One of the four beauties, dressed in a white dress, remarked. "It's already troublesome enough to share a table with you. There's really no need for any treating. Let us take care of ourselves. What's the big deal? Being able to sit together is a blessing. Why should we be so calculative?" Fu Dong chuckled. "Beautiful ladies, I'm Fu Dong, but I haven't yet learned your names. Why don't we introduce ourselves?" "Indeed," Jiao Shiji chimed in, moving closer with a smile. "Ladies, I'm Jiao Shiji, a freshman from Jida." "You're from Jida too." The beauty in the white dress smiled and replied, "I'm Xia Bing, and these are my roommates, He Li, Lu Xiaowan, and Li Meng." "What lovely names. Truly, each one is beautiful." Fu Dong grinned widely. "Of course, names are lovely, and the ladies are even lovelier. I had no idea Jida had so many beautiful women. We are indeed fortunate to share a table with such elegance. By the way, He Li, let us add each other on WeChat." Jiao Shiji boldly initiated his advance, eagerly brandishing his phone. "Sure." He Li did not decline and took out her phone to scan for WeChat. "Li Meng, shall we add each other on WeChat too?" Fu Dong Kaimdin. "Your roommate didn't refuse my roommate, so you shouldn't refuse me, right? Otherwise, I might be heartbroken. WeChat is indeed necessary for future gatherings." Jiang Yingqi produced his phone, pushing it towards Xia Bing with a raised eyebrow and a grin. "Miss, you understand. Your intentions are not pure." Xia Bing shot Jiang Yingqi a glare, but did not refuse, scanning his WeChat. Li Meng did the same, adding Fu Dong's contact. "Hey." Lu Xiaowan observed her roommates being pursued and turned to Shen Lang, asking, "Aren't you going to add me on WeChat?" "Huh? What?" Shen Lang's mind was elsewhere. Momentarily bewildered. Xiaowan, please don't mind." Fu Dong laughed, saying, "This is our dorm's fourth member, Shen Lang. He's a bit slow on the uptake, so." "You understand." "Huh." Lu Xiaowan chuckled, finding Shen Lang quite amusing. "So will you add me?" Shot. Shen Lang quickly pulled out his phone to add Lu Xiaowan on WeChat. Truthfully, he had no romantic inclinations, despite Lu Xiaowan's charming looks and decent figure. However, he sensed an undeniable attraction towards Zhang Qi. Although he couldn't fully articulate it, he was eager to find Zhang Qi. He hoped she was also in Jishu. If Zhang Qi were here, with Yi Qing and Ji Wudao's influence, locating her wound posed significant difficulty. His greatest fear was that Zhang Qi had never come to Jishu at all. Chapter 0074. An unexpected encounter in the cafeteria. It was around 10 o'clock at night. The dormitory was eerily quiet and pitch dark, with hands unable to discern anything. Jiang Yingqi and the others had indeed not returned. Shen Lang picked up his clothes, enjoyed a refreshing shower, and then lay on his bed, logging onto the dating platform to see if Zheng Qi was live streaming. Unfortunately, she was offline, and despite sending numerous messages, she did not respond, seemingly having vanished. Many others sent him private messages inquiring about her whereabouts. With so many messages, he felt too lazy to reply, unsure of Zheng Qi's location, and thus unable to respond. Suddenly, Jiang Yingqi returned. Seeing Shen Lang lying on the bed, he chuckled. "Fourth brother, how is it going? Any chance of winning over Liu Xiaowan? That lady is quite attractive." Shen Lang forced a smile. "I have no such intentions. Don't misunderstand. What's wrong? Are you not interested?" Jiang Yingqi inquired. "Brother, let me tell you from experience. All 4 ladies we met earlier are quite lovely. Don't be foolish. Once this opportunity passes, it won't come again. I'm not looking for anything right now." Shen Lang set his phone down and sat up. "Second brother, how about you? You seem quite optimistic." "Absolutely." Jiang Yingqi tossed his head back with flair. "To be honest, I'm starting to like Xia Bing. Compared to Nana, she is leagues ahead. I must find a chance to break things off with Nana and focus solely on Xia Bing." "Oh, are you turning over a new leaf?" Shen Lang teased it. "You seem to have been quite the rogue before." "Indeed, I shall reform," Jiang Yingqi replied. "However, it's still early to say. While our conversation was enjoyable, whether I can win over Xia Bing remains uncertain." I'm back." Shortly after, Fu Dong returned, followed closely by Jiao Shiji. It seemed they had bumped into each other. "So, how did it go?" Jiang Yingqi winked at Jiao Shiji and Fu Dong. "Did you have a good chat?" "Hee. There's potential," Fu Dong replied. "I must say, Ming Ming is far superior to that so-called Jin Yan. Second brother, no offense, but the roommate your girlfriend brought is not quality. Only through comparison did I realize. My Li Li is also wonderful, a truly virtuous woman," Jiao Shiji added. "Brothers, I believe I have fallen in love. My next mission is to win over Li Li." "That's great." Shen Lang smiled, feeling relieved. He had previously worried that Jiao Shiji and Fu Dong would be tormented by Jin Yin and Qi Yin, but it appeared he had overthought it. The two had found new targets that suited them well. "Let us sleep. I have plans to hang out with Li Li tomorrow." Jiao Shiji grabbed his clothes and headed straight for the bathroom. "You guys chat. I'll take a shower." "Hurry up," Fu Dong said. "I've also made plans with Ming Ming, so I need to sleep early." "What a coincidence. I have plans too." Jiang Yingqi slapped his forehead and turned to Shen Lang, asking, "Fourth brother, have you made plans with Xiaowan? Tomorrow is a lovely day for a stroll." Shen Lang's mouth twitched. "No, you all go enjoy yourselves. I want to intrude." "As if we would take you along." Fu Dong rolled his eyes at Shen Lang. "I'm telling you, fourth brother, you need to be more proactive in matters of the heart. I can tell that Xiaowan has a good impression of you. Don't let this opportunity slip away. These 4 ladies are genuinely impressive, far better than Zhang Yun and her crew." "Perhaps," Shen Lang chuckled, saying nothing more as he burrowed under the covers. Living in the dormitory wasn't as comfortable as home, where ladies tended to his needs, but the atmosphere was undoubtedly better than at home. The first night felt quite pleasant. The night passed in tranquility. The next morning, Jiang Yingqi sprang out of bed early, freshened up, and headed out. Clearly, he had an early rendezvous with Xia Bing, or perhaps Nana. It was apparent he had plans, as he would never rise so early otherwise. He typically wouldn't stir until around 10. After a short while, Fu Dong and Jiao Shiji rose from their slumber and agreed to venture outside together. In the dormitory, only Shen Lang remained. He did not awaken too early, sleeping until 9 o'clock before bouncing out of bed, freshening up, and exiting the dormitory. Strolling through the bustling campus, he spotted a dining hall ahead and, driven by curiosity, sauntered inside. After a brief exploration, he discovered that the cafeteria at Jilin University was surprisingly tiered. The first floor was the ordinary area, colloquially referred to as the budget section, catering to the masses. In contrast, the second floor was more upscale, offering dishes akin to those found in external restaurants. Additionally, there was an opulent small cafeteria on campus, frequented by the affluent, where a single meal could easily cost 1,000 or 2. If the crowd was larger, spending several thousand was not uncommon. University life truly is different, Shen Lang mused, ordering a bowl of rice noodles from the ordinary section, and retreated to a corner to enjoy his meal. Before long, Nana approached him unexpectedly, inquiring, "Why are you here all alone? Where's Ingchi?" I called him, but he didn't answer, nor did he reply on WeChat. "Is he still asleep?" He left quite early," Shen Lang replied, momentarily taken aback, before providing a plausible excuse for Jiang Ingchi. He must have had something urgent to attend to. Urgent? Nana furrowed her brow, but chose not to press further. Perhaps she simply wished to avoid entanglements with Shen Lang, greeting him only out of regard for Jiang Ingchi, and had her own matters to discuss with him. "Are these noodles any good?" Qian chuckled, suggesting, "The second floor serves breakfast. Why not eat there?" "Don't joke around, Qian." Jinyan scoffed. "This guy isn't going to the second floor. He has the type to ask if there's a fee for joining a club. He is only suited for the cheap food on this floor." "True," Qian laughed, urging, "Nana, let us head upstairs. If anyone thinks we associate with this loser, it'd be troublesome. I can't afford that embarrassment." "All right." Nana nodded and ascended to the second floor. Shen Lang chuckled, unfazit, and continued to savor his rice noodles. Surprisingly, although the noodles were inexpensive, merely 4 yuan a bowl, the flavor exceeded his expectations, proving quite delectable. As for going to the second floor, while he could afford it, he was mindful that his parents worked hard for their money. He felt no need to pretend to be someone he wasn't, unless the food in the ordinary section was simply inedible. "Hey, you're here eating?" In no time, Lu Xiaowan approached with a bowl of rice noodles, her expression one of annoyance. "Ah, what a coincidence, senior." Shen Lang smeated. "Oomph." Lu Xiaowan turned her head, refusing to acknowledge him. This guy simply lacked any sense of charm. All 3 of her roommates had been invited out by Shen Lang's friends, leaving her behind. Earlier, she had pondered whether Shen Lang would invite her out, but after waiting an hour without a word from him, she had to get up and come to the cafeteria for breakfast. Shen Lang understood the source of Lu Xiaowan's displeasure, but was unsure how to respond, so he could only offer a sheepish smile. "I can't eat all this. Would you like me to share some with you?" After a few bites, Lu Xiaowan replied, "Of course, if you find it bothersome, just pretend I never said anything. You really have no sense of charm, just a blockhead." "All right." Shen Lang, unsure if Lu Xiaowan's intentions were playful or concerned he wouldn't be full, felt he couldn't refuse. "I'll give you half." Lu Xiaowan pushed her bowl forward, transferring half of the rice noodles into Shen Lang's bowl. "Make sure to finish it all. Not a single strand can be left." "What is going on?" Qian, carrying a lunchbox, descended from the upper floor and was taken aback to see Lu Xiaowan adding noodles to Shen Lang's bowl. "I say, Shen Lang, this is quite peculiar. The rice noodles in the ordinary section are only 4 yuan a bowl, and you're having a girl share with you? This guy is quite amusing." Jinyan remarked with disdain. "Would it kill you to buy another bowl?" "Wow, have you found a girlfriend? So soon?" Zhang Yin noticed Lu Xiaowan and raised an eyebrow, commenting, "I didn't see it coming. You've managed to charm a decent girl in just a day. However, don't expect it to last long. You'll be dumped before you know it." "Who are they?" Lu Xiaowan turned to see their expressions and asked, "What is so strange about me sharing some noodles with Shen Lang if I can't finish them? Does it bother you?" "Not really," Qian replied, "but really, your taste seems quite poor. Shen Lang is just a loser. Associating with him may lead to some hardships in the future. You shouldn't doubt that." "Not necessarily. A female loser and a male loser can be quite compatible," Jinyan laughed. "Ladies, let us go. There's no need to waste our precious time on these 2 losers." "Indeed." Zhang Yin shot a derisive glance at Shen Lang and Lu Xiaowan, shaking her head. With all the men at Jilin University, why would anyone settle for someone who even hesitates to join a club because of fees? It's truly ridiculous. Shen Lang, witnessing the ridicule directed at him, felt a frown form on his face, slightly displeased. Nevertheless, seeing Lu Xiaowan seemingly unaffected, he was astonished. Once Qian and the others departed, he asked with a smile, "Xiaowan, didn't those girls just mock you? Aren't you upset? I didn't realize you had such a good temper. My temper isn't that great." Lu Xiaowan laughed. "As for what just happened, would it matter if I got angry? If a dog bites you, you wouldn't feel compelled to leap at it in retaliation, would you?" Shen Lang chuckled via ypsilon. "You certainly have a big heart. It's indeed unnecessary to stoop to their level." "To put it nicely, I have a big heart," Lu Xiaowan replied. "To put it bluntly, I'm heartless and can't be bothered with them. It's quite commendable that you can think this way. Shen Lang nodded, appreciating Lu Xiaowan's mindset. It truly is not easy for an ordinary person to rise above the mockery and insults, unless they genuinely look down on those who deride them. Where shall we go this afternoon? Lu Xiaowan asked. Or should we just return to the dormitory? Well, do you have anywhere interesting to suggest? Shen Lang scratched his head awkwardly. Come with me to buy some necessities. Lu Xiaowan proposed. I need to pick up some daily items, and it's too dull to go alone. You'll make a good companion. All right. Shen Lang nodded in agreement, not wishing to decline. After finishing their breakfast, he and Lu Xiaowan left the school and hailed a taxi to a nearby shopping mall. Could you perhaps step aside? After browsing for a while, Lu Xiaowan entered a store for women's products after purchasing a few items. Approaching a shelf, she noticed Shen Lang still following her, standing there like a puppet, which made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Can't you show a bit of awareness? She exclaimed. Oh, my apologies. Shen Lang glanced up and, upon seeing the shelves filled with sanitary napkins, quickly stepped back. Initially, she had not realized that Lu Xiaowan was buying personal items. Upon confronting the sight of the sanitary products, she fled the store as if escaping for her life. This guy. Lu Xiaowan shook her head with a wry smile, took a pack of sanitary napkins to the counter, paid, and blushed as she made her way outside. Standing in the aisle, she looked around and pointed to a nearby cold drink shop, smiling. Shen Lang, how about we grab something to drink? After walking for so long, I'm a bit thirsty. Sure. Shen Lang nodded, following Lu Xiaowan into the drink shop. They both ordered a cup of milk tea and settled into a corner to chat. Although it was termed as casual conversation, it was mostly Lu Xiaowan doing the talking, while Shen Lang merely responded with a few murmurs. In the presence of the young lady, he was truly at a loss for words. Suddenly, two fashionably dressed women entered the cold drink shop. Upon spotting Lu Xiaowan, the woman in the black dress remarked sarcastically, "Drinking cold beverages here? Is this your new boyfriend, Sophie?" Lu Xiaowan turned to see her, frowning. The newcomers were from the same department, but their relationship was rather strained. During the recent welcome event, she had usurped a position that rightfully belonged to Sophie, thereby inciting her ire. It was not that Lu Xiaowan intended to compete with Sophie. The school had deemed her more suitable for that role. TSK. Your boyfriend seems rather unimpressive, doesn't he? Just a plain student? Su Wei scrutinized Shen Lang with disdain and added, if Liang Xiao finds out you're dating a student, he'll be furious. Your student boyfriend probably won't have a favorable outcome. He is not my boyfriend. Lu Xiaowan frowned at the thought of Wu Yuliang. As the belle of the broadcasting department, she was not lacking suitors, yet she had never encountered someone she deemed appropriate. Unlike Sophie, who only had eyes for wealth, she sought a boyfriend who was reliable, even if he was somewhat less affluent. Consequently, despite having numerous admirers, she remained single. Wu Yuliang, whom Sophie mentioned, was indeed one of her suitors. Although he shielded her from the advances of others, the pressure he exerted was no less than an onslaught from a horde of suitors, owing to his somewhat unique status. Not your boyfriend? Yet here you are sipping milk tea with him. Do you take me for a fool? Sophie's eyes darted around before she said, Fine, enjoy your drinks. I shall not disturb you further. I hope you two have a delightful time. Damn it. Lu Xiaowan, seeing Sophie turn to leave, lost her appetite for milk tea. She stood up, grasped her drink, and declared, Shen Lang, we should leave. Why the rush? Shen Lang replied, I just sat down and haven't had enough rest. Can't we linger a bit longer? It's far too hot outside. It's much more comfortable in here. That scheming Sophie will surely inform on us. Lu Xiaowan said, If Wu Yuliang comes looking for me and sees me with you, he will undoubtedly lose his temper. That guy has considerable influence at school and is not someone we can provoke. No worries, let's just stay a little longer. Shen Lang smiled. What does his influence matter? We are merely enjoying a cup of milk tea. What could he do to us? You don't understand. Lu Xiaowan retorted. Are you aware that there is a rather formidable organization in our school? I am not. Shen Lang shook his head. I just arrived and am not well acquainted with the affairs of Jida. Perhaps you could share more about that organization while we sit a little longer? Chapter 0076. A bold idea perhaps influenced by Wu Yuliang's presence. After wandering the streets and having lunch, Shen Lang and Lu Xiaowan returned to campus. Initially, Shen Lang thought his three roommates would return only after dinner, considering it was their first date. Upon entering the dormitory, he found all three roommates there, engaged in an intense discussion. Curious, he asked, "Hey, why are you all back so soon? This is not like you. On your first date, shouldn't you have spent more time together? Sticking together all the time isn't feasible." Jiao Shiji looked at Shen Lang and said, "Fourth brother, we are discussing something significant. Would you like to join us?" "What is it?" Shen Lang inquired, intrigued, noticing the heated debate among his roommates. "We are planning to acquire a bar," Jiao Shiji explained. "Unfortunately, we aren't like the second brother, who has a wealthy family. With our meager living expenses, it's quite challenging to date without compromising our girlfriends." "Wait, seriously? You guys are quite bold," Shen Lang exclaimed, "Astonished." "It is indeed bold," Fu Dong added. "We inquired about it. The bar has a year and a half left on its lease, but they are asking for 3 million. The second brother doesn't mind and is willing to contribute several $100,000 to help us out." 3 million is quite steep. Shen Lang found it. "What are your plans for financing it?" "I could pitch in a bit. Let us go with my suggestion. After all, we are brothers," Jiang Yingqi declared. "I can secure more funds. If I truly pursue this venture, my parents will support me, and I can make it happen. If you guys need cash, I can front it, and you can repay me once the bar starts making a profit. How would that work? And how would profits be divided?" Shen Lang, now more composed and thoughtful, considered the situation carefully. He had long since stopped pondering how to spend the $1 billion. His daily expenditures paled in comparison to that vast sum, which rendered them trivial and meaningless. To spend $1 billion was no simple task, especially with the mysterious figure of his father looming over him and an unclear evaluation ahead. "The bar's business isn't thriving. We could try negotiating a lower price," Jiang Yingqi suggested. "I believe the bar should be valued at 1 million. I can speak to my parents and easily secure 700,000. You guys would each need to contribute 100,000. As for the shares, we would split them evenly among the four of us, and once profits are made, you can pay me back." "Second brother, would that be a bit unfair to you?" Jiao Shiji chuckled. "If you proceed that way, I might feel guilty." "I'm also a bit apprehensive," Fu Dong admitted. "I can talk to my dad about the 100,000. It shouldn't be a problem to borrow a bit from home." "It can't simply be calculated this way," Shen Lang interjected. "You're only considering acquiring the bar, but not how to boost its business. Blindly acquiring it without sufficient funds could lead to disaster. Now, do you have any good ideas on how to enhance the bar's business?" "The previous owner must have transferred it due to poor sales and financial strain, which is crucial to our acquisition." Jiao Shiji and Fu Dong were momentarily at a loss for words, realizing they had not considered these aspects thoroughly, simply believing it would work out. "Well, it's not too bad, right? After all, we are just students," Jiang Yingqi remarked. "Once we secure the bar, we can promote it within the school. As long as we enhance the quality of the establishment, business should improve compared to before, and, at the very least, we won't incur losses." "You're not suited for business," Shen Lang interjected. "One thing you must understand is that bar expenses are generally not trivial. Firstly, the demographic you are targeting presents a challenge. How often can students afford to indulge in a bar? As for the wealthy second generation, they hardly regard our establishment with any interest. What then shall we do?" Jiao Shiji expressed his frustration. "Given our current situation, we certainly need to generate some income. Let's give it a shot. I am merely conducting a worst-case scenario analysis." Shen Lang chuckled. "As I mentioned earlier, students don't frequent bars often, nor can they afford to. But the market we are targeting is vast. Our university has a substantial student body, and the art college has its fair share as well. Maintaining a bar for the two schools should pose no significant strain." "Come on, Lao Si, are you trying to scare me? You nearly made me retreat." Fu Dong shot Shen Lang a disapproving glance and added, "Moreover, we don't only have students here. We also need to attract those who wish to take advantage of them. Let us go with Lao Er's suggestion then. His family is affluent." Shen Lang smiled and said, "I will contribute 150,000, and the remaining 50,000 will be for renovations. If the bar's business is poor, there must be a reason behind it." "Wait, renovations too?" Fu Dong frowned and asked, "Does that mean I would also need to put in 150,000? That is quite a burden." Jiao Shiji scratched his head and said, "Well, I'll do my best. I hope we won't incur losses." Otherwise, my father will surely be furious with me. We won't incur losses, Shen Lang asserted confidently, possessing the necessary capital. I'll inform my father right away. Jiang Yingqi, being a scion of wealth, did not ponder the consequences too deeply, even if they were to lose. It would merely be a lesson learned at a cost. I'll make a call as well. Fu Dong and Jiao Shiji hesitated for a moment before stepping aside to retrieve their phones. Shen Lang, however, did not need to make a call. He still had a staggering $1 billion at his disposal, having only recently assisted Zheng Qi with over $50 million. Before long, Jiang Yingqi returned to the dormitory, exclaiming that he had secured the funds from his father. We've reached an agreement. Shortly thereafter, Fu Dong rushed over, stating, my father is quite agreeable this time, offering me 150,000, and if that is insufficient, I can borrow more. Perhaps I should reconsider my involvement. As Jiao Shiji entered, his expression was somewhat grim. The bar owner appeared somewhat awkward and displeased. After all, a few students dared to make audacious claims, assuming they were something of significance. However, adopting a trial-and-error approach, he refrained from losing his temper, sitting beside the sofa and smiling. All right, let us discuss this properly. My bar is quite decent. Had it not been for an urgent matter, I would not even consider transferring it. Do we seem foolish to you? Shen Lang replied, to be candid. We are all students from Jida. We are fully aware of how your bar is performing. At present, you are clearly in a state of financial deficit. The owner felt slightly embarrassed. Brother, since we are all locals, why not name your price? 900,000. I'll take the place, Shen Lang stated. I had inquired previously, and your bar has only a year and a half left on its lease, with annual revenue falling short of 900,000. Brother, ISN T900,000 a bit low? The owner frowned and said, business is unpredictable. Who knows when my bar might become popular? Indeed, that is a possibility, Shen Lang conceded. However, you have already voiced your intentions. Why not take a gamble and keep the bar? It could surprise you with success, so there is no need to transfer it. The owner looked at Shen Lang, his mouth twitching. This individual was indeed quite articulate, striking right at the core of the matter. Damn, Lao Si is impressive. Jiang Yingqi and the others regarded Shen Lang with admiration, silently applauding his prowess. It must be noted that while he struggled to express himself in front of women, he was exceptionally formidable in business negotiations, leaving the owner utterly defenseless. Unless an unexpected twist arose, this deal seemed nearly secure. Their internal target had been set at 1 million, and they anticipated the final sale price to hover around this figure, as previously discussed. Owner, what do you think? Shen Lang smiled. We are genuinely here to negotiate. As soon as you agree, we can sign the contract immediately. Brother, 900,000 is quite insufficient. The owner hesitated and suggested, how about 100,000? I know you students are struggling. In truth, 300,000 was already the lowest price he would consider. Let us meet halfway at 1 million, Shen Lang proposed. To be frank, the current state of your bar's decor is far from appealing to us, and we would need to undertake renovations post-acquisition, which entails considerable expense. Investing over $1 million into a business that barely breaks even carries significant pressure and risk. As the owner, you should be well aware of this. We are still students, and, as you mentioned, life is not easy. All right then, the owner sighed. 1 million it is. Consider it a gesture of friendship. 1 million? What a joke. Suddenly, a young man entered, plopping down on the sofa and grinning. Owner, I'll take this bar. They offered 1 million. I'll offer 100,000. Having money allows for such whimsy. Young man, you're offering 100,000? The owner scrutinized the youth, recognizing him as a wealthy individual, his eyes lighting up like light bulbs. Indeed, the young man chuckled and, upon noticing Shen Lang, paused, smiling as he said, Hey, ISNT this the broke student from yesterday? Were you just about to offer 1 million for this bar? Are you joking? Shen Lang could only smile wryly at this unexpected encounter. The young man was none other than the wealthy second-generation individual he had met at school the day prior, and he had not anticipated that this person would also aspire to acquire the bar, which made things rather awkward. Wait, Jiang Yingqi, Jiao Shiji. And Fu Dong's expressions darkened. After all their efforts to negotiate the price down, they had not anticipated a newcomer entering the fray with an offer of 100,000. This was decidedly excessive. What is the matter? The owner glanced between Shen Lang and the newcomer, inquiring, "Do you know each other?" "Haha, not quite acquaintances," the newcomer replied. "However, owner, you've been duped. This guy is just a broke student with no means to produce 1 million. So please grant me the bar." "How amusing," Julia interjected with a laugh. "A mere broke student attempting to flaunt his status here. Assuming we are all fools? Are you toying with me?" The owner, already skeptical of Shen Lang's financial capacity, immediately turned his attention to the new arrival, his expression shifting to one of aggression. "Do you think we are the sort of idle individuals?" Shen Lang chuckled. "We are genuinely interested in acquiring your bar. Just moments ago, we were engaged in a constructive conversation." The owner pondered, recalling the sincerity in Shen Lang's earlier words. Yet, being a businessman, he quickly calculated and said, "How about you compete for it? The highest bidder shall claim the bar." "Boss, this is a bit excessive," Jiao Shiji exclaimed. "We had a prior agreement. How can you suddenly change your mind? Integrity is paramount in business." "Huh, you truly are amusing," laughed heartily. "Let us not forget that you may not even possess the means to acquire this bar. You are still in negotiations without a signed contract. The boss can sell to whomever he pleases. Do you have any objections?" "Indeed," the boss replied, "we have not signed a contract, so there is no issue of dishonesty here. Let us depart." Shen Lang said nothing further, rising to leave. "Wait," Jiao Shiji wanted to voice his discontent, feeling dissatisfied with the boss's actions. They had just finalized the price, ready to sign a contract, when suddenly a wealthy heir appeared, and the boss changed his stance. "Let's go." Jiang Yingqi nudged Jiao Shiji and stepped outside. Chapter 0078. A significant turn of events sat on the sofa, utterly bewildered, unable to regain his composure for quite some time. The price was settled, and they were prepared to sign the contract. Yet an individual suddenly appeared, offering 1 million for the bar. Was that person jesting? After all, he had bid 110,000. Once he collected his thoughts, he cast a sidelong glance at the middle-aged man, sneering, "Brother, are you joking? Did you not see that my bid exceeds yours by 100,000? And what of it?" The middle-aged man replied, "Ask the boss to whom the bar will be sold. It is certainly to 7th Master." The boss chuckled awkwardly. "If 7th Master desires it, no one else can take this bar." "Wait," protested, "did we not come to an understanding? Your sudden change of heart is rather ungracious." The boss sighed, too weary to engage with. Previously, that individual had been quite domineering when he chased away a few students. Yet now, when faced with a similar situation, accused him of being inconsiderate. At that moment, the boss thought to himself, "Ungracious? You have no idea. Hey, you're truly crossing the line." Julia interjected angrily. "Let me tell you, my boyfriend is not an ordinary person. If you offend him, you will regret it." "Is that so?" The middle-aged man chuckled, lighting a cigarette, and casually remarked, "Throw them out. They are rather bothersome." "Yes." Two middle-aged men in suits nodded, dragging in Julia away. "How dare you touch me?" Fumed. "I am a person of status. If you dare to lay a hand on me, I will summon people to deal with you." Amusing. The two middle-aged men kicked out. Julia fared no better, tumbling unceremoniously to the ground. "Do not scratch 7th Master's car." One of the bodyguards warned as rolled beside a Rolls-Royce. "That car is a limited edition. You could not possibly afford to compensate for any damage." Rolls-Royce gazed at the car, instinctively swallowing hard, realizing the gravity of the situation. He had initially thought the newcomers were merely affluent, but upon seeing the distinctive Rolls-Royce with sequential license plates, he understood the terrifying caliber of those individuals. It was no wonder the boss was willing to sell the bar at a discount to 7th Master. Such figures were beyond their reach. It was best to keep their distance. "Brother Xing, they have gone too far." Julia, having picked herself up from the ground, fumed. "Those scoundrels dared to lay hands on me. They cannot be let off easily." "Be quiet," shot Julia a fierce glare, entering his Audi, his expression cold. "Let's return. That fellow is not someone we can provoke. We should keep our distance." In the following days, Jiang Yingqi and the others felt somewhat downcast, hardly venturing out. even losing interest in dates. The money had been transferred, and they were eager to find a promising project. In this day and age, romance comes at cost. Relying solely on their monthly allowance was evidently insufficient. Thus, in order to enhance their romantic experiences, they needed to resolve their financial issues. However, after days of contemplation, they found no viable opportunities. Just when they were at their most despondent, good news arrived. The bar they had previously discussed had not been acquired by, but rather taken over by another individual. Even more thrilling was the fact that the new owner intended to make a move shortly after taking over, providing them with a golden opportunity. Without delay, Jiang Yingqi hopped into a small BMW, racing to the bar. "You wish to take over the bar?" The boss appeared courteous as he approached Shen Lang and the others, inviting them to sit. Indeed, Shen Lang did not hold back, plopping down onto the sofa. This situation was one he had orchestrated, and he had anticipated this outcome, hence his lack of surprise. He merely needed to see the performance through. After some haggling, the bar's price was ultimately set at 800,000, a reduction of 200,000 from before. Once the contract was signed, Fu Dong leapt up, exclaiming, "Haha, I must say, we have struck it rich. Who would have thought that after all the commotion, they would save 200,000? The remaining funds would certainly suffice for a while, providing immense relief." This turn of events was indeed splendid. Jiang Yingqi and Xiao Shiji shared in the laughter. They had ascended from despair to elation in an instant. It was simply delightful. Previously, they had lamented the loss of the bar, feeling that it was no longer within their grasp. Little did they know, fate had a significant twist in store, allowing them to secure the bar for 80,000 on their second attempt. Tonight, a celebration was in order. Shen Lang, however, did not share the exuberance of his three roommates. In pursuing the bar, he was merely indulging in their whims, regardless of whether it proved profitable. He held no particular interest in the money involved. "Let us invite Lily and the others," Xiao Shiji chuckled. "They will surely be thrilled to hear we acquired a bar." "Absolutely." Fu Dong grinned. "I will call my Meng Meng and let her know." "Let's not celebrate too soon," Shen Lang cautioned. "We have acquired the bar, but business remains lukewarm, with hardly anyone coming in. Tomorrow, we should distribute flyers." "Wait a moment, I will go out and have some printed," Jiang Yingqi suggested. "We can have Bing Bing and the others help with the promotion. Girls are more persuasive than we are." "That could be arranged." Shen Lang nodded, offering no further comments. Essentially, he had little doubt that the bar would not incur losses, not to mention the influences of Yi Qing and Ji Wu Dao. Even if he utilized my Ben Liangren's account for advertising, a significant number of patrons would surely be drawn in, especially the female streamers, eager to uncover his identity. Chapter 0079. A heart full of ambition acquiring the bar is merely the initial step. Without patrons, they are bound to incur significant losses. Earning $1 million in a year and a half is no trivial feat in terms of decor. The current aesthetic of the bar appears outdated, leaning heavily toward the retro theme. Generally speaking, a lounge differs from a traditional bar, where alcohol serves merely as an accompaniment to the lively atmosphere and tantalizing secrets. In a lounge, the focus is primarily on the drinks. Patrons seek a relatively tranquil space to unwind. Unfortunately, the decor of Yu Yu Walk's Inn Lounge is overly antiquated, failing to resonate with the tastes of university students, nor does it possess any particularly enticing features. Perhaps decor is not the sole reason for poor business, but it undoubtedly has an impact. If customers dislike the ambience upon entry, who would return? It is essential to recognize that in this bar, the primary clientele consists of university students, and a retro style may not attract them at all. Jiang Yingqi turned to Shen Lang and the others, saying, "We only have 10 days. The flyers I've printed announce our opening in 10 days. This is beyond my expertise, so please refrain from asking me." Xiao Shiji shook his head, admitting, "I'm just following your lead." Fu Dong added, "It's hard to say. Perhaps the second and fourth should brainstorm together. Decor can be easily managed. Let's adopt a romantic style," suggested Shen Lang. "I believe that while we are operating a lounge, we should not confine ourselves too rigidly. We can attempt to align more closely with traditional bars. Naturally, our primary clientele will be young couples from the university." "Young couples?" Jiao Shiji and Fu Dong's eyes lit up. "Please clarify." Jiang Yingqi seemed to have a glimmer of realization, but did not fully grasp the idea. What do university students cherish most? Undoubtedly, the pairing of men and women, as it lightens their burdens. This is beyond dispute. Shen Lang smiled and stated thus. Our establishment serves not only as a lounge, but also as an unconventional matchmaking venue. If we develop this concept well, we need not worry about attracting patrons in the future. With ladies present, gentlemen will always be in abundance. Wow! Jiao Shiji's eyes sparkled like light bulbs. Old 4. You appear refined, yet underneath, you are quite the expert. Why didn't I think of this sooner? I can already envision our lounge thriving. Fu Dong slapped his thigh and exclaimed, if we truly embark on this path, success will be inevitable. Ahem. Xiaobin cleared his throat and inquired, Shen Lang, are you a seasoned pro? Did you often frequent bars in the past? You seem quite knowledgeable. Li Meng smirked and said, isn't that obvious? Humph. Lu Xiaowan's displeasure was evident as she cast a resentful glance at Shen Lang, reminiscent of slighted wife. Don't misunderstand. I merely meant to suggest you think too much. Shen Lang remarked, this is simply the nature of society. There's no avoiding it. Regardless of the individual, money is a valuable asset, and the allure of the opposite sex is immensely strong. Haven't you heard the saying that lust is the root of all evil? Humph. Lu Xiaowan turned her head, ignoring Shen Lang. Clearly, she suspected there was more to Shen Lang than met the eye, and his outward honesty could well be a facade. Old 4, I must admit, you are a commercial genius. Jiang Yingqi did not tease Shen Lang, but rather asked with a smile. So, what should our next step be? This is our first venture into business, and if we incur losses, we might lack the courage to pursue other industries in the future. Our inaugural endeavor must be a resounding success. The first step is to make the bar's decor more appealing. Retro is too rigid. The second step is to organize an event, perhaps a singles party, and have Xiaowan and the others invite more women, informing them that drinks will be complimentary. Complimentary drinks? Jiao Shiji frowned and said, brother, this could be a loss. Who knows how much they can drink? If a few of them indulge excessively, we could face significant losses. Many women can be quite formidable drinkers. Shen Lang, discounts would suffice. Is offering free drinks too excessive? Healy argued, it's undeniable that your lounge needs to initiate some promotional activities, but free drinks could be too detrimental. You don't understand, Shen Lang replied. Women who frequent bars, as long as they possess some charm, seldom pay for their drinks. I suggest complimentary beverages solely to attract women. I can confidently assert that if our lounge draws in many women, men will not be lacking. I see. Li Mengloga. Shen Lang means that while women come for free drinks, the actual complimentary beverages they receive will be quite limited, mostly coming from the men. If women sit in the lounge without men approaching them, it would be a failure. Therefore, Shen Lang chuckled. Often, men are concerned about their image. Those who are too honest are unlikely to visit bars, while those who are not will surely seek out women and free drinks. Let's do it. Jiang Yingqi slapped his thigh and declared, Old 4, I propose we entrust you with the management of this bar. The three of us shall merely handle the finances. I second that. Ahem. I also agree. Jiao Shiji and Fu Dong raised their hands in unison, unanimously approving the decision. Well then, Shen Lang sighed with a wry smile, not refusing the responsibility. For such a small bar, even if he took complete charge, it would be akin to being a hands-off manager, requiring minimal effort. As long as their lounge finds its footing and garners popularity, business should not suffer greatly. Promotional events like singles parties will never go out of style, and periodically hosting other activities will ensure stability. After all, every year brings in a fresh influx of clientele, which translates to profit. A schemer. Lu Xiaowan was uninterested in the bar's affairs, continuously disparaging Shen Lang, feeling quite uncomfortable. Previously, Shen Lang, who appeared so earnest, hardly engaged her in conversation. Now, discussing the bar, he presented himself as a seasoned pro, clearly putting on an act. In terms of performance, Shen Lang has yet to be outdone by anyone. Shen Lang glanced at Lu Xiaowan, his lips twitching in embarrassment. What was her issue with him? He could only wonder. Seeing Lu Xiaowan seemingly upset, Xiao Bing and the others stifled their laughter. They were not oblivious and had already discerned Lu Xiaowan's subtle feelings. Although they had only spent 2 days together, they had no doubt that Lu Xiaowan was already captivated by Shen Lang's charm. With the plan confirmed, the following day, Shen Lang and his companions commenced distributing flyers, diligently handing them out to everyone they encountered. They had no choice, as this was their own endeavor, and they were fully committed. Jiang Yingqi abstained from handing out flyers, stating, "As a wealthy second generation, how could I engage in such menial tasks?" He remained on the sidelines, assisting Shen Lang and the others with their distribution. Lu Xiaowan and her friends also lent a hand. It must be noted that the ladies had a distinct advantage in distributing flyers. Men readily accepted them and even paid attention. This was primarily due to the fact that Lu Xiaowan and her friends were all quite attractive. "Hey, isn't that Shen Lang?" Suddenly, the 4 ladies approached, one of them smirking and asking, "It's only been a day since we've seen you, and you've already stooped to handing out flyers? I must say, you really do embody the essence of a loser. Any woman who gets involved with you is bound to be exasperated." Shen Lang looked up and, seeing it was Nana and Qi Yin with their group, smiled and paid no heed. He even produced 4 flyers, grinning, "Ladies, you might want to take a look at these. Yu Wuxan Lounge is about to open, and there will be some exciting activities." Yu Wuxan? Qi Yin took the flyer and glanced at it, disdainfully remarking, "I'm afraid, dear sister, I have no interest in such a lowly bar. Its standards are simply beneath me. Apologies, but I cannot find it appealing either." Jin Yin casually discarded the flyer on the ground, retorting, "Your values are worlds apart from ours. Only someone of your caliber would stoop to assist that dilapidated bar in distributing flyers. It's utterly shameful. This bar is rather commendable." Shen Lang remained unperturbed and continued, "I've heard that on the opening day, there will be a singles party attended by numerous affluent heirs. Who knows what might happen then?" "Really?" Qi Yan's eyes instantly sparkled, though she quickly feigned indifference. Jin Yin and Zhang Yun beside her mirrored her sentiment. Of course, their interest lay not in the so-called singles party, but rather in the wealthy heirs. To them, a party devoid of affluent individuals was merely a gathering of jesters playing games. "This is what I've been told." Shen Lang shrugged and commented, "Our university boasts a fair number of wealthy heirs. How could they possibly miss such a singles event? I also heard that entry with a flyer grants women complimentary drinks. Are you trying to fool me?" Qi Yin feigned disbelief, yet her mind was already racing with possibilities. After waiting for a moment, she swiftly retrieved the flyer from beneath her feet and tucked it into her bag once Shen Lang departed. "Perhaps we should consider attending." Jin Yin smiled and said, "That odious Shen Lang has distributed so many flyers, and with that Yu bar hosting a singles party, it's bound to attract a significant number of affluent heirs. If we manage to connect with one at the party, our future could be exceedingly delightful."